Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. In front of us is a sign with the name of the station. An announcement is playing. Dear passengers, this is an announcement. The 9158 train bound to Satang is currently unavailable due to an accident in the station. We advise passengers to use other means of transportation. We see a girl with a backpack. We hear the passengers' comments. What the heck? What happened? I'll be late for work. Wasn't the train rattling earlier? Is it because of that? The door opens. The girl looks ahead sadly. She continues to hear what the people around her are saying. I'll be late again today. What's going on at this busiest time? Isn't that blood on the floor? The girl sees two workers. One of them says that the stretcher needs to be passed to him. The worker hands his comrade a backpack. The one upstairs asks how's the condition. The second one replies that it looks like she died shortly after the accident. The girl gets off the elevator. She leaves the station. The girl watches as medics load someone's corpse into an ambulance. There are blood stains on the girl's shirt. A beggar is sitting behind the girl. He calls the girl. She asks again. The beggar says that her stomach is growing like thunder and asks if she is hungry. When the girl replies that she is a little hungry, the beggar points his finger in the direction. He says that she should go down the main road over there. We see the city from a bird's eye view. The next direction is given by an old woman with a kitten. She says that you need to follow the road ahead and turn left. Then the direction is given by a man with a white ribbon on his head. He asks if the girl sees the traffic light and says that after the second traffic light you need to turn right. The girl looks at the last prompter. He says that if she turns around the area over there, she'll be there in a minute. The girl approaches a multi-story building. We see the name of the establishment, One Meal Eatery. The girl knocks on the window. Amazement appears on her face. A blonde man is standing in the middle of the restaurant. One of the visitors asks for 2 soft tofu stews. The guy asks if anyone ordered a cockle salad. Another visitor says that he will take his time to choose the menu and that the guy can take the first customer's order. The blonde guy looks at the girl and greets her. He says that he has never seen her here before and asks if this is her first time here. The young man shakes his head. Someone calls him boss and urges him to pay attention to the second table. And they also need to bring 2 more soft tofu stews on Hachiel's table. The guy shows the girl where to go. There is a decent selection of food on the table. Someone's voice sounds, I'll go to number 2. Another table, please. We see a brunette in glasses. Another young man brings chopsticks to his mouth. The girl looks at her plate. They wish her bon appetit. The girl listens to what the people around her are saying. He has a good skill. Here's another bottle. The girl is sitting at the table. Someone puts a glass of water on the table and asks if the girl has decided what to order. The girl looks sadly at the waiter. She says that she was hungry and everyone said that she could come here. We see the lower part of the waiter's face. He hears that the girl has no money. The guy smiles. Behind him we see a refrigerator with bottles. The waiter says that it's alright and the girl doesn't have to pay here. He says that she can tell him anything she wants. The girl laughs happily. She asks if she can order what she liked and gets an affirmative answer. The guy skillfully chops garlic. How can he do the business if he doesn't get paid? Well, surprisingly it works. The cook is cooking something in a frying pan. Their store is a little different from other stores. The clock shows 11:40 p.m. Where is this? The driver is driving, yawning. At a deep dawn where all life fall asleep. A small truck is driving through the night city. Someone's hand is holding a mug. A man in a suit is looking out the window. Since long ago he has made friends with the street lights. We see something red on the roof beams, where those who can sleep in the dark come. There is a brunette in a bloody dress standing on the roof. In front of us is a clock mechanism. No, maybe it's longer than that. We see the girl's face, where the lonely being stays in their deep sorrow. In front of us is the upper part of the door. A man enters. The young man is cooking at the stove. The newcomer apologizes and asks if the establishment is open at this late hour. A fried egg is dropped onto the rice. The cook, holding a frying pan, looks at the visitor. The young man smiles and greets the newcomer. This place is. In front of us is a high-rise building under construction. The blazing sun. Someone put their hands on a bag of cement. The dripping sweat. The worker carries bags of cement on his back. It is very hard for the young man. And then the broken elevator. Drops of sweat fall next to his sneakers. The young man looks out from under the visor of his helmet with exhausted eyes. He, Lee Kang-jin, is 28 years old. Under the highest temperature in midsummer in Korea, he is doing construction labor. In front of us is a phone screen. The device informs us that today's daily wage is 140,000 won. The guy is upset. He says that considering the cost of living there's still about 1.3 million won left. Jin is sitting on the bed. He says that monthly rent of this one-room apartment and paying for this and that there is still 3 months to go. There is an air conditioner hanging under the window. The guy stretches. He says that if he runs for 10 more days, he'll be ready for the second semester tuition fee so he can hang in there. Jin lies down, smiling. He wonders, should he get some sleep before he goes to his next part-time job? An unknown number calls. The guy sits up. He wonders why does he always get a call whenever he tries to rest. Jin answers the call. He says that he doesn't have insurance, doesn't go to church, and won't change his phone. The guy listens to his interlocutor's answer in surprise. He says that he is Shin Soo-ho, the representative lawyer of Seotbeek. He asks if Mr. Lee Kang-jin is really listening to him. The guy thinks about it. He doesn't understand why a lawyer is suddenly calling him. The young man is talking on the phone and looking to his right. He confirms his identity and asks what happened. He finds the call strange. Lawyers have never called him before. Jin looks at the phone screen. He asks if it's voice phishing. The guy looks at the green circle on the device's screen in surprise. Soo-ho says that Jin can think as he wants. However, there's something Soo-ho has to tell to Mr. Lee. He offers to meet. We see a mark about a new message on the phone screen. Soo-ho says that he sent the address via text message and asks if Jin received it. The hero replies that he received the message. He opens a map of the area. He understands that this is in the middle of Gangnam. Soo-ho says that it's a story that will appeal to Mr. Lee, and he'll see Jin there. The guy is amazed. He protests and says that he hasn't given his consent yet. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that he came because Soo-ho called him. Jin is standing in the middle of the street with a phone in his hand. He thinks that he can't believe Soo-ho asked him to meet in the middle of a street like this. It really may be a voice phishing, and it's a relief that there are a lot of people here. The hero hears someone calling him and turns around. The hand is holding a business card. In front of us is the guy the hero talked to on the phone. He says that he is glad to meet him and confirms that he is a lawyer named Shin Soo-ho. Jin studies the business card. He says that he is glad to meet him. He thinks that they have never heard of Seotbeek, though the business card looks real because of its high quality. The interlocutors are standing opposite each other. The hero asks what the lawyer wanted to tell him. Soo-ho looks down. He says that he knows that Jin is a little disconcerted, but regarding the death of Mrs. Kim Bok-rae, he would like to inform Jin of her will. The hero looks at the lawyer in surprise and asks who he is talking about. We see the lawyer's eye. He says that the deceased left the hero a house worth 8.2 billion won. We see the city streets from a bird's eye view. Jin adjusts his baseball cap and cannot believe his luck. He repeats the number he heard over and over again. Soo-ho calmly stands in front of the shocked guy. He confirms that the amount is exactly what he said. The hero's hands are shaking. He tries to understand what is going on. He owns the legacy of someone he doesn't know all of a sudden. On top of that, it's a building worth 8.2 billion. We see Soo-ho in profile. The hero is holding on to the peak of his baseball cap. He apologizes to his interlocutor and says that he most likely addressed the wrong person. He says that he has never heard of a woman named Kim Bok-rae. Soo-ho is calm. Jin holds on to the peak of his baseball cap. He says that after his parents died, he lost contact with all his relatives. Jin pulls his baseball cap down over his eyes. He says that he has no relatives who could leave him an inheritance. He thinks that Soo-ho is confused because the real successor has the same name. The lawyer needs to try to find another person named Lee Kang-jin. The lawyer looks at the hero. He shares the information he has. Lee Kang-jin, 28 years old. When he was 17, his parents died and he entered Hope Nursery School. The guy looks at the lawyer in amazement. He continues sharing the information. He left once he became an adult. Currently, he is taking a leave of absence from the Department of Psychology in his senior year at Seoul Theological University. The lawyer adjusts his glasses. He says that Mrs. Kim Bok-rae is the sister of Lee Myung-seob, who is Jin's great-grandfather. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise. He cannot believe that he is sharing all this information out loud in front of other people. Soo-ho closes his eyes. He is sorry for rambling about personal information in public, but Jin is the one whom is looking for. For more information, Jin has to see the building in person. The lawyer sets off. He offers to go up. The hero looks up in surprise. He does not understand why he needs to go up. The young people are standing in front of a 3-story building, and Jin realizes that this is the building he inherited. Soo-ho goes up the stairs. He says that the first floor of this building is a restaurant, the second floor is a residential area. In front of us is a room with a table in the middle, a house above the store. Jin guesses someone is already renting this restaurant. The lawyer is holding a book in his hands. He says that it's empty so Jin can move in right away. The official transfer of title will take place in 5 years. The hero looks at the lawyer in surprise. He asks if it's too long. On top of that, he didn't even say he'd accept it. Soo-ho slams the book shut. It says that if Jin doesn't want to accept it, the building will automatically be donated to the society. The guy looks at the lawyer in amazement and asks again. Soo-ho says that also, as a condition of inheritance, Jin has to run the restaurant on the first floor for 5 years. The hero points at himself. He declares that he doesn't know how to cook and is afraid of embarrassing himself. The lawyer grimaces. He says that there's no such thing as good business. The guy with a fanny pack around his neck responds with an angry look. He shouts that he doesn't understand what to do with the jobs he's got in the school. Besides, running a restaurant requires a lot of money. Suho hands the guy a book. It says that if Jin signs the contract and accepts the terms of inheritance, the company will support the cost of running this restaurant, Jin's living expenses, and tuition. He offers to check this out. The hero looks at the text. He confirms that the lawyer was telling the truth. Suho says that if Jin still can't believe him, he can donate this to the society. Sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He thinks that it's suspicious and hard to believe. A distant relative whose name he didn't know, suddenly telling him, an orphan who had nothing, to inherit an entire building in Gangnam. Jin looks up. He is wearing work clothes. The guy counts the money. Sweat runs down his face. He realizes that building costs 8.2 billion. 8.2 billion that he can only earn by working his ass off every day for 150 years. Jin looks at the book. He tries to find a catch in the text, but he fails to do so. The guy turns the page. He says that they need to look over the contract many times and try to find unusual conditions there. Suho points at something. It says that there are rules about restaurant management, and if Jin keeps them in mind, there won't be any problem. Other than those rules, Jin can operate the restaurant freely. Here are restaurant management rules. 1. You have to open the restaurant from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. 2. The day off is every Sunday. 3. Don't chase away those who have no money. 4. Accept all the food prices given by the customers. The hero thinks that the rules are unique. He looks at the book. He is confused by the opening time and the last 2 points. Suho looks at the guy and asks if he has made a decision. Jin clutches the pages of the contract. Smiling, he looks at the lawyer. Okay, I'll do it, he says. Suho opens the right page of the contract. He offers the guy to sign and start work from tomorrow. Jin signs. He thinks that it won't be a scam because it has a proper contract like this. Then suspicion appears in the hero's eyes. He thinks, what would happen if it's a scam? We see several hieroglyphs. The guy understands that he has nothing more to lose. Suho looks at the guy. He calls him by name and then says that Jin has to pay attention to the business hours. As a contract says, if he breaks the rules 3 times, he'll lose inheritance rights. A bead of sweat runs down the hero's face. The lawyer leaves. He says that the guy will be watched. Jin says he understands. The hero looks after the lawyer and wishes him a good day. We see the back of the guy's head. He looks around. The location of the establishment on the street is shown. Jin thinks that this place will be his home for 5 years. The hero's face looks surprised. He asks if the ingredients are ready. Jin looks into the refrigerator. He asks if they did the business until yesterday. The hero stands thoughtfully in the middle of the kitchen. He says that the preparation is perfect, except for himself. We see the guy's face up close. It is reported that Lee Kang-jin, 28 years old, can't cook special dishes. The hero is scared and upset. He says that he can't just sell instant ramen and fried eggs to the people who come here today. There is an unexpected sound next to him. A notebook with many colorful bookmarks falls to the floor. Jin tries to understand what is this and where did it fall from. The cover of the notebook is noticeably worn. The hero opens it and looks inside. He asks if it is the recipe notebook that the previous owner used. Jin sees that there are a lot of recipes in it. The guy whose back we can see discovers recipes: garlic fried rice, stir-fried garlic pork, stir-fried pork and rice. The young man smiles. He understands that it is time to practice the menu. The name of the dish is written on one of the pages of the notebook. Jin says that it's not that he wants to eat something because he is hungry. The guy rubs his eyes. He does not understand why he feels so tired. It seems to him that the letters are moving before his eyes. The hero looks at the recipe blurring before his eyes. He decides that he must cook this particular dish. In the notebook, this recipe is marked as stir-fried garlic pork. Looking at the notebook, which is emitting a very bright glow, Jin repeats the name of the dish. In front of us is meat. We see the steps of preparing the dish. Season the meat with salt and pepper. There is a fire burning under the pan. After oiling the pan, stir-fry whole garlic first. Jin pours the garlic into the pan. The continuation of the recipe: when it smells like garlic, add the seasoned pork and stir-fry it again. Lastly, add lime to the seasoning sauce and boil it all together. We see the cooked meat in a plate. Stir-fried garlic pork with the freshness of lime is done. The guy looks at what he has done in amazement. He says that it's better than he thought. He can't believe he can make it this good just by looking at the recipe once. Maybe he has a talent for cooking. The hero's hand is shaking. He thinks that it is a nonsense. There are a lot of dishes that he messed up while living alone. His hands moved on their own as if they knew how to cook earlier. The guy examines a piece of meat. He sees that it looks good, but what will the meat taste like? Jin puts the piece in his mouth. The hero is happy. He understands that his food turned out incredibly tasty. The hero covers his mouth with his hand. He thinks that he just followed the recipe, and it's so delicious. The guy clenches his fists happily. He says that with this note he doesn't have to worry about today's business. The doorbell rings. The guy looks at his watch. He apologizes for not being able to serve anything yet, but then realizes that it is already 11 p.m. Jin is amazed at how quickly time has flown. He puts on an apron and shouts loudly that the restaurant is already open. The guy puts his hands on his belt with a determined look. He mentally forces himself not to be nervous. It is time to welcome the first guest. We see the toe of a shoe. The hero greets the visitor, but his face shows amazement. Jin sees a beauty with a long braid. She is wearing a traditional Korean dress. The hero is surprised that the girl is wearing a hanbok. Jin looks at the girl in surprise. He greets her and asks if she is alone. Jin thinks that she looks like a high school student. But why come at this hour? The girl looks at the hero. She tells him to bring some saju. Jin looks at the girl in surprise and asks again. The customer closes her eyes. She asks if the guy serving her is deaf. The girl looks at the hero. She asks him to bring her saju. Jin thoughtfully rubs the back of his head. He thinks that no matter how he looks, she's a high schooler, but why she so confidently orders saju? How old may she actually be? The way she speaks is like from the Joseon dynasty. The hero remembers himself with 2 bottles in his hands. When he was a beginner at his part-time job, the busiest day was Friday night. He gave a drink to a certain table without checking ID. Maybe because of the price of the food, the miners reported it to the police. We see an old man making excuses and a laughing guy peeking out from around the corner. Jin was suspended for a month then. The guy is determined. He thinks that he's a pro part-timer now. He won't fall for the same trick twice. Jin smiles. After apologizing, he asks the girl for her ID. The customer asks again in surprise. The hero folds his hands in front of his face. He says that the girl can use her license or passport. Jin remembers that it's important to keep his voice on a sol tone. The girl shakes her head, folding her arms across her chest. She says that she has no documents. The hero smiles. After apologizing, he says that if they can't check her ID, he won't be able to sell her the alcohol even if she gives him money. The girl lowers her eyes. She says that the guy shouldn't worry about it. Her eyes are closed, a disdainful expression on her face. The customer claims that it's because she has no money and the guy just needs to get her some saj. Jin clutches his head. He tries to understand what's the truth about this type of person he has never seen before. The girl looks sadly ahead. She tucks her chin into the back of her hand and says that the hero doesn't seem to have a good understanding of what this place is. Jin recoils and remembers the page of the document he saw recently. He looked at the rules and it seems there was a rule in the contract not to kick out the moneyless customers. The guy remembers Suho saying that he would be watched. The stern face of the lawyer appears in front of the hero. Jin thinks that it may mean that the lawyer watches him through CCTV at this restaurant. The guy thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that it's a contract that costs 8.2 billion won. It might have a CCTV set up here. He is now sure about this. The girl looks angrily at the guy. She says that she doesn't know what he's thinking, but he should serve her a drink. The hero spreads his arms out to the sides. He offers her stir-fried garlic pork instead of alcohol. It's his first time making it, but it's really delicious. The girl says that this young man really doesn't know how to speak. Jin turns around and runs away. He says that he'll bring the food to try, so there's no need to pay for it. The girl tries to stop the guy. Suddenly, she notices something. We see her translucent reflection in the glass of the refrigerator. The hero brings a tray from the kitchen. He apologizes for being late and says that he brought garlic fried rice as a bonus. There is some noise under the hero's feet. Jin looks down and sees a bottle of wine there. The guy's eyes widen in horror. It turns out that the girl has already managed to empty several bottles. Jin screams loudly, accusing the customer of taking and drinking wine without asking. The guy looks at the empty bottles in amazement. He says he doesn't understand how anyone can drink so much. This is serious. If he gets reported, he might be suspended for 2 months on his first day working. The hero looms over the visitor. He calls her a student and asks where she lives. The girl asks again in surprise. The guy thinks he should send her home before she informs on him. The girl looks thoughtfully to the side. It seems she is trying to remember where she lives. Jin looks at her in surprise. The girl brings a bottle of wine to her lips. She says that she lives in Kim Champan's house in Peach Valley, Jeonju. The hero looks at the girl in amazement. It seems that he cannot believe that such an address actually exists. The door of the establishment opens. The hero expresses his indignation. It seems to him that she really does not know her address. Jin notices a new customer and greets him, but inside he begins to panic. The customer came at the most inopportune moment. However, the man who appears in the doorway smiles happily. He says that he is glad to see the hero and introduces himself as Kang Dukai from JS Finance. The man fakes a smile. He says that because the owner of this restaurant changed, he came here to say hello and share his account with Jin. The hero looks at the man who entered in surprise. He says that he has never heard of JS Finance. The customer leans over to the girl sitting at the table. He calls her Noonam and is surprised that she is here. The girl recognizes him, but she doesn't seem happy to see him there. Noonam, Jin says in surprise. The hero looks shocked. He says that the girl looks like a student. The man laughs cheerfully. He states that the visitor is actually quite old. Jin smiles happily. He states that this is a great relief. He was worried that he might be suspended because he thought she was a teenager. Du-kai looks at the hero in surprise. He can't believe Jin doesn't know her. The man asks if the hero has received the transfer document. He smiles happily. He clarifies if this concerns the rules and working hours. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The man states that this cannot be allowed. Jin asks again in surprise. Du-kai says that perhaps he came here too early. The man hands the guy a business card. He states that he will come back here as soon as the guy receives the acceptance of the guarantee. Du-kai grabs the guy's hand. He says that he has just one thing to tell the hero first. Jin agrees, frightened. Du-kai leans towards the young man's ear and tells him that he should never trust his eyes. The hero looks at the man in bewilderment. He does not understand why he cannot trust his eyes and what this could even mean. Du-kai tells the girl that she should go with him since other customers cannot enter the restaurant because of her. The girl turns away from the man in displeasure. She states that it is not because of her, but because they are all too weak. Du-kai agrees. We see the girl's legs. She gets up and says that it is really time for her to leave here. The hero, smiling, rubs the back of his head. Du-kai says that they are leaving and wishes him successful business. Jin replies that even he would very much like to work normally today, but he does not see any customers in his establishment. Du-kai stretches out his right hand. He says that the hero should not worry. The aroma near the restaurant is delicious, and soon the whole city will be here. People will come by the smell. Jin looks at the man's back. He says that he thinks the previous owner was a very good cook. Du-kai confirms his words. He says that she was number one in this business. The hero looks at the man. He asks what kind of person she was. The man closes his eyes and says that she was a good woman. It's like heaven to us. Du-kai laughs. He says that no, she was that kind of person. We see the man's legs. He declares that he'd like some buckwheat jelly and boiled pork tomorrow. Du-kai, smiling, extends his hand to the hero. He says that it's kind of rude to make a deal on his first visit, so he is thinking of having a company dinner here with his stuff tomorrow. The hero has a happy smile on his face. He says that the party is just wonderful. Du-kai promises to come here tomorrow at 11 p.m. Jin bows low. He wishes him all the best. The guy raises his head. He wants to say something else, but suddenly stops. We see the back of the young man's head. He states that he does not see his customers and wonders where they could have gone so quickly. In front of us is an empty kitchen. The hero looks sadly into the void, resting his head on his hands. He thinks about how much time has passed since the previous customers left. The guy remembers the place being full on Friday night. We see a lot of people at the tables. The hero remembers that it was 12 o'clock at night. Jin is sitting in an empty restaurant. He is confused because no one has come to the place yet. A fly is flying over the young man's head. Jin begins to suspect that this is all because the restaurant is too old. We see two girls. One of them smells garlic. Three girls enter the restaurant. One of them asks if the place is open and says that they would like to order 3 dishes with garlic. The girls laugh cheerfully. Jin greets them, invites them to the table and says that he will bring food right now. We see cloves of garlic in a frying pan. One of the girls asks the guy if the owner has changed here. He answers, smiling, that from today on, he will be in charge of this restaurant. The blonde, smiling sweetly, looks at the guy. She says that she understands everything, but the hero will have a very difficult time in this restaurant. There are many surprises waiting for him here. Jin looks back at the girl in surprise. He does not understand what all this means and why everyone is saying such meaningless things. Continuing to look over his shoulder at the visitor, Jin decides to clarify this issue and asks why he should expect any surprises. Now all 3 girls are looking at him. They say that very unusual people come here. The hero, with a frying pan in his hand, looks at the strange customers in surprise. He laughs and asks if this means that some ghosts will come to him. All 3 girls smile mysteriously. Their eyes begin to glow ominously. The hero looks at them in amazement. These smiles seem creepy to him. Perhaps his assumption was correct. 2 girls laugh, sitting at the table. The one in the baseball cap suggests not to disturb the hero and to drink something before the sun rises. Her friend makes fun of the guy. He notices this. The girl in the baseball cap comes up to the guy from behind. She says that the company will take 2 bottles of saju. Jin agrees to this. We see 2 cups of rice. Now in front of us are plates with meat and vegetables. The hero thinks that that joke just now really gave him a goosebumps, but they seem to be bright and fun customers. The hero puts a plate of food on the table. He says that this dish is with garlic and wishes him a bon appetit. The girl, whose name is Yeon Nai, is delighted. She really liked the taste of garlic. The brunette, whose mouth is full, says that everything is very tasty. The third girl says that the dish is edible. Empty plates and bottles remain on the table. The girls once again say that everything was very tasty. Yeon Nai gets up from the table and says that it is time for them to leave. There is a calculator next to the hero's hand. Jin offers to help the customers pay for their order. Yeon Nai looks at the hero. She says that they have no money. The guy has a strange expression on his face. He cannot believe that this has happened to him for the second time. Two girls head for the exit and call the third. The blonde says that they will be late, and the brunette notes that it is almost 1 in the morning. Jin shouts, trying to stop the girls. He says that they have to pay for the food. Yeon Nai turns around. She asks if the guy really needs money. He rubs the back of his head in irritation. Jin says that a business must bring in money to exist. The hero is indignant. Yeon Nai says that he understands him. Some strange shine appears around her. The girl says the numbers 7, 14, 17, 23, 41, 42. Smiling, she looks at the guy. Yeon Nai offers to write down these numbers and then asks that the guy maybe does not know something. Jin looks at her with wide eyes of surprise. Yeon Nai leans towards the hero. She tells him, on top of everything, not to believe everything his eyes see. The guy looks at the girl indignantly. He asks what all this means, but there is no one in front of him anymore. The hero does not understand where the girl suddenly disappeared to. The hero's indignant cry sounds above the restaurant, squeezed between two skyscrapers, demanding to pay for the food. In front of us is the establishment that the hero has accepted. Jin remembers the words of the lawyer, who said that nothing matters if the hero follows the rules. The guy wipes the surface of the stove. He remembers that yesterday he did not earn a cent and hopes that today everything will be different. The hero raises a clenched fist. He is going to practice cooking. Jin opens a notebook with recipes and looks into it. The guy understands that he will have to cook and serve food himself, so he needs dishes that are prepared and served quickly. In front of the hero is a page of the notebook. He selects recipes: kimchi stew, kimchi rice, spicy pork rice. That should be enough. The hieroglyphs in the notebook are strangely distorted. The hero's face is perplexed. He says that there is something clearly wrong with this handwriting. The guy's eyes become round with surprise. It seems to him that the letters in the notebook have become convex. Jin looks at the notebook, then somewhere to the side. It seems to him that the problem is related to fatigue. He can read all the inscriptions that are not in the notebook without problems, but as soon as he looks there, he sees strange things. The guy's face is perplexed. He cannot understand what is wrong with this notebook. Next to his face, we see a dish being cooked in a frying pan. Jin looks at the knife in his hand in amazement. The guy is chopping onions incredibly quickly. He realizes that something strange is happening. Before, he could only cook scrambled eggs. It is simply impossible that he learned to work with this knife so quickly. Holding the frying pan in his hand, the hero looks at the notebook. He realizes that he does everything in it. The hero is working in the kitchen, and it seems like he is working in many places at once. He says that he cannot be completely sure, so he needs to try to cook a more complex dish. Jin finds a recipe in the notebook. Royal bellflower japki. This should do. The hero has never heard of this dish before, but it is japki, so there must be a lot of work. The guy carefully looks at the notebook. He realizes that it is impossible to cook the dish just by looking at its name. But if he can do it just by reading the recipe, then everything will fall into place. Judging by the eyes, the hero is shocked to the core. There is a ready-made dish in front of him. The hero calls God to witness. Jin covers his mouth with his hands. He realizes that he can really cook the dish if his recipe is in the notebook. The boy eats noodles. He understands that only delicious dishes can be sold and wants to see how well he did. We see a child with someone's hand on his head. The boy eats and is asked how tasty his food is. The mother pats her son on the head. The woman is standing next to the table. The child, greedily eating noodles, thinks that his mother makes japki better than anyone in the world. The mother smiles happily. She advises him to eat slowly so that her son does not get a stomachache. The hero looks thoughtfully into space and calls his mother. We see the plate he is holding in his hands. Jin thinks that the recipe in the notebook is not the same as his mother's, but the dish definitely tastes the same. The hero puts the plate on the table. He slaps himself on the cheeks. The guy tells himself that now is not the time to give in to emotions and that he needs to wake up. The young man thoughtfully rubs the back of his head. He tries to understand who Mrs. Kim Bok-rae is and how she created this recipe. If you think about it, a lot of strange things have happened to him since he came here. Jin remembers the notebook that turns him into a great cook just by reading the recipe. Guy the hero remembers the girls who ate at his restaurant. The customers who come here do not bring money with them and tell him very strange things. Jin remembers the man who told him not to believe his eyes, and also the lawyer who promised to monitor his progress. Jin thoughtfully rubs his chin. He does not yet know whether the inheritance that Mrs. Kim Bok-rae left will benefit him or not. A muscular guy enters the restaurant. He says hello. The hero turns to him and says that he scared him. The young man grabs the hero's hand and shakes it furiously. He says he is glad to meet the new owner of the restaurant. Hyung tells him that the hero leaves a good impression, but in person everything looks even better. Jin asks who he is dealing with and who this Hyung is. Another young man with a blue bandage on his forehead appears next to the muscular guy. The first of them says that he is Shin Soo-young, a food supplier, and his partner is called Shil Soo-gwai, and he is in charge of alcohol supplies. The second guy says that he is pleased to meet the hero. The first young man says that they are the younger brothers of the lawyer Shin Soo-ho, whom the hero met the day before. Yang looks into the refrigerator. The hero, who is standing behind him, thinks that the guys are too different to be brothers. Yang laughs and says that there were not many customers yesterday. The hero smiles in surprise. He asks if the guy really figured it out by looking in the refrigerator. He replies that he has been stocking the refrigerator for a long time, so he can easily figure out what is what. Yang stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He says that Mrs. Kim Bok-rae was like a mother to them and this restaurant was like a home. The guy grabs the hero by the apron and shakes it wildly. He asks the hero to take care of the restaurant and if he needs anything, don't hesitate to ask the two brothers. Jin screams in fear that he will definitely do so. Yang, smiling, rubs the back of his head. He says that it is a great relief for him to hear such an answer. Then he asks the hero how his work was yesterday. Jin replies that nothing special happened, except for the fact that the customers did not want to pay for the food. It is clear from the guy's face that he is indignant. He asks if this is really a free restaurant. How can you do business here with such losses? Yang gestures that everything is fine. Even if it seems to be a loss now, it's all good business that will come back to the owner later. The hero, puzzled, asks to clarify what the interlocutor means. Yang smiles. He says that if the hero dies, everything will come back to him, so there is no need to regret anything. Jin hesitantly answers that he understands. He thoughtfully rubs the back of his head, not understanding what he might need after death. Jin stands in front of the two brothers. He asks if they happen to know about JS Finance. The hero tried to find out about this company, but could not find any information. Yang answers that they also work with this company, but only a small circle of informed people knows about it. It is kind of a third-party financial company. We see people in business suits walking to the entrance of a skyscraper. The hero asks why it is necessary to cooperate with such a company because it can go bankrupt. We see a hand from which gold coins are pouring. Yang answers that there is no need to worry. Even if the whole world goes bankrupt, JS Finance will stay afloat. The brothers laugh. No, if the world collapses, it will be a big problem, says the food supplier. Gwai says that his brother is absolutely right. The hero realizes that the questions continue to pile up and none of them have been answered yet. The guys take their leave of the restaurant owner. Yang says that they have talked enough for today and Jin can contact him at any time if he has any questions. The hero says that he will definitely do so. He looks at the backs of the leaving suppliers. Yang tells his brother that he misses his mother and suggests visiting her. He objects, reminding them that they have a lot to do today. Yang says that they need to go see her even if they are very busy. The big guy puts his hand on his brother's neck. He agrees to go see his mother. Jin watches them go in surprise. It seems to him that they are going to visit his mother's grave. He is going to ask where it is and go there too someday. The hero laughs. He realizes that, if he thinks about it, all these people still haven't answered the question he asked. The guy has a rather strange expression on his face. He watches the truck with the brothers drive away. In front of us is the facade of the restaurant where the hero works. Jin understands that all the expenses were covered by the lawyer's company, but he thinks it would be a good idea to save up some money in case he gets fired. Above the guy's head, we see a menu that lists kimchi jjigae, rice with kimchi, fried pork, and rice with pork. Jin opened the restaurant a little earlier and prepared new dishes. The guy is standing in the middle of an empty room. He is disappointed because there are still no customers. The hero clutches his head. He is irritated by the fact that the neighboring restaurants are packed with customers and only flies fly in here. The guy is holding food products in his hands. He decides to cook something new to lure customers with a scent that they will definitely fall for. The clock shows 10 to 11, and now it is exactly 11 p.m. Jin smiles. He greets a customer who has appeared. It turns out that he is a little boy. The hero looks at the little boy in confusion. He cannot understand why the child would come at such an hour alone without his parents. The boy sits down at the table and points to the menu. He asks for rice with pork. Jin asks if the boy really came alone. The boy looks at the hero with a helpless look. He continues to find out why the little boy came alone so late. How could this even happen? The hero asks the boy to wait a little and prepares food for him. He puts the prepared dish on the table. It is rice with pork and, as a bonus, an egg roll. Jin squats down in front of the table. He tells the boy that if he does not have enough rice, he can ask for more. The boy picks up a spoon. He greedily eats the rice with meat. The hero, smiling, looks over his shoulder at the little customer. Jin understands that the boy is very hungry. The guy puts another plate with meat on the table. Smiling, he looks down at the boy. The hero tells the child that there is a lot of meat, so there is no need to hurry. The child cries. Jin puts his hand on the table. He notices that the boy has a good appetite and asks if he likes fried pork. Jin smiles and closes his eyes. He remembers that of all the main dishes served with rice, he also liked pork the most. And if he also had it with his mother's scrambled eggs, he could lick the plate clean. The child continues eating. He is holding a piece of meat with chopsticks. Tears are rolling down his cheeks. The hero is sitting at the table opposite the boy. He says that he loved this dish incredibly when he was a child. The boy takes another piece of meat. The hero looks at it, smiling. The child says that pork tastes exactly like the one his mother cooked, and he, too, could eat it forever. The kid puts a piece of meat in his mouth. He chews it. Jin looks at the child in amazement. 3 drops are visible on the table. The hero looks at the sobbing boy. Streams of tears are running from his eyes. Jin tries to calm the child, who calls for his mother. Jin looks at the child with sympathy. He puts his hand on the back of the chair. The hero tells the child that he will always be here, and he can come at any time if he is hungry. The child shakes his head. He gets off the chair and says that he must see his mother. Jin asks where she is. We see the child's leg. The child smiles. He sees his reflection in the water. The kid says that thanks to the hero, he understood where his place is. The boy cries, smiles, and waves his hand. He thanks the hero. A blinding white whirlwind appears above the cook's head. Jin covers his eyes with his hand. From somewhere above, a piece of paper falls, on which many zeros are visible. The hero stands in the middle of the empty hall, shocked. He realizes that the boy has disappeared. The paper falls on his eyes. Jin examines it and realizes that it is a check for 1,000,000 won. The hero is shocked, as if he is being electrocuted. He cannot believe that such an amount of money fell on him straight from the sky. What on the ghost thingy is going on here? A man in a light suit appears at the restaurant table. He objects to the hero and says that, to be precise, something that makes the ghosts happy is happening. Jin looks at the visitor in surprise. The guy realizes that Shin Suho is in front of him and asks when he managed to enter the restaurant. The lawyer replies that it does not matter. Jin leans over the man. He asks what kind of ghosts these are and what all this nonsense means. Suho asks in response if the hero doesn't find a check that fell out of the sky nonsense. Jin asks the lawyer what's going on here. He remembers the restaurant's patrons. Not only do they all speak in riddles, but they also behave incredibly strangely. The hero wants to understand what kind of place this is, after all. The man smiles mysteriously. He replies that this is the border between this world and the afterlife. This is an otherworldly restaurant. Suho looks over his glasses. He says that all the patrons of the establishment are ghosts. Jin is amazed. We see 3 disgusting faces above his head. The lawyer wipes his glasses. He asks if the hero has noticed something. Jin spreads his arms out to the sides. He asks what all this could mean. The man says that he didn't think the guy would understand everything right away. Jin covers his face with his hands. It seems he is beginning to understand what kind of place this is. Suho stretches out his left hand. He says that in this place, ghosts really do eat like people. They come here to remember the taste of the dishes they ate in life, or to feel the warmth of alcohol spreading through their bodies again. The hero remembers the girls who drank wine the day before. The lawyer adjusts his glasses. He says that there is no need to be afraid of ghosts. They will not harm the hero. If necessary, they will even protect him and will never do harm. It's like you'll get angry when your only favorite dog gets hurt. The hero imagines this dog. He understands what the man wanted to say, but the comparison with the dog still does not look very pleasant. Jin looks to his left. He says that even if so, working in a ghost restaurant is still somehow scary. Suho looks intently at the hero. He asks if he is more afraid of ghosts than people. Jin looks at his interlocutor in bewilderment. He remembers the people he had to communicate with at work. Some people had to beg for their salary, some forced him to come to work sick, some scolded him for his lack of manners, and some fired him for no reason at all. If you think about it, there have been plenty of people in the guy's life who were scarier than any ghosts. The hero rubs the back of his head in embarrassment. He says that it was just caution, but now that everything has been revealed, he will make every effort. Jin whispers to the lawyer to help him get the money that the ghosts do not pay. We see the facade of the restaurant squeezed between high-rise buildings again. Suho tells the guy that those who do not pay will be punished in the afterlife, so he should focus on work. The hero says that he will do just that. The hero types the word ghost into the search bar of his phone. He looks at the device. The guy still finds it difficult to accept that ghosts exist in the modern world, where, for example, parcels are delivered by drones. We see a ghost in a white robe. It is reported that a ghost is the state of a deceased person. People who lived a happy life and died a peaceful death become good ghosts, but otherwise they can become evil entities that harm a person. We see a plate of beans and a shaman with knives. Jin reads information on how to exorcise a ghost. The first method, scatter bean porridge, since ghosts avoid the color red. The second, call a shaman who will scare the ghost and drive it away. The hero looks at the phone screen. The third method, give the ghost a warm welcome, treat and comfort it. Then the ghost will go away on its own. The hero runs his finger across his upper lip in surprise. He repeats what he saw on the phone. If you feed the ghost, it will go away on its own. Doubt is on the hero's face. He again begins to think that ghosts are still a bit too much. Jin imagines disgusting faces and even individual body parts. He begins to doubt that he is doing everything right. The hero shakes his head, trying to knock the bad thoughts out of it. He tells himself not to think about scary things. He has heard a lot about people killing other people, but he has never heard of anyone being killed by ghosts. The hero puts on an apron. He decides that it would be better to cook bean porridge just in case. We see this dish already cooked. The hero stirs the contents of the pot with a ladle. He wonders if the representative of JS Finance was a ghost. Jin thoughtfully rubs his chin. He remembers that Dukai promised to come to dinner tonight. Does this mean that there will be many ghosts with him? The man the hero was just thinking about appears behind him. The guy screams in horror when he hears him greet him. Dukai looks at the hero with a guilty look. He apologizes for scaring the cook. Jin says that everything is fine and it would be strange if he was scared in such a place. The hero smiles, raising his hands up. The man asks if the guy has forgotten about the corporate party. He replies that he is ready to host this event. 3 young men enter the restaurant. They greet the hero. The guy stands thoughtfully behind them. He feels some awkwardness. The visitors sniff. It seems that they recognize a familiar smell. Surprise is on the hero's face. It seems to him that the customers smell boiled beans. One of the guys raises his hand. The hero makes it clear that he is listening to him. The fat man puts his hand to his chest. He asks if the bean porridge was cooked especially for them. His friend says that the smell is very pleasant and the dish must be very tasty. The hero rubs the back of his head. He declares that the guy's guessed. Inwardly, he is surprised that the ghosts like the smell of beans. Someone apologizes to the hero. Looking around, Jin realizes that Dukai called him. The man, as if nothing had happened, serves himself food from a large pot. He says that the guy must have heard what they say about this restaurant. Dukai shows a clean plate. He laughs and says that people are mistaken since ghosts are not really picky about food. The hero asks again in surprise if this is really true. The man, smiling, shows a plastic card with his photo. He says that the hero really has nothing to be afraid of. Ghosts are not much different from ordinary people. For example, he is an ordinary civil servant. Jin looks at the guys sitting at the table. He realizes that everything is really like this and he feels a little ashamed for being so scared. As an apology, he decides to treat the visitors to the highest class. The hero puts excellent treats on the table. He says that the dishes of the day today are boiled pork and buckwheat jelly salad. Since the guests love buckwheat, he also prepared buckwheat pancakes. Jin wishes the visitors bon appetit and they thank him for the wonderful treat. The guys greedily gobble up the food served. They admire the taste and say that they should come here more often. Dukai turns to the guy and offers to join them. Jin refuses, saying that he needs to work. The man scratches himself behind the ear. He says that while their company is in the restaurant, other customers are unlikely to come here. The heroes, surprised, ask for an explanation of these words. Dukai smiles. He says that all ordinary ghosts are indebted to the people sitting at the tables. No one wants to communicate with creditors of their own free will. The hero holds a piece of paper that recently fell on him. He tells the guest that he recently received a cash check. Dukai looks at the payment document in surprise. He says in surprise that the check was written by K. Siddhartha, which means that some of the restaurant's visitors have already ascended to heaven. The drawers of the check change depending on who has ascended to heaven. Judging by the fact that this check as a reward was sent by K. Siddhartha, the ascended one was a very good person. The hero remembers a smiling boy. He understands that this child was a ghost. Before us is the deity that Dukai has already mentioned twice. The man suggests that the hero consider this entity the richest philanthropist in the afterlife. We see money raining down on the ground. The hero asks if his interlocutor's words mean that money is also used in the afterlife. He replies that this is exactly why JS Finance exists. However, the money circulation in the afterlife is a little different from that on Earth. We see several 50,000 won bills. Dukai says that usually you can buy something or make a deal with money. People walk and crawl on banknotes. Dukai says that in the afterlife, you can use money to ease your sins. The hero rubs the back of his head in surprise. He asks where the dead get their money. The man raises his index finger. He says that things are a little different there, and every person gets an account with JS Finance the moment they are born. Jin looks at his interlocutor in amazement. He asks if he has an account with this establishment. In front of us is a checkbook. Dukai says that the hero has an account. If the guy does good deeds, the account is replenished, and if he sins, the money is written off. A nice girl helps an old lady. Dukai says that having a lot of money in the afterlife means that the person has done a lot of good things in life on earth. Now we see a criminal sitting in a cell. Being poor in the afterlife means that the person has done a lot of bad things. The hero nervously chews his finger. He asks if he can find out how much money he has in his afterlife account. Dukai replies that, unfortunately, the living cannot check their balance. He says that the guy has nothing to worry about. If he works at this restaurant, he will definitely have a lot of money after death. We see the restaurant again, sandwiched between two high-rise buildings. Dukai says that the people who worked here were always VIP clients in the afterlife. Dukai raises his finger again. He says that earthly money cannot be exchanged for afterlife money, but the opposite is possible, afterlife money for earthly money. If the guy needs it, he can arrange an exchange. The hero shakes his head. He says that this is not necessary yet. If he has some money, he needs to deposit it into his JS account. The man laughs and says he will do it. A mop falls to the floor. The guy looks at his phone screen. He decides to play the lottery. Jin remembers the girl and the numbers she gave him. The guy enters the numbers and wins 50,000 won. The hero looks at his phone screen. He thinks that if he won first place, he would donate the money to charity to support virtue. The guy scratches his cheek thoughtfully. He remembers that 50,000 won is exactly the amount the check came out for. In front of us is the corresponding document. Jin is standing next to the table where three girls are sitting. The blonde is surprised that the amount was exactly 50,000. Eon Nai is also amazed. She says that she blurted out the first numbers that came to mind and did not know that everything would match up so well. The girl smiles, resting her chin on the back of her hand. She says that if she knew that everything would turn out like this, she would visit her nephews in a dream. The girls laugh merrily. The brunette in the cap shouts that it is simply amazing. The guy remembers that he became a little afraid of them after he found out that they are ghosts. However, if you do not succumb to stereotypes, then they are almost no different from ordinary people. Jin presses a tray to his chest and looks at the girls. The door opens, the hero greets the visitor. It turns out that this is a brunette in a traditional Korean costume. The girls sitting at the table happily greet her. The hero draws attention to the fact that this time the guest came with her hair tied up. The girl looks at the guy with displeasure and tells him to bring Saju as quickly as possible. Jin replies that he will do it right now. We see the guest's profile. The hero assumes that she changed her hairstyle because last time he mistook her for a minor. Judging by the hanbok and the way she speaks, she died earlier than everyone else. By ghost standards, she is very old. The hero opens the bottle. He feels guilty for judging her by her appearance as an ordinary person. Jin places the bottle on the table. He then bows deeply, offers his sincere apologies for the misunderstanding, and wishes him a pleasant meal. The girl raises her hand and says that she forgives him. The hero straightens up and stands in front of the girl. She asks his name. He replies that it is Lee Kang-jin. The girl smiles sweetly. She asks where the guy is from. He responds with a beaming smile and says that he is from Deechun. The girl smiles. She states that Deechun Lee knows her well. His Excellency Lee Bok-ryung has a very close relationship with her grandparents. The girl says that she is So-hee from the Divine Kim family. She understands that she is indebted to the hero, so she allows him to omit all formalities. Jin raises his right hand. He asks how long ago the girl died. She suddenly raises her index finger. She says that she will give the guy very good advice. He asks what kind of advice. Jin looks at the girl in shock. Her eyes suddenly turn black. She says that the hero should never ask about the past of those who could not ascend to heaven and became ghosts. The hero grabs his head. He apologizes for his tactlessness. We see scary monsters moving on all fours in front of the girl. So he says that for the ghosts who come here, they do not put funeral food on the table. There is nothing good in stirring up their past. But the hero serves these unfortunates a hot dinner, thereby doing a good deed. The girl says that this advice to the hero is from the bottom of her heart. The hero wipes the surface and looks at his reflection in it. The guy rings out the wreck. He thinks that if So-hee told the truth, then he should have a lot of customers, both people and ghosts, because the neighboring establishments are full. Or maybe she wanted to scare him. Someone's hand reaches out to the hero. Its owner apologizes. He hesitantly asks if the ghost girls who were here have left. Jin gestures to the ghostly customer to come in. He informs him that the girls have left and invites the guest to sit at the table and order. He replies that he and his comrades will not refuse. We see many legs. A crowd of ghosts with very unpleasant faces runs into the restaurant. They happily shout that they will be able to eat. The hero smells a disgusting smell and pinches his nose. He asks the ghosts to wait a little as he did not expect such an influx. Jin covers his ears. Orders come pouring in from all sides. A serving of kimchi jjigae, 2 servings of spare ribs, egg roll with cheese, 3 servings of soup with rice. The hero stands in front of the customers with a guilty look. He apologizes and says that today's menu only includes pork fried in garlic and rice. One of the ghosts advises to throw kimchi in water and boil it, it's so easy. The second one shouts that the previous owner served food very quickly. We see the hero's eyes widen. He apologizes and tells the ghosts that the restaurant opened only recently. A cute blonde guy appears in front of us. He stands behind the ghosts and listens to them complain and demand to be fed. The guy goes into the kitchen. The hero rushes after him, trying to stop him. He asks who gave permission to go into someone else's kitchen. The hero's face is reflected in the blade of the knife. The blonde guy starts peeling vegetables. He says that he will help the hero. Jin looks at his unexpected assistant quickly cutting vegetables in bewilderment. He shouts into the hall for the ghosts to repeat their orders. The blonde guy, stirring the food in the frying pan, looks at the hero. He apologizes for his rude behavior and says that he often helped his mother in this kitchen. He offers the hero to fry the pork and promises to take care of the rest. Jin turns around and looks at his assistant over his shoulder in surprise. The hero does not understand which mother the young man is talking about. Mrs. Kim Bok-rae? If so, then that is just wonderful. Jin decides to put aside his necessary thoughts and get down to work. We see 3 dishes: fried rice with kimchi, fried pork, and fried eggs. The blonde smiles. He says that the next dish is from him. We see the contents of the frying pan. The unexpected assistant says that it is fried kimchi jjigae, a very simple recipe. Jin powerlessly sinks onto the table. He thanks the guy for saving him. The blonde calms the hero down and says that he will get used to this pace of work with time. Jin raises his head and looks at his new friend. He says that he was confused because of such an influx of guests and notes how skillfully the guy managed the kitchen. Someone calls the young people. They hear a request to serve something to eat as soon as possible. The guys look at those who entered in surprise. There are 3 young people in front of them. The hero thinks that there is only half an hour left before closing, and he will not have time to serve 3 customers. The hero says that there is very little time left before closing, and is going to offer something to those who entered. The assistant interrupts him and offers the guests kimchi jjigae. The ghosts smile and agree to this offer. The blonde puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. He tells him not to worry, since these visitors will quickly eat and leave. Jin smiles and agrees to the proposed plan of action. The blonde guy tells the hero to serve kimchi jjigae while he quickly fries up some eggs. Jin approaches the guests and says that he brought them kimchi. Suddenly, he notices something. The hero recognizes one of the guests. He asks if this is Ho Chial. The guy is surprised and asks how the hero knows him. Jin raises his index finger. He introduces himself and says that when he was at the Hope Orphanage, this young man came to see him during the holidays. Ho Chial says that this is probably a younger friend from the orphanage and apologizes. Jin looks at the guy in shock. The guy says that when he became a ghost, his memories of life became very dim. And although he does not remember the hero, he is pleased to see his younger friend, who calls him brother. We see Ho Chial reflected in a glass. He says that there is only a little time left until 1 o'clock in the morning. They can talk next time, but now is the time for a drink. Jin looks at his friend from his previous life in shock. He calls him brother again. The hero is standing in front of the table. He cannot understand what his friend is talking about and how he cannot remember him. The blonde runs from the kitchen to stop the hero. He tries to remind him how Ho Chial went to the sea with him. There are tears in the hero's eyes. He reminds his old friend how he got a driver's license, borrowed a car, and took children from an orphanage to the sea. Jin fell into the water back then, and Ho Chial saved him. The guy brings the glass to his lips. He apologizes and says that he does not remember anything. The blonde decisively pushes the hero aside. He puts out his hand and demands that Jin immediately stop acting like this. The guy frowns at the hero. He says that there are things that you should never interfere with. Chial pours sauce over her dish. The blonde tells the hero that conversations about life should be left to those who have not lost it. We see a deformed, crying ghost. The blonde says that ghosts become ghosts because of malice, and there is nothing good in the fact that their stories will be heard by the living. Jin, surprised, asks again what malice they are talking about. Behind the backs of the interlocutors, a visitor in a suit and glasses begins to get indignant. He shouts that his whole mood has been ruined. He says that he became a ghost because he was fired from the company in his youth, and curses the manager who did it. In front of us is a young man in a white t-shirt. He tells the previous ghost that he is not the only one who was treated unfairly. For example, he himself saved hundreds of lives, but after death he became a ghost. Isn't that nonsense? We see 2 more ghosts. One of them is crying and says that he designed many beautiful buildings, but then made just one mistake and his life turned into a living hell. In front of us is a brunette in a brown sweater. He says that he had flat feet, but he managed to pass the medical examination and become a soldier, after which an accident occurred. The hero looks at the complaining ghost in surprise. He does not understand why everyone suddenly started talking about themselves. Chial brings a glass to his lips. He says that he was careless and rashly decided to catch the criminal. He was met by bandits armed with knives. We see that very meeting. The hero mentally worries about his old friend. We see blood stains. Chial says that he was unlucky. In front of us is a ceiling with fluorescent lamps. The hero remembers that Chial always said that justice should be on the side of the weak. That is why he became a policeman. The hero looks sympathetically at his old comrade. He clenches his fist and curses the gangsters. The blonde looks down. He asks if the hero has eaten. If not, then we can eat together since there is not much time left until 1 in the morning. Jin looks to his left. He says that there are still customers in the hall. The blonde guy replies that he will take care of them. There are 20 minutes left until closing. The hero feels strange, but he thinks that a shot of alcohol will not hurt now. The blonde guy brings a spoon with red liquid to his mouth. He laughs, sitting opposite the hero. The guy says that the best snack for Saju is kimchi jjigae. Jin replies that this combination is really chic. He asks the interlocutor where he learned to cook so well. The blonde guy blushes. He asks the hero not to say that, because he has only been working here for about 10 years and understands almost nothing about this business. Jin, perplexed, shouts that jokes are inappropriate here, and the guy cooks simply amazingly. The blonde guy smiles. He thanks the hero for the compliment. But, according to him, his dishes would be much more delicious if he had the right ingredients and more time. The hero raises a glass to his lips. He thinks that his interlocutor is just being modest, since even to him, who knows nothing about cooking, the blonde seems like a real master. This guy would not be out of place in this restaurant. The hero looks at the blonde sitting opposite. He says that he is working as a cook for the first time, and it is difficult for him to be alone. Jin asks him to help him in the restaurant while he gets used to this job. The blonde says that this is a great idea, and he will gladly help since he has nothing to do right now anyway. The guy extends his hand. He offers to work hard together and introduces himself as Byung-soo. The young people shake hands. The hero introduces himself and says that he is 28 years old. The blonde notices that he is exactly the same age. He suggests forgetting about his phantom age and communicating like peers. The hero smiles. He says that he agrees. In front of us is a clock. Someone says that there is only 1 minute left until 1 a.m. The ghosts quickly finish their glasses. One of them falls on the table. Chial stands in front of the hero, rubbing the back of his head. He apologizes for not remembering him, despite the fact that, according to the boy, they grew up in the same orphanage. Chial points his thumb at himself. He says that even though he is a ghost now, if someone disturbs the restaurant, the hero just needs to say his name 3 times. He will come and deal with the villains. The clock says 1 a.m. The ghosts say goodbye. Chial disappears into thin air. Jin watches in amazement as his customers disappear. The tired hero is reflected in the glass. He lowers his hand to the table. The boy cannot believe that Chial is dead. The hero stands in front of the table. He does not know how to dispel his old comrade's anger or help him in any way. There are tears in his eyes. Jin says that since he met his friend, he will cook for him whatever he asks for. There is a sound behind the guy. 2 drunk men enter the restaurant. The hero greets them. The guests ask if the place is still open. They are 2 grown men. One of them asks for saju, just 1 serving for each. The other asks if he can order food. The brunette asks how many shots are in 1 serving. The gray-haired man with glasses says that this is exactly how much 1 person can eat. Jin looks at the guests with a displeased look. However, then a smile appears on his face. The hero thinks that the guests are very drunk, but if they came after 1 a.m., it means that they are alive. The gray-haired man points to the menu where roast pork is listed. He asks if this is the only thing that can be ordered here. The hero rubs the back of his head. He says that this is true. At this time, he thinks that he forgot to correct the menu. The guests sit down at the table. The gray-haired man asks for 2 servings of spicy roast pork and saju. The hero says he will bring it right away. He stands in front of the stove. Jin tries to figure out if all this means that the restaurant can serve live customers after 1 a.m. Prepared dishes appear on the table. The hero wishes the customers bon appetit and they thank him. The gray-haired man puts a piece of meat in his mouth. His eyes become round with surprise. He looks at the guy standing next to him in shock. The man says that the food is delicious and asks if the hero marinated the meat himself before cooking. He confirms this guess. The customer asks if the menu changes here or is the same every day. Jin looks at the man, smiling. He says that nothing has been decided yet, but he can make any dish to order. The customer puts up 2 fingers. He asks if the hero can make seaweed soup for lunch tomorrow. He wants to reserve a table for 2. The guy replies that he understands everything and will do everything. Under the empty plate are two 50,000 won bills. One of the guests says that he is full. The gray-haired man leads his friend to the exit. He says that he has already called a driver who will take his friend home in his car. The brunette mumbles some nonsense about there being no right way, but it is time to return home without regret. The customers thank the hero for the food. He wishes them a safe journey. It is the height of daylight on the street where the restaurant is located. We see kitchen utensils. The hero leafs through a notebook. There is a smile on his face. The guy says that the seaweed soup tastes better if you add this thing to it. Xiao, by the way, said that he liked her too. Jin is standing at the stove. He says that he will cook a dish for both his old friend and the visitor who reserved a table. We see a plate with seaweed. According to the recipe, they need to be soaked in water beforehand. The cook lowers a spatula into the cauldron. The recipe requires boiling the meat without adding oil and then mashing it with a rice spatula. The hero looks into the cauldron in bewilderment. He does not understand why it is necessary to do exactly this way, but decides to follow the recipe anyway. The guy beats oil into the cauldron. He should slowly add wine, then take out the meat, add seaweed, sesame oil and stew for a while. The hero drinks from a saucer. The recipe requires adding water and rice water to achieve the desired viscosity, then salt to taste. In front of us is a ready-made dish with seaweed. The guy says that it is superb. Grandma's signature soup kimbap ray is ready. There are women's legs on the threshold of the restaurant. A girl enters the establishment. Next to her is a gray-haired man. He says hello and reminds that he reserved a table for two yesterday. A married couple enters the restaurant. The woman notices that it is cool inside. The man assumes that the hero turned on the air conditioning in advance. Jin, smiling, rubs the back of his head. The woman's words seem strange to him since he did not turn on the air conditioning. The guy greets the guests. We see part of the building. The woman notices that for a restaurant located in Gangnam, the interior looks too shabby, and the building is about to collapse. The man says that it is usually in places like this that the best food is prepared. You should pay attention not to the interior, but to the food. The hero looks upset. He agrees that the interior could be updated. Jin serves seaweed soup. The woman tries it and seems to really like the taste of the dish. The same can be said about the man. A lady, sitting at a table, looks at the hero. She apologizes and asks if he learned to cook in Angang. The hero replies that he has never heard of the city and asks to know what region it is in. The woman smiles happily. She says she means Angangyup, which is in Gyeongsangbuk province. It is her mother's hometown. The woman clearly remembers eating a lot when she was pregnant, and this seaweed soup tastes exactly like the one her mother used to make. The hero rubs the back of his head. He says that it is very interesting, but he has never been there. The woman says that the guy looks very young, but is an excellent cook. The hero smiles. He thanks the guest for the praise and offers to wrap the food so that she can take it home. The woman is delighted. She says that she would be very grateful. The gray-haired man smiles. He asks his wife if he deserves credit for finding this place. The woman replies that her husband has a special talent for finding excellent restaurants. The man raises a finger. Apologizing, he asks how much the meal will cost. It turns out that there is no seaweed soup on the menu. The hero replies that the customer can pay whatever he wants since no one sets the price here. The man laughs. He asks if he can pay only 1,000 won then. The woman is horrified. She tells the guy that such a policy will lead to all sorts of scoundrels coming here for free food. The hero looks worried. He understands that this is true, but if he breaks the rules written in the contract, he will have to go back to the communal apartment. The man hands over 350,000 won bills. He says that he wants to come here more often, and it would be much more convenient if the establishment set clear prices. The hero is happy with the size of the reward he received. The couple gets up and heads for the exit. The woman says that it was very tasty, and they will stop by again. The hero bows and thanks the guests. He never thought that he would be confused by too high a price for food. In front of us is a store cash register. The guy realizes that it would be very convenient to set a price for living guests. He is going to ask the lawyer about this later. In front of us is the facade of a restaurant. Someone asks the hero if he really managed to serve a living person. The hero is talking to two suppliers he already knows. Gwai says that his mother only served ghosts. His brother says that the hero is a very smart businessman. Jin raises his left hand to his face. He says that he is very glad that he has a notebook with recipes. If he relied only on his skills as a cook, it would have been an assassination restaurant, not a one-meal restaurant. Yon laughs and asks if things are really that bad. The hero is sitting in front of two brothers. He says that he has a few questions. Y replies that he can ask anything. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that it is the middle of summer, but the restaurant is cool even without the air conditioning. Could this be related to the ghosts? Guy smiles mysteriously. He says that this is true. The hero is surrounded by many disgusting faces. Guy says that in places where there are many ghosts, the temperature drops due to the negative energy that accumulates, and the longer the hero stays in such a place, the more such energy remains in his body. At some point, the ghosts become visible even outside the restaurant. Jin looks scared. He says that he sees ghosts in the restaurant every day, but it would be unpleasant to see them outside his door. Guy looks at the hero. He says that this is what real ghosts look like. We see many black silhouettes outside the restaurant window. Guy says that the ghosts outside are different from the ones the hero could see here. Jin asks how different they are. Black figures loom over him. Guy says that the hero will understand everything when he sees them. Beads of sweat run down the guy's face. He asks the brothers to confirm that they are living people. They stare at him. The hero laughs nervously. He shouts that these guys can't be ghosts. Even if they both are, they are not scary at all. The brothers laugh. Yang says that it is true, they are living people. The hero rubs the back of his head. He says that he understands everything. In fact, he is afraid. Jin looks at the interlocutors carefully. He says that he has one question left. Why do the brothers, who are living people, work here? Because they do not even see ghosts. The guys smile. Guy says that they are both orphans, but their adoptive mother raised them as her own sons. Yang adds that this is how they began to work together. The hero thinks that Mrs. Kim Bok-rae, as he assumed, was a very good person. The interlocutors gathered at the table. Yang says that when the mother was busy working in the restaurant, the ghost girls took care of them, and this is how they became attached to this establishment. The hero remembers the lawyer. He says that Shin Soo-ho is the eldest son. He looks at his two interlocutors. Jin states that Shin Soo-gwi is the third son and Shin Soo-young is the second. Yang raises his index finger. He says that the fourth is Shin Soo-jo. He is the cutest of them all and is a designer. The hero smiles, placing his hands on the table. He says that this is just great, since he was thinking about changing the interior and a designer could come in handy for this. After all, the guests really call the restaurant shabby. Yang smiles. He says that he will pass on the request to his brother and he will drop by the restaurant. The clock shows 5 minutes to 11. The brothers understand that it is time for the hero to open the establishment. Jin smiles. The guys leave, wishing him good luck with his work. The young people say goodbye to each other. The hero waves his hand and tells the brothers to come again. There is a serious expression on the hero's face. He remembers his two customers whom we see. Jin thinks that his restaurant can really be visited by both the living and the dead. The guy closes his eyes. It's night outside. The hero thinks his establishment is open to everyone. Thus, the definition the border between this world and the afterlife perfectly describes his restaurant. The next day, there is a black bag on the floor. Someone says they were surprised and even alarmed when the hero called and asked to meet. But it turns out that this was only to talk about charging live customers. The hero sits with his hands on the chair. He explains that when live customers come here, they always ask about the price of the food. Besides, the contract doesn't say anything about whether the rules apply to live people. Soo-ho looks at the hero calmly. He crosses his legs. The lawyer says that this restaurant was not open to make money. It is meant to treat those who are hungry, be it ghosts or humans. Soo-ho sits slightly turned away from the table. He states that regardless of whether the customers pay, some amount will still be transferred to the hero's account. So is it worth worrying about? Jin leans forward slightly. He says that if a customer deliberately does not pay for the food, it can be counted as a sin. A bead of sweat rolls down the boy's cheek. He states that if they charge as much as the customers give, the number of sinners will increase. The lawyer becomes wary. The hero says that if Soo-ho really doesn't see a problem with this, there's nothing he can do about it. The man takes out his phone. He says that since the rules don't say anything about it, it would be logical to ask her for advice. Soo-ho dials the number. The hero, perplexed, reminds his interlocutor that the former owner died. The lawyer asks the guy to remember what the person who is talking to him now does for a living. The guy is struck by inspiration. Smiling, he looks at his interlocutor. The hero understands that if this is a lawyer connected to the afterlife, then he must have the ability to contact the afterlife. Soo-ho is talking on the phone. The hero hears phrases about how the lawyer understood everything and will do exactly that. The man hangs up. The hero looks questioningly at his interlocutor. He asks what the former owner said. Soo-ho looks at the guy. He begins to recite the answer. The hero and the lawyer are sitting at the table. The man says that the guy can set his own price. He asks again in surprise. Soo-ho turns away from the young man. He says that the hostess only allowed them to follow the established rules. Jin thinks that the lawyer deliberately heated up the atmosphere to make him nervous. The guy writes on a whiteboard. We see several hieroglyphs. Now we have the prices proposed by the hero. Fried pork 7,000, drinks 4,000. The price of other dishes requires clarification. Jin looks somewhere up. He thinks that now he will start making a profit. If he suddenly fails to receive the inheritance, then he should have enough to pay for his studies. Jin is talking on the phone. From his lines, it is clear that he is talking to the dean's office. The hero holds the phone to his ear. He asks if he is late with the payment for the semester. The hero's eyes become round with surprise. Jin puts his hand to his chest. He asks what internship he is talking about. In front of us is the building of the Seoul Theological University. Inside, someone tells the hero that he has already heard the main information over the phone. The internship will take place at Tikwang Trading, a company that everyone knows. From September to December, the salary is 1,900,000 won. We vaguely see the corridor of the educational institution. The hero is sitting at the table. The interlocutor says that he is aware that the guy combines studying and a part-time job, but in the future, when applying for a new job, he will be able to write down the internship experience in his resume. Jin understands that this is a great chance to earn money and gain experience. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He realizes that if he agrees to the internship, it is unclear what will happen to the restaurant. Smiling, the guy rubs the back of his head. He thanks the teacher for his concern and says that he runs a restaurant and is not sure he will have time. The interlocutor sits opposite the hero, arms folded on his chest. He asks in surprise if the guy really opened his own business. He replies that it is not his enterprise. He was simply entrusted with it for 5 years. The man looks at the hero. He asks what the guy will be doing in 5 years. Jin, as usual, rubs the back of his head. He says that he hasn't thought about it yet. We see the interlocutors from above, from under the ceiling. The teacher says that the internship will replace the last semester anyway. If the hero wants to do it in 5 years, he won't be able to do it. The hero says that he understands this. We see the teacher's reflection in a glass of water. He suggests not missing the chance that the future can provide and advises thinking about it carefully. Jin passes by the stairs. He thinks about the fact that his restaurant is open from 11 in the evening until 1 in the morning. The hero holds the strap of his bag. He understands that even if he stays late for the internship, he will still be able to come to the restaurant before 11. Maybe he should agree to the offer after all. Jin closes his eyes. He understands that he has a very difficult choice in front of him. The hero is holding a tray in his hands. He gives the order to the ghost in the t-shirt. The ghost excitedly tells about how he threatened to count someone's teeth, make a necklace out of them and hang it around their neck. In America, this person had an accident and ran into a driver with a gun. Jin tells the ghost that he brought his order. The guy looks over his shoulder. He is irritated by the customer, who talks about his own and does not listen to anyone else. Not far from the hero, Sue is standing, telling someone that everything is fine. The blonde hands his friend a shot glass. He asks what is with the hero's expression. Did something happen? Then he offers the hero a drink. Jin rubs his chin. He says that he received an internship offer from a trading company. Sue, with a shot glass in her hand, looks at the guy in surprise. He asks what kind of company it is and what will happen to the restaurant. The ghosts jump up from the tables and loudly ask where they will eat now. The hero raises his hands, trying to calm everyone down. He says that even if he goes on an internship, the restaurant will open at the usual time. The ghosts breathe a sigh of relief and sit back down at the tables. They tell each other that this is a great relief, and they can't even imagine how to exist without this restaurant. A man approaches the hero sitting at the table. He asks if Jin will really be working for a trading company. He replies that he will, but it's only an internship. The man says that he has experience in this business and asks if the hero has ever heard of Kang International. The man says that his name is Park Chung-man and he is the founder of Kang International. Jin and Sue look at him in amazement. The hero asks again if this is true. The man raises his hand. He says that the hero must definitely learn English. It is also very important to understand what the profit margin is, the cost of consumer samples, the expansion of production capacity, monthly reports must be entered accurately, and defects must be identified. Sue looks at his comrade in surprise. He asks if he understands what the man is talking about. The hero replies that he only understands in general terms. All three look at the front door. Sue says that they seem to have visitors. The hero looks at the guests in surprise. He greets them, but somehow very uncertainly. We see a family consisting of a father, mother, and a little girl. The woman says that they were told that they can eat here. The little girl looks very sad. The father asks if he can enter the restaurant. The blonde man looks at his friend in surprise. He asks why he does not invite guests. Jin is very scared. He screams that he sees ghosts. Sue reasonably answers that he is also a ghost. The hero grabs the blonde man's hand. He explains that he sees translucent entities, and this is a whole new level of fear. Sue screams that these people died very recently. We see a girl lying in the morgue. Sue says that after a person dies, his soul is attached to the body for about 3 days, so during this period he remains in a semi-ghostly state. But since this family came here, it means that there is no one to bury these people. The hero asks his comrade how he knows all this. Before us are officials drawing up a protocol. Sue says that a person spends these 3 days at his own funeral and eats there. But these people came here, which means that no one buries them. Jin admits that all this is very sad. He apologizes to the family for making them wait for him for so long, and says that he will cook any dish these visitors wish. The woman asks if it is possible to order samgyeopsal. Her daughter loves this dish very much. The hero says yes, and invites the visitors to take a seat. We see the meat being fried. The guests thank the hero for the treat. The guy looks sadly at this family. He asks Sue, who is standing next to him, what will happen to these people. He answers that in 3 days people will come who will see them off to the next world. Until then, they will wander around the places that are connected to their life memories. Jin looks at his comrade. He asks why he didn't go to the afterlife himself. Didn't special people come for him? Sue looks into the void with detachment. He says it's connected to malice. The guys are standing by the stove. The blonde guy asks the hero if he has ever regretted anything. Jin replies that he has regretted a lot of things, but what does that have to do with it? The customers are happily eating meat. Sue explains that every person can do something that they will regret later. But if this happens over and over again, then at some point it turns into anger, and then the deceased turns into a ghost. The man understands perfectly well that peace can only be found by dispelling anger, but the problem is that it is impossible to remember the reason for its occurrence. Sadness appears on the guy's face. He says that, in the end, this ghost, like himself, will forever wander the earth in cold, hunger, and without any hope. The hero looks at his comrade. He understands that both Sue and the other ghosts are overcome with anger. Jin remembers a child who came on the first day and immediately found peace when he fed him. In this case, food dispelled anger. Sue stands with his hands down. The hero looks at his hand and realizes that he may be trying to dispel the ghost's anger. The woman hands him a credit card. She says that, thanks to the hero, they ate well. She heard that you can pay here with this card. Jin confirms that it is possible. He is no longer surprised that it is a JS company card. The head of the family stands in front of the hero. He hesitantly asks if he knows what the afterlife is. This, of course, sounds ridiculous, but he and his family are going there for the first time. Jin replies that he does not know anything either, since he is not dead yet. This answer shocks the interlocutors to the depths of their souls. The woman looks at the guy with fear. She does not understand how a living person can sell food to ghosts. She apologizes for mistaking the hero for a dead man. The hero laughs and says that this happens sometimes. The husband and wife exchange glances. The woman says that if he is a living person, the man understands what she is getting at. He raises his finger. The ghost asks the hero to do him a favor. The baby hugs her mother. The man says that they have no relatives, so the insurance money and all other property will most likely be transferred to the state. We see a photo with 2 children. The man asks for help transferring this money to the children whom the family helped during their lifetime. They promise to pay for their education. The baby is still sad. Her father says that this is not such a large amount, but he would be very grateful if the hero helped do this. Jin is surprised. He says that he does not know how to help the family because it is still breaking the law. The hero rubs his chin. He remembers who of his friends knows the law well. Naturally, it is the lawyer whose back we see. Suho straightens his tie. The hero mentally rejoices at his appearance. Dukai is standing next to the lawyer. Suho greets the hero and says that he came because he learned about the whole situation. He points to the man standing next to him and asks if the hero had time to meet him. Dukai greets the guy. The ghosts scream in terror. They recognize the representatives of JS Finance and try to run away from them. Dukai calms the ghosts. He says that he will not beat the debts out of them today so they can eat in peace. The ghosts cannot believe their good fortune. Even Sue, who is standing behind the hero, sighs with relief. Jin clearly did not expect to see such a reaction to the appearance of the company representatives. Suho approaches the head of the family. He asks if this is Ki Young-ho. The man replies that it is him. The lawyer adjusts his glasses. He states that he can act as a legal representative so the family's property can go to the children they help. The fee for this service will be about 20 million won. Young-ho is perplexed, saying that he does not have that kind of money right now. Dukai raises his hand. He says that he will explain everything now and urges them not to rush to conclusions. Dukai says that the head of the family and his wife are VIP clients of JS Finance. The head of the family asks what this means. Dukai shows some paper. He asks if this family has been supporting 10 children for 10 years by sending 30,000 won to each child every month. As a result, the family has accumulated 65,204,232 won in their account. The man cannot believe that he has this amount. Suho looks down modestly. He says that this money is quite enough to use his services. Dukai smiles behind the lawyer. He says that what is happening will help the family improve their karma, and new deposits will be sent to their company account. This money will be useful to the family even in the afterlife. The husband and wife cry with happiness. They cannot believe that everything turned out so well. Do-kai looks very pleased with himself. He says that there is no need to thank anyone since this amount is a reward for the good deeds of the family itself. Jin thinks that everything is just wonderful. Do-kai strokes the baby's head. The hero understands that good deeds are always rewarded here, even if belatedly. Su is angry. He shouts at the hero to remember that it will be closing time very soon. Sentimentality is great, of course, but business does not wait. Jin smiles. He says that he will return to work right away. The guy is very happy that the family received an award for their good deeds. We see a blue sky with clouds. Someone says that the weather is just beautiful. The hero throws the bag into the trash bin. He cannot believe that he does not have to go to a part-time job during the day. Jin is standing next to the trash bin. He is glad that he got rid of the trash. All that remains is to put the boxes away and the cleaning will be over. Someone's scary legs are visible on the street. The guy turns around in surprise. He sees the disgusting faces of ghosts. The guy's eyes become round with horror. He puts forward his index finger. The hero screams loudly that he sees ghosts. They, in turn, look in surprise at the hero, who loses consciousness and falls on his back. Jin sees a vague shadow and barely guesses the phrases sounding next to him. Someone guesses that the hero now sees ghosts outside the establishment. One way or another, it was bound to happen. The only bad thing is that he got really scared and lost consciousness. There are now 3 black silhouettes. One of them forbids him to slap the guy. In front of us is the ghost who is going to do it. He claims that a slap will help the hero wake up faster. It seems that Jin is coming to his senses. He hears one of the ghosts say that he needs to press on an acupuncture point. The hero opens one eye. He groans weakly. The guy sits up and looks at the guys around him in shock. Su praises his comrade who pressed on the right place on the guy's body. Jin looks at his trembling hands. He screams that he saw ghosts. They were not transparent, but he saw their bones, just like in horror movies. In front of us are Su, Chial, and another unknown young man. The blonde guy holds up 2 fingers. He says that it was them. The hero looks at his friend in amazement. He says that this is some kind of nonsense, and there is not a single wound on the ghosts that he sees now. He saw something absolutely terrible. Su puts his hand on his chest. The guy says that from the outside, the hero saw the true form of the ghosts. This is exactly how they look now. We see these characters inverted and in a terrible guise. Su says that inside the restaurant, the hero sees them as they were in life. Jin covers his mouth with his hand. He does not understand how it was possible to bring human bodies to such a state. The very thought of it makes him gag. Su calls out to the hero and says that he urgently needs to freshen up. In front of us is a sign for a men's restroom. The hero comes out of there. He tells his friend that he has come to terms with the new information. However, he simply has to ask why the ghosts came at this time, because 11 o'clock in the evening is still very far away. Su asks where else they should go. The hero rubs his chin in confusion. The blonde guy gives the hero a thumbs up. He says that the hero has never seen them before, so they couldn't come in. They had to hang around the entrance every day, watching people and wait for the restaurant to open. Jin fearfully asks his comrade to say that they didn't go up to his room. Su folds his arms over his chest. He asks why they would need the hero's room. And anyway, if he's a ghost, it doesn't mean he can go anywhere. He needs permission first. The hero sighs in relief. The guy in white glasses examines the hero's hand. He says that when the guy fainted, he examined him, and the young man's physical condition does not match his age, especially his stomach, liver, and knees. The hero says that he really does have such problems and asks how the guy could have found out about this. He introduces himself, adjusting his glasses. He says his name is Heo Yeon-wook, and he is the most famous doctor of the 21st century, licensed in both traditional and folk medicine. Perhaps if he had lived a few more years, he would have won the Nobel Prize. The hero thinks that sounds very interesting, but it is unlikely to be true. Yeon-wook leans towards the hero. He says that the frequent shocks may be due to a weak heart. He shows a place where he can press to calm down immediately. The doctor does so and asks the guy how he feels. Jin looks up at his new acquaintance. He says that he seems to have calmed down, but also that he hasn't. The doctor's hand reaches for the hero's side. Yeon-wook says that the Shinsu acupuncture point helps with back pain. Now his hand is on his knee. The doctor says that the Gokchin point relieves pain here. Yeon-wook continues pressing on different points on the guy's body. He asks if he feels much better. The hero replies that he really does feel a lot better. The doctor wipes the sweat from his forehead. He says that the guy could use some perennial lespedeza. The guy, lying on the floor, asks in surprise what it is. We see the named plant next to the doctor. He says that perennial lespedeza is an herb that is almost ideal for preventing gastritis, cardiovascular diseases, and high blood pressure. It also helps with inflammation. It is known for its beneficial properties for men. The hero rubs the back of his head. He says that if the chance presents itself, he will definitely try this herb. The doctor smiles happily. He asks why wait. If everything is decided, then they can just go to the market. If he goes with the hero, he will help choose what is needed. Doubt appears on the guy's face. He says that he does not see the point in going for the herb today. He still needs to get ready for the opening. He will go there as soon as he has time. Yeon Wook turns away offended. He says that the hero is right. What is the point of the guy looking for herbs with some ghost? With a ghost that can't even get to the afterlife, and the ghost itself is to blame for this with all its problems. The hero laughs and reassures his new acquaintance. He agrees to go with him to the market right now. We see a restaurant sandwiched between two high-rise buildings. Inside, the hero asks Soo to look after the establishment and Cheol to make himself at home in it. In front of us is a gray-blue sign. Jin watches the doctor examine the counter. He comments on what he sees. This is a product from China, but it is sold as domestic. Good quality Pakima, but not for such a price. Until recently, it was very difficult to buy, but now it is sold on every corner. The guy is glad that they came to the market. The ghost looks inspired. The hero puts his finger to his nose. He remembers that the doctor recommended Lespedeza. Jin hears a scream. Together with the doctor, he turns in the direction from which the sound came. A crying woman is visible nearby. She asks for help and calls for her child. Apart from the hero and the doctor, no one pays attention to her. The guy understands that in front of him is a ghost. The hero looks at the body lying in front of him. Someone's hand reaches for the neck of the man, foaming at the mouth. The man lying on the ground is having a seizure. The hero takes out his phone. He says that he will call an ambulance. The ghost woman looks at him with scary eyes. Jin, smiling, looks back at her. The woman asks the guy if he sees her. She gets to her feet and looks at the guy with one eye. The woman reaches out to the young man. She says that he sees her and starts screaming piercingly. The woman grabs the hero's hand. He screams loudly. She bows low and begs him to save her child. Jin raises his hand, stopping the woman. He says that first he will call an ambulance. Frankly, the guy thought that the woman would attack him. People pass by. They say that it is an attack, and it looks really scary. Some guy whispers in the ear of his girlfriend that he has never seen such a thing. What will happen if this person dies right here? Jin tries to shout to the man. He asks if he can hear his voice. The guy says that they need to hold on, because the ambulance is already on its way. Wook is standing behind the hero. He says that at this rate, the man will simply die. The doctor adjusts his glasses. He states that the man's blood is starting to clot, and soon his entire body will be paralyzed. Wook stands with his arms folded across his chest. He states that if he doesn't get help, the man will no longer be able to move. The hero asks what he should do. The woman turns to Wook. She asks Mr. Ghost if he is a doctor. If so, then he simply has to help her son, even if it means possessing him. Wook replies that although he is the best doctor of the 21st century, he is not going to perform any transmigrations of souls. It is too dangerous. Wook looks at the hero. He says that there is one way. The guy points at himself in surprise. He asks why the ghost is looking at him so strangely. The hero holds in his hand an acupuncture kit he bought a minute ago at the market. Jin is shaking with excitement and asks what exactly he should do. Wook names acupuncture points Tingong, Quanlao, Tianrong, and another one on the shin. The guy has no idea where any of these are. Jin and Wook are leaning over the man lying on the ground. The doctor suddenly realizes that ordinary people don't know where the points he named are. He starts pointing. The first point is here, behind the ear. Wook advises the hero to breathe calmly. He's a beginner, so he needs to watch the injection site carefully and insert the needle slowly. We see the needle enter the indicated point. The hero looks at his companion with irritation. He says that he shouldn't do this. If he gets it in the wrong place, this person might get into other trouble. He demands that the ghost do it himself, just like in the restaurant. Wook looks at him through his glasses. He states that he was able to touch the hero's body in the restaurant because there was enough energy there. The doctor says that the hero can handle it if he watches his hand. He shows where to inject. Onlookers discuss the hero's actions. One of them says that the guy is using acupuncture on a man who is having a seizure. The second asks if it is even possible to do such a thing. The third onlooker notes that it looks, in any case, very interesting. The man opens one eye. Wook says that this is a good sign. In his opinion, his eyes are starting to work normally, that is, the paralysis is receding. Tears flow from the man's eyes. It seems that he recognizes his mother. An ambulance pulls up. The man is loaded into the car. One of the doctors asks the patient to state his name. The second says that it is a seizure, and the man needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. Jin, Wook, and the patient's mother look at the ambulance doctor. Wook says that Jin provided first aid, so the man will be fine in the hospital. The woman puts her hand on the hero's shoulder. She says that her son suffered from various diseases since childhood, and she was always afraid that something like this would happen to him. The hand begins to dissolve into thin air. Peace appears on the woman's face. She says that her heart is now at peace and thanks the guy. Jin and Wook look on in shock as the woman dissolves into thin air. The hero understands that she has ascended. The doctor looks after her sadly. It seems that he is very jealous of her. Ghosts look in the door of the restaurant. One of them asks the guy if there is still time until 11. The hero replies that there are still 10 minutes left. There is a whole crowd of potential customers in front of the establishment. We hear what they are saying. The hardest thing is to wait when there is very little time left before opening. What should I eat today? I really want to eat. My stomach is about to stick to my back. Long black curls are in front of us. The ghosts are impatiently waiting for the opening. They continue to talk about what they will order today. However, one of them feels an incomprehensible energy. We see a leg from which blood is dripping. The hero looks at his phone and rubs the back of his head. The clock shows exactly 11. The guy looks out into the street. He says that the restaurant is opening and asks everyone to come inside. To his surprise, the ghosts leave. Sue seems to be trying to run away too. The hero asks what is going on and where they are all going. The blonde man replies that that lady has arrived. He runs away, saying that he will come back later. We see a knife with a drop of blood dripping from it. It falls to the ground. The hero goes outside and sees a figure in a dark robe not far from him. It is a girl with long hair and traditional Korean clothing. Jin recognizes her as So-hee. The hero trembles with fear. He calls the girl by name and asks if it is really her. The girl's face is splattered with blood. She asks if the guy can really see her. A smile appears on the hero's face. He realizes that they are the same person. Jin says that he has recently started seeing ghosts. He invites the girl into the restaurant, which has just opened. So he enters the room. She sits down at the table. The hero approaches her. He asks what the guest will order. So he asks to bring soju. The guy says that he will do everything now. Jin climbs into the closet. He thinks that they are all ghosts, but it seems that everyone's scared of maiden ghosts. Is there anything scarier because she's the oldest among the maiden ghosts? But she's always alone even if she's the oldest. So he pours soju into a glass. The hero stands next to her. He asks her for forgiveness. The girl makes it clear that she is listening to him. The guy presses the tray to his chest. He apologizes and says that he just wanted to wish her a pleasant meal. Jin stands sadly, closing his eyes. He thinks that the girl must have some personal reasons, and it is better not to ask unnecessary questions. The hero remembers that his internship starts tomorrow. We see the hero's legs. He is a little uncomfortable in a suit since he put it on for the first time in a long time. Jin straightens his tie. He begs himself not to do something stupid. We see a skyscraper. The heroes mentally promise to show everything he is capable of to the Tequing Trading Company. Jin talks to the young man. He says that he is glad to meet and makes sure that it is indeed Lee Kang-jin in front of him. Then he says that no one expects much from interns, so if the hero does not know anything, then he should definitely ask. There is no need to rack his brains if you can ask for advice. Jin, smiling, says that he will do exactly that. The guy shows the hero his workplace. He suggests that they just sit. Soon a man will come who will tell them about all the responsibilities. The hero says that he understands everything. Jin sits in a chair. He continues to sit in the same place. Work conversations of employees are heard around him. Jin still sits in a chair and continues to listen to the remarks of people busy with work. Beads of sweat are running down the guy's face. Jin feels very awkward. He would be happy to take on some task now. A young man appears. He says hello and makes sure that it is indeed Lee Kang-jin in front of him. The guy says that his name is Lee Sang-seop. He works in the department where the hero was assigned and will be responsible for his training. Jin says hello and says that he is very pleased to meet you. The hero's soul becomes lighter. Seop smiles. He knows that the hero is studying at the psychology department of Seoul Theological University. He asks the hero if he can guess his thoughts. Jin looks at his new acquaintance in bewilderment. He laughs, propping his head on the back of his hand. The guy says that, in his opinion, the psychology department is a place where rich slackers study. He asks if the hero has his own house. Jin looks at the interlocutor with resentment. The interlocutor says that he sincerely envies the guy because if Jin does not want to work properly, he can just open a consulting room. The hero is completely perplexed by the nonsense coming from the interlocutor's mouth. Seop drinks from a mug. The mentor smiles. Jin, who is standing in front of him, worriedly rubs the back of his head. Seop says that it is just a joke. You can't take everything so seriously when you are so young. The hero apologizes. Another young man is sitting at an office desk nearby. Seop calls him Choi Dong-hee and asks if he is the one who came with the hero today. The guy says that it is. The mentor asks if this young man was really the best student in the international trade department. Seop brings the mug to his lips again. He says that he used to be a top student too. The guy says that it is very easy to get a permanent job at his company and suggests that they put in their best efforts. He thanks the supervisor, smiling. We see all three guys inside the office. Seop invites his charges to follow him. He wants to offer them a simple job of sorting. They readily agree. The hero's face is sad. It seems very strange to him that he has not done anything yet, but is already very tired. However, the guy thinks that this is normal at work. A gray-haired old man appears behind the hero. He looks at the guy with bewilderment. Xiao bows to the old man. The old man asks the hero if he is the owner of the restaurant. Jin recognizes the man. He was the one who ordered the seaweed soup. The guy says hello and says that he came to the company for an internship. Xiao calls the old man a senior manager and asks if he knows the guy. The man points at the hero with his hand and says that he is the owner of a restaurant called One Meal Eatery. Jin confirms his words. He looks at the hero with a bit of surprise. He asks why the owner of a restaurant would come to an internship anywhere. The old man says that he is also interested. The hero replies that he became the owner of the restaurant for only 5 years. Xiao continues to sip his coffee. He says that it is a very interesting story. The guy is studying psychology, runs a restaurant, and is interning at a trading company. The old man tells the hero that his wife really liked the soup he made. He looks at the hero's back. The hero tells the old man that he is glad that his abilities are highly appreciated. The senior manager raises his hand. He says that the head of the department, who was with him the day before the visit with his wife, also keeps remembering the incredibly delicious pork, and next time they will all come together. The hero bows and thanks the old man. We see 2 interns. Xiao tells them that they need to move on. Looking closer, we notice that he has some ill intentions towards the hero. A stack of folders and papers falls on the table. Someone claims that these are warehouse inventory and product status logs, as well as copies of import and export receipts that needed to be processed. A girl stands in front of the hero. She notices that he has organized everything very precisely and has not made a single mistake in the numbers. The girl thanks the hero for his excellent work and praises him for his efforts. The hero smiles. He thanks the interlocutor for her kind words. Xiao is sitting in an office chair. He asks if he can go home in this case. The girl folds her arms across her chest. She says that all the assignments have been completed and the workday is already over, so everyone can go. The girl says goodbye to the guys until tomorrow. Amazement appears on her face. She does not see the hero in front of her. The girl asks where he has already managed to run off to. Xiao, sitting behind her, asks if all the current interns are so impudent. At one time, he could not dream of leaving on time. The girl smiles. She says that the hero has already done his job and it would be stupid to hold him back. Xiao points out that when he was an intern, the girl interrupts him. She says that she can give the guy more work if he doesn't have enough. The girl says that she was a little worried by the hero's unusual biography, but for the initial stage of work in the company, he turned out to be unusually diligent and smart. The hero looks at something and breathes a sigh of relief. He is holding a notebook with a brown cover. Jin is glad that he took the time to remember what Chung Man was talking about. He thought that the old man was talking nonsense, but it actually helped. We see the character in question. He laughs. Someone is holding a stack of papers. It is he, and he is being called. The guy answers. Xiao shows some paper. He asks if the young man made a copy of this data because this was said in the morning. He assures that he will do everything soon. A guy is standing in front of a photocopier. Someone is discussing him and saying that they had hoped that everything would go swimmingly for this top student. But in reality, it turns out that he works very slowly. Of course, he tries, but he makes a lot of mistakes. The guy looks at the working photocopier with displeasure. Someone says that he expected too much from it. The senior manager and Jin approach a 3-story building. The old man says that his favorite heejingguk is prepared in this restaurant. The guy notices that it is very crowded. The manager says that he has not been here for a long time, but in the past, the food here was very tasty. We see a photo. Someone says that there is even a photo with the former president of the country, and this must be a very good restaurant. In addition, there are signatures of celebrities who have been here all over the walls. The hero, judging by his appearance, hopes to eat deliciously here. Suddenly, a ghost lamentation is heard next to him. Jin sees an old woman with wrinkled skin. This is the owner of the restaurant, who is shown in the photo, but she is already dead. The hero does not understand why she became a ghost. The waiter comes. He says that there are a lot of people waiting for him and asks to make the order quickly. The senior manager orders 5 servings of heejingguk with blood. Jin is puzzled why the waiter is so unfriendly. The guy brings the food and puts it on the table. He says that you need to get your own water and extra side dishes. The old man says that he understands. The waiter wishes everyone a pleasant appetite. The employees of the trading company begin to eat. The hero brings a spoon to his mouth. It is not to say that the food is not tasty at all, but it is not worth standing in line for. The senior manager is also disappointed. He says that the taste is not at all like it was under the previous owner. The girl says that it really was much tastier before. The old man apologizes to the hero for bringing him here, but according to him, this used to be a great restaurant. Jin shows an empty plate. The hero says that everything is fine. He eats everything that is given to him with appetite. The old man is glad that the hero liked it. He suggests that they leave if everyone has finished eating. We see that the plates are almost full. Jin turns around. He looks at the old woman. The hero looks around and listens to what the guests are saying. We hear their lines too. Is this really a good restaurant? It's worse than a ramen joint. When the old lady in the photo owned it, it was much better. When she died, it all went bad. The old lady is heartbroken and wailing bitterly. The hero has nothing to say to her. We see the restaurant where Jin works again. It's nighttime. Someone remembers that the old lady's name is Oh Soon Young. Soo smiles and rubs his chin. He says that he knew the woman well. She was close friends with the owner of the place where the guy worked when he was alive. She was an amazing cook. The blonde guy is sitting right on the sink. He asks what her restaurant looks like now. He heard that her son took over. The hero replies that it was crowded, but all the food was tasteless. Soo says that the rumors are probably true, and the guy buys the broth from outside suppliers. Soo explains how to cook heejingguk properly. It is boiled for 12 hours on beef bones, then solidified blood is added, as well as young and dried leaves of Chinese cabbage. After that, you need to add hot seasoning and bring the soup to a boil. And if you serve it in a clay pot, the taste will be simply amazing. The basis of heejingguk is the same broth, and Soo does not understand how you can use store-bought broth. Jin looks away, crossing his arms over his chest. He assumes that the old woman did not leave her son the recipe. As far as he could see, no one finished the soup. Soo says that her death was not at all unexpected, and it is very strange that she could not share the recipe. Someone enters the restaurant. It is Chung Man. He smiles and waves. The old man notices that he is the first customer today and says hello. The hero is clearly happy to see him. He asks the customer to come in quickly and says that he has helped him a lot in his work. Chung Man says there is no need to thank him. He is very happy to have been of service. Jin gives the thumbs up. He says that as a thank you, he will cook any dish the old man orders. The old man raises his index finger. Chung Man says he will not refuse and asks to make him pepper pombok with soy paste and a bowl of hot rice. The hero flips through the pages of his notebook. Smiling, he says that he has accepted the order. The guy thinks that the recipe should be in the notebook, but judging by his face, he does not find it there. There is nothing even close to it. Soo looks at his friend in surprise. He asks what is the matter. The hero says that he accepted an order for a dish whose recipe is not in the notebook, and now he will not be able to cook it. Soo ties a scarf on his head. He says that pepper pombok is very easy to make, and he will teach the hero how to do it. Jin is incredibly happy. He calls the blonde man his savior. We see how the dish is prepared. Soo explains that you need to chop the washed peppers, add soybean paste, garlic, gochujang, sesame oil and sesame seeds by eye. After that, you need to mix everything with your hands and you can serve. The hero is amazed that everything is so simple. Jin places the food on the table in front of the customer. He says that he brought pepper pombok with soybean paste. Chung Man says that he can't wait to try it. The old man takes rice with a spoon. He brings the spoon to his mouth. An expression of absolute happiness is on his face. Chung Man says that you can swallow your tongue, it is so delicious. He declares that pombok is his most favorite dish. Chung Man gives the thumbs up. He thanks the guy and says that everything was incredibly delicious. The blonde, smiling, looks at his friend. He offers him to learn how to cook various dishes from him. Jin, surprised, asks again. Soo replies that, after all, he was an assistant chef at a very famous restaurant called Wunamyum, and the hero can consider himself very lucky. Jin, smiling, looks at his phone. He suggests starting with something simple, namely salted garlic, which is not in the notebook with recipes. The blonde tries to hide somewhere under the sink. He screams that he will not mess with any garlic. Jin looks at him in surprise. Soo says that if you cook a dish with garlic, then they will come. The hero asks who they are, not Voldemort and company. Almost immediately he understands that they are talking about ghost girls. We see these characters. Soo hides her head behind the hero's back. He screams in horror and says that they are scary entities. Jin asks why the hell the guy is so afraid. He is also a ghost. Soo screams that he does not know this either, but the hero will feel everything when he himself becomes a ghost. Jin looks at his friend reproachfully. He says that he is afraid of ghost girls, and he is also afraid of Mr. Kang Du-kai. He is a real coward, which is very unpleasant. Soo blushes. He says that it is all because of debts. Where can a person who is already dead get money? The guy shouts that he is incredibly lucky to work and earn money in a restaurant. But if the debts are not paid on time and the account balance worsens, the guys from JS Finance will come and catch him. We have a rather unpleasant picture of how this looks in the imagination of the blonde. We see people standing in line. Soo says that if the guys from the company catch him, he will have to submit documents to the bank and wait until they consider the issue of extending his stay. The line is very long and moves very slowly, and the documents do not go through the first time. And if you also fail in court, then it is a disaster. We see a hand that puts a seal on a paper. Now we see the same seal, but this time up close. Sue says that this means liquidation. Death and liquidation are very similar, but there is still one small difference. In front of us is a nice light drawing. Sue says that death is not the end, but a new beginning. Now in front of us is a drawing in dark tones with demon heads. Sue stands in front of the hero. He explains that liquidation, as the name suggests, is a disappearance without a trace, that is, a complete end. There is grief and anxiety on the blonde's face. Jin looks at his comrade. He says that he needs to dispel his anger as soon as possible. Sue closed his eyes. He says that ghosts do not know what they are angry about, and this is simply crazy. The hero rubs the back of his head. He apologizes and says that he cannot help. Sue replies that he did not tell all this to gain sympathy. The blonde puts an apron on the sink. He says that he will go out for a while. Jin looks after him. He tries to stop the guy, reminding him of the time. The hero holds his neck. He sees that there are not many customers in the restaurant because Chung Man is there. Perhaps this will allow him to cope with the work without an assistant. Sweat is pouring down the hero's face. He thinks that all of this is very abnormal. The hero works tirelessly. He hears the ghosts demanding kimchi pancakes, puta jjigae, jelly and roast pork. Jin promises everyone that he will give orders soon. Tears flow from the guy's eyes. He mentally apologizes to Sue if he somehow offended him and asks him to come back quickly. The blonde man comes with an old woman. He asks in surprise why there are so many customers. The woman says that she did not know about the existence of this place. Jin throws himself on the neck of his assistant. Sobbing, he asks where he went and complains that he had to serve the guests and cook alone. It was so difficult that he almost died. Sue says that he has never seen Soon Young here, so he follows her. The hero seats the woman at a table. He says hello and asks her to take a seat. Soon Young says that everything is fine and lets the guy go about his business. The old lady sits at the table. The friends serve the other customers. The woman folds her wrinkled hands in front of her. She says that the guys are younger than her son, but are already such masters. Jin approaches the old lady. He apologizes for making her wait. She asks if the guy has sorted out his business. The guys look at the guest, smiling. The hero says that everything is fine now and asks what the old lady will eat. She looked very worried at her restaurant, so she can eat something delicious here. The woman seems very ashamed. She asks if anyone really saw her at the restaurant she once owned. Soon Young smiles. She says that in that case she wants to eat rare heejanguk. The hero looks at his friend in surprise. According to him, it will take a long time. The old lady says there is no need to hurry. She hands over a plastic card. The woman says that the dish can be bought at her restaurant. We see the establishment in question. The guy is holding a black card. Soon Young says that he can pay with it. The hero realizes that he is holding a JS Finance VIP card. Jin looks back at his assistant. He says that this is a card from the afterlife and it is unlikely that you can pay with it in this world. The blonde advises to just give his money. Jin is holding an apron. He is afraid that the old lady will be disappointed. After all, the taste of the dish in her restaurant is not the same. Sue looks at the hero. In his opinion, this is why she wants to try it, to personally check how bad it is. In front of us is a prepared dish. The guys are standing next to each other. The hero says that he is nervous. Sue replies that as a cook he understands women perfectly. The friends look at each other. The blonde guy asks the hero what the atmosphere was like in the restaurant he was in. The hero says that there was another customer there, but he looked very unfriendly. There were staff in the kitchen, but it seemed that they were not from the old lady's family, and her son did not seem to be there. Soon Young brings a spoon to his mouth. No wonder the taste is so bad, says Sue. The old lady closes her eyes. The hero understands that she is disgusted. The guy goes to the refrigerator with drinks. He wants to offer the woman a drink to kill the disgusting taste. The guy asks if the old lady will drink anything. She smiles, raising her right hand. Soon Young says that she wants alcohol and asks to give her 1 serving of soju, 2 beers and several glasses. The hero takes a bottle out of the refrigerator. The woman rubs the bottle on her hand. She says that she used to make a great cocktail of soju and beer, but that was a long time ago, so it's quite possible that she won't make it very well this time. The woman plugs the necks of 2 bottles with her fingers. According to her, it may seem like she's shaking the bottles randomly, but this is a special technique and you have to act very carefully and decisively with your fingers. Beer gushes out of the bottle into the glasses. The guys look at what's happening before their eyes in amazement. Soon Young hands the hero a glass of cocktail. She asks him to take it. The hero thanks the woman and says that he can't wait to try it. Jin takes a sip. He seems to like it very much. The guys happily look at the old woman. The hero says that the taste is very smooth. The woman happily notes that it seems that her skills have not gone anywhere. Soon Young says that the proportions are just right and that she invented the secret way of mixing. The old woman looks at the ghosts. She asks if they want to have a drink. Soon-young puts his hand on his shoulder. She says it's time to show off her skills. Someone holds a glass. The boys and the old lady are sitting at the table. She says that she lost her husband when she was 25. She was left alone with her son, and she couldn't ask her relatives for help. There are 3 bottles on the table. We also see an empty plate. Soon-young says that that's why she started making money by selling soup. There is a bowl of soup in front of us. The old lady says that nothing came easy to her and she often had to fight with the owners of other restaurants because her place became so popular. We see her sitting on the sidewalk. Soon-young says that she often secluded herself and cried, but she never stopped making heejingguk with diligence and love. She often stayed up all night, and it was incredibly difficult to pull everything off alone. The hero looks at the woman sympathetically. Soon-young clenches her fist. She calls her son a brat. This soup allowed the 2 of them to survive and then live comfortably, but he prepares some poison instead, which is impossible to eat. We see the hero's profile. He thinks about how the old lady's restaurant, which was once a small eatery, has grown to a decent size, and the woman earned all this with sweat and blood. And now her legacy is being destroyed by her son, on whom she placed such hopes. The old lady put her hands on her knees. She asks the hero to fulfill one of her requests. He promises to do everything she wants. Soon-young cries bitterly. She begs him to ruin her restaurant. In front of us is the entrance to the establishment where the hero works. Inside, someone asks if the restaurant really needs to be ruined. It is Jin, who says in amazement that the woman dedicated her entire life to that establishment. Soon-young is sitting at the table, a bowl of soup in front of her. She says that she is grateful to heejingguk for allowing her to educate her children and even get married. But she doesn't want to disappoint the customers who remember how she cooked and get what her son serves now. Soo rubs his chin thoughtfully. He asks how they can ruin this restaurant. The taste of the soup has certainly changed, but the place has an excellent reputation, which attracts many customers. The old woman laughs. She says it's simple. People will stop going there if there is a tastier heejingguk. She raises her index finger and says that she will pass on her recipe to the guys, the same one she used when she was alive. In front of us is the building where the hero is doing an internship. Someone asks if the guy is really going to sell heejingguk. Jin confirms that he is going to do so. We see manager Lee next to him, who came to the restaurant with the senior manager. The man says that he has no doubts about the guy's culinary skills, but he now works for the company. Will it be difficult for him to cook heejingguk? Jin says that he has decided to sell this soup only on weekends. He will cook only about 60 servings. The manager drinks from a cup. He thinks that if the guy is going to cook 60 servings of soup, then he is confident that he will sell them. The man is deep in thought. He tries to understand what exactly can explain such confidence. Manager Lee approaches the hero. He asks if it is possible to reserve a table with him. The guy asks for how many people. The interlocutor answers that for 3. Jin looks somewhere up. He thinks that he will need to order blood and young cabbage from Soo-young. The customers will also want to drink, so he will need to ask for a refill of alcohol. The hero holds a cup in his mouth. He thinks that the cow hoof broth needs to be boiled for 12 hours. If he starts on Friday evening, then he can make it. Xiaob appears next to him. He calls the guy several times, but the guy does not hear. The mentor puts his hand to his mouth. He asks why his protege is daydreaming and whether he is considering joining the staff. The hero looks at the young man in surprise. He asks why this is so sudden, since it hasn't even been a week since the internship began. Xiaob replies that at first they were wary of the psychology department, but it turned out that the hero is an excellent worker. The hero looks to his right. He says that in recent days everyone has been loading he with work, so he thought that this guy would be the one offered a position on staff. In front of us is the girl we already know and he. Xiaob says that they try to give more knowledge to those who seem hopeless so that they at least learn something. The hero thinks that this is somehow wrong. A ghost appears next to the guy. Xiaob explains that, unlike the slow-witted ones, the hero, from the company's point of view, does an excellent job. He has a higher priority than, for example, the same he. Jin looks at the mentor in surprise. He thinks that he is being too straightforward. 24 says that the guy is a bit rude, but he knows his way around people. The hero looks back at the ghost who coughed behind him. The ghost says that everything is great, but if the guy gets a job on the staff, the ghosts will have nowhere to eat. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He thinks that if he becomes a full-time employee, he will be able to earn money more stably. He will not have to work at the restaurant anymore. But what will the ghosts who come to the establishment do if he is not there? Jin remembers the characters he has met. A lawyer comes to mind, who says that this place is the boundary between 2 worlds. Suho, sitting at the table, smiles. He says that the otherworldly restaurant is the only place where the ghosts wandering the earth can satisfy their hunger. Jin looks down sadly. He thanks the interlocutor for the offer, but tells him that he must work at the restaurant for another 5 years, so it will be difficult for him to work as a full-time employee. Siob seems disappointed. He asks if this restaurant is really that important to the hero. However, he heard him anyway. The hero laughs. The supervisor calls he over. He asks if the young man is busy. He says that he just finished writing a report and sent it to the manager. Siob takes the young man away. He tells the hero that he can continue doing what he was doing. Jin watches his colleagues leave. He hears Siob say that the company is trying to give more knowledge to hopeless interns so that they can at least learn something here. Jin types something on the keyboard. He really wants he, who always tries so hard, to succeed here. In front of us is Jin and Soon Young. The hero looks very surprised. We see the prepared dish. The old lady says that this is real heejingguk with blood. It is even different in color from the brew that her brat son makes, and the aroma is incredibly pleasant. The hero takes a sip from a small cup, checking the dish for taste. The guy has a blissful expression on his face. He says that with each sip the flavors become more intense, mostly due to the spicy seasonings. He can taste the broth and the aroma of dried cabbage. Jin wipes his mouth with his hand. He says that it is certainly a hangover soup, but it makes you want to have another glass. Soon Young smiles. She confirms that this is indeed the almighty heejingguk. The hero holds the lid of the pot. He says that it can be served to customers. The old lady confirms that it will be correct, and this is only the beginning. A plate is placed on the table. Chung Man beams with happiness. He says that it is incredibly delicious. We see 2 customers. They are marketing manager Yu and HR manager Park. They praise the restaurant and say that the food here is really delicious. Park looks around the room. He finds it strange that there are so few customers. The hero, smiling, rubs the back of his head. He says that today is the first day that heejingguk is served here, and few people know about it yet. Manager Park asks why the hero did not tell the senior manager about this. Jin looks somewhere down. He says that he wanted to treat only the department heads for now. We see the sad face of the hero. He thinks that he sells heejingguk not for the money, but to ruin the old lady's son's restaurant. Rumors will not spread if the focus is on the company's employees. The hero's gaze is thoughtful. He thinks that it would be better if real customers start spreading rumors. Then the collapse of that restaurant will only be a matter of time. Jin, smiling, looks at the customers. He says that his restaurant is quite far from the company building, so from his point of view, it would be better if only invited people came here. Manager Park laughs. He says that the guy is absolutely right. He would be uncomfortable if he met his colleagues here on the weekend. And if it were too crowded, it would not be too comfortable either. Soon Young smiles behind the hero's back. She says that the guy is very kind, and the bosses she saw are very good people. Manager Yu waves goodbye. He thanks for the wonderful food. The hero invites the men to come to his restaurant again. 2 guys are talking on the street. One of them notices that the restaurant they are standing next to serves heejingguk and invites his friend to come in. The friend smiles. He says that they can find hangover soup if they go a little further. The first guy expresses doubt. The guys enter the old lady's son's restaurant. Hungry people sit down at the table. The waiter greets them and serves 2 portions of heejingguk. He says that they need to get their own side dishes and water. One of the guys is surprised at how quickly the dish is served. The waiter moves away. The guys try the food. The young people get up and run away. At the entrance to the restaurant, a man sits with a cigarette in his teeth. He hears the guys discussing the place. One of them reproaches his friend for calling this restaurant good. He apologizes and explains that the heejingguk here was much better last time. The man frowns as they leave. He hears the guys decide to go to the restaurant they ignored earlier. A waiter appears behind the man. He asks what his boss is doing here and says that his wife has already called him. The man says that everything is fine. He still looks at the waiter solemnly. He says that the only problem is an annoying fly that has appeared nearby. In front of us is the building of the company where the hero is doing an internship. Someone tells the guy that he heard everything from manager Lee. The hero asks what exactly they talked about. In front of him is one of the company's employees. He says that Jin sells heejingguk and he really likes this dish. The hero justifies himself, stating that he kept quiet because he thought that talking about his restaurant within the company is not quite right. The guy is holding a notebook. The old man, who has already been to his establishment, asks if heejingguk is only sold on weekends. He also wants to try it. Jin says that he only cooks 60 servings and there are only 8 bowls of this soup left for Sunday. The old man raises his hand. Smiling, he orders 5 of the remaining portions. We see the girl smiling. She says that she will take the last 3 portions. Siob is indignant. He does not like being forgotten. He asks to leave him 1 portion. Nearby, he is banging papers on the table. He hears the hero answer that all 60 portions have already been ordered and Siob can reserve a table for next week. The old man, smiling, pushes the curator. He says that he can sell one of the portions he ordered for 10,000 won. The guy indignantly asks why it is so expensive. The price discourages him from eating. Two employees of the company, without saying a word, throw up their hands. They shout that they will pay 15,001 per portion. The hero looks at them perplexedly and asks if they are really ready to part with such a sum. The guys answer that when will they try this dish if not now. Jin, holding a notepad, smiles. He starts selling off the orders for next weekend. We hear murmurs echoing around the office. There are very few restaurants in town that serve good heejingguk. It's simply amazing. The orders keep pouring in. He looks at the papers in front of him. He says that in this case, he'll make copies of the materials for the next meeting. Behind the guy, his colleagues are chatting happily. Xiaob, smiling, thanks the guy and tells him not to mix up the sheets in the middle of the stack like last time. After that, he continues discussing the table reservation for next week with the hero. Jin clutches the folder to his chest. He says that he also needs to copy some papers, and they can continue the conversation about the order later. The hero catches up with his colleague and offers him to work with the copier together. It will be very boring to stand there alone. He is very angry. He refuses the hero's request. The young man's face turned white with indignation. He tells the hero not to be happy that someone fell for his petty tricks because he doesn't even take his duties as an intern seriously. He grinds his teeth in rage. He tells the hero that he feels safe because the department head showed interest in his eatery. But everything will fall into place at the end of the internship when he will have to demonstrate his real skills. Jin looks at the guy in bewilderment. He leaves, saying that the hero irritates him. Jin looks around the office thoughtfully. We see people who have turned away from the hero. The guy thinks that he told the truth. He is not even going to get a job at this company, but he continues to work, receiving hints from the ghost. And not only he, but other workers can also be unhappy with him. Chung Man looks at the hero, rubbing his chin with his finger. He says that there is nothing wrong with being smarter than others. The guy replies that this is true, but it does not make him feel any better. In front of us is the restaurant where the hero works. Inside, someone says they have reserved a table for two. Jin holds a tray on his fingers. He asks the customer to sit wherever they like and promises to bring the order. From the side, a request for more kimchi is heard. One of the customers covers his mouth with his fingers in amazement. He says that this food really does invigorate you. We see another customer. He says that he has never liked heejingguk, but this one really is delicious. There are two guys at the table. One of them asks his friend if the heejingguk here doesn't seem like the one at the restaurant just up the street. He replies that it's not true and that this one tastes much better. Jin stirs soup in a huge pot. He tells the old lady in front of him that everything is going according to plan. She giggles. The woman closes her eyes. She says that if things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before her wayward son's restaurant goes bust. We see the man she is talking about. He overhears one of his customers pointing out that the restaurant is almost empty. The man is sitting on a stool, smoking a cigarette. He is complaining that today's youth are not at all fond of blood soups. The woman standing in front of him doubts it. A drunk man enters the establishment. The man greets him and asks how many people the table should be set for. A guy who has just entered the establishment is pulled by the arm by his friend. He shouts that they have the wrong address and what they need is just down the street. The young man who entered first apologizes to the owner of the restaurant. He says that they will come back next time. The man, disappointed, says that he will wait for them. The woman looks sadly after the customers who have left. She asks if a restaurant serving heejingguk has opened somewhere nearby. The man, indignant, says that the owner could have warned them. He walks off somewhere with quick steps. His wife asks him where he's going. The man is gritting his teeth in anger. He says he won't just stand there and watch as all his customers are taken away. There's soup cooking in the pot. Jin is stirring it with a large ladle. Beads of sweat are running down his cheeks. We see the furious man. He says he has to see for himself how good their heejingguk is. The hero is working at a computer monitor. During the week, he works at a trading company from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now he is in a restaurant next to an assistant. After the internship, the hero opens a restaurant and serves ghosts from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. There is an old lady next to the guy. On weekends, he sells heejingguk to live customers with Sunyum. We see a bowl of soup. The hero knows that he is used to working, but this time, he really has a hard time. The blonde looks at his friend, who is lying face down on the table and calling for mom and dad. Sue says that at this rate, he will soon have another ghost friend. The hero turns his head and lies on his cheek. He says that on weekdays, his friend helps him, and it is just great. But on weekends, he has a hard time. Jin, smiling, looks at his friend. He says that he is thinking about hiring someone for the weekend, even if only for a short time. The guy asks the blonde what he thinks about this. Sue, squinting one eye, looks at the hero. He asks if he knows that if someone spends a lot of time in places where ghosts are, they will eventually become one of them. The hero asks again, puzzled. Sue explains that it is the customers who do not notice the presence of negative energy in the restaurant. A permanent employee will be filled with it and eventually begin to see ghosts outside the restaurant, as happened to the hero. We see a translucent ghost floating towards a smiling man. The hero is sitting in front of a piece of paper on which it is written that this is a letter of resignation. Sue says that even the hero, who works with ghosts all the time, is always surprised by something. An ordinary person cannot stand here for even a couple of days. Jin looks sadly at his comrade. He looks at him questioningly. Judging by his appearance, the hero understands something. He asks if this means that only he and Sue can work in this restaurant part-time. The blonde smiles meaningfully. A plate falls on the table with a thud. The old man exhales sharply. He raises his hand and asks the guy to bring him some soju. Jin shouts that he will do it right now. He picks up a green bottle. Soon-young points to a blue bottle. She says that the old man prefers this particular brand of soju. The hero looks at the woman in surprise. The old man unscrews the cap. He is surprised to notice that he did not name the brand of the drink, but the guy brought the exact brand that he likes. Soon-young tells the hero that a couple who work at a meat restaurant on a parallel street prefer fish pie as a side dish. Jin serves the woman what the old woman recommended, and she smiles happily. The next customer, who is the owner of a 24-hour store, is advised by the old woman to add more red pepper. He likes spicy food. The old man eats the soup with pleasure. Jin looks at Soon-young in bewilderment. He realizes that she was passionate about her work. She became a ghost, but she still remembers the preferences of her guests. Apparently, the restaurant where she cooked Heejingguk really was the meaning of her life. Soon-young, behind whom we see a bowl of soup, hides her hands behind her back. The door of the establishment opens. A man stands in front of the hero. He asks for rare Heejingguk. Jin replies that the restaurant works by pre-order. The old woman recognizes her son. She calls him by name, Hin-soo, and asks what he is doing here. The woman says that her son and his wife came here together. Jin is holding a tray with plates in his hands. He is even glad that Soon-young's son finally came here. The hero shouts over his shoulder for the couple to take a seat. He is going to cook Heejingguk for them. The guy smiles as if he is truly happy to see these guests. He shouts that, fortunately, he has 2 portions left for today. Jin happily clenches his fist. He expected the old woman's son to come sooner or later, so he always cooked a little more. Soon-young is standing behind the guy. She advises to serve kachori with the soup and add some sugar. The guy asks again in surprise about the last ingredient. He looks at the old woman, who is much shorter than him. The young man is afraid that in this case the soup will be too sweet. The woman, smiling, says that she knows her son inside out because she was the one who raised him. The guy brings food. He says that this is Heejingguk, which the couple ordered. The husband and wife look at the food served to them. The woman brings a spoon to her mouth. There is genuine surprise on her face. Hin-soo examines a piece of cabbage. The man begins to quickly work with his hands. A minute later, he drinks the last drops from the plate. His wife calls out to him in surprise. The old woman looks at her son with some strange expression on her face. He puts the plate down on the table with all his might. We see that it is completely empty. The man asks if the guy knows his mother. The hero smiles. He hesitates and asks what the customer means. Jin understands perfectly well that he remembered a familiar taste. There is deep sadness on the man's face. He calls his mother by name and says that she ran a restaurant nearby. The establishment served Heejingguk. The woman passed away several years ago. A glass appears next to the man's face. The hero says that he knows who he is talking about. He opens a bottle of beer. The guy suggests that they have a glass first and then talk about the matter at hand. He treats him. Holding the necks of the bottles with his fingers, Jin pours beer into the glasses. The man says that, judging by the way the hero pours the drink, he was definitely acquainted with his mother. The hero looks at the visitor, holding a glass of beer in his hand. He confirms that it was the man's mother who taught him how to make Heejingguk and mix a cocktail. The man's wife intervenes in the conversation. She appeals to the hero's conscience. The woman states that no matter how close he is to her husband's mother, their restaurant is just a short distance away and it is simply not fair to cook the same Heejingguk. Jin takes a sip from his glass. He asks if he did something wrong. The woman jumps up from her chair. She indignantly shouts that this is still her husband's mother's recipe. Hin-soo cooks the same Heejingguk at a restaurant nearby, and it is simply wrong to compete by ruining this establishment. The hero states that the Heejingguk that the woman cooks with her husband cannot be considered cooked according to the recipe of this man's mother. The woman furiously asks what the young man means. Hin-soo loudly slams his glass down on the table. He demands that his wife calm down since the guy is absolutely right. The man looks at the hero angrily. He says that he should understand that this dish is simply impossible to cook every day. We see Hin-soo stirring the soup. You have to get up at dawn every morning to watch the broth and prepare a whole mountain of ingredients. The man cuts onions with tears in his eyes. Before the broth is ready, it is time to open the restaurant. We see the cook standing at the stove. As soon as the establishment closes, you immediately have to put a new portion of broth on the stove. The original Heejingeuk according to Soon Young's recipe requires hard work every day. Jin crosses his arms over his chest with a sad look. He realizes that the man is right to some extent, because the hero only cooks this dish on weekends. There is no guarantee that in this man's place, he would not have done the same. The guy looks at the man standing next to him. He asks how his mother coped with everything then. Conviction is written on the guy's face. He says that Soon Young did not know that you can buy ready-made broth. For more than 50 years, she worked tirelessly every day. The last time he came into their restaurant, he noticed a photograph hanging at the entrance. We see a bright yellow beam above the man's head. Hee-soo looks up. In front of us is a photograph of a deceased old lady and the former president. The hero reminds us that it says the following: delicious Heejingeuk is a combination of good ingredients and sincerity. The guy says that his interlocutor forgot about the promise he made to his mother. In front of us is the lower part of Hee-soo's face. He says that he was always second only to Heejingeuk for his mother. The man remembers how his mother worked in the kitchen. He says that the woman always justified herself by saying that she would feel guilty before the guests if she closed the restaurant even for a day. She did not spend a single day off with him during her entire childhood. Hee-soo cries bitterly. The woman admits that she really did that. The man says that he always felt a huge disappointment. Soon Young also cries. She feels sorry for her son and understands that he is also right. The hero says that he started selling Heejingeuk to ruin the restaurant that Hee-soo owns. His wife looks at the hero. She asks him again, confused. Jin looks sad. He explains that the man disappointed both his regular customers and his mother, so he did it out of respect for the old lady. The guy asks what the soup the couple ate at his restaurant tasted like. A man and a woman stand next to each other. Hee-soo says that the Heejingeuk was incredibly delicious. The man looks at him carefully. He asks the man if he believes that this restaurant will sell better hangover soup than the place he owns. Hee-soo is silent. He remembers his mother calling his name. The man looks at someone thoughtfully. It turns out that he is sitting in a hospital room. The mother, lying on the bed, asks him for a favor. She says that she raised him to be the envy of everyone thanks to Heejingeuk. The man holds the mother's hand. The woman expresses her hope that her son will be able to preserve the true taste of the dish that has fed them all their lives. She begs her son to do so. Hee-soo looks down in shock. He has a glass of beer in his hand. The man picks it up and drinks it down. He puts the empty glass down on the table. Soon Young presses his fist to his chest. The man's face is determined and angry. He says he can't let that happen. His Heejingeuk will be back soon. The hero smiles happily and says he's looking forward to it. The couple leaves. Hee-soo says the guy has taught him a lot. Jin stands in the doorway of his restaurant and wishes the husband and wife well. The old lady calls out to the guy. He looks at her, smiling, and responds. We see the back of the woman's head. She wants to say something, but the guy doesn't understand what exactly. The hero leans over and whispers in her ear that she can go get her son. If she's decided to leave, then she should definitely visit him. The woman clenches her fists, smiling. She doesn't quite understand what the guy means by leave. He replies that she'll understand everything when the time comes. The hero smiles. He says the old lady can go. She waves and thanks the guy. Jin watches her, smiling. We see the facade of the restaurant. The hero expresses hope that everything will be fine. A few days later, in front of us is an empty restaurant hall. Someone declares that lunch is over for today. In front of us is a whole mountain of dirty dishes. The hero says that now they all need to be washed. He closes his eyes. Jin looks up. He thinks that he needs to cook dinner, but he simply won't have time to do it since he needs to wash all these dishes. He remembers a phrase he heard just recently. Sue shows him 3 fingers. He declares that if Jin is very busy and needs help, he can say the blonde man's name 3 times and he will immediately appear. The hero asks again in surprise, and Sue confirms that he is speaking quite seriously, so there is no need to look at him with such an unhappy look. The hero clenches his fists. He thinks that he should call his comrade for help precisely in such cases. Jin closes his eyes and says Bi-Yong-Soo 3 times. We see a bare foot with black smoke rising around it. His comrade appears in front of the hero. It seems that he is not completely awake yet. Sue sits down on the floor. He holds his head and says that the hero is shouting too loudly. The guy gets to his feet and clears his ear with his finger. He says that he only briefly mentioned the possibility of a summoning, and the hero is happy to take advantage of it. The blonde asks what's wrong. Jin is surprised that the trick he used worked. Sue looks at the hero with displeasure. He says that if he has nothing nice to say, he will just leave. Jin says that it is urgent and asks if he interrupted the blonde from more important things. The blonde points his thumb behind him. He says that he was not busy with anything important. He just stopped by the neighboring restaurant that serves Heejingeuk to see how things were going. We see a married couple. Sue says that the husband and wife were working hard. They really want to bring back the original taste of their soup. The hero crosses his arms over his chest. He says that it is simply wonderful. It will be a great relief for the old lady. Jin looks at his comrade. He says that he should ascend too and asks if he remembers anything that could help him. Even a small clue is important. The blonde looks ahead thoughtfully. He says that nothing comes to mind. Then he asks if the hero called him here just to ask about this. Jin says no, and that he really needs help. Su looks at the hero. He says that if there is a place Su wants to go, they can do it together. The hero clasps his fingers. He asks if the blonde could help him wash the dishes before they go together. The blonde says disappointedly that he knew this was how it would end. The young man rolls up his sleeves. He says that he is helping the hero because he called him. After all, no other ghost would do this. The hero agrees. He says that he is very grateful to his only part-time assistant. The guys wash the dishes. The hero says that he was not kidding about going together. The blonde guy replies that he understood, but first suggests going to Pungmul Market to buy a knife. There is a good store there. In front of us is a stack of washed dishes. The hero agrees that a new knife is needed. Su holds the knife in his hand. The hero asks if his friend really likes this tool so much that he can't take his eyes off it. The blonde guy replies that it has been many years since he held his own knife in his hands, and he really likes the feeling. Jin assumes that his friend is sad about this. He lifts the knife and looks at the hero. Su asks if the guy wants to show him what he bought. He didn't do so even when Su directly asked him. He was just curious about what it could be. The hero stands with his hand on the edge of the sink. He says that it's a trifle unimportant and can forget about it. Jin nudges his friend in the back. He asks if he really was watching the Heejingguk restaurant next door. The blonde guy must be curious about what's going on there. Jin invites his friend to go back there. He says that there is only an hour left before the opening and asks if the hero can manage without his help. Jin replies that they will not be selling Heejingguk anymore, so Su can spend some time with the old lady. There is a case sticking out of the back pocket of the hero's pants. The blonde asks the hero not to push him. Jin quickly chops garlic. He cooks something in a frying pan. We see 3 delicious dishes. The guy looks at what he has cooked. He asks himself if this will be enough. Jin puts his hands to his mouth and says Kim So-hee's name loudly 3 times. The hero looks up with one eye. He repeats the girl's name 3 more times. Jin rubs his neck and smiles. He says that, as expected, not all ghosts come after their name is called 3 times. Well, since she hasn't come, there's nothing he can do. Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name. Behind the guy stands a girl in a bloody dress. Her eyes look creepy. Jin jumps back in fear, so he asks why the hero is so annoying. The hero is sitting on the floor. He screams that he cannot believe what he sees So-hee. The girl asks why he is so surprised if he called her himself. Jin crosses his arms in front of himself. He says that anyone would faint if someone appeared in front of him so unexpectedly. The guy adds that he wants to offer the girl food, so he looks at him sternly. She asks if the hero really thinks she is a glutton. Jin apologizes. Jin says that he did not think that he could offend the girl, and he will immediately clean up everything he cooked. So he arrogantly lifts her head. She says that the guy's efforts should not be in vain, and she will take a look at his creation. As you wish, the hero thinks to himself. He says that he will serve everything on the table right now. However, when he turns around, he sees the girl leaving. We see her leg, from which black smoke rises. So he states that as a customer, she must come to the designated place at the designated time. Jin watches her disappear into thin air. Finally, the girl states that she will come at 11 o'clock. The clock shows 11:15 p.m. In front of us is a glass of beer. It turns out that So-hee is holding it. She says that she was interested in trying a cocktail of soju and beer, and she found the taste quite pleasant. The hero asks if she really liked it, and says that he really hoped so. The girl is holding the glass in her left hand. She says that, in her opinion, this is not the best drink of those she has tried. The hero asks again in surprise. He leans his hands on the table. Jin asks what drink she would call the best, so he brings the glass to her lips. She states that the guy will have the opportunity to try it one day. The hero looks at the girl, slightly offended. He thinks she's just piqued his curiosity. The guy hits his foot on the chair leg. He hops on his other leg. The girl yells that he dropped something. Jin picks something up from the floor. He thanks the girl for the hint. She asks why he's suddenly become so clumsy. Jin hands over the case. He says it's a gift for Lady So-hee. The guy admits that he's made a lot of mistakes in the past. The girl is surprised and silent. Jin stands next to her and looks away. He says the gift wasn't that expensive, but when he saw it, he immediately thought of the girl. She praises him for thinking about his behavior and deciding to improve. In front of us is an unusual object. The girl asks if it is a norigi. The hero is standing next to the table where she is sitting. Jin says that, in his opinion, the color should be perfect. He hopes that the girl will like the gift, so he looks at the gift sadly. She says that this is the first gift she has received in 400 years. Jin looks at the girl sympathetically. He asks if this is the first gift since she died. So he is sitting on the throne. Someone is crossing knives in front of her. The girl says that she was given gifts after she became a ghost. However, these were shamans who wanted to gain power with her help. We see lit sticks in a special dish. The girl says that she does not know how they found out about her, but she helped those who really needed help. A man is kneeling in front of a portrait of the deceased, so he says that she did refuse some people. The girl looks at the gift. According to her, she hasn't felt like she's been communicating normally with a living person for a long time. Jin looks at the customer sitting at the table. He understands that she's felt lonely for several centuries, despite the fact that she's a ghost and a warrior, and one so powerful that shamans turn to her. We see the girl in two different guises. The hero realizes that she's been wandering the earth for 400 years. Drops of blood drip from the hilt of the dagger. The girl holds an object with a long red tail. The hero tries to understand the nature of the malice that makes her stay here after 4 centuries. There are empty plates in front of us, so he says that it was very delicious. The hero looks at the girl in surprise. He asks if she's leaving already. She really does go to the door. She says that as long as she's here, other ghosts won't enter the restaurant. The hero smiles. He states that other ghosts come here almost every day, so it is not a problem. He asks the girl to come more often. Jin narrows her eyes. He says that it is possible to do this even during the day. So he looks at the hero. We see that the gifted accessory is hanging on her belt. The hero looks away. He thinks that maybe he really is sticking his nose where it does not belong. So he stands in the doorway. Jin, blushing, looks at her. The girl turns around again. She says that she agrees and will look in when she is free. 3 girls are sitting at the table. One of them admires the smell of garlic and says that she could barely contain herself when she was waiting for the restaurant to open. The second agrees, since the same thing happened to her. The third says that because of her older sister's energy, she was still afraid to come in. The hero looks back at the girls standing at the stove. There is bewilderment on his face. He says that he talked to Sohee and she did not seem so scary to him. One of the girls says that it is all at the level of instincts. Even if a lion is locked in a cage, a dog will not risk walking in front of it. The hero imagines the king of beasts. He understands that the girls perceive Sohee as something very formidable and dangerous. One of them says that, besides, not all ghosts are the same. Each of them has their own circumstances. We see a foot and a sneaker. Jin, holding a frying pan, smiles. He greets the guest and invites him to sit down. A guy with blonde hair enters the restaurant and immediately falls. Jin runs up to him. He asks if everything is okay with the visitor. Cursing, he asks what the hell is doing there a chair. The young man covers his mouth with his fist. He says that he is very ashamed. However, literally right there he goes up to one of the girls and asks what such a beauty is doing in this hole. He offers to buy her a drink. The girl calls the guy an idiot. Dukai is standing behind him. The guy urges the girl not to show off too much, otherwise, as it seems to him, she will lose all her charm. She responds aggressively and hints that the guy can get punched in the face. The hero asks Dukai when he managed to show up. Dukai is clutching a stack of papers to his chest. He says that their client is in front of the hero and apologizes for the inconvenience. The guy smiles and says that everything is fine, and this patient, apparently, died quite recently. Dukai replies that he did not even have time to sober up after his death, so he decided to bring him here to begin with. The girl laughs at the drunk guy. She asks what is on his head and calls this hair configuration wretched and disgusting. The guy clenches his fist and asks what exactly about his hairstyle the girl does not like. Dukai seems to feel uncomfortable. He says that this is a rather valuable client who owes the company a lot, and he simply had to bring him here. The hero smiles knowingly. Something flies past his head. We see shards. The girl is holding a broken bottle. She says that she is doing all this to celebrate the young man's first day. The girl asks the drunk guy if he is grateful to her. He looks at her with wild eyes. He raises his fist, preparing to strike, and calls the girl dirty. She calmly raises her weapon, preparing to repel the attack. The young man screams that he will kill her. Jin grabs the drunk customer by the arm. He asks him to calm down. The blonde breaks free and demands that he let him go. Dukai addresses the girl, who is standing with the broken bottle. He calls her a noble person and urges her to show leniency to her opponent. The girl says that she did not start this fight. The red-haired guy breaks free and raises his fist again to strike. He continues to ask what the hell is going on here. Dukai grabs him by the shoulder. The drunk ghost instantly loses his fighting spirit. The bully politely tells the guy to calm down and asks the hero to bring him a glass of water. Jin says he will get it right away. The hero runs to the kitchen. The drunk ghost gathers his courage and starts yelling at Dukai, calling him a bastard and demanding that he let go. He asks if he even knows who he is dealing with. Dukai looks down at the young man menacingly. He states that he knows perfectly well who is in front of him. The drunk can't believe his ears. Dukai says that he is the third son of the owner of Hoyan Group, Go Young-woo. The bully suggests skipping the unimportant details and focusing on the fact that this moral monster is 33 years old. That's right, he is a good client of the bank where Du-kai works. A disgusting smile appears on the drunk ghost's face. He asks if Du-kai is really from the bank. This is logical, since he, Young-woo, has many different assets. Du-kai shows the young man some kind of document. He says that the real balance of his interlocutor is minus 14.75 billion won. Young-woo asks in amazement why minus. What kind of nonsense is this? He has so many accounts that Du-kai will have a hard time counting them. Jin and the three girls look at the drunk ghost. Du-kai says that the guy is talking about earthly accounts, but he is talking about JS Finance, a bank from the afterlife, which radically changes the situation. Du-kai continues to show some document. We hear the lines of the hero and the girls. 14 billion is some kind of madness. Is he a serial killer? What did he do to go into the minus like that? Jin brings water. Du-kai thanks the hero. Young-woo indignantly asks if the big guy really thinks that he will fall for the scam of some third-rate bank. Du-kai tells the young man to drink some water and calm down, and then sign the document. Young-woo angrily looks at the folder handed to him. Sheets of paper fly into the air. The drunk ghost grabs the big guy by the jacket. He calls him a crazy bastard and asks how dare a representative of a lousy, unknown bank impose fraudulent schemes on him. Du-kai calmly tells the guy to collect the papers. He looks him insolently in the eyes. Young-woo declares that this trick will not work on him, since he himself forced people to do many things. The blonde looks at Du-kai. He declares that this is not a banker in front of him, but an ordinary gangster. Du-kai looks threateningly at the ghost. He repeats that he should pick up the papers. The guy takes small steps back. He squats down and begins to pick up the sheets of paper. The ghost, cursing, grumbles that Du-kai can do it himself, since it is not at all difficult. The hero looks at the girl standing next to him. He says that he has never seen Du-kai so angry. Are these documents really that important? The girl says that these are loan certificates, which are documents signed by the person who lent billions. Jin turns away from the girl. He says that even if these documents are not important, the drunk ghost deserves to be treated like this because he is behaving disgustingly. The girl smiles and rubs her chin. She says that the young man is 14 billion in the red, he is rude and talks nonsense. He was also drunk when he died. She tells Du-kai that this guy does not seem to have realized that he is already dead. Young-woo asks in amazement what these words mean. Who is dead? The girl giggles softly. Du-kai folds the papers the guy has collected. Smiling, he asks him to look at the loan certificate for the cost of a drunk driving accident death, as well as some other documents. Young-woo asks again, this time about drunk driving. Du-kai says that the guy probably doesn't remember it, but he got behind the wheel while drunk. He drove into oncoming traffic and crashed into a car moving in that direction. We see the wrecked car. Du-kai says that both drivers were killed. Young-woo, whose head is smashed, is lying on the steering wheel. The bully says that the ghost is now obligated to pay compensation to the injured party. Young-woo asks what kind of compensation he is talking about, since he died too. Du-kai takes a bottle of water. He says that he will explain it as clearly as possible. The man pours water into a glass. He asks to assume that the water in the glass is someone's time. Du-kai dips her finger in the water. He says that on his finger is the time a person lives in the real world. Then he points to a glass of water. The bully states that the rest of the water is the time the individual spends in the afterlife. What does this have to do with money? We see a car floating in the glass. Du-kai says that Young-woo killed a person who was not yet supposed to enter the afterlife. All of that person's time in the real world and the afterlife must be compensated with money. Young-woo owes over 14 billion, and he will pay according to the law of the afterlife for as long as he remains in the afterlife. In front of us is an overturned car. Young-woo looks at the bully in horror. He says that he did not mean to kill anyone, it was an accident. Du-kai smiles. He states that his interlocutor committed a crime, and it does not matter what his personal intentions were. Unlike earthly life, excuses such as I didn't know and I didn't mean it do not work here. Du-kai hands over a stack of papers. He asks if he was able to convince the guy. Young-woo looks at the papers. Du-kai says that the guy did something irreversible, as a result of which an innocent person became the victim of his crime, and as punishment, he must pay the corresponding price using the currency of his current location. Du-kai asks the guy to read the documents, put his fingerprint in the signature column next to his name, and then go with him to the next office. Young-woo looks at the papers with horror in his eyes. He asks what kind of office this is. Du-kai replies that it is, of course, the funeral. Once it is over, the JS immigration office will come for him and escort him to the afterlife. Young-woo looks up. Tears are streaming down his cheeks. He is shaking all over. The guy asks what will happen to him after this. We see his sneakers. Du-kai says that Young-woo's tongue, his money, his body, and his soul have committed a great many sins. The tears shed by other people will choke the guy. Young-woo lies on the ground and looks at Du-kai in horror. He says that the torment the guy caused will tear him apart from the inside. Young Woo closes his eyes. He is shaking with horror. Tears are rolling down his eyes. We see a hand leaving a fingerprint. Du-kai thanks the client for signing the document. Young Woo says that it was done by mistake. The bully leans over to the guy and holds out his hand. He offers to go with him. Young Woo screams that he does not want to do this, and this is all one big scam. Du-kai smiles. He asks if the owner of the house can invite him over and stay outside. He invites the guy to go with him to the hall where the funeral will take place. The hero closes the blinds. He looks thoughtfully somewhere to the side. Jin thinks that today has been a very difficult day. Soo waves his hand and asks if the restaurant has closed yet. The boys stand next to each other. The hero says that he did a great job today even without his comrade. The comrade calls the boy an asshole. Soon Young feels sorry for the boy, who she thinks has had a hard time today. The old lady smiles. The hero greets her. She giggles and says that she hasn't seen the boy in a long time. The woman peeks out from around the corner. She tells the hero that her son and his wife are really serious about the matter. She was convinced of this by being with them all the time. The old lady smiles. She suggests that the hero also drop by that restaurant sometime and judge everything for himself. Jin squats. He says that he will definitely do it and notices that the old lady's anger has dissipated. Soo shouts that that is still a long way off. He stands with his arms folded across his chest. The blonde man says that it has only been a few days. Who knows, maybe her son will give up and quit halfway. Soon Young says that this time everything is different. Soo smiles. He asks the old woman if she has really forgotten all her grievances and sided with her son. The hero says that he thinks he and Soo will behave correctly in the future. Soo looks at the hero in surprise. He asks why he thinks so. Jin replies that he understood it from his look. Soon Young looks at the hero in amazement. Before us are the eyes of a desperate man. He screams that he is doing something wrong and demands to be scolded. It becomes clear that these are the eyes of the old woman's son, who seems to be drowning. The man begs to tell him that not all is lost for him. The hero brings the key to the lock. He says that he heard this voice when he looked into his eyes. Jin inserts the key into the lock. Someone thanks him. Soon Young is standing behind the hero. The guy turns to her and says that everything is fine and he wants the same too. Smiling, he looks at the old woman. The hero suggests going there and trying the food there. We can do it tomorrow. Jin and Soon Young approach the old lady's son's restaurant. The hero looks at two guys. One of them asks his friend if he liked the restaurant. He replies that this time it was much better than the last time. He thinks that this is a really good place. The first guy says that his friend can listen to his advice in the future. We see two more men. One of them says that the owner of the establishment has finally come to his senses. His friend replies that this restaurant hasn't served normal heejingguk for a long time, but now it's excellent. Jin looks at the old lady. He says that he hasn't tried the soup yet, but the answer is apparently obvious. The woman says that to be sure, she should try the food. Two drunk men come out of the restaurant. One of them says that the ground is shaking under his feet. The friend who is leading him by the arm asks how he could have gotten even drunker if he came here to get rid of a hangover. The drunk man raises his index finger. He says it's because he's happy. The original taste of the heejingguk has returned, and he just had to notice it. The second customer can barely hold his friend. He says he thinks the soup has become even more delicious. The one being carried says there's no need to exaggerate. It's just that original taste. Soo looks at his customers silently. One of the men asks him to confirm that the heejingguk has become better than before. Soo holds a towel in his hands. He says he's grateful to the customers for their high praise. Jin and Soon Young look at the man, smiling. The man says he'll try to preserve the taste of the soup his mother created. The old woman seems very pleased. A boy eats rice. He exclaims that the side dish is very hot. His mother squats next to him. She scolds him for eating too quickly and scattering rice on the floor. The child makes an excuse by saying that he's very hungry. The woman tears apart a piece of meat. She says that her son eats heejingguk every day and asks if he is tired of it. Maybe she should make something else. A piece of meat is placed on the rice. The boy says that he does not need anything else. He puts a spoon in his mouth and says that everything is fine with him. The child smiles. He declares that the heejingguk that his mother makes is the most delicious in the world. Soo repeats the phrase he said as a child. He notices the hero. The man raises his hand and greets the boy. He shouts that they have not seen each other for a long time. The hero, with his hands down, looks at the cook. He greets him and asks how he is doing. Soo, laughing, declares that it is excellent and only thanks to the hero. He invites the boy to come into the restaurant and have a bowl of heejingguk. Jin smiles. He says that he will do it with great pleasure. He is just dreaming of eating hot soup. Soo puts his hand to his chest. He declares that he will do everything in the best possible way. The man runs into the restaurant. He shouts at his wife to serve one portion of heejingguk and add more blood. The old lady notices that her son really does look determined, just as the hero had told her. Jin agrees that it is nice to look at. Soon-young sincerely thanks him. The guy, smiling, looks at the old lady. He says that he does not need any thanks because, among other things, he learned the priceless recipe for heejingguk. Soon-young covers his eyes with his hands. She begins to dissolve into thin air. The woman does not stop thanking the hero. The old lady cries. She says that her son is getting older and his face already has a lot of wrinkles, so she can't help but worry about him. Black streams are visible above the old lady's shoulders. Jin promises her that he will visit her son's restaurant more often, and if the taste gets bad again, he will scold the man well. The guy bows deeply to the woman. He says that she can trust him and leave in peace. Jin closes his eyes and lowers his head. The woman looks at him with gratitude. She replies that she will do so. Soon-young closes his eyes. She says that she will leave her son in the guy's care. Jin looks at the woman with wide eyes. She asks him to do so. The hero looks up. A piece of paper falls from the sky onto him. It lands on the ground. It is a check for 10 million won. Jin examines the paper. In front of him is a check from JS Finance for the named amount. The guy thinks that for this woman, this is not that much. The hero looks up again. He tells the old lady to take care of herself, and he uses the reward with gratitude. Hee-in-soo calls the hero. He asks why he doesn't enter the restaurant. The guy smiles. He says he's on his way. Jin enters the establishment. We hear remarks coming from inside. The dish will be served soon. It's best eaten hot. The smell is simply delicious. The heejingguk is magnificent. In front of us are two outbuildings and an antenna. Hee-in-soo laughs. He says that from now on, the restaurant's heejingguk will always taste excellent. We see the hero's eyes. Someone tells him that they see small errors, but they're just formatting flaws. Otherwise, the hero did fine. Jin shakes his head. The girl asks if he has any questions. Sweat runs down the guy's face. He says that's all. He has a stack of papers in his hands. The girl says that she's letting the hero go, but he says that he actually has one question for her. Has the atmosphere in the office changed somehow, or is it just his imagination? The girl doesn't answer. She just takes a mug and takes a sip from it. We see that the office workers are doing various physical exercises. Judging by the expression on their faces, the hero doesn't understand what's going on at all. One of the guys answers the phone, still holding a dumbbell. Jin asks why everyone is suddenly doing sports. This is not an office anymore, but some kind of gym. The guy's look is sad. He is even more confused than when he started seeing ghosts. The hero approaches his colleague. He says hello and asks where he is going. Jin greets his interlocutor. The man says that he was looking for the guy because he wants to reserve 6 servings of heejingguk for the weekend. Jin smiles. He says that this soup has been removed from the menu. The man clenches his fists. He says that he doesn't like to hear this, but there's not much that can be done about it. The hero suggests that his interlocutor can go to the restaurant where the company employees originally ate heejingguk. The man pats the guy on the shoulder. He says that he will definitely do it if the guy advises it. He wishes the hero a good work day. He thanks him. The man goes a little further and says hello to his colleague who is training with dumbbells. Jin thinks that constant communication with ghosts has led to the fact that he begins to see strange things in real life. He comes up to him from behind. He rather rudely demands that the hero move over and let him pass. Jin looks at the guy with a guilty look. He apologizes and says that the atmosphere in the company is strange today. He asks what Jin means by atmosphere and advises him to look at the company bulletin board. The hero looks in the direction where the named object is. Jin goes to the bulletin board and notices a document that was not there yesterday. We see this paper. This is the schedule for the PE day that will be held at the Gyeonggi-do Sports Complex from 10 a.m. on Friday to 6 p.m. on Saturday. Only 2 days and 1 night. The guy starts to worry about what will happen to his restaurant. The hero's face is worried. He tries to figure out if he can skip the event because he is only an intern in the company. Seob, who is standing behind the guy, looks at him in surprise. Jin desperately tries to think of a good reason not to go to the event. The hero presses the button on the photocopier. He realizes that if he goes to the PE day, he may lose his rights to the restaurant. Jin looks at the screen of his phone. He sits down on the stairs. The guy thinks that there is no point in worrying alone. Jin is talking on the phone. He says hello and asks if his interlocutor saw the message he left. It turns out that he is talking to a lawyer. The man replies that he has read the message and asks if this means that the hero will not be able to work at the restaurant for about 2 days. Jin covers his mouth so that no one can hear him. He confirms what the lawyer has said and says that he does not know what to do about it. Suho sits in a chair. He says that the hero can go on a day of physical education. The guy covers the speaker of the phone with his fingers. He asks if this is possible. The man says that he will send someone to replace him on Friday evening. The hero is still sitting on the step. He says that an ordinary living person can experience an unpleasant shock in a restaurant. The lawyer touches the photo frame. He states that everything is fine and their 4th brother will calmly work for the boy. The hero looks to his left in surprise. He remembers that this is the designer he was told about earlier. He asks the lawyer if in this case he can ask his brother to update the interior of the restaurant. Suho looks at the photo. He states that he does not know if his brother has time, but he will inform him of the hero's request. Jin beams with happiness. He thanks his interlocutor. In front of us is a portrait being examined by a lawyer. Suho asks if the guy has any questions. The hero gets up from the stairs. He says that he has no more questions and thanks his interlocutor. Jin turns off his phone. He says that in this case he will leave everything to the fourth brother. A girl looks at him with surprised eyes. The hero understands that she heard part of the conversation. The girl smiles. She asks if the guy was talking to a client. It seemed to her that he was speaking too politely for no reason. Jin, smiling, looks at the interlocutor. He says that it was a client and it is psychologically quite difficult for him to communicate with this category of people. Then he offers to carry the boxes for the girl if it is hard. She, smiling, looks at the hero. She says that everything is fine. Carrying heavy things is only good for her since she is preparing for the competition. The hero rubs the back of his head. He says that, in his opinion, everyone is somehow too carried away by these competitions. The girl says that the hero apparently doesn't understand one very important thing. Jin looks at her in surprise. He asks her to explain what she means. She says that during Physical Education Day, there is a competition to choose the most popular workers, and if one of them is an intern, he will become a full-time employee of the company. This information shocks the hero. The girl, smiling, walks away. Finally, she says that the guy must try hard. In this case, he will stay here on a permanent basis. Jin looks after her in surprise. His thoughts are confused. The hero stands with his hands on his hips. A full-time employee, he says. Jin walks down the corridor. He does not want to work on the company's staff, so he decides to keep a low profile at the competition and not stick his head out. The hero meets his gaze. Jin understands that there are people here who need all this much more. He looks at the hero with hatred. As he passes, he nudges him with his shoulder. Jin holds his bruised arm in surprise. However, a smile then appears on his face and he starts laughing. A message comes to the phone lying on the table. The hero looks at the screen. He is perplexed as to who is bothering him so early in the morning. There is a message in front of the guy. Hello, Jin, I am Shin Soo-jo. I will cover for you at the restaurant for the weekend. The hero is sitting in a cafe. He understands that this is the same fourth brother the lawyer was talking about. The hero writes a message. He says hello and thanks in advance for his help. A new message comes from the interlocutor. By the way, I would like to discuss something regarding the renovation. The hero is holding the phone in his hands. It seems to him that Soo-jo has moved on to this issue too quickly. Concern appears on the hero's face. He writes that he also wanted to ask about this and is interested in whether there are any problems. Soo-jo replies that there are no problems, but asks to clarify whether there are any wishes in terms of remodeling the room. The hero is surprised. He writes that he will outline several solutions that interest him. Jin is eating, sitting at the table. There is a phone next to his empty plate. A caller texts, "Okay, I think we can freshen up the interior over the weekend while you are away." The hero happily looks at the phone screen. He writes that he would be extremely grateful. A fan is visible above the hero's head. Soo-jo replies that he understands everything and sets a price for his work. Beads of sweat are running down the hero's face. The caller asks if Jin agrees to such prices. He types an answer on the phone screen. He asks to be given the opportunity to pay in installments. The hero falls to his knees and bangs his head on the floor. He thinks that this renovation will cost him a fortune. Jin is sitting in the company office. Two colleagues are looking at him. The girl says that this is the man who works at the restaurant and is also doing an internship. The hero is sitting at his desk. The girl confirms that it is him. The man asks why a person who has his own restaurant in the center of Gangnam needs to work here. The girl suggests that it allows him to attract new customers, but there is no need to delve into all this. Jin gets up from his seat tiredly. He hears the comments of his colleagues. "I want to eat at this intern's place too, but I heard he does a really good job here too. What's the point if he's going to leave soon anyway?" The hero holds onto the strap of his bag. He says the workday is over and he's leaving. The hero looks sad. He remembers what he said to him. "You don't even take the internship seriously. Don't be fooled just because you managed to fool us with your cheap tricks." Jin realizes that he's trying not to pay attention to what people are saying about him. Jin leaves the office along with a dozen other employees of the company. However, he actually knows how they treat him here. We see the elevator button. The hero thinks that those around him are right. He still has 5 years to work at the restaurant, and during that time he won't be able to fully focus on working at the company. The hero jumps into the elevator. He asks to wait for him. The guy realizes that it's hard for him to work even just at the restaurant now. Jin is riding in an elevator. He is trying to understand why he goes to work at the company. The hero remembers his teacher. Perhaps all this is so that the recommendation the professor gave would not go to waste. It is also likely that the guy took the offer as the only chance to experience all this for himself. The brunette is fingering the sheets of paper inside the office folder. Jin also admits that he really is trying to attract more regular customers to his restaurant. But whatever the reason, the elevator door opens. The guy gets out of it last. We see his leg. The hero is walking down the street. Jin crosses the road. He says that he feels guilty only towards those who really try hard at this job. In front of us is a sports complex. We see fans in the stands. They loudly welcome the competitors, including the first team of the sales department. We see another group of spectators. A girl is cheering on the second team of the export department. Two girls are competing in table tennis. The hero is holding two long clapper sticks in his hands. He notices that the atmosphere here is much hotter than he expected. The guy sees someone's legs next to the tennis table. In front of us is a rather sad girl. Her body seems translucent. The hero understands that there are several ghosts in the hall. There are two girls and one guy. Jin cannot understand where they could have come from. The ghosts' faces are now much more serious. Jin turns to his neighbor and calls out to him. He asks what happened. The spectators tell the athletes where to hit. The hero looks worried. He asks if there has ever been an accident in this gym. Manager Kang scratches his cheek. He says that he was alone, but quite a long time ago, about 6 years ago, in a nearby car park. Jin looks away. We see the parking lot in question. Manager Kang says that now the parking lot is located underground, but back then it was right next to the gym. If he remembers correctly, it was a car accident. Night falls on the dark gym. We see an ambulance with an orderly loading someone into it. The man says that students were hurt. They were wounded and dead. We see blood in front of the bumper of the car. Blood is also splashed on the fender of the car. Manager Kang says that the court ultimately acquitted the driver. Jin looks at his interlocutor in amazement. He asks why the judge made such a decision. The man answers that the accident was caught on the dash cams of parked cars. We see a car flying up to the students. The manager says that the brake lights were clearly visible in the video, meaning the driver was braking. The car's headlights are bright. We hear the sound of an impact. There are corpses lying next to the car. Kang says that this is why the driver was acquitted. In front of us are photographs of the dead students. The manager says that after the video was released, the public discussed the accident for a long time. The case was high profile. It was promoted until it reached the level of national television. The public achieved a retrial. We see the driver who killed the students. Kang says he was still found not guilty. We see the man's face. The hero asks what he was doing there. In front of us is the killer at the moment he ran over the students. Kang says he was a teacher and the dead were his students. In front of us are two legs. Most likely, this means that the teacher committed suicide. Jin looks at his interlocutor in surprise. He says that after that, the killer could hardly have retained his sanity. Jin and his colleague are talking, sitting on the stands. The manager asks why the guy started asking questions about that accident. The hero realizes that he saw the children who died then. Meat is roasting on the grill. Two girls, open-mouthed, look at it. In front of us are four delicious dishes. One of the girls presses her cheek to the glass. The guy sits calmly, leaning on the mats. One of the girls shouts for Rim to look at the pork, which seems incredibly delicious. She replies that if you fry meat in such a large piece, it can't be bad. The guy says reasonably that they can't taste this food anyway, so why look at it and share impressions? He urges the girls to stop doing useless things. However, they continue to look out the window. One of them says that she really wants to try what she sees. The hero enters the room with two plates in his hands. One of the ghosts notes that he has entered. Jin, trying not to sniff, holds the food in front of his face. The ghosts say that other people are eating in the dining room. I wonder why this guy brought food here. Is he some kind of outcast? And is he really going to eat all this food himself? Jin stands in front of the ghosts. He says that he brought all this food for them. The young people look at the guy in amazement. They cannot understand who he is talking to now. One of the girls says that she did not see anyone coming in after him. The hero looks straight at them. He calls the ghosts over and tells them to eat. Jin confirms that he is talking to them. The young people look at the hero in amazement. The guy says that this uncle started a conversation with them as if they were alive. Rim says that this simply cannot be. The second girl turns to the hero and asks if he can really see them. Jin turns away and asks not to call him uncle. The ghosts are standing next to the shelves with food. The hero repeats that they should come and eat. The hand reaches for the chopsticks. Then it takes them. The ghosts seem to take food, but on the chopsticks, instead of meat, we see streams of blue energy. Whatever the case, the young people put something in their mouths. The hero looks at them, arms folded across his chest. He cannot understand what they are inhaling, but asks if they find the food tasty. One of the girls looks at the guy sadly. She says that it is not really. The food simply fills their stomachs, but they are very grateful to the young man. The girl puts another piece in her mouth. The hero heard that the ghosts outside his restaurant can only eat the spirit of food, and it, apparently, is completely tasteless. The hero asks his new acquaintances if they have heard of a restaurant where ghosts come to eat. There they can taste the food. The young people turn to the hero in surprise. The guy asks if such a place really exists. Jin looks at the students with a serious expression. He says in surprise that they must have heard about this place from other ghosts. The girl looks away. She admits that they have not seen any other ghosts, for the reason that they cannot go outside. The hero asks what the girl means in surprise. He cannot understand why they are attached to this place. The young people look at him. The guy asks why the hero sees them. The girl, whose name we do not yet know, asks if he is a shaman and why he gives them food. Jin smiles and rubs the back of his head. He says that feeding the ghosts is his job. The students look at him in surprise. One of them says that he works in the office. They know this and there is no need to lie to them, they have seen everything. Yi-rim looks at the hero with interest. Her friend says that although Jin looks very strange, he does not seem like a bad person. The second girl stands in front of the hero. She asks if he could fulfill one request. Yi-rim asks to contact their families. The hero looks at her with sadness in his eyes. She says that he is the first person to see them here. Jin stands with her arms crossed over her chest. Yi-rim assumes that her mom and dad are very worried. Jin rubs the back of her head. The girl asks to just tell them that they are okay. Jin asks if the ghosts really want him to tell their families this. The second girl hugs her friend by the shoulders. She says that it is natural because their loved ones have not known what happened to them for 6 years. Jin shares his doubts. He asks if it would be too cruel to tell people who have already mourned their children that they are still wandering the earth as ghosts. The students stand next to each other and look at the hero. We see upside-down photographs of the young people who died. Jin looks somewhere down. He tells the young people that, in his opinion, some other way should be thought of, for the sake of the students themselves and their families. One of the girls is sobbing, her mouth wide open. She clenches her fists tightly. The poor thing screams that they know all this, and it is too cruel to remind them of it. The problem is that they cannot leave here or do anything on their own, and this has tormented them for 6 years. The girls are sitting on the floor. One of them is sobbing, the other is trying to calm her down. Streams of tears are pouring from the student's eyes. She keeps repeating that they also know everything and can do nothing. Jin looks at her with great sympathy. Then he looks up. The guy is trying to figure out if he can somehow help these kids. The clock shows 3 minutes to 11. The hero realizes that, unlike the ghosts he sees in the restaurant, these kids look much more unstable. If he could somehow bring them to the restaurant, he could turn to one of the customers. We see 2 hands. The hero realizes that many of his customers must have been going through difficult times and experienced the same torment. The faces of some of the ghosts appear before him. They also did not know what to do or where to go. Everything seemed new, frightening, and hopeless to them. We see the prepared food and the hand holding the spoon. Jin is trying to figure out the reason for the current calm of the ghosts dining at his place. Maybe it has something to do with the restaurant he owns. The guy looks at his hands. The students are trying to calm each other down. The hero clenches his fists. He is not sure and this is just a guess, but he has come up with something and intends to implement it. Jin calls out to the students. They look at him. The hero asks if they can go outside this hall. The young man looks at the hero. He says that they can move around inside the entire sports complex to some extent. Jin looks at the young man. He offers to go with him in this case. The guy asks where exactly. The hero ties an apron on himself. The clock shows almost 11. Jin stretches his arms. He says that he will cook real food for the students. We see the clock. The students are sitting at the table and greedily eating the food. Judging by their lines, they are delighted with the taste of the dishes. In front of us are empty plates and a saucepan. The young people are happy. One of the girls thanks her uncle for the treat. The guy says that he has not eaten such delicious food for a long time. The hero, smiling, looks at the students. The girl says that they need to eat everything, since she does not know when they will have lunch again. Her comrades, giggling, answer that she is absolutely right. Jin is washing the dishes. He was worried that the students would not be able to eat outside his restaurant, and it was a great relief to him that they were able to eat here after all. It also helped that he fed them at the right time. The hero is glad that he was able to please them. Let this be compensation for the fact that he cannot contact their families. We see red gloves on the hero's hands. One of the ghosts asks that since there is a person in front of them who can feed ghosts, does he know how they can get out of here? Jin apologizes and says that he has no idea how to do that. The girl looks at the hero. She says that she is very sorry about that. Her face is sad. She says that the hero sees them for the first time, but he has already talked to them and even cooked for them. So she will ask him again, like a child. The girl takes the hero's hand. She begs him to find a way to help the 3 of them get out of here since he cannot tell his parents about them. A girl with glasses sits sadly at a table. Her friend continues to explain that the students have been locked in here for 6 years and cannot go anywhere, so they think about their parents all the time. One of her comrades says that it would be much better if they could wander on Earth. The hero is holding a plate and a sponge. He thinks that these young people are right. Besides, staying tied to one place increases their grief. But he does not know anything about ghosts. He probably needs an expert who understands them much better. The hero remembers 2 people he knows. The first is Chung Man, but even if he knows something, he will chatter endlessly, and this is not very pleasant. Sue does not seem to have enough information. The hero, who is squeezing the sponge, comes up with a good idea. Jin tells the students that perhaps someone can help them. The girls happily jump up from their chairs. They ask if this is true and who exactly can save them. The girls look at the hero. One of them asks if this person will come here. The second adds that it is interesting to know who it is. Jin raises his index finger. He mysteriously says that this is the eldest of them. The girls look at each other in surprise. Then they look at the hero. In one voice, they ask what this could mean. Jin says in response that it would be nice to get acquainted first and asks the ghosts to introduce themselves. The girls, smiling, look at the hero. One of them says that her name is Choi Ga-yoon. The second says that she is Lee Yu-rim. It is the turn of the guy sitting at the table. One of the girls says that his name is Young Soo. The guy asks the hero to help them. He smiles and says that his name is Lee Kang-jin, but they can just call him by his first name. The hero approaches the ghosts and raises his index finger. He says that he is now going to ask a very strong ghost for help, and he needs to be very polite with her. Ga-yoon, surprised, asks again. She asks if this means that even ghosts have different levels of power. The hero, with a drop of sweat running down his cheek, laughs. He promises that the young people will understand everything as soon as they see the one he is talking about. Jin clears his throat. He says the name Kim So-hee 3 times. Streams of dark smoke fill the room. A chair falls to the floor. The girls look around in horror. Yu-rim asks what kind of scary energy is this. Young Soo covers his mouth with his hand. We see a drop that has fallen into a puddle. In front of us are the red eyes of the ghost that the hero summoned. The girl looks at the guy in surprise. She says that they are not in his restaurant. Jin embarrassedly bows before the ghost in the red skirt. He apologizes for bringing her here so unexpectedly. The girl asks what happened. The students bow. The hero says that he summoned her because of these young people. They greet Kim So-hee and say that it is a great honor to see her. The girl smiles. She asks not to be nervous and says that she will not eat anyone present. The students say that they understand her. The hero looks at So-hee. He says that the young people are attached to this place and he wants to help them. Streams of dark energy wrap around the student's legs. Young Soo puts his hand to his chest. He says that he really wants to go home. Ga-yoon, who is standing next to him, says that she does too. Yu-rim presses her folded hands to her chest. She begs him to help them. So he stands in front of them with a sword in her hand. She asks the young men if they asked the hero for this. The girl says that the dead must observe certain rules of decency when communicating with living people. So he looks sternly at the hero. She says that Jin, despite the fact that he is able to communicate with ghosts, must realize once and for all that they belong to another world. The guy bows humbly. He says that he understands everything. He is not sure that he is doing everything right. The hero looks down with a sorrowful face. He exclaims that these children died very young, and he wants to help them at all costs. So he stands on the partition next to the table. The hero, bowing his head, begs her to help these young people. The girl sadly closes her eyes. She asks to go with her. They need to move to another place. Jin and So-hee walk up the stairs. The girl tells him that he shouldn't get too attached to ghosts from now on. She doesn't mean to say that it's wrong to feel sorry for them, but he really should stop. Jin looks at the chains. He says that he's not going to help all ghosts. It's just that these kids touched his heart. So he looks at him sadly. She says that they're just ghosts anyway. Jin looks over his shoulder at her. He says that he's acting like this precisely because they're ghosts. The hero opens the door. So-hee, who's standing behind him, tells him that he can think whatever he wants. The girl leaves. She finally urges the hero to remember that only ghosts who can't come to terms with their death become wandering spirits. Students are standing on a basketball court. In front of us are the ghosts of students. Someone tells them that if there is a forced removal of a home, some of their memories are blurred. This is a side effect. All of this greatly reduces the likelihood of finding peace, so you need to think carefully before deciding on such a thing. Jin and So-hee look at the ghosts. The hero realizes that this is true because, unfortunately, attachment to one place is related to grievances. If strong regrets can be simply torn apart, then the price for this will be high. So-hee takes out her sword from its sheath. We see deep doubt on the faces of the young people. Yu-rim says that she still wants to get out of here. Ga-yoon puts her hand to her chest. She screams that she would not mind being freed too, especially since she has no idea what kind of grudge is keeping her here. Young Soo clasps his hands. He declares that they should all leave here together. The girls are happy to hear this. They look at the hero standing in front of them. Jin pulls the guy aside. He asks the hero why he is doing this. The hero says that the young man seems to know what he regrets, and it would be better if he dispels his regrets right here. Young-soo looks at the hero in amazement. He covers his eyes with his hands. The guy says that he does not understand how the hero noticed all this. He replies that it is written all over Young-soo's face. The ghost looks at the hero. He asks if it is really that noticeable. Jin replies that most likely, only he realized it. We see the still living students, they are smiling. The guy says that he has been friends with 2 girls since elementary school. In middle school, he began to like Irim, but he was unable to confess it to her. We see the face of the girl in question. The guy says that otherwise they could not have remained friends. We see the glasses that flew off. The hand of one of the girls reaches out to the guy. Young-soo says that when the car was rushing towards them, he pushed both girls away, but they froze in fear and could not move. The guy shouted at them to jump back. We see the driver's hand on the steering wheel of the car. The guy was unable to prevent the tragedy. Jin puts her hand on his shoulder. The hero says that the young man did everything in his power. Young-soo is sad. He says that before he died, looking at the approaching headlights, he thought that he should have confessed his feelings to Irim while he was alive. Young-soo looks back at the girls. He asks what will happen to the girls if he finds peace now. They will stay here, right? The guy reproaches himself that if he had noticed the car a little earlier and moved a little faster, then everyone would be alive now and sitting with their families. Young-soo grinds his teeth in resentment. He declares that he is not going to confess his feelings in order to find peace alone. Jin looks at the guy with sympathy and calls him by name. So he stands in front of the young people. She asks if she can begin. Young-soo comes up to her from behind. He asks her to do so. So he, closing her eyes, puts her hand on the hilt of her sword. She says that when whatever has tied the students to this earth dissipates, they will feel as if their bodies are floating somewhere. The girl looks at the students carefully. She warns them that their minds must be clear and they must think about staying here. To do this, they must imagine their body is very heavy. Ga-yoon looks at So-hee with concern. She asks what will happen if she fails to do this. So-hee looks at her silently. Then she looks away. The girl states that no one knows what will happen in this case. Jin thinks that all this looks too ominous. The students put their hands on each other's shoulders. The guy reminds the girls to remain conscious. Ga-yoon states that if they are suddenly scattered, they should meet at 6 p.m. in the park where they played every day. Young-soo looks at her. He repeats, at 6 p.m. in the park. The guy takes the girl's hand. One of the students says that they must remember the meeting place, so he closes her eyes. She declares that she is beginning the ritual. She pulls the sword out of its sheath a little. Streams of white energy are visible around the blade of the sword. So he looks out from behind the blade. A beam of energy hits her feet. A blue vortex appears above the girl's head. The ghosts try to withstand the onslaught of this energy and cover themselves with their hands. Blue energy rages in the gym where everyone is. Jin looks somewhere in amazement. He realizes that he sees the threads of regret holding the young people in this place. It seems that he is referring to the strange gray streams that are now breaking. So he raises her shiny sword above her head. The trace of this weapon is visible near the ghosts of the students. The young people, whose feet are lifted off the floor, emit heavy groans. So he opens her mouth. She screams that the most important thing is beginning. The ghosts must focus. Glasses fly up. The young man is amazed. He holds Irim's hand. The guy screams for her to focus. Tears are in the girl's eyes. She lets go of the guy's hand. Irim flies up and away. Young-soo tries to call out to her and reaches out his hand to her. The guy looks up and screams in despair. We see the illuminated windows of the gym. The young man sorrowfully calls out for the girl who left him. We see the glowing windows. The hero puts his hands to his mouth and shouts out the name of the girl who just disappeared 3 times. So he sheathes his sword. She says that she warned him to focus. Jin looks up, where the white energy continues to glow. He asks why he can't summon the girl. The hero looks at So-hee with concern. He asks where Irim could have gone. The girl replies that she is somewhere in Joseon. No matter how far away she is, she will not be able to cross the boundary of the afterlife. This means that she is still in this world. A bead of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He cannot believe what just happened. The 2 remaining students stare ahead in shock. The girl tells the boy that Irim has disappeared. He wipes his tears with his sleeve. He says that everything will be fine and Ga-yoon knows how reasonable Irim is. The girl touches his arm. She states that it is true and out of the 3 of them, Ga-yoon is the smartest. Everything will really be fine. So he looks over her shoulder. She states that she has done everything that was asked of her and leaves. The girl promises to come to the restaurant in a few days. Ga-yoon puts her hand on his friend's shoulder. She tells him that he needs to pull himself together. Jin looks down sadly. He hears the girl continue to comfort the young man. Once outside the gym, so he disappears into thin air. In front of us is the gym, with someone loudly sobbing inside. The girl, holding flowers, smiles. Someone nearby announces the results of the vote for the most popular trainee of this sports competition. Moon-see is the winner. The crowd applauds the girl standing on the platform. Jin recalls the events of the previous night. Rim's disappearance is on his mind. We see a photograph in a broken frame. The hero helped the young people break ties with this place as they wanted, but he could not have imagined that everything would end exactly like this, that their future together would shatter into pieces. But what should he have done? The hero stands in the middle of the crowd, looking sad. Maybe he should have met these kids as a living person, or as a restaurant owner who exists on the border between life and death. Now Jin is in his restaurant, smiling. One of his colleagues hits the hero on the back. He yells at him not to be too upset. It doesn't matter that he didn't become the most popular intern. Jin is a great worker, so everything will be fine for him in the end. The hero covers his face with his hands and starts crying. The colleague, perplexed, says that he never imagined that the guy would be so upset about losing. He starts to calm the hero down. Jin, hunched over, thanks his comrade. Someone's hand closes the door. Sue looks over his shoulder at the hero. He says that such things happen. He wondered why Jin was walking around so upset, and now it turns out that he has gained a very unpleasant experience. The hero agrees. Jin ties the apron on his back. He says he still doesn't understand why Rim didn't show up when he called her name 3 times. We see an empty restaurant. Sue says she might not have learned how to do it yet. The hero asks if answering a summons also requires learning. We see a hospital room and 3 people in it. Sue says that when a person dies and turns into a ghost, they become like a newborn baby. Earthly knowledge stops working, and they have to learn from other ghosts. A fellow sufferer approaches the recently deceased, smiling. We see 3 students again. Sue says that ghosts of young girls usually communicate with their own kind, and the same goes for young men. However, in this case, for some reason, the gender distinction was not respected. It won't be easy to sort out their problem, even if there are other ghosts around them. The 3 students stand inside the center circle of a basketball court. The hero sadly lowers his eyes, leaning on the table. Sue says that the guy took too much of a risk when he called Sohee, but everything turned out for the best. Jin looks at him. Sue is washing the dishes. He says that, of course, it is a pity that the friends had to part, but if it were not for the hero, it is unknown how much more time they would have spent in this sports complex. The blonde smiles. He says that Rim is still somewhere in Korea. It is impossible to say that the friends will never meet again. Besides, this is an excellent chance for her to learn the peculiarities of the life of ghosts. Jin silently looks at his comrade. He says that when he first became a ghost, the most important thing was the learning process. The hero looks at the blonde's back in surprise. He thinks that he sees the expression on the guy's face without even looking at him. Jin groans loudly, real horror on his face. We see someone's crooked fingers. Now we have the tip of a needle in front of us. Yeonwook has been poking the hero's back with many needles. He says that the symptoms are very bad. All the muscles are twitching due to the sudden physical exertion. The hero says that he probably shouldn't have played the last game of foot volleyball. Ho Cheol smiles and looks at his friend who is suffering under the doctor's hands. He says that he should have called him. He even has a trophy for winning a police competition in this sport. Jin replies that even if his friend had come, he wouldn't have been able to take part. Ho Cheol brings a glass to his mouth. He says that he could have simply possessed the hero. Jin looks at the doctor. He asks if he can possess people too. The doctor replies that nothing is impossible if you know the methods. The hero says that he remembers how the doctor refused to possess him, and he thought that it was something complicated and very dangerous. Jin remembers how he tried to stick a needle behind the ear of a man who had fainted. The doctor smiles happily. He says that he is simply not used to possessing someone. Besides, it does not have the best effect on living people. The hero sits on a chair and looks at his hand. He tells the doctor that he definitely deserves the title of an outstanding doctor. The pain is gone. Yeonwook says that he can pay by frying just 1 egg. Jin ties an apron on his back. He says that one is not enough, he will cook 2. The guy asks the doctor to wait just a few minutes. Ho Cheol is sitting at the table. He asks if possession is really so harmful to the body of a living person that the doctor refused to do it for a patient who was on the verge of life and death. The guy takes eggs out of the tray. Yeonwook says that only when the balance of yin and yang is maintained in the world does it remain calm. The same is true for the human body. Only when yin and yang are in harmony does it remain healthy. A serious expression appears on the man's face. Yeonwook says that if a ghost, which can be called a concentration of yin, invades the body, this harmony will be disrupted. A fire is burning hot under the frying pan on the stove. Ho Cheol asks what is best for a living person then. The hero's fingers crush an egg. Yeonwook replies that it is not for him, a ghost hanging around the restaurant, to talk about this. The hero's hands are strangely twisted. He cries out in pain. The doctor completes the thought he started earlier. He says that it is best to draw a line between the living and the dead, although there are unavoidable situations. Ga-yoon is crying. She begs the hero to save Yurim. Young-soo clung to the guy's hand. Inconsolably sobbing, he asks if they will meet the missing girl again because such a promise was made. In front of us is So-hee. She says that it is just a ghost. We see someone's hand. Jin, with sorrow in his eyes, looks somewhere into the void. We see a dish being prepared. The hero looks at Soo. He asks the guy to free up some time on Seri. Jin asks why on Seri. Soo says that he wants to go to a certain place with the guy. Jin assumes that this is the Punmul market, and the blonde guy wants to look for a new knife there. We see knives on sale. However, the guy understands that he doesn't need to set aside special time to go to the market. Soo says that he wants to visit Wu Nam Jiang. The hero's face is surprised. He repeats the name he heard. The guy remembers that this is the name of the restaurant where his friend worked when he was alive. The blonde guy looks worried. He says that the owner of this establishment has not been feeling very well lately. Soo, smiling, looks at the hero. He asks if it would be convenient for him to go with him. Jin looks back at the blonde guy, raising his index finger. He replies that he will fulfill the guy's request without a problem. But why does he need him there? Soo shakes his head. He says that he does not want to talk about it in advance. In front of us is Yeon-wook, who controls the hero like a puppet. Soo says that he wants to take him with him. The doctor must touch the restaurant owner and check his condition. The guy says that he realizes that he will only be a middleman in this operation. We see a restaurant with a lot of people sitting in it. The hero cannot believe that his assistant worked in such an expensive restaurant. The blonde guy says that Jin should just admit that there is a very good chef next to him. The ghosts are terrified. They sense something very bad. Soo, whose face is distorted with fear, puts his hand forward. He also senses an eerie energy. The ghosts run away, leaving the hero alone. They shout that they have already eaten and promise to return soon. Jin tries to shout to them, but it is useless. The hero smiles. He understands what is going on. The guy asks the blonde guy running past if this is connected with So-hee coming here. He reproaches his comrade for not warning about this event in advance. Soo turns to the laughing hero. He tells Jin not to forget that they have to go somewhere on Seri. The hero promises to remember this. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He can't get used to this mass exodus, no matter how many times it happens before his eyes. Spots of black energy appear in front of the restaurant. Jin looks out the door. He invites So-hee to enter the establishment. The girl looks at the hero. She notices that he has started greeting her in front of the restaurant. Jin laughs and says that it happened by accident. He asks the guest what she would like to order. The girl goes inside. She says that she wants fried chicken legs according to the recipe of the previous owner. The hero asks again in surprise, but then says that he will gladly cook them. The guy thoughtfully scratches his cheek. He tries to remember which page of his notebook the recipe for fried chicken legs was on. We see the cook's back. The girl thinks that she expected a different reaction from him. Jin was truly shocked by Yurim's disappearance, but he's holding up much better than she thought. At least on the surface, he's calm. The hero serves the dish he's prepared. He says he brought the fried chicken legs the guest ordered. We see the cooking method he used. Jin says he added a special stir-fry to the original recipe, so the taste might be different from what his guest expects. So he puts a piece of meat to her mouth. She says she smelled a slightly different scent. And now, after the hero's explanation, everything falls into place. However, the taste is truly amazing. Jin is very happy to hear this. The girl chews her food with pleasure. She calls out to the hero. We see the decoration that Jin gave her. So he asks the hero if he thinks about those guys they met at the gym a few days ago. The hero's expression becomes sad. He makes it clear that this is true. The girl raises the glass. She looks at the boy. So he offers him a drink and to frankly say what he is thinking. The glass is passed from hand to hand. Jin thanks the guest for the drink. The girl holds the bottle in her hands. She hints that the hero needs to start talking. We see So-hee's eye. Jin says that those guys are on his mind. The girl closes her eyes. I understand, she says. So-hee pours from the bottle into the glass. She says that given the hero's sincerity, everything is more than understandable, but he should not feel guilty in front of the people of this world. The girl says that Jin is now working for the people on this side. The hero looks at her carefully. We see some strange dark energy bands around the guy. So-hee says that Jin continues to view ghosts from the point of view of the other side. We see someone's clenched fist. The hero is holding a filled shot glass in his hands. He looks sadly at his interlocutor. The guy says that when he decided to accept the job offer at this restaurant, he was terrified by the thought of having to work with ghosts. The girl listens attentively to the guy standing in front of her with a shot glass in his hands. He says that the ghosts he eventually met are very similar to ordinary people, and he still cannot separate these two worlds. So he suddenly jumps up from her chair. She calls the guy by name. There is rage on her face. She demands that the hero listen carefully to her words. So he clenches her fists and looks at her interlocutor angrily. She states that deep and strong feelings sometimes cloud a person's judgment, and this is exactly the case with him. Jin tries to object, but she does not let him do so. The girl grabs the jewelry the guy gave her. She states that she is not drawing the line to reproach the hero for showing sympathy, so he extends her index finger forward. She warns that if Jin does not understand the essence of what is happening, he will bring trouble upon himself. The interlocutors stand far from each other, so he says that this is what the barrier is for. In front of us is a Korean restaurant Woo Nam Jeong, Plum Blossom Ho. The hero anxiously looks to his right. He feels very uncomfortable. Jin bows to the waitress. He says that he is a friend of Soo and his name is Lee Kang-jin. He knows that this may seem impossible, but he wants to meet the chef of the restaurant. The guy realizes that he was too nervous and spilled everything as soon as he walked in. Yeonwook, who is standing nearby, happily looks around the room. Soo barely persuaded him to come here, and now he admires the interior. The waitresses look at the hero sitting at the table in surprise. The guy is a little embarrassed now, but he understands that thanks to the performance he made at the beginning, the chef will really come to him soon. Rumors about the eccentric who came to the restaurant spread pretty quickly. Soo leans towards the hero. He says that only very important guests are received in the Plum Blossom Hall, and if the guy was brought here by the court, it means that the person on whose behalf he came was highly valued in life. Jin apologizes for not recognizing his comrade's greatness earlier. Soo folds his arms across his chest. He asks why the hero has such a displeased expression on his face. Jin replies that everything is fine. He sits on a chair, hunched over a little. The guy thinks that he has come to the place where Soo worked, but he is not here, and all this seems very strange. A man approaches the hero and says hello. The guys look at this man. In front of us is the chef of a restaurant whose name is Kim Bong-nam. He was told that a visitor has arrived who wants to see him. The hero bows. He says that he is glad to meet him and introduces himself as Lee Kang-jin, a friend of Soo. The hero likes this man. He seems very calm and respectable. The blonde man pinches his former boss in admiration. Soo notices that the man has a lot of gray hair. He advises him to watch his wrinkles, especially since he is often shown on television. Jin is surprised at how inspired his friend is. The blonde man puts his hands on the shoulders of his former boss. He says that if Jin was Soo's friend, then they can talk informally. Bong-nam says that the guy was not a close relative to him, but he always treated him like his own son. The blonde man cries, touched. The hero, smiling, looks at the man. He says that he certainly agrees to an informal conversation. Bong-nam thanks him for understanding. The doctor comforts the young man, who cannot stop crying. The chef sits down at the table. He asks how the hero knows Soo. Jin replies that he met him at the Punmul market and they became good friends after that. The waitress serves tea. Bong-nam says that Soo really did go to that market often when he was bored. The man asks what the hero does for a living. The two sit at the table. Jin replies that he runs a small restaurant in Nanhyeon. The man asks again, surprised. He takes a sip from his cup. Bong-nam says that it is very difficult to do this business in Nanhyeon if you do not have excellent cooking skills. Jin says that he does not have much experience, but he received a lot of help from Soo. Bong-nam looks at the hero strangely. Jin says that thanks to his friend, he can demonstrate his best skills as a cook. The blonde looks at the hero. Bong-nam smiles. He says that Soo would probably be pleased to hear that. The blonde looks at his former boss with adoration. Jin, in turn, looks at Soo. He agrees with the man's words because he sees the smile that does not leave his friend's face. The hero looks at the man. He says that in fact, he came so suddenly for another reason. Bong-nam raises his right hand. He says that the guy can tell him whatever he wants. Yeonwook puts his hand on the guy's shoulder. He says that the easiest way to check the body's condition is to measure the pulse. The doctor asks the hero to try to take the man's hand. It is advisable to do it naturally. Bong-nam folded his hands on his lap. Jin understands that this is easier said than done. What kind of reason must there be for him to suddenly take the man's hand? Soo looks at his hands. He says that he wants to shake his boss's hand, but he cannot do it. The guy asks the hero to help him. Bong-nam is reflected in the mirror. Behind him stands Soo, who looks at the hero like a small dog. Jin looks at the blonde in surprise and does not understand why he is behaving this way. However, he agrees to do what he asks. Jin turns to the man and asks to give him his hand for a while. Bong-nam closes her eyes. He asks in surprise why the guy needs his hand. The hero, smiling, explains. He says that a few days ago Soo appeared to him in a dream and told him about his boss. Soo asked to shake the man's hand as a sign of gratitude or something else. The man laughs cheerfully. He holds out his hand. Bong-nam says that if this is true, then the request of the guy who appeared in the dream must be fulfilled. The hero takes the chef's hand. At the same moment, Yeonwook probes it with his hand. The doctor realizes that it is very cold. Yeon-wook, closing his eyes, conducts a diagnosis. He says that the blood circulation is unstable, and that is why the hand is so cold. Most likely, there is not enough energy in the body due to the poor condition of the liver. In addition, the man has problems with the kidneys. Soo looks at his boss with concern. He turns his back to him. There is a thoughtful look on the blonde man's face. The guy thinks about the fact that the man was in excellent health when he was alive. How could his condition deteriorate so quickly? The hero, smiling, looks at the chef. He asks when was the last time he got his health checked by a doctor. Soo looks at the man with sympathy. The man says that he got checked a long time ago, but why is the hero asking about this? Jin replies that he does not know whether the man will believe it or not, but it seems to him that he has problems with his liver and kidneys. In front of us are branches of some kind of plant. Bongnam is sitting with his hands on his knees. He asks if the hero also studied medicine. Jin speaks as if he conducted a complete examination, barely touching him. The hero sits on a chair. He says that it is hard to believe, especially since the chef sees him for the first time. You can also consider it a prank, but it would be better if Bongnam goes to the hospital and checks his health. We see their hands touching. The blonde, crying, looks at his former boss. He begs him to believe the hero because he always asked the man to take care of his health even if he was overwhelmed with work. The hero thinks that he has no benefit from this, but he cannot refuse a friend who so touchingly cares for his former boss. The blonde lay down on the man's knee. Jin tells the cook that Soo probably appeared in his dream just for this reason. The guy asks the man to go to the hospital and get checked out. Soo looks longingly at the man's hands. The hero realizes that the hand that Soo so desperately wants to touch is the one he himself can easily shake. Jin raises his right hand. Someone keeps thanking him. Jin remembers helping a man who had fainted. Now he holds the hand of another sick person. We see the hero's hand. He thinks that his role in this whole thing is to connect two worlds that are not destined to intersect. He should pay attention to this side, just like so he said. We see the lower part of Bongnam's face. The man smiles. He says that there is some meaning in this and he will get checked out soon. Soo happily hugs the hero. He sincerely thanks him. Bongnam starts talking. The blonde man looks at him, smiling. The chef sits with his hands clasped. He says that he will only go to the doctor if Jin fulfills one of his requests. The hero puts his hand to his chest. He declares that he will fulfill any request as long as it does not involve money. Bongnam smiles cheerfully. Jin responds with an equally radiant smile, although he does not stop guessing what the request will be. A thought occurs to him that he is now in big trouble. The hero cries. He curses himself for agreeing to do anything for the chef. Bongnam, smiling, stands behind him. He says that it is just about time for lunch. Just recently, he asked the guy to roll gimbap. The hero looks at the ingredients with a strange expression on his face. He laughs nervously. Jin looks back at the man standing behind him, and now at the chefs, who are frowning at his actions. Jin says that it should not be so difficult. Soo is sitting in front of the guy, smiling. Bongnam suggests that Jin imagine that he is at his friend's house, he just needs to relax. The hero realizes that he can actually imagine it. The blonde smiles sarcastically. He says that if Jin is so worried, then he can help him because the hero has never cooked outside of a restaurant. Jin rolls up his sleeves. He says that he will try to do everything himself. Soo says that then he should not ask him for help in the future. Jin tries to imagine that he is cooking not for the chef of one of the best restaurants in the country, but for his friend's father. We see several ghosts for whom he has already cooked. Jin tries to remember the dishes that have passed through his hands, from the simple ones to the most difficult, namely heejingguk. He already has some experience, so there is nothing to be afraid of. To cook gimbap, you first need to cook rice. Jin washes his hands under the tap. He fills the multi-cooker with rice. Bongnam looks at the hero, crossing his arms over his chest. The guy thinks that he needs to rinse the rice thoroughly, and if he adds kelp to the water, the rice will have a pleasant aftertaste. Jin sniffs some products. He understands that all the ingredients in this restaurant are fresh and of the best quality. We see carrots, cucumbers, and some leaves. Jin remembers that the cucumber needs to be lightly rubbed with salt. The carrots need to be cut into thin strips and then fried a little. The hero prepares the dish that was ordered from him. He puts the ingredients in place, presses them well, and twists them. Jin smiles. He says that everything is ready. The finished dish is in front of him. Jin wishes everyone a bon appetit. It seems to him that he did a great job. We've seen 8 pieces. The hero was asked to make kimbap, and he did it, but he had never cooked it before, so he is morally pressured by the realization that he is in one of the best restaurants in this country. In front of us is the sign of the establishment, and its satisfied chef, and also the cooks, who look with envy at the hero standing in front of them. Jin realizes that this kimbap will be tasted by Bongnam, who is shown on TV. Soo sits in the corner, offended. The hero realizes that he was offended because he refused his help. The blonde man huddled in the corner and does not come out, although he could help now. Bong Nam bends over the prepared dish. He offers to try how it tastes. The man takes one piece with chopsticks, then he puts it in his mouth and begins to chew. There is a smile on the man's face. He offers to try the dish to the other people who are here. Jin looks at the cooks. They snatch up pieces of kimbap. The hero nervously shuffles his fingers. He is very nervous. The cooks chew the food. The dish seems delicious to them. Smiles appear on the cooks' faces. One of them says that the rice is sticky and does not fall apart in the mouth. The second one says that there is just enough salt here. But the most important thing is that the filling is right in the middle. Jin looks at the chefs from behind. We see the displeased face of the blonde man. He congratulates the hero and says that he passed the exam. The hero asks in surprise what exam he is talking about. Sue answers that kimbap may seem like an easy dish to prepare, but in fact it is the fundamental basis of Korean cuisine. We see the products from which this dish is prepared. Sue says that it requires precision in preparation and filigree knife work. In front of us is the chef who prepares this dish. The blonde man says that you need to control the heating and the amount of salt, which sometimes varies for each ingredient. Kimbap, among other things, should look appetizing and beautiful. That is why, when a newcomer comes to the restaurant, the chef asks him to prepare kimbap. Jin looks at his friend in surprise. He thinks about the reason why Bong Nam decided to test him like this. In front of us is a kitchen sieve with water dripping from it. The chef looks at the hero with a smile. He says that he made jangchai guksu and offers to eat it with kimbap. The hero happily agrees. The man and the guy eat from deep plates with appetite. The hero has a strange expression on his face. The food seems incredibly delicious to him. The dish is simple, but it feels simply incredible. It is not for nothing that this restaurant has such a reputation. The hero is holding an empty cup in his hands. The man asks if it turned out well. Jin replies that it was not just good, but incredibly delicious. Bong Nam smiles. He apologizes for asking the guy to cook so suddenly and putting him in an awkward position. Jin looks at the man. He admits that it was indeed a little unexpected for him. In front of us are kitchen utensils. The chef apologizes again. He says that he wanted to see how well his friend Sue cooks. The blonde man has never told the man about his friend who can cook so well. Bong Nam says that Jin works at the restaurant on his own, and this reminds him of his youth. He wants to help the young man. We see knives and a cutting board. Bong Nam says that Jin is the guy's friend, whom he treated like his son. Sue is sitting on the sink, smiling. Bong Nam says that he wanted to take a photo that Jin could hang in his restaurant. The hero imagines what the photo will look like. Under it, it will be written that Kim Bong Nam, the chef of the Wu Nam Jiang restaurant, visited this place. The man says that this is true. It is, of course, a trifle, but such tricks help to attract customers. However, Bong Nam then says that after trying the gimbap that Jin made, he changed his mind. We see a hand that takes one of the pieces. The food ends up in his mouth. Bong Nam is standing in the middle of his kitchen. The chef says that the kimbap was not perfect, but he felt a lot of time and effort spent in search of the best taste. We see rice in a slow cooker. Bong Nam says that for a person who is looking for his own path, outside help can be more harmful than useful. Jin, smiling, stirs the contents of the pan. We see his hand lowered down. Bong Nam says that the hero does not need his help right now. We see the profile of this man. Jin looks at the chef in surprise. He says that if the guy needs any advice, he can always come here. The man smiles. Closing his eyes, he says that he will definitely help. In addition, he will look after the hero both as a senior in the kitchen and, above all, as his friend's father. Sue looks at his comrade in surprise. He turns to him. Jin cries, clenching his fist. He says that the chef is a very good person. The blonde says that this is natural because he is his teacher. One of the chefs suddenly grabs the hero from behind. He shouts that when Bong Nam asked the hero to make kimbap, everyone thought he was a new student. But now it turns out that he is the chef's honored guest. Jin looks over his shoulder. The kitchen staff tells him that he made a delicious dish and that he is an excellent chef. The hero thanks them for their kind words. One of the chefs suggests that he quit the restaurant and come work here. Bong Nam smiles. The blonde guy looks at his former boss with affection. Everyone around is delighted. Compliments and congratulations are heard. The whole company is standing at the kitchen table. In front of us are the crowns of trees. Now we see a black car. His tire hit a branch. The hero's mouth is drooling. He stretches. The guy apologizes for dozing off for a few seconds. The driver laughs. He asks if the young man found the road too bumpy. Jin adjusts his baseball cap. He remembers that after lunch at the restaurant, they agreed to go somewhere together. The hero picks his nose. He cannot understand why they suddenly found themselves on a mountain road. The car is driving through the forest. Jin is wearing a seat belt. He thinks about the fact that Bong Nam did not warn him that they would be going somewhere in the mountains, and now the guy is starting to worry. Tree branches scratch the car. Jin asks where they are going. Bongnam says that the hero himself asked him to undergo a medical examination, and now they are going to a place where it can be done. The man holding the steering wheel smiles. He says that the hero asked him so desperately that he dropped everything and scheduled a checkup for himself. Jin looks at the chef in surprise. He asks why he decided to take him along. Bongnam says that now the hero can personally prove that he passed the medical checkup and then tell Sue about it in a dream. The man is reflected in the side mirror of the car. He says that they have arrived. Jin looks out the car window in surprise. He realizes that there is a temple in front of him. We see several buildings built on the side of the mountain. The car passes the gate. Jin realizes that this religious complex is larger than any temple he has ever seen, and he is glad that they did not take Sue along. A scary bearded man looks at him from outside. The hero is sure that the blonde man would not have been allowed inside by the Devarapala. Jin and Bongnam get out of the car. The guy says that the road here was not the most traveled, but the man moved along it very confidently. Bongnam says that he often comes here because Sue is buried here. This is a place where the chef can remember his deceased assistant and receive treatment. He bows to an elderly Buddhist monk. Bongnam looks over his shoulder at the guy. He says that he can go to Sue's grave for now. Jin asks if his companion will go with him. He stands with his right hand on his waist. The man says that he has to go somewhere. The chef points with his finger. He says that the hero needs to go to that building over there. We see the building in question. Bongnam says that Sue will be happy if his friend comes to visit him. In front of us is a piece of the temple roof. Inside the room is a Buddha statue. Jin realized that his friend was dead as soon as he looked at the memorial tablets. He regrets that he did not ask the chef to tell him something about Sue on the way. This would allow us to learn more about him. The hero enters the room. He thinks that he could do something for his friend. Jin takes off his baseball cap. We see several memorial tablets and 3 more. The guy grabs his head in panic. He understands that he will not be able to find his friend's tablet since he cannot read this type of hieroglyphs. A bald monk appears behind him. He states that the parishioner Sue owns the tablet on the left. We see the tablet he means. The guy thanks the monk. The hero folds his palms in front of him, and the priest does the same. Jin clumsily thanks the Buddha. The old man, smiling, answers with the correct set of words. The hero, as is his habit, rubs the back of his head. He says that he is not doing anything special, but just came to visit a friend. The old man smiles, closing his eyes. He says that he knows that Jin feeds the hungry. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's cheek. He asks again, amazed. The hero lights a candle. The monk asks how he is doing. The guy looks back at the old man standing behind him. He cannot understand if his interlocutor really means what he says. Jin says that the monk seems to know what he does in life. Folding his arms over his chest, the old man says that the guy feeds those who have not felt the taste of food for a long time. The monk has a rather sly expression on his face. We see part of the face of the golden Buddha. The interlocutors are standing in front of a shiny statue. The old man asks the guy if he runs an afterlife restaurant. Jin looks at the monk in shock. He says that he could not imagine that he knew everything. The old man looks at the guy with a sly smile. He says that this is what is called an inexplicable connection. Someone enters the room where the interlocutors are. This person greets the monk. Bongnam approaches the priest from behind. He tells the hero that in front of him is Monk Dahyun. This is not only the main teacher of the temple, but also a huge authority in the field of Korean folk medicine. The old man, smiling, folds his palms in front of his face. He thanks Buddha and declares that his name is really Dahyun. He says that he often meets Mr. Kim Bongnam here, but he cannot yet understand what brought Mr. Lee Kang-jin to this temple. The hero points at himself in surprise. He clarifies whether the monk really means him. The hero, smiling, looks at the old man. He says that he is very sorry that he was not able to see his friend Sue on his last journey. In front of us is a sign with the blonde man's name. I see, Mr. B. Yong-soo, says the monk. The old man, next to whom the 2 guests of the temple are standing, smiles. He declares that, apparently, he prevented the guy from communicating with his friend. Jin declares that nothing of the sort. He has already greeted his comrade. Bongnam is touched. He understands that his former assistant has a wonderful friend. Jin looks at the monk. He says that he has finished all his business here, so he will leave the 2 men so that they can talk in peace. After all, Mr. Bongnam came here to talk about the health problems that he has discovered. The chef, smiling, rubs the back of his head. He says that everything is so. The old man folds his hands in front of him. He asks if Mr. Kang-jin will join him for tea. The guy asks again, surprised. The monk smiles again, closing his eyes. Someone says that the conversation will probably be long. We see bamboo stalks. The temple buildings can be seen behind them. Some ritual objects hang from the ceiling. The hero is sitting on the threshold, rubbing his leg. He looks around. We see a monk with his eyes closed. Jin tries to understand whether this man studied Eastern medicine before turning to Buddhism. There would be nothing strange about this, But what is surprising is that he knows about the afterlife restaurant. Jin sits as if trying to eavesdrop on the conversations behind the door. The hero looks thoughtfully somewhere below. He tries to understand if the monk can see things that are inaccessible to ordinary people, that is, if he has some kind of superpower. He hears the words of the old man. He says that the examination is over. The kidneys and liver are not in very good condition now, especially the kidneys. The old man bows to the chef, who seems amazed. Jin says that this is exactly what he told the man. Bongnam smiles. He says that for some reason he wrote off everything to the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days. The monk looks at him over his shoulder. He says that this was a signal from the body, which is literally screaming for help. Bongnam sighs heavily. The men sit opposite each other. The chef asks how long the treatment will take. Dahan replies that you need to come here for treatments at least twice a week. Bongnam smiles. He says that 2 days is not that long and calls the monk a real magician. Dahyun holds a round container in his hands. He says that the man missed the important clarification at least. The chef admits that he was trying to cheat. The old man takes out a long needle. He says that Bongnam must definitely come here for treatment. The monk, smiling, holds a long needle in his hand. He says that they will do acupuncture until he decides that the patient has gotten better. Bongnam fearfully asks if it is possible to do without all this. Jin peeks around the corner. He sees a long needle in the monk's hands and is truly horrified. The hero closes his eyes. He does not want to see what is happening now. Jin mentally apologizes to the man. The monk apparently sticks the needle into the patient. A piercing scream is heard above the temple. Jin thinks it's all for the man's sake. Bongnam is recovering from a painful acupuncture session. The hero receives a call on the phone. The caller asks if he is really speaking with Mr. Lee Kang-jin from Tikwang Trading. The guy replies that it is him and wants to know who he is dealing with. The caller replies that his name is Yoon Soo-hong and that he is from the HR department. He apologizes for disturbing the hero on his day off. The chef looks exhausted. Jin seems to understand who is speaking to him and says hello. Soo-hong presses the phone to his ear. The caller says that he found out that Jin works at a very respectable restaurant. The hero asks how he could have found out. Soo-hong replies that the head of the department, Choi, told him so. He spoke highly of the hero's establishment. Jin remembers the man in question. Soo-hong quickly says that he wants to reserve a table for 4 for Saturday, which is in 4 days. Jin takes the phone away from one ear and grabs the other. He replies that it is quite possible. The hero looks at the phone screen, smiling. Soo-hong thanks the guy and says that in that case, he will reserve a place for 12:30. He asks to cook, taking into account that most of the guests will be Chinese. The hero bends down to pick up the dog rubbing against his feet. He quickly says goodbye to the subscriber and says that he is disconnecting. The guy did not really like this call. The interlocutor was too fussy. Jin, smiling, approaches the monk. He asks how the chef is doing. Bongnam lies motionless. Dahyun says that the patient will sleep for a while. The hero and the monk sit next to each other. The guy crosses his arms over his chest. He wants to ask how the old man knows about the afterlife restaurant. Dahyun asks if the young man wants a drink. He replies that he has. The old man pours him some liquid into a glass. We see the interlocutors from behind. The hero asks the monk how he learned about the afterlife restaurant. Dahyun looks somewhere up. He says that when he was young, he had to deal with the afterlife. The guy looks at him with interest. He asks if the monk had ever been to his restaurant by chance. For example, when Mrs. Bakre worked there. The old man replies that most likely he had not. He had visited similar establishments in other regions. Jin looks at the monk sitting next to him in amazement. He says that he thought his Seoul restaurant was the only one of its kind. The old man replies that the guy is wrong. There are many more places where wandering souls can satisfy their hunger. In front of us is a map of the Korean peninsula. The monk says that there are 9 of them in Korea alone. There are such establishments in Seoul and on Jeju Island. The hero runs the first of them. Jin rubs his chin thoughtfully, imagining the many ghosts breaking into his establishment. He understands that this is logical, since there are a huge number of ghosts throughout the country, and if there was only one restaurant, it would have gone crazy a long time ago. The monk has heard that there are similar establishments in other countries. Above the heads of the interlocutors, we see a blond man stretching out his index finger. Shocked to the depths of his soul, Jin realizes that there can also be otherworldly restaurants abroad. For example, in Turkey. Now above the hero's head is a famous chef from this country. The monk asks if he satisfied the hero's curiosity. The guy looks at him. He wants to know how exactly the old man found out that the hero runs an otherworldly restaurant. We see a dog lying under the bench. Dahyun says that he understood this at first sight. Jin asks if his interlocutor has some kind of supernatural ability. We see a container for water and 2 glasses. Dahyun replies that everything is possible and asks to consider it a company secret. The frog is sitting on a leaf of an aquatic plant. Jin begins to understand that there is still a lot he does not know about this world. In front of us is a busy city street. We see many delicious dishes. Someone says that all the restaurants around were completely full, and this is simply amazing. The hero is standing in front of the visitors. Su-hong thanks the guy for having a free place in his restaurant. The guy praises the food in this establishment. Jin says that there is no need to thank him, this is his job. We see the eyes of the young man. He and Su urgently had to study the recipes of Chinese cuisine. But this is not so important now. The hero looks at the young man in a traditional Chinese suit who is standing behind the visitors. Jin tries to understand who he is. He sees this ghost here for the first time. Perhaps he came with these guests. The visitors call the hero. He smiles and looks at them. Jin asks if his guests need anything. Su-hong puts his hand on the shoulder of the bearded old man. He tells the hero that Mr. Wang thanks him for his warm welcome, and if the hero does not refuse, he will pour him a drink. The old man pours the hero a glass. He thanks him. Jin covers his face with his hands. This ghost does not give him peace. It just stands in one place all the time and scares him to death. The young people exchange glances. A smile appears on the blonde man's face. Su-hong asks the hero for a drink. He says that all the food he has prepared is very tasty. The guy invites the guy to sit down at a table and eat together. Jin brings the glass to his lips. He agrees. The ghost smiles but still stands in one place. The hero assumes that the young man does not understand that he is in an afterlife restaurant. He does not eat anything, although he is probably hungry. Jin, rubbing his neck, looks at the visitors. He tells Su-hong that he will bring more food. It is impossible to let it end while the company is sitting at the table. The young man replies that it would be nice and praises the guy for his hospitality. Jin leaves. The ghost looks at him. Passing by the ghost, the hero calls him after him. The young people are standing at the table in the kitchen. Jin offers the blonde fried pork with pepper. He is sure that he will like it. The hero pours some from the bottle into a shot glass. He assumes that the ghost may not understand Korean, but still asks to try the offered food and drink. The young man smiles. He drinks from the shot glass and thanks the hero. The latter is perplexed to realize that he seems to have suddenly learned to speak Chinese. Perhaps this is some special feature of the afterlife restaurant. The young man folds his hands in front of himself in a special way. He says that he is pleased to meet you and his name is Wang Kengjun. The hero folds his hands in a similar way. He declares that his name is Li Kangjin, and for the first time in his life he sees a Chinese ghost. He heard that ghosts usually have a hard time moving between countries. We see a group sitting at a table. Kang Jun says that he is very attached to the old man, so it is only natural that he followed him when he decided to visit Korea. The guy asks in surprise what this means. Is the ghost really the old man's bodyguard? The bearded Chinese man raises a glass to his lips. The guy stops smiling. He says that he is not a guardian spirit. Wang is his younger brother. Jin asks again in amazement. We see a pocket watch. The hero tries to figure out how many years ago the young man standing in front of him became a ghost. Offhand, at least 50. We see the ghost in the past and now next to the gray-haired old man. The hero realizes that all this time he was next to his younger brother, but he could neither show himself to him nor talk to him. How was it for him all this time? Jin looks at his interlocutor. He asks why he did not leave his brother. Because he was worried about him. Kang Jun replies that it could very well be that way. The ghost takes a piece of food. He says that he is unsure of his motives. The blonde man's face is sad. He says that even the white spirit and the black spirit said that the burden of his regrets was too heavy, so he cannot ascend to heaven. Most likely, it is because he is worried about his brother. We see the hero's hands. He says that he understands everything, but a lot of time has passed. The guy looks at his interlocutor with concern. He asks if he remembers anything. The ghost stands at the table with his back straight. He replies that even the memories he had are gradually erased, so he just stays next to his brother. The hero looks at the ghost. He says that Yurim and her friends were in a similar situation. Jin asks the interlocutor if he wants to order something special. The ghost, smiling, looks at the piece of meat. He says that this is more than enough. The hero slams his hand on the table. The ghost straightens up and looks at him in bewilderment. Jin demands to know what dish he wants to try besides the one he has already been served. The hero looks sternly at the ghost. Kang Jun holds chopsticks in his hands with a sad expression on his face. He puts them on a plate and asks to make noodles with egg. The ghost repeats that he wants noodles with egg. In front of us are the ingredients for making this dish, a dish that will forever remain in the memory of the Wang brothers. The recipe that Kang Jun dictated to the hero turned out to be very simple. Jin skillfully cuts onions. According to the recipe, he should chop them into small pieces. We see the noodles being cooked. They should be boiled without any additives. Judging by the drawn-out groan, someone is already admiring the aroma. The hero looks to his right. He hears that this smell brings back memories. A bearded Chinese man approaches the hero. The guy greets him. Jin smiles, holding the dishes in his hands. He understands that the old man immediately recognized that this was a dish from his childhood. Jin says that he heard that the old man likes noodles, so he decided to cook some in a hurry. The ghost looks at the hero in surprise. He asks where he learned to speak Chinese. Jin replies that he learned a few phrases using an app. Kang Jun asks again in surprise. Jin continues cooking. Now he needs to beat the eggs and quickly mix them with the noodles before the whites curl from the heat. The old man peers out from under his thick eyebrows. The ghost looks at what is happening. He says that eggs were in great shortage when he was alive. The boy could not even imagine the abundance that exists now. Someone is holding 2 eggs. We see a child and a young man at the table. The ghost says that he would buy only 2 eggs whenever he had any money. Then he would cook them for his younger brother. He loved this dish very much. We see the dish he is talking about. Noodles are hanging on chopsticks. The boy looks up in surprise. Kang Jun says that after eating simple noodles that had no additives, the boy felt like a real emperor. The old man looks up. Kang Jun pulls long strands of noodles to his mouth. There are 2 plates of noodles on the table. The hero originally cooked them for the ghost. Jin wishes bon appetit to the customers of his establishment. The old man looks at the plate with tears in his eyes. However, egg noodles are what the old man remembers, so the hero must treat him too. We see the hands of the 2 brothers holding plates of noodles. Both promise that they will eat the dish with pleasure. The old man stuffs the noodles into his mouth with bits of onion visible on them. The hero looks at him with sympathy. Other ghosts often remember events from their past when they eat food that is meaningful to them. Kang Jun's eyes become sad. The hero realizes that in his case, noodles alone will not be enough. The ghost looks at the hero, smiling. He asks if he could also serve fresh garlic. His brother loves it very much. The hero looks at Kang Jun in surprise and says that he will definitely serve it. The garlic cloves are lying on the plate. The old man makes a noise of surprise. He looks at the hero in shock. Wang says that you are right, the imperial noodles require raw garlic. The chef is very knowledgeable about this matter. Su Hong approaches the old man. He asks if this simple dish is really called imperial noodles. The Chinese man says that he named it that himself because his brother made it. But it is not very popular in itself, and he has never seen anyone else eat it. The old man holds up a clove of garlic. He says that he never imagined that he would be able to taste his childhood in another country. Wang pops the clove of garlic into his mouth. He says that back then, these noodles seemed to him to be the most delicious food in the world. Wang puts his fist to his mouth. He says that another glass of something strong would be nice. Su Hong runs off, promising to get him a drink right away. We see the remains of egg noodles in the bowl. The old man says that his parents died when he was very young, and his older brother had to raise him. The Chinese man takes the glass. He says that his brother replaced both his father and mother. A drink is poured into a glass. An old man holds the glass in his hand, preparing to drink. He says that even now, despite everything, he remembers how kind and responsible his brother was. Kang Jun, whom the old man does not see, is standing across from him at the table. Wang says that at the same time, he hates his brother for abandoning him as a child and simply going somewhere. Jin looks at the old man in amazement. He asks what all this means. Kang Jun looks sadly at the hero. The old man says that their parents died in the war. In front of us is a small boy. His brother tells him that Kang Shin should look after the house while he is away. The boy wishes his brother good luck and asks him to bring something tasty. In front of us is a ghost in his past life. He tells the child that he will definitely fulfill his request. Kang Jun tells the hero that he had to earn a living, so he often had to leave his brother alone and go to work. We see a hand holding 2 eggs in a straw package. Kang Jun says that it happened on one of those days. The road home seemed very long and exhausting to him. The guy sits down on a bench. Crows flock to him. Kang Jun thought that he would just rest a little and then move on. In front of us is a crow with eerie red eyes. A huge flock of birds pounces on the young man. Kang Jun says that for some reason he does not remember anything from what happened after that. It is quite possible that he died then, leaving his hungry brother, who was waiting for his return. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. He understands that Kang Jun simply died suddenly. He had encountered such things when he worked at a construction site. He saw comrades falling unconscious from fatigue. In front of us is a hand lying in a pool of blood. We see the back of an old Chinese man. He states that he was 8 years old when his older brother went to work and did not return even after a week. On the first day, the boy was worried, but after a while, he began to get angry. Kang Shin drinks another shot. He asks the hero if he knows why. Jin suggests that the old man was too worried about his brother. Kang Shin takes the shot away from his mouth. He says that he was simply hungry. Jin and Kang Jun look at the old man sadly. The ghost turns away, closing his eyes. Kang Shin says that hunger tormented him more than worrying about his brother, and this made him very angry. So he went outside and grabbed onto everything in sight, just so he wouldn't starve. The old man takes another strand of noodles from the cup. He states that it was unbearably hard for him. He thought about running away hundreds of times and that it would be easier to die than to endure such torment. And then an idea occurred to him. Kang Shin puts the noodles in his mouth. He says that he could barely make ends meet on his own. The hero looks at his interlocutor with excitement. The Chinese man says that he felt what it was like for his brother, who had been supporting them both for so many years. Kang Shin then thought that his brother was simply tired and left. Jin shouts loudly that this is not true. The old man shudders in surprise. Someone asks why the hero is shouting. Jin puts his hands on the table and leans towards the old man. He says that Mr. Wang can think whatever he wants, but this is not true. The ghost looks at the excited hero with surprise. He shouts that a man who was ready to give his last, just to please his brother with imperial noodles, would never have abandoned his brother. The hero is sure of this. There were simply circumstances that he could not influence. Kang Shin is holding an empty plate in his hands. We see the man's beard. He says that he does not agree. His brother should have abandoned him. Jin looks at the old man with amazement. He asks why he thinks so. The Chinese man reaches for his noodles again. He says that otherwise he will have to admit that his brother died the day he didn't come home. Kang Jun stands mournfully near the kitchen table. The old man's hand is on the plate. He says that for him, who cursed his brother for decades, this would be too cruel. Kang Shin looks at the plate from under his thick eyebrows. Jin looks at the old man silently. He realizes that Kang Jun has been watching his brother all this time. The ghost rubs his hand. We see the sad face of the young man. He stayed nearby as a guardian spirit, considering this his deserved punishment. He could neither justify himself nor console his younger brother, who hated him. Before us is a slightly older Kang Shin. He is washing the dishes. Jin understands that the ghost really wanted to tell about what happened then. Young Kang Shin looks to his right. Now he stands with his hands in red gloves on the edge of the sink. The hero imagines the words of the ghost, who says that he did not abandon his brother, never thought of leaving him alone, and that he is very guilty. Kang Jun sits sadly behind his brother, who is working at the sink. The old man lifts strands of noodles above his head. He says that he is now ready to come to terms with this. Jin, looking at him in surprise, asks why. We see an empty plate. The old man says that the years he has lived have taught him that if you hate someone for decades, it is nothing more than an attempt to hide the melancholy hidden in the depths of your soul. We see half-closed eyes under thick eyebrows. Kang Jun looks at his aged brother in surprise. The boys look at the old man standing in front of them. He says that direct proof of this is that he still clearly remembers the taste of the imperial noodles. Jin thinks that knowing the truth is not the same as accepting it. Su Hong, who is standing next to the Chinese man, is crying. He had no idea that the old man had gone through such trials in his life. Jin thinks that only now, after decades, has Mr. Wang found the courage to face the truth. The hero looks down sadly. We see his folded palms. The old man regrets embarrassing everyone with a difficult conversation during the festive dinner. He unscrews the cap of the bottle. Kang Shin remembers his brother's words, who said that when the boy grows up, they will drink together all night long. The old man looks at the hero. He says that the sun is still high, and his brother is not around, but he thinks that they are close enough now to have a drink together. The young people bow their heads slightly. The old man asks if the owner of the restaurant will drink with him. There are two glasses next to the bottle. We see the same picture from a different angle. The hero thinks about the phrase that Kang Jun said to his brother, that when they grow up, they will drink all night long. There is no doubt that these words convey the sincere, deep regret that Kang Jun felt. Jin stands, holding the fingers of his other hand with one hand. We see several glasses. Kang Shin holds a shot glass with another portion of drink in his hands. He says that for the first 10 years, he really hated his brother, but then his memories became blurry. The old man drinks. He says that after another 10 years, his memory began to fail him even more, and this made him very sad. The hero also drinks. In front of us is an adult Kang Shin with his wife and daughter. The baby is crying. By that time, Kang Shin almost did not remember his brother's face. However, the taste of the noodles that he tried now stirred up a smile in his memory. Jin and Kang Shin are still standing in the kitchen. The old man pours another portion of the drink into the boy's glass. He says that he remembered his brother's voice asking him to eat more. His brother then transferred part of his portion to his plate. Kang Jun looks sadly at the drink pouring from the bottle into the glass. Kang Jun puts his hands on his waist and loudly calls out his brother's name. Kang Jun looks down sternly. He asks the boy what he said to his older brother. Little Kang Shin, sobbing bitterly, raises his hands up. His older brother towers over him menacingly. The boy shouts that he was wrong. Kang Jun wants to know exactly what. The child looks up with tear-stained eyes. He says that he was capricious and begging for candy. Kang Jun demands to know what else he was wrong about. Streams of tears flow from the child's eyes. He says that he was wrong when he said that he hated his brother because he did not give him anything. Kang Jun yells at his brother. He says that this should never happen again. Kang Shin sits in the corner with his hands up. Tears are rolling down his face. He says that it is true after all, and his brother does not play with him at all. Kang Jun looks at the boy in shock. He says that his brother promises to come home early every day and then comes back in the middle of the night. He says that he will definitely play on the weekend, but instead he goes to work. We see that the boy is deeply hurt by the little boy's words. He clenches his fists. Kang Jun turns away from the boy with sadness in his eyes. He says that he has to work so that they can live. Although, of course, the child is right. Lately, he has been spending too much time on work. But that does not mean that the boy should throw accusations as soon as he crosses the threshold. The child clings to his brother's clothes with his hand. He pulls at his shirt and says that he is hungry. Kang Jun asks again in surprise, glancing at the child. He says that he waited on purpose so that he could eat with his brother when he came home. Kang Jun laughs. We see the house where the brothers live. Kang Jun says that he bought eggs and will cook noodles, which the child loves so much. Kang Shin happily shouts for his brother not to forget to peel the garlic. We see plates with noodles and garlic. Kang Shin is holding chopsticks in his hands. He asks the boy what he is drinking and why he does not pour some for his brother. Is it something tasty? Kang Jun puts the bottle on the table. He says that there is nothing tasty in this drink and only adults can drink it. The boy looks at his brother with resentment. He reproaches him for lying and simply not wanting to share. Kang Jun says that his brother is very small, but already very persistent. Smiling, the boy picks up the cup. He says that if Kang Shin wants it, they will drink on the day he becomes an adult and drink until dawn. The child eats noodles. He asks his brother to swear that he will not deceive him this time. The child holds up his little finger. He extends his finger to his brother. Kang Shin suggests that they swear on their little fingers. Kang Jun smiles. He agrees to do so. The brothers make an oath agreement. The ghost grinds his teeth in unbearable mental pain. We see that the hero, who is standing next to the beverage refrigerator, is also very worried. Kang Jun says that as a guardian and an older brother, he should have given the best to the younger one. Jin looks at him. The ghost says that he left him alone for a few extra pennies. He did nothing but make empty promises. The ghost lies down on the floor. We see the child sitting in front of the door of his house. Kang Jun says that he ended up breaking his word and couldn't go home. Kang Shin looks up, waiting for his brother. The ghost looks at his crooked fingers with pain in his eyes. He states that he made his younger brother suffer all his life from eternal waiting and doesn't deserve to be part of his memories. Jin looks at the ghost with sympathy. The old man pours a drink into the hero's glass. He says that this is the last shot. Kang Shin hands the hero his glass. We see the hand holding the glass. Kang Shin says to his brother that it is his turn now. Someday they will meet again, and then he will make his brother imperial noodles. The old man looks sadly at his glass. The hero lowers his head. He is about to cry. Kang Shin states that his brother was the type who never manages to keep his promises. The hero's eyes are full of sadness. We see the glass in his hand. He turns to the ghost. Jin says that Kang Jun should drink this shot glass instead of him. He objects, puzzled. We see the hand holding the glass. The hero says that even though the old man said so, the ghost must understand that his younger brother has already forgiven him. Kang Jun looks sadly at the two raised glasses. He reaches out to the glass that the hero has handed him. The ghost thinks that maybe this really is the last chance to keep his promise. The glass goes into the ghost's hand. The old man drinks. Zai Obo, the ghost says. Kang Shin seems to feel something. His brother drinks from the glass. My brother, Zai Obo, the ghost says. It is clear from the old man's eyes that he really feels something. Kang Jun looks at his brother with deep sadness. He stands in front of him and seems a head taller. The guy asks not to rush their meeting. He says that the old man had to wait for many years and endure a lot. But Jun himself is already dead, and he has as much time as he wants to calmly wait for his brother. The ghost's face is reflected in the liquid poured into the glass. A bright glow appears next to the old man's beard. We see this man as a child. Kang Jun apologizes for the fact that his promise to drink together was fulfilled so late. The boy sheds streams of tears. We see the clasped little fingers of the two brothers. Now tears are visible in the eyes of the older brother. The ghost smiles. He says that his brother is still the same crybaby as before. In front of us is the ghost's blonde hair. Jin looks up. He thinks about Kang Jun not forgetting his promise for several decades. The hero's eyes are very sad. He thinks that now the boy can retire with peace of mind. The two brothers are sitting on the green grass. The younger one says that when he earns a lot of money, he will feed the older one egg noodles every day. He replies that there are many delicious dishes, and one should not get hung up on noodles. The boy says that it is the most delicious thing in this world, and his brother should wait for him at home. He promises that everything will be exactly like that. The brothers are sitting on the lawn. The sun is shining brightly above them. A glass falls to the floor and breaks. The old man is sitting on the floor and breathing heavily. The visitors who came with him try to shout to the old man. Su Hong asks if everything is okay. Kang Shin holds out his trembling hand. He says that his brother called him Zai Obo. The boy and the girl look at each other. The young man remembers that the elder said that he was called Zai Obo when he was a child. The girl says that she has heard about it too. Su Hong lifts the old man, putting his hand on his back. Kang Shin says in a weak voice that his brother asked him not to rush and that he will wait for him. The old man looks at his hands. He says that it was definitely his older brother's voice. The Chinese man lowers his head and covers his eyes with his palms. The broom sweeps the shards of the broken glass into the dustpan. The hero puts the collected garbage into the bin. He does not know what exactly happened, but it seems that Mr. Wang heard the words spoken by the ghost. Before us is Kang Jun, and now the old man who is crying bitterly, covering his eyes with his hands. Jin thinks that the voice that broke through long years of forced silence is nothing less than a miracle. Each time this restaurant surprises him more and more. Next to the deep plate there is a glass. He hopes that there are no more surprises left. He has had enough of these shocks. The guy lifts the plate and sees several bills under it. Jin looks at his find in amazement. In his hands are several bills with many zeros. The hero sees the faces of the ghosts who ascended thanks to him. Among them has already appeared a young Chinese man, which surprises the hero very much. Jin happily looks at the money. He remembers that a check is given out every time someone's soul ascends to heaven. For some reason, he had completely forgotten about it. Sadness appears on the guy's face. He puts the money in his pocket. Jin mentally thanks the guy from China. He promises himself to spend the money he received usefully. The job here turned out to be much more profitable than the young man expected. He recalls his previous work experience. All his previous part-time jobs were nothing more than a blind pursuit of money. He didn't even have time to spend it properly. Jin stands in the middle of the kitchen. He thinks that although this job requires much more nerves, time and mental strength, he at least feels the results of all his efforts. And this feeling once existed for him only in novels. The hero looks thoughtfully ahead. He thinks that now, to be honest, he also has money. Bills are sticking out of his pocket. There is a rug on the floor. The more ghost stories the hero hears, the more he worries about those that are outside the restaurant. After all, the same Kang Jun simply could not come to restaurants of his own free will. The hero remembers the guys from the gym. He realizes that they were in exactly the same situation. Jin, lowering his head, looks at his hands. He says that the contract doesn't say anything about not contacting ghosts outside the restaurant, otherwise he would have broken that clause a long time ago. In front of us is a car dashboard with the hero's name and the name of his restaurant written on it. A finger reaches for the answer phone icon. The white car drives down the road. The man sitting in it answers the hero's call and asks what happened. It's Su-ho. The lawyer looks at the road. He clarifies which ghosts the hero means. The ones outside the restaurant. The man has a black earphone in his ear. Su-ho says that as far as he knows, the hero has already had experience communicating with ghosts from other areas. Jin, smiling, looks to his left. Fake giggling, he asks how the lawyer knew about this. The hero is still holding the broom in his hands. He tells the man that there is no point in hiding the fact that he sees them anymore. Honestly, it has become difficult for him to ignore the ghosts. But Su-ho should not think that Jin is calling just to make excuses. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. He says that if he encounters such ghosts again, he will no longer be able to pretend that they do not exist. The lawyer's hand is on the gearshift. He says that the hero, fortunately, has adapted well to the restaurant. The white car drives down the road. Su-ho asks the boy if he knows why heroes hide their identities in films. He suggests that it is to avoid unnecessary attention. We see the back of the driver's seat. Su-ho says that everyone has their own reasons, but in general it is indeed because of the general attention riveted on such characters. The man looks forward. He says that excessive interest in someone's person can interfere with plans and actions. Su-ho props his head up with his hand. We see the hero's leg next to the broom. The boy seems to be beginning to suspect something. Su-ho says that if ghosts find out that someone wants to listen to their stories and fulfill their wishes, they will have many temptations. We see unpleasant creatures behind the hero. They follow him literally everywhere he goes and ask him to do various favors. Su-ho says that if they start to accumulate, they will not allow the guy to work normally and the restaurant will cease to function. The hero holds the phone to his ear. He says that this is quite expected. The lawyer changes gears. He says that, nevertheless, Jin can try. The guy asks again, perplexed. In front of us is a family portrait. Su-ho says that his mother took him and his brothers, and they lived near this restaurant. The hero cannot even imagine how many ghosts they saw and how many stories they heard from them. We see 3 brothers from this family. The lawyer says that each of these guys reacted differently to the ghosts. Some simply listened to the stories of the dead, some actively tried to help them. The traffic light turns green. The lawyer continues to drive. He says that the hero should do as his heart tells him, and now he is just voicing his concerns. The young man's face shows surprise. Su-ho says that with all this, the guy should not forget that he is not communicating with ordinary living people. The hero smiles. He asks incredulously if there is really nothing wrong with this. Suho says that the hero, it seems to him, will still do it his own way even if he receives the best advice. Jin scratches his head. He says that he is not that stubborn. The lawyer asks if the hero has any more questions. If not, he hangs up. There is real human happiness on the guy's face. He says that he has no questions left and thanks him for the advice. The lawyer hangs up without letting him finish. This confuses the hero a little. Suho continues to drive. We see advice not to talk on the phone while driving. The hero looks at the screen of his phone with a slightly strange look. He thinks that everything is decided and he can communicate with ghosts. In front of us is the screen of the device. The guy remembers Suho's advice, don't forget that those he communicates with are not ordinary living people. Ascended ghosts appear before his eyes. A boy waving his hand. An old lady who owned a restaurant that serves hangover soup. A Chinese man who has been looking after his brother for half a century. The hero must remember that they are ghosts and do everything in his power to understand their stories and emotions. The hero's finger rests on the phone screen. Jin looks down dreamily. The hero clenches his fist. He says that he will try to do as his heart tells him because he is the owner of this restaurant. The hero swipes his finger across the screen of the device. He says that on top of everything, Suho must give his consent, and even if the guy does something wrong, he will cover for him. Seoul, Gangnam-gu, Nonhyeon-dong, 1910. The time when the bustle of the day begins to die down. The hero looks at his phone. He says that he will have just enough time to peel vegetables and clean up before opening. In front of us is Jin. He is 28 years old and he is rushing to work at one meal restaurant. The hero looks at someone's back in bewilderment. The fact that someone is standing in front of his establishment surprises him. There should not be any ghosts here at this hour. We see a man standing at the door of the restaurant. He is trying to see what is happening inside. The hero tries to understand who it could be. Is the ghost so hungry that he came so early? The figure of the man seems a little familiar to the hero. We see the man's half-closed eyes. He turns around and the hero recognizes him. It is Bong Nam. The man smiles happily. He is very happy to see the guy. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. He asks what Bong Nam is doing here. Or rather, how did he find this place since it is not that easy? It is explained that the one meal restaurant is an establishment for ghosts which is built in the human world. As far as Jin knows, for the safety of both parties, the restaurant is designed in such a way that humans and ghosts will never run into each other. We see a guy and a girl who are looking around in surprise, trying to find something. If there are ghosts in the restaurant, the living will not be able to find it and will wander around it. We see three familiar characters. The hero thinks that there are 4 regulars in the restaurant now, so a living person, which is Bong Nam, should not have found this place. But how did he manage to do it? Jin smiles, looking at the man. He is glad to see that he looks healthy. The man says that it is impossible to get lost here since the restaurant opens directly onto a busy street. Jin reaches out his hand to the door of the establishment. He says that this is also true and invites the man inside. Bong Nam passes by and starts looking around. He thought that the hero had gone somewhere for a while since he left the lights and TV on. Jin replies that he must have forgotten to turn them off yesterday. In fact, he turned on the TV for the ghosts. Some liquid is poured into a glass. The hero tries to understand where the bastard Sue went. He should have been the first to run when he learned about the arrival of his former boss. The hero imagines a blonde man running towards Bong Nam with a wide smile on his face. Jin places a small glass of tea in front of the chef. He apologizes for the fact that this is all he can give for now. If the man had announced his arrival in advance, the hero would have greeted him much more decently. Bong Nam smiles. He says that drinks are not the main thing here. He came to eat. Or is this one of those places where you need to book a table in advance? Jin stands in front of the customer, smiling. He says that his is a very ordinary restaurant. Bong Nam, however, points out that the menu is rather bizarre. We see the document he has drawn attention to. It says that the restaurant serves pork rice and alcohol, and that everything else must be ordered separately. Jin laughs. He says that he wrote it this way on purpose because he doesn't know what the guests prefer. Bong Nam looks at the guy carefully. He asks how he copes here alone, because an unexpected order can baffle even an experienced cook. The hero says that he currently works in an office and opens the restaurant only for a certain time, so it is designed for a small number of guests. The man looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks again about the office. Jin stands in front of him, his hands behind his back. He confirms that he is doing an internship at Tikwang Trading, which is located nearby. Bong Nam wonders why he needs an internship if there is a good restaurant in the heart of Nanjing. Judging by the guy's expression, he doesn't know what to answer. A smile appears on his face and he rubs the back of his head. The guy says that there are a number of personal reasons for this and he thinks that for now he can quite easily combine these two activities. Jin realizes that despite his firm determination to do as his heart tells him in the future, he cannot tell the man that he cooks for ghosts because someone promised to hand over the restaurant to him, And then an offer for an internship came, and now he is torn in two. We see two huge stones that the hero is trying to cope with. Jin realizes that he cannot reveal his true motives to the man. Bongnam thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that when he was young, he also took every opportunity, and all this allows him to gain one or another life experience. The hero thinks with relief that his interlocutor accepted the ridiculous excuse he gave. Bongnam asks what dish the guy plans to cook for him today. Jin hugs the tray to his chest. He asks what his guest would like to try. Let him just hint. Bongnam smiles slyly. He says he won't do that. The guy has to serve the best dish he can offer right now. Jin seems to be starting to panic. He runs to the kitchen and shouts that he will do everything in the best possible way. Jin is very worried. He understands that he has to serve one of the best chefs in the country. The guy calls his assistant, who has suddenly disappeared somewhere. Jin enters the kitchen. It is completely empty. The young man rubs his chin with his fist. He says that Sue simply could not just up and ascend at such a crucial moment. The blonde man appears behind him and puts his hand on his shoulder. He asks if the chef was able to go inside. The hero screams loudly in surprise. He turns to his comrade. Jin yells that the bastard scared him, and his former chef is sitting in the hall. Sue only giggles. The hero asks him where all the other ghosts that are always present here have gone. The blonde smiles. He says that he kicked them all out into the street. He couldn't let his beloved chef wander around the street. Jin covers his face with his hand. He imagines how terrible it all looked. The hero understands that this is why the man saw his restaurant. Jin stands with his arms crossed over his chest in displeasure. He asks the blonde why he didn't come back right away. Sue folds his hands and brings them to his cheek. He says that if the ghosts are near the chef, it can have a detrimental effect on the man's health. Jin asks if his comrade wants to worry about his health. Sue extends his index finger. He says that with the hero, things are a little different. He takes offense and reproaches the blonde for discrimination. Jin turns away. He curses fate for being bossed around by his own subordinate. Sue, smiling, says that he is joking and asks the hero not to be offended. Jin says that the blonde man's former boss wants to have dinner at the restaurant and suggests thinking about what would be best to cook for him. Another familiar figure appears at the door of the establishment. Jin, smiling happily, looks at the person who entered. He greets him. The guy thinks, however, that he did not expect living guests at such a late hour. We see the hero's rounded eyes, and then the lush mustache of the old Chinese man. A visitor with a cane stands in the doorway. He asks if the owner will feed him. Jin looks out of the kitchen. He says that, of course, he will. Jin asks if the old man came alone. We see the Chinese man's relatives. Kang Shin says that his daughter has business and his adopted son left for the radio station, so he had to come alone. Jin holds a phone in his hand, using the application in which he communicates with the foreigner. The guy invites the old man to take a seat, after which he asks what he wants to eat for dinner. Kang Shin replies that he will trust the preferences of the chef. Jin runs off to the kitchen again. He asks the customers to wait just a little bit. The two men in the room feel uneasy next to each other. Finally, Bongnam invites the old man to sit at the same table. The old man asks if it would be comfortable for the man. The customers sit opposite each other. Kang Shin says that Bongnam speaks good Chinese. The old man replies that it is part of his job and that he did not have to try hard to learn the language. The old man laughs. The men sit at the table. Silence reigns between them again. Something white is frying over an open fire in front of us. The customers sniff. The Chinese man says that he can smell tofu being fried and, apparently, the chef is using sesame oil. The chef declares that the fragrant tofu, fried in hot sesame oil, is tender and crispy. We see the old man's eye, and then the chef's half-closed eye. The men understand that there is no better snack to go with their drinks. Jin is standing at the stove. He thinks that tofu should do the chef some good. Jin and Sue are bustling about in the kitchen. The hero asks his assistant to keep an eye on the pot. He says he will. Delicious aromas rise above the restaurant. The sun begins to set over the horizon, under the night sky, so he sits in the middle of a field. It is reported that this is happening somewhere on the Korean peninsula. We see the girl up close. She approaches the hunched figure, so he looks off into space with a sad expression. We see a sad girl with her hands folded in her lap. A ghostly hand reaches out to her. The hand lands on Rim's shoulder, so he picks the girl up and leads her away. She says that she couldn't figure out where she could have gone, and the girl was just there. Rim looks at the girl in a traditional Korean dress in amazement. She turns to her, smiling. She says that everyone has been waiting for her. Jin and his assistant smile happily. The blonde man tells the hero to bring out the food since the guests are already late. Besides, they must be very hungry. Jin hopes that the dishes will suit both of them. It is jeonbukjuk with beef and kangjeong tofu, prepared especially for the elderly gentleman. We see the dishes in question. The hero brings out the food on a tray. He tries to say that dinner is ready. There is a bottle at his feet. The guy looks down and sees several more. The young man experiences a sense of deja vu. We see the flushed faces of the guests. Bongnam says that he smells a delicious smell. Judging by what we see on the table, the guests have already drunk a lot. The chef turns to the hero and is happy that he has finally brought an appetizer. Jin realizes that the guests have become friends. They continue pouring drinks for each other. Bongnam notices that the old man has no drinks and says that she will wait for him at her restaurant next time. He replies that if the chef invites him, he will definitely come. Bongnam points to the refrigerator with drinks. He warns the hero that he will take another bottle. All this is repeated several times. At first, Jin thought that all this was just to maintain the atmosphere, but now he sees that the guests are well drunk. The young man approaches the old man. He says that he has brought jeonbukjuk with beef and kangjeong made from tofu. Everything is hot, so you need to eat carefully. The hero looks gloomy. Nevertheless, he is glad that the visitors have become friends. The guy only feels sorry for his assistant, who looks very sad. Sue looks out of the kitchen. He would really like to have a drink with his former boss now. Meanwhile, the hero tells the man not to drink too much alcohol, as it is harmful to his health. There is food and drinks on the table. Bongnam says that he understands the guy and will be careful. In addition, he thanks him for the food he cooked. In front of us is an empty plate. The chef notes the hero's outstanding culinary skills and says that everything turned out great. Bongnam looks at the hero. He notices that the restaurant has become colder than when he came here. The hero asks again in surprise. The old man confirms that the place is quite cold and says that he has goosebumps running down his spine. The hero looks at the customers. He says that, in his opinion, the temperature in the hall is normal. The clock shows 11:15. Jin understands that he needs to open a restaurant for ghosts. Meanwhile, the customers ask him to cook them more food. The guy is standing next to the table and actively waving his arms. In a trembling voice, he says that the cold feeling is most likely due to the guests drinking for too long. He reminds the chef that he needs to worry about his liver. The diners exchange glances. The old man says that today is not the only day they can drink. Bongnam suggests that it is time to end the feast. The men get up from the table. The chef says that he had a great time thanks to the hero. The Chinese man praises the food he prepared. He says that it was very tasty and light. Jin, smiling, looks at the old man's bald head. He says that it was a perfect dinner because he met a person with whom he can have a good drink. The Chinese man puts money on the counter. He says that he will leave the payment for the dinner at this place. Bongnam leaves a paper bag there. He says that the money is inside. In addition, he has a housewarming gift for the owner. We see the reward left by the guests. The hero shouts that this is too much. There is also a gift of some kind. Bongnam puts her hand on his shoulder, smiling. He says that sometimes the guests decide for themselves how much their food costs. Jin should not worry about that. Inside the paper bag is a purple box. The man says that it contains alcohol that is infused in his restaurant every year. He brought it more to try. The hero thanks the chef. The customers leave the restaurant. Bongnam asks if a taxi has been called yet. The old man replies that his son-in-law promised to pick him up. The hero bows. He tells the men to take care of themselves. Bongnam repeats once again that he had a great time today. The Chinese man bids him farewell and expresses the hope that they will meet again. The customers leave, hugging each other. Bongnam asks if there is a food that the old man especially likes. He names egg noodles. The man asks again, surprised. The hero watches them go, smiling. It seems to him that they have become quite close friends, which is very pleasant to see. Someone whines behind his back. It turns out that it is Sue, who covers his mouth with his fist. The hero asks why he is crying. Because his boss has made a good friend. Or from pride that the chef was fed so well here. The blonde screams that the hero is misunderstanding him. The moon shines brightly in the night sky. Sue assures that he was not crying. Jin replies that he saw him doing exactly that. The ghost screams loudly that he did not do it. A knife falls at the hero's feet. Sue screams in fear that someone is approaching. The young people look at someone in fear. Jin cannot understand what caused the visit of this guest. Sue, continuing to shake with horror, says that she is approaching. There is real horror in the guy's eyes. He screams that the older ghost girl is visible at 8 o'clock from him, and there are 2 minutes left until her arrival. The hero remembers that his friend is very afraid of So-hee. Jin calmly goes to the kitchen. The blonde man, who is standing at the door, shouts in bewilderment that the restaurant hasn't even opened yet. Why would she come? Sue looks over his shoulder at his friend. He says that he has done all his work for today and will come when So-hee leaves. Jin looks out of the kitchen. His assistant shouts that he has to run. The hero puts on gloves. He understands that all days in this establishment will be just as hectic. The young man looks around. He hears that So-hee hasn't come alone. The guy says that, judging by the sound of footsteps, there are at least 2 people there. He looks out of the kitchen. The guy greets the guests in surprise. Naturally, So-hee and Irim are in front of him. The first of them clears her throat into her fist. The second holds his hand and smiles happily. She says that she hasn't seen the hero for a long time. He recognizes her and calls her by name. Jin looks at the girl in amazement. He cannot believe that it is really her. Fear appears in the guy's eyes. Someone asks what happened. Jin starts crying. He says that he was very worried about the girl. Rim approaches the crying guy. She begs him to calm down. He says that he can't help but worry because the girl disappeared and he did not know where she was and what was happening to her. So he looks sadly at the young man over her shoulder. She says that the hero is already, in fact, a grown man, but he cries like a little child. In addition, she asked him to draw a line between worlds and not get attached to ghosts. The guy and the girl look at each other, smiling sweetly. So he says that she will no longer interfere and the hero can do as he pleases. 10 minutes later, so he looks at the young man with displeasure. The hero is holding a tray in his hands. He asks how it happened that the girls came together. Rim gets up from his chair. So he says that she brought her. The student giggles. Jin looks at her with concern. He asks where the hell she has been all this time. Rim mumbles something unintelligible, but then collects her thoughts and says that she was in North Korea. We see Kim Jong-un and a woman in a red dress. The hero asks again in surprise. We see Rim's frightened face. She says that she herself was very scared. Apart from abandoned houses, there were only mountains and fields around. The girl is standing in the middle of very tall grass. She says that she was mindlessly walking, as she thought, to the south. And last night, so he found her. Before the student could blink, they found themselves in this restaurant. Jin looks at Sohee in amazement. He asks if she really wandered around looking for Rim all this time. The girl says that it was her fault that Rim disappeared and it was her who had to fix this situation. Jin bows low to his guest and states that he has been worried about Rim all this time and wondering where to find her. The guy wants to thank Sohee and asks what she would like to receive. Next to the girl's face, we see a map of the Korean peninsula. Sohee has come a very long way. She thinks that she can really ask for something in return. The girl looks at the guy and tells him to feed her as thanks. Jin exclaims that he will now get her a drink. He asks Rim if she is hungry. The girl looks at the guy. She says that she has not eaten anything yet. So he stretches out her right hand. She says that she brought Rim specifically to feed her and asks the hero to take care of her. The guy laughs. He shouts that he will definitely do it. Jin looks up. He thinks that for the work done, he wants to repay her not with ordinary saju, but with something more special. He looks over his left shoulder. Jin smiles happily. It seems that he understands what he can offer the girl. Jin puts food on the table. He says that he brought omuresu and tteokbokki for Rim. There is another plate in front of us. The hero says that he has prepared fried pork with garlic and alcohol for Sohee. Rim looks at the guy in surprise. She cannot believe her luck. The girl picks up a spoon. Jin tells her to pounce on the food quickly, so he calmly drinks from the glass. Jin, smiling, looks at the girls. He thinks that Sohee, apparently, talked to the student about manners on the way here, so he looks at her glass in surprise. She says that this is not saju. The hero, smiling, looks at her. He claims that this drink was personally prepared by one of his acquaintances. He praised the taste, and Jin thought that Sohee might like it. The girl pours herself another shot. She drinks it and then says that the drink is very good. The hero thinks that he expected nothing less from the chef of one of the best restaurants in the country. Even the picky Sohee praised his creation. Jin, smiling, looks at the girls. He advises them to try the apples, which should be exceptionally delicious. We see the dish he has in mind, so he asks what kind of shape this is. Are they souls thirsty for revenge? Jin, surprised, replies that they are ordinary rabbits. So he says that, alright, she will try a piece purely out of respect for the hero. Rim takes a bite of the apple. She trembles all over from the sensations she is experiencing. There is delight on the girl's face. She agrees that it is incredibly delicious. So he chews the apple. Rim shouts that she has never eaten anything better in her life. She asks if it could be because she hasn't eaten apples in a long time. The girl holds a bitten apple in her hands. A melody plays in Rim's head. So he explains that these apples are in short supply here, so they should taste delicious anyway. The hero's face looks thoughtful. He tries to figure out if these apples could be special in some way. We see the hem of a long red skirt. So he states that everything was delicious, but they need to go. The girl gets up from the table and looks at the hero. She states that if Rim wants to go to her hometown, they need to leave right now. The student doesn't seem to want to leave the establishment, so he asks her to get up because they really need to go. Rim gets up from the table. She looks back at the hero. Rim thanks him for cooking for her, and just like last time, everything was delicious. She is delighted with both the noodles he made at the gym and the delicious dishes she tasted there. Judging by the expression on his face, Jin is very happy to hear these words. The girl says that she felt alive for a moment. Rim smiles happily. She says that next time she will come with Ga Yoon and Young Soo. Let the hero cook the same dishes. The guy smiles, crossing his arms over his chest. He replies that he will definitely do it. The main thing is that the girl does not forget to come. The hero has an inspired expression on his face. Rim, who is pulled away by Sohee, turns around and thanks him again. She promises that they will meet again. The hero is standing in the doorway of his restaurant. Some kind of smoke rises near his temple. The hero closes his eyes. We see a photograph assembled from 3 pieces. He says that young Soo will most likely be very pleased. It is night in the city. We hear phrases coming from the restaurant. Dinner is served. Please bring another portion of rice. Everything will be ready soon. Soo clutches his head. Someone from the audience demands that his order be brought. The hero turns around at the voice. He replies that he will bring everything soon. They demand another egg roll from him. Jin replies that the order has been accepted. Soo looks thoughtfully ahead. The hero loudly slaps his palm on the table. He looks at the thoughtful assistant in bewilderment. Jin shouts that he should bring another roll. The hero does not understand why Soo is not doing anything, because orders are pouring in from all sides. The blonde apologizes and says that he felt some kind of emptiness. Jin looks at the audience. He asks in surprise why his friend is talking about emptiness, because the hall is packed to capacity. We see many visitors greedily devouring the food they have served. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. He says that if you think about it, there really is one person missing here, and that is Ho Chial. He hasn't been here for a long time. We see that one table in the restaurant is still empty. The hero puts his hands to his mouth and calls out the name of his childhood friend 3 times. Jin and Soo are standing on the roof of the restaurant. It is very quiet around, and Ho Chial still hasn't arrived. Soo yawns. He suggests that the hero's friend might have some kind of job. Jin asks in amazement what kind of work a ghost could do. The blonde man closes his eyes. He says that no one knows, but in fact, ghosts are the busiest creatures in the world. Jin asks in surprise what they do. Maybe they go to work. Glasses appear on Soo's eyes. He jokes that ghosts might be watching people. The hero shouts that this can't be called work. Soo sits comfortably on a chair. Giggling, he suggests that Ho Chial might have ascended. Jin asks if this is possible in 2 weeks. In front of us are the restaurant's patrons again. The blonde guy says that he saw Ho Chial a few days ago, but there is no specific time for ascension. The hero's face is sad. He admits that this is indeed the case. The guy is standing on the roof. If this had happened earlier, he would have been very wary. Jin remembers the words that Sohee and Suho told him. Separate the world of the living and the dead. Do not forget that visitors are dead people. Jin looks down, folding his arms across his chest. He realizes that he has heard these phrases many times, and he should eventually become a little more determined. Nothing bad can really happen to ghosts anymore, so there is nothing to worry about. We see multi-story buildings in front of the guy. Jin says that Ho Chial really could have ascended, and they do not even have a way to check if this is true. Soo looks up somewhere. He objects and says that such a method exists. Jin asks again in surprise, to which the blonde guy replies that the method is much simpler than it seems. We see Dukai holding something out. We see a man lying face down on the ground. Someone next to him asks what happened. It turns out that Dukai is sitting on the young man's back. He explains that the afterlife is also subject to privacy laws. He cannot reveal information such as the ghost's location. Jin replies that he understands. The guy looks at his phone screen. He asks if this means that Dukai cannot tell whether the ghost has ascended or not. Dukai explains that this is not a problem. The hero is holding a business card next to the phone. The department head says that he will look at it now. Dukai is checking some papers. He repeats Ho Chial's name several times, after which he states that, apparently, he has not ascended yet. He apologizes for the fact that he can only help the hero to this extent. Soo, who is standing next to the hero, spreads his arms out to the sides in disappointment. Jin says that this is more than enough and begins to say goodbye. He wants to hang up, but Dukai asks him to wait. The young man looks at the phone screen in surprise. He asks what the man wants. He says that last time they never managed to have a normal conversation and asks if the hero has a free minute now. The guys look at the phone in surprise. The hero asks what happened. Dukai replies that it's a mere trifle. We see the man's half-closed eye. He says that it would be nice if the guy visited his bank. We see strange crooked fingers crawling out from everywhere. Jin imagines scary monsters. In his understanding, JS Finance is a gateway to the afterlife, and Dukai invites him to go down there. The head of the department laughs. He says that there is no need to worry, the hero will not need to die. A smile appears on the guy's face. He says that he thought so. Soo frowns at the hero. Dukai says that by taking over the restaurant, the hero has already stepped one foot in the afterlife, and it would be nice if he came to see what he really looks like. Also, Dukai wants to give him something. Jin thinks that by seeing the afterlife with his own eyes, he might begin to better understand the ghosts that live there. We see a guy walking down the street and a lot of disgusting faces around him. The hero looks at the business card. He says that the restaurant is currently closed and he has time, but how will he get to the required address? Dukai says that there is a special way to get to the afterlife. It seems that the hero should know about the existence of a basement in the restaurant building. Jin is very surprised. He says that he knows about it, but he has never been there. We see a staircase and a closed door. Dukai says that if the hero puts the business card on the door, he will go to his world. Jin is very surprised. He asks if it is really that simple. Dukai laughs and confirms this. The young man holds the department head's business card. Jin says that it all looks like some kind of magic. Dukai suggests that he consider it high technology from the afterlife. He promises to meet the guy and says that they will see each other soon. Jin kneels down and lowers his head. He says that this conversation was a relief for him. After all, at one point he thought that Hochial left without even saying goodbye. Su looks at him, crossing his arms over his chest. He says that this does not change much since they still do not know where Hochial is. Jin cries. He asks his assistant not to hit him with facts so cruelly. He says that he sees how busy the hero is and promises to ask about his comrade himself. The hero looks at Su with wide eyes. He asks if he will really do it. The blonde looks at his comrade a little displeased. He says that he will keep his word and advises the guy to go to JS. He himself will come to the restaurant tomorrow before opening. Jin thanks the blonde. The young people wave to each other. The hero shouts that he relies on Su. Jin goes down the stairs. He puts his business card to the door. The guy never ceases to be amazed at how easy it is to get to the afterlife. There are many stories about living people who got to this space. We see a character from an ancient epic with a harp. For example, the legend of Orpheus and Eurydice. Now we have some Asian characters, or a folk tale about Princess Peri. All these stories describe the transition of the living to the world of the dead as a very complex and incredibly dangerous process, so the hero imagined his visit to the financial company JS as something grandiose. We see the surprised face of the young man. He looks closely at something. His eyes are round. The business card becomes almost transparent. Light fills the space of the door. Jin takes a strange pose. We see his sneakers. The hero's face is perplexed. He asks in amazement if the afterlife really begins right behind the door. His hand is on the door handle. We see that there are quite a few of these doors. The hero's face is filled with amazement. There are many ghosts around him and above his head. Jin looks around. The ghosts begin to pull him along. The hero raises his hand and shouts for them to let him through. We see a young man's hand. Someone's hand grabs him by the neck and lifts him up like a little kitten. Dukai, smiling, holds the guy in his arms. He greets him. The man says that the ghosts almost pulled the hero along. Dukai asks what the guy's first impressions of the afterlife are. The head of the department frowns and looks off to the side. Jin says that it's simply amazing and it seems to him that he has ended up in a very strange world. Dukai smiles again. He states that newcomers are always surprised when they end up here. Jin continues to shake his head. He asks if all the people here are dead. Dukai replies that not all are. In front of us is some kind of monster and two completely ordinary people calmly standing below it. Dukai says that there are quite a lot of people working in the afterlife. We again see a strange picture with ghosts and living people. The head of the department says that the afterlife is a community that cannot exist without people. The hero looks at one of the ghosts and repeats to himself the words he heard from the man. He realizes that death is not the end. Dukai and Jin are standing next to each other. The hero looks at the ghost standing next to him. He notices that the line he sees is incredibly long. Jin remembers the blonde man who said that in the afterlife you have to stand in an incredibly long line. The guy realizes that this is exactly what he sees. Dukai, smiling, confirms that this is true. The amazed expression does not leave the guy's face. He says that all the ghosts are afraid of this incredibly long line. Dukai laughs. He says that it is the absolute truth. We see this line and realize that it is really incredibly long. Dukai says that it is specially arranged in such a way as to take time from ghosts. Jin asks again in surprise. We see a sign with incomprehensible hieroglyphs and ghosts who pass under it into the gate. Dukai declares that time is money, and this rule applies even here. In front of us there are many strange creatures. Dukai walks in front of the hero. He says that they have arrived. Jin looks up where the doors have just closed. We see a white door. Dukai declares that this is where JS Finance is located. The man opens the door. The hero says that it looks simple and does not look like the main office. The head of the department laughs. He says that this is a branch. Jin looks at the door thoughtfully. He realizes that for ghosts this is one of the most terrible places. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's cheek. He promises himself not to panic when he enters whatever is inside, but it looks like a regular office. Dukai says that the hero can make himself comfortable wherever he wants. The guy looks around in shock. He realizes that he imagined the afterlife to be completely different. Jin smiles behind the head of the department. He says that he has a very cozy office. The man replies that it is rather small than cozy. Dukai hands the guest a mug. He offers to try its contents since the hero is here. We see a mug and a tin can. Dukai says that these drinks have become very popular in the afterlife lately. In front of us is an advertising poster for some kind of coffee drink. The price, phone number, and the fact that the offer is limited are indicated. Dukai, like a true advertising agent, informs that the hellish flames of Gehenna are best suited for roasting coffee beans. He introduces the hero to coffee roasted in hell and mead made from flowers picked in the largest garden in the underworld, the Western Heaven. This drink will appeal to all alcohol lovers. The hero, whose face shows obvious bewilderment, sits down on the brown sofa. Jin examines the mug and the can. He says that these drinks resemble those in the world of the living, but are still very different in some way. Dukai, smiling, watches the guy open the can. Giggling, he says that this taste is impossible to find in the world of the living. The hero drinks from the mug. Then he pours the contents of the can into his mouth. It seems to him that everything is incredibly delicious. He asks the man if this is why he called him here to show him these products. Dukai looks at the computer monitor. He says that of course not. The man looks somewhere. He says that this is usually released after death, but since the guy is still alive but is connected to the afterlife, he will give it to him. Bowing respectfully, Dukai hands the hero a plastic card. He says that the young man will need it. It is a debit card that is linked to a bank account in the afterlife. Jin looks at the card lying on the table in amazement. He picks it up and begins to examine it. Dukai suggests checking the account balance. Jin looks at the card. He says that there is no need to do that. In his opinion, it is better not to know such things. Jin, smiling, rubs the back of his head. He says that if there is a lot of money in it, he may have unpleasant temptations, and if not, he will be upset. Dukai says that the guy seems like a very rational person. The hero says that he has a question. Dukai stands with his hands behind his back. He says that the guy can ask anything he wants. Jin points to the coffee drink. He asks if it is possible to buy such things with this card. Dukai smiles. He was sure that the hero would like the drink. The man says that, of course, he can make such purchases. We see a shopping cart with goods. Dukai says that in this building there is a store where ghosts boil themselves before going to the afterlife. He suggests going and seeing if there is anything worth seeing. The hero asks again in amazement. He does not believe that there could be some kind of a store here. Dukai thoughtfully rubs his chin with his fist. He says that this looks more like a 24-hour store than a daytime grocery. We see the entrance to this establishment. The sun glares on the store window. Dukai clears his throat. Once inside, he begins to act like a real advertising agent. He presents 7 best-selling products from the JS44 catalog, suggests that they take a look at the corresponding poster, and then enjoy the shopping process. The heroes look at the advertisement in amazement. He says that, of course, he will do all this. Jin realizes that all this is ridiculously similar to the advertising gimmicks of ordinary earthly stores. Although why should they be any different? Dukai says that the guy can leisurely wander around the store and choose what he needs. If he has any questions, he can ask without hesitation. The hero thanks his companion once again. There are several products in front of us. Jin says that cup noodles, lunch boxes, and jerky are at least somewhat understandable, but since when have such stores sold underwear, ointments, and especially knives? The guy points at the items he named. Dukai seems nervous, but then a wide smile appears on his face and he begins to explain. The man says that this is a 24-hour store, so it has everything you might need in a day. The hero finds this explanation a little absurd. Dukai reaches under his jacket. He says that, of course, such items won't be very popular in the stores of the living world, but in the afterlife they are in great demand. He takes out a pointer and points at the clothes. The man says that this is the most popular local item, hellish underwear. It is so warm that even in the icy hell you can get heat stroke wearing it. The hero laughs and asks not to exaggerate. It's the turn of the ointment. Dukai calls it an indispensable thing. Without it, it is impossible to get through the hell of swords. Even if your arms and legs are cut off there, they will grow back if you use this ointment. Jin begs the man to calm down a little. He takes out a knife and licks it with his tongue. Dukai presents the third most popular product, although it is his number 1, an inspection knife. It is made from materials mined in the hell of swords and is very difficult to maintain. We see examples of its use. Dukai says that despite its shortcomings, this blade can chop a thick radish, cut through a cutting board, and if necessary, an annoying customer in just one strike. Although the latter is best avoided at all costs. Dukai states that, according to his information, all the owners of restaurants in the afterlife have such knives. Jin thinks about it. He asks the interlocutor to tell more about the passage through the hell of swords that he mentioned. Isn't hell the final destination for sinners? Dukai, who is still holding the knife, looks at the guy in amazement. He asks him to put the tip away from him. The man hides the knife in his bosom. He smiles and says that the hero apparently doesn't know that there is a special place where people are judged for their sins in the living world. We see the top of a pair of golden scales. Dukai explains that, relatively speaking, hell is a barrier between people and the court where they will be judged for their crimes. We see a young man holding a pair of golden scales. Dukai explains that the real hell only begins after the judgment has been made. We see people walking under beautiful plants. Jin spreads his arms out to the sides. He asks what the ice hell and sword hell are then. Aren't they considered hell? Dukai says that, relatively speaking, the freezing cold that makes a ghost feel like his flesh is falling off and the forest of blades that tears away his skin and flesh are just waiting rooms. We see a young man inside an ice crystal. Dukai says that over time, they have become a business selling all sorts of goods because every creature has an instinct to survive. A hand lands on the ice shell. Dukai and Jin smile. The department head asks if the hero has picked out anything. Tears stream down the boy's eyes. He thinks he is hardly capable of shopping after what he heard. Jin and Dukai walk out of the store. The hero thanks the man and wishes him a good day. The boy had to work hard to endure this shopping spree. The bags he is carrying are filled with goods. Dukai smiles happily. He asks the hero if he enjoyed the experience of using the card in the afterlife. Jin looks a little confused. He says that it was a very strange experience. The money he spent did not seem to belong to him. Jin holds out an apple. He says that he is grateful to the man for his advice and wants to give him something as a token of his gratitude. Dukai sheepishly says that he should not do that, but thanks the young man. The man takes a bite of the apple. He says that it is very tasty, probably because it is a fruit from the hell of torn-off tongues. The hero begins to repeat the man's words, but stops midway. His eyes are filled with amazement. He asks what kind of hell are we talking about. We see a farmer working on a combined harvester. Dukai says that the hell of torn-off tongues is ruled by King Yomra, and the products grown there are famous for their excellent taste. The hero can perceive this as an area of the living world famous for its especially delicious products. The hero smiles, holding an apple in his hand. He says that they seem to work in the afterlife too. He asks his interlocutor if sinners atone for their sins in this way. Dukai laughs and calls the guy a joker. He says that sinners do not cultivate fields, but become fields themselves. The apple falls from the guy's hands. Above his head, we see the disgusting mouths of sinners. Dukai says that words with which someone hurt other people during their lifetime are evaluated here. Here we see pincers grasping the tongue of a slanderer. Dukai says that to hurt with words is a grave sin, and those who commit it have their tongues torn out, after which the fields are cultivated right on this material. Here we see an ox pulling a plow. Dukai says that this is why this place is called the Hell of Torn Out Tongues. An apple lies next to the hero's foot. He asks if this means that these apples are grown on protruding tongues. Dukai says that this is exactly how it is. Usually one tongue is enough to grow about 100 apple trees on it. Jin looks worried. Dukai says that in our era there are many careless and sharp tongues in the world, so the harvest is good from year to year. Rice and vegetables are also grown here. The farming is done by a family of professional farmers. The man puts his hand on the hero's shoulder, behind which tongues are visible protruding from their mouths. The apple is still lying on the ground. Dukai says that although there is an opinion that one should be prepared for the afterlife, the most important thing is how a person behaves in life. The man has a smile on his face, one eye is closed. He advises the young man to live righteously. Jin stands in front of Dukai. In a trembling voice, he says that this is exactly how he will behave. The guy is very scared. Jin slowly trudges after his companion. He says that he forgot to mention something. The man turns to the young man. He asks him to eat what he bought here himself. Jin asks why he needs to do this. Dukai replies that all this is grown in hell. If someone from the living world eats a lot of products from the afterlife, they can fall under its influence. Above the heads of the interlocutors, we see a girl and a cut pomegranate. Jin asks if Persephone can serve as an example of this. Dukai replies that the genre here is a little different, but the principle is similar. At the same time, people who have stepped into the afterlife do not suffer from eating food from it, so the hero does not have to worry about it. The companions approach the door. Jin promises to do as Dukai asked. He looks over his shoulder at the man. The guy thanks him for the tour of the afterlife and begins to say goodbye. It turns out that the door does not open. Dukai says that in order to get into the world of the living, a key is needed again. The hero thinks about it. He suggests that this key is Mr. Dukai's credit card. He smiles, closing his eyes. The man says that this is not so. When leaving here, the key is Mr. Kang Jin's memories. He suggests taking the handle and imagining a place that will not reject the hero. This will establish a connection. Jin clenches his fist. He tries to understand what all this means and what place should not reject him. We see a city and many chains. Dukai says that we are talking about a place where the hero is allowed to enter. A home is not a soulless object. It is closely connected to people and is able to recognize those whose peace it guards. Dukai says that the hero should try to imagine his home. Jin is standing in front of the door. He looks up. Home is a place where he must return. The guy in his underwear is standing in front of the door. Now he is in front of it, but with a backpack on his back. Jin looks up at the restaurant sign. His hand reaches for the door handle. He remembered the house he belongs to. Jin is standing in the doorway of his restaurant. The guy looks up in surprise. Now he smiles. Jin steps on the rug. He says that it is simply amazing. Jin leans against the kitchen serving window. The guy says that even the interior seems just as familiar. Jin slumps wearily. The journey has exhausted him. We see the lower part of his face. The hero remembers Su. Jin looks up. He thinks that his comrade must be looking for Ho Chial now. We see young people on the street. The hero did not know them. Someone is digging the earth. We see the phrases previously spoken by the hero. After all, he is a ghost. It will be easier for him to find than for me to wander aimlessly. The young man digs the ground in the light of the car headlights. It seems to be Ho Chial. Another phrase of the hero. What is he doing that he still hasn't responded? Ho Chial is incredibly angry. He is kneeling in the middle of the street. The guy curses everything in the world and shouts that it shouldn't be like this. There was no need to let stupid thoughts into his head. The sun is shining over the city. A crowd is walking along the street. Passers-by are uttering meaningless phrases. A tall girl with black hair stands out in the crowd. She seems to notice something. Her hair covers almost her entire face. We see her ugly mouth. She asks for help. Two people pass by a brick building. Someone asks where the hell he went. Su is sitting on a lamppost. He says that he walked all over Gangnam, but still couldn't find that scary face. A blonde man is flying down the stairs. He complains about wasting another day. Su seems to notice something. He sees the ghost girl's hair. A trail of small black spots is visible behind the man, who is calmly walking into the distance. Su looks up in shock. He rubs the back of his head. The blonde man asks how someone can live normally when a ghost is constantly hanging around. This is completely abnormal. Su notices someone around the corner of the building. From there, peeking out is none other than Ho Chial. The blonde guy points his index finger at him in shock. He angrily yells at his friend that he found him. Ho Chial grabs the guy's hand. He pulls him close and roughly covers his mouth with his hand. Ho Chial hisses at Su to be quiet and not make a sound. Jin looks at someone. He asks to clarify whether Ho Chial really has been stalking some bad guy for several days in a row. Su looks very unhappy. He says that Ho Chial should know that being stalked by a ghost of a living person has a bad effect on both of them. The hero's old friend stands between two restaurant workers. He says that he knows this very well. Jin looks at his comrade reproachfully. He asks who the person is that Ho Chial went to such lengths. There were no messages from his friend, and the hero was beside himself. But he could have just told everything. Ho Chial rubs his neck. He says that Jin should not take all this to his head. Ho Chial deliberately didn't come to the restaurant because he knew this would be the reaction. Jin jumps up and down in anger. He blames his friend for disappearing for a few days, making people worry, and now says that he shouldn't take all this to heart. This is very offensive. Jin asks if Ho Chial really can't say what happened. His childhood friend looks away. He hesitantly says that he will never have a chance like this again. Jin looks at his friend, who has turned away, in confusion. The guy says that in this case he wants to help his friend. Tears are rolling down his eyes. He asks in bewilderment what kind of help are we talking about if the hero doesn't even know what is going on. Jin raises his left hand. It is enough for him that this matter is very important to his friend. He will try to help in any way he can. Ho Chial replies that he will not accept his friend's help. Jin calls out to him in amazement. Ho Chial turns away. He says that it is too dangerous and his friend can hardly help him. It is better for him to do everything himself. Jin asks him to at least tell him why it is dangerous. Ho Chial covers his face with his hand. He says that he will tell him what it is, but his friend should not stutter about any help anymore. There is real rage in the guy's eyes. He says that he is chasing a disgusting bastard. In front of the young man is a building with a signboard called Gold Motel. Ho Chial asks his friend if he has heard about a series of murders in Cheolson City. The hero says that this case was talked about in the news a few years ago. Ho Chial is very sad. The hero remembers that the case was never solved due to lack of evidence. Ho Chial says that he is tracking down the one who committed all these crimes. Jin looks at his back in amazement. He does not understand what his friend is talking about because there was no evidence pointing to the criminal. How could he figure out who it was? Ho Chial replies that there is no evidence, but he knows the victims' faces. We see a fragment of his memories. In front of us is the face of a smiling boy. Ho Chial says that he cannot forget their faces even if he really wants to, because the victims have become ghosts and are now haunting their killer everywhere. Judging by the expression on his face, Ho Chial feels deep disgust for the bastard. The young man grinds his teeth in rage. He says that there are many more ghosts than officially announced victims. He could not pass by when he saw them. In front of us are many photographs, mostly of young girls. Ho Chial says that the ghosts feel great anger towards the scoundrel who killed them. Jin puts his hand on his friend's shoulder. He says that in this case he wants to help him even more. He should have said right away that he was chasing such a disgusting monster. The ghost waves him off. The hero looks at his comrade a little offended. He says that the guy does not understand the seriousness of this matter. Ho Chial asks if Jin knows what percentage of serial murders are solved in Korea. A whopping 98%. This means that the man he is pursuing is truly elusive. He is always among the 2% of killers who manage to hide from tens of thousands of police officers. Ho Chial is sitting on the ground, his head sadly propped up in his hand. His face, covered by his palm, reflects terrible mental anguish. Ho Chial says that by becoming a ghost, he got a chance to catch the criminal he was unable to send to prison in life. In front of us are the hero's legs. His friend says that the guy could get hurt if he interferes. Jin looks sympathetically at his squatting comrade. He says that the guy simply does not understand that if something goes wrong, he could die. Jin clenches his fist. Ho Chial looks at him from under her palm. The hero screams loudly. He declares that the ghost definitely cannot cope alone. What can a ghost do to a living person? Even in the orphanage, he did the same thing. We see a boy peeking through the door. Jin says that when he or his comrades came back from the street beaten, Ho Chial was the only one who stood up for them and got into fights. The beaten boy looks away. Jin says that in the end, only Ho Chial was reprimanded, who took all the responsibility. The boy puts his index finger to his mouth. Jin grinds his teeth in anger. He says that Ho Chial should understand himself that this time he definitely won't be able to cope alone, and out of them, he's the stubborn ram, not the hero. Ho Chial looks at his comrade. Su intervenes in the conversation. He says that Ho Chial will definitely not tell the hero about this, but he will. Influencing a living person is considered a serious crime in the afterlife. If Ho Chial is caught, JS will put him on a train to the disappearance station. Jin's mouth drops open. He asks again, not believing what he's heard. Ho Chial yells at the blonde, accusing him of telling the hero that. Su looks at the boy calmly. He asks if it wouldn't be better to give in this time. Ho Chial clutches his chest. Su tells him that even if he gets the evidence, Jin is the only one who can report it. It's better to trust his friend and accept his help rather than just disappear without a trace. Su puts his hand on his boss's shoulder. He says that he must promise not to take unnecessary risks. Then Ho Chial will have no reason to worry about him and everyone will benefit. The two old friends stand next to each other. Su says that it's better to stop arguing and just compromise. Jin looks at his comrade, putting his hands to his mouth. He calls out to him. We see advertising signs on the city street. Ho Chial ultimately agrees to accept the help. Jin screams with joy. A hooded man is walking down the street. He has a rather unpleasant face. Three young men are watching him from around the corner. Su turns to the second ghost. He asks if this is really the best idea he has come up with, to chase the killer everywhere until he finds evidence. The guys are watching the hooded villain. Ho Chial is squatting with an angry expression. He says that this scumbag hangs out in the shops in front of Sinju University every day. Jin looks at him in surprise. He asks why in the shops. We see people walking down the street. Ho Chial says that the best place to watch the people passing by is from the shop. He must be looking for his next victim. The hooded man is standing on the corner of the street. We see the sign of the shop. Ho Chial says that during the day he spends 20 minutes shopping, starting from this shop, and then comes back here in the evening. The three young men are watching the villain, hiding behind a car. Su says that this all looks very suspicious. Has no one reported him yet? Ho Chial looks angrily at the suspect. He says that he makes these rounds periodically. Besides, he has a real talent for evading pursuit, which is why he is still free. We see the backs of two guys. Ho Chial says that they should step on his tail. The hero says that if nothing is done about this scumbag, the number of victims may increase. We need to stop him as soon as possible. The guy's face is surprised. He hides behind a car. A man in a purple vest comes out into the street. He asks someone on the phone in bewilderment. The man looks at the screen of the device. He asks what the man will tell him to do with this information. Does he think that if he simply says on the phone that he is quitting, he will only hear good wishes? There is always a rush of customers after lunch, and there is no one to replace the one who is quitting. Ho Chial and Su frown at the man. The blonde thinks that his voice is too loud. He tries to shout to some Odok Shik. The man's name tag says that his name is Lee Jukwak. He shouts into the phone that he does not understand where he should look for a worker to replace the one who is going to quit. A man appears next to the man, followed by the guys. One of them pays attention to this. Ho Chial turns to his comrades and tells them to follow him. He wants to follow where the scoundrel goes next. Jin is going to go after his old friend. Su, meanwhile, just stands there. The guys ask him what he is doing and demand that he come with them. Su asks if they really need to go somewhere. Jin and Ho Chial look at the blonde guy in amazement. He says that he has come up with a great plan and invites his comrades to listen to it. In front of us is a sign for a store. The manager is talking on the phone. He confirms something several times to the interlocutor, whom he calls Boss Park. The man says that he urgently needs a temporary worker, and these services were offered to him by a guy who previously worked for the interlocutor. His name is Lee Kang-jin, and it would be nice to understand what kind of person he is. The hero looks at the man, smiling. Above the guy's head is written that he is the real king of temporary work. The former employer gives the most excellent recommendations. The hero holds onto the strap of his bag. Ju-guak says that if Boss Park is confident in the young man's skills, and he really shows himself from a good side, then they will have lunch together sometime. The store owner holds the phone to his ear. He tells the guy that his former employer gave the hero an excellent recommendation, so he will take him on. The only surprising thing is that he showed up in such an unexpected way. Ju-guak informs that another employee is supposed to come to the store in the evening, and the guy just needs to wait for him to arrive. He cannot leave under any circumstances. Sue and Cheol are carefully watching what is happening inside the store. Ju-guak says that the guy should contact him if any problems arise. The uniform vest is hanging next to the counter. It is imperative to put it on. The hero replies that he understands everything. The store owner leaves his establishment. He tells the guy not to idle away just because this is a one-day job. The man wishes him luck. The hero looks out onto the street. He invites his comrades to come inside. Jin and Sue put their hands on the display case. The hero says that he really doubted that this plan would work, but everything happened exactly as the blonde man said. He replies that it was chance and the connections that the hero has accumulated that helped. Cheol laughs happily. He says that thanks to Sue, they have the opportunity to observe the scumbag up close. He notices that the blonde is more resourceful than he seems. Sue asks him, a little offended, what he means. Jin puts on his signature vest. One of the guys calls out to him. The hero asks what he needs. He says that Jin went to a restaurant and asks what he grabbed there. The guy looks at his comrade, smiling. He says that this is what he can crush the bastard with. Sue looks at the hero thoughtfully. He asks again, perplexed, what this means. Jin puts food on the table, including an apple. He says that he means this. Sue looks at the food in surprise. He asks how anyone can crush anyone with this. Punch him in the face during dinner. Jin laughs. He says that, of course, he doesn't plan to do it. Sue and Cheol look down, puzzled. The hero is focused. In front of us is a label that says that this is a fiery Korean beef hamburger made with love. The manufacturer guarantees incredible taste. Jin says that he bought this in the afterlife. We see the products that he prepared for the killer. In front of us is the edge of the packaging of a box with a hamburger, and now an apple. One of the guys asks if the hero is really going to give all this to the villain. He leans on the table. The guy says that he really plans to make him eat all this. Sue starts to get indignant. He asks why feed the bastard. He doesn't deserve a free lunch. Jin asks his friend to listen to him first. He was told that for a living person, products from the afterlife will cause side effects. Cheol looks at his friend. He asks again, puzzled. Jin, smiling, looks down. He says that for both the living and the dead, it is just a tasty meal, but as a side effect, the living person will see ghosts for a short time. The killer will look into the eyes of his victims and feel what a sin he has committed. The guy throws an apple into the air and says that he thinks the plan is quite successful. Cheol frowns and looks down somewhere. We see someone's hand holding an apple. Cheol calls the hero by name. He says that the ghosts haunting the villain are poor souls who know no peace. If they are not at peace, it means that every day they have to return to the moment of their death, and it is so painful that they have forgotten themselves. Jin, who is holding an apple, looks at his old friend in surprise. He stands with his arms crossed over his chest. Cheol says that perhaps the ghosts, on the contrary, would not like to see the face of this bastard. The guy rubs his neck. He says that he made these observations while working as a policeman. This does not mean that the guy's idea is bad. He says that he understands what his friend is worried about, and he completely missed it. Jin looks sadly at the products he brought here. In front of us is the store where Jin got a job for a while. One of the guys tells the hero that he will teach him how to communicate with ghosts without people noticing. First, he needs to try talking to the undead. Jin agrees to do this. 3 hours later, in front of us is the sign of the store. Someone loudly calls the hero. Ghosts burst into the establishment. They shout that this bastard is coming here. The hero resolutely looks towards the entrance. He says that this is simply wonderful. We see the guy's back. Now in front of us is an apple. The products delivered from hell are on display. The price for 3 items is only 1,500 won. Jin smiles, crossing his arms over his chest. He thinks that for food of this quality, this is an incredibly low price. He is sure that anyone who sees this product will definitely buy it and then eat it. Jin looks over his shoulder. His eyes widen in surprise. He sees the bastard's face and some black streams above it. The guy greets the customer. He is talking on the phone and urging someone not to worry too much. The bastard says goodbye to his interlocutor. The hero feels heavy energy and low vibrations that make him feel uneasy. The killer has a wide smile on his face. He looks to his left. The hero thinks that they have finally met. Jin looks at the bastard who entered the store. He thinks that he can enjoy freedom for now, but very soon he will end up behind bars. The killer notices something. Naturally, these are products from the afterlife that the hero put on the display case. The scoundrel says that these are very good products with a great discount. The hero realizes that the bastard has taken the bait. The guy smiles and looks at the killer's face. He says that the combo meal and instant noodles cost 4,001. The customer looks at the clerk expectantly. Now his gaze drops to the scanner. He asks if the hero should scan the barcode. Jin replies that the combo just went on sale and hasn't been added to the database yet. He offers to pay in cash. Jin thinks he was prepared for this turn of events. The guy smiles and apologizes to the customer. He hands him change of 1,001 and wishes him a pleasant appetite. Jin looks at the killer with hatred. Let this creature enjoy the food that will turn his world upside down. Red hair appears behind the bastard. Someone apologizes. Jin looks somewhere. He tries to figure out if the communication method that Su and Chiao taught him works. The hero sees the mournful faces of the long-haired girls. The guy looks up, a little scared. Above his head, a thick layer of ghost hair is visible. Jin realizes that everything worked perfectly. The guy pinches his arm. He says that he did nothing special. He just gave the bastard food that will allow him to see ghosts. Red eyes glow under his hair. Jin says that very soon, the killer will be able to see who they belong to. Jin bows sharply. He says that he does not want to inconvenience the ghosts in any way. In front of us is another shock of black hair. Jin says that the ghosts can stay away and wait for the bastard to end up in a mental hospital after meeting ghosts on the street. They can also appear to his eyes. Jin squeezes the index finger of his right hand with his left hand. He says that the final choice is up to the ghosts he communicates with. The guy looks up in fear. The owner of the black hair asks if this bastard will be able to see them. The young man thinks about it. We see a strand of black hair, and then its owner, whose mouth is twisted into a terrible smile. The girl laughs loudly. Several ghosts slowly approach the killer's back. He has already managed to eat noodles and a hamburger with rice. The bastard is lying on his back. He clutches his head with his hand. The scoundrel cannot understand what is happening to him. He rises. The killer says that he remembers having lunch at a 24-hour store. He looks around, trying to figure out where he is. In front of us are the man's legs. He curses and says that he can't see anything. The scoundrel goes to his phone. He groans. The killer picks up the device and looks at its screen. He is happy that he found his phone. The bastard sees something unexpected on the screen. It is a screensaver with a long-haired ghost. The killer is surprised and asks what it is. He starts pressing his fingers on the screen. The criminal says that he has never taken photos like this before and curses again. In front of us is a system window, unable to delete this file. Please try again. We see a strand of black hair. The bastard asks in fear what is going on. The ghost is standing behind the killer. He is still trying to delete the screensaver, and again he is unable to do so. The bastard is swearing foully. A huge ghost is hanging over the villain, who does not stop swearing foully and continues to poke his fingers at the screen of the device. We see what his phone looks like. The ghost's hair is falling on the device from above. The bastard looks up and sees dozens of scary eyes around him. Horror appears on his face. He screams loudly. The killer is trying to run away from the ghosts. He squeals, not understanding what is happening at all. The ghost's hair reaches the killer. He coughs. Strands of hair wrap around the bastard's mouth and nose. He appears to fall to the floor. The ghost laughs maliciously. A very loud scream is heard. The killer lies next to the counter, looking up with empty eyes. There is some kind of knocking next to him. The bastard thinks he has seen a terrible dream. He gets up and puts his fingers to his face. The killer says that the nightmare was incredibly real. A strand of black hair appears above his head again. The criminal, with animal terror in his eyes, looks up. He sees nothing but black hair. The killer screams like a pig. A huge figure of the ghost looms over him. The bastard tries to wave his hand away. He screams for the ghost to go away and not touch him. Jin looks at the bastard's torment very calmly. It seems that the killer's eyes are ready to bulge out of their sockets. The policeman gets out of the car and goes into the store. Scary screams are heard inside. The policeman looks at the hero. He says that he arrived in response to a call. There was a report that someone was disturbing the peace here. Jin confirms this information and says that the person who did everything is lying in the corner. A scary scream is indeed heard from there. There are already 2 policemen in the store. One of them is holding onto the visor and says that everything is clear to him. The second one says that the crew has found the troublemaker. The policemen approach the scoundrel huddled in the corner. They say that this is not the right way to behave here and offer to go with them. The killer tries to crawl away from them. He screams loudly about seeing ghosts. The policemen exchange glances. From their remarks, it is clear that the hooligan does not smell of alcohol, and it is most likely drugs. One of the policemen twists the scoundrel's hands behind his back. He says that he is under arrest for property damage and obstruction of legitimate business activities. The killer grinds his teeth in rage. Sue and Jin watch what is happening. One of the police officers shouts that the detainee has no right to beat a law enforcement officer, and then orders his partner to shove the criminal into the car. The police report to their superiors that they have made an arrest. The bastard is sitting in the backseat of the police car in handcuffs. It seems to him that now the ghosts will not be able to haunt him. There is some kind of crazy expression on the bastard's face. He says that the hallucination was truly insane. Judging by the killer's eyes, he is seeing something terrible again. A desperate cry is heard from the police car that the hero is looking at. Jin looks thoughtfully to his left. He thinks that all of this was very strange. The ghosts were just standing in place, and the bastard seemed to have gone crazy. Perhaps he ate too much food from the afterlife and experienced all the side effects. Or maybe the gates of hell opened. Xiao runs past the hero. He shouts that he will follow the police car. The hero says that he understands. Jin shows his friend his phone, which shows the time 10:30 p.m. The guy says that he will wait for his shift and then open the restaurant. Sue is surprised that time has passed so quickly. He asks if the hero will be late if he does not go to the restaurant right now. The blonde says that he will go with Xiao to the police station and see what is happening there. We see the phone screen. A new message comes. The ghosts look back in surprise at the hero, who has turned his back to them. In front of us is a correspondence. The hero greets Miss Suzhou and says that he has urgent business, so he may be a little late for the opening of the restaurant. The guy asks if the girl could open the place. If she doesn't have time, he'll try to make it by 11. Suzhou replies that she got the message. She foresaw everything and has already opened the restaurant. There's no need to worry. The hero can do his own thing. We see the girl opening the doors. She gives a thumbs up. It turns out that she's the fourth offspring of the Shin family. The young men look at the phone screen in amazement. The hero asks if she's really already opened the restaurant. Sue looks at his crying friend. He asks when they managed to exchange numbers. The hero says that it was while the interior was being renovated. In any case, it's very good that she came. Thanks to her, he won't be late with the opening. Xiao turns to his friends. He says that in this case, he'll run to the police station. The guy asks the hero to finish everything here. Jin replies that he understands. Sue looks at his friend in a little surprise. We see the hero at the door of the store. He shouts to his friend that following the killer does not give him the right not to come to the restaurant. He must definitely show up there. The hero lowers his head and puts his folded palms to the top of his head. He apologizes for causing inconvenience. Suzhou, with her arms folded on her chest, stands in the doorway of the store. She says that nothing terrible happened. There is still time until 11. The guy came faster than she thought. Jin says that he is the owner of this establishment and must come on time. He assumes that the girl has a lot of her own things to do. She can go if she is in a hurry. The beauty, smiling, looks at him. She says that, on the contrary, she felt a little nostalgic, remembering the past. A smile appears on the hero's face. He says that if the girl is not in a hurry, then he can treat her to something. Suzhou replies that she has no urgent business. Jin puts his hand to his chest. He says that he will do everything quickly and the girl will not regret it. There are two ghost girls sitting on either side of the hero. One of them asks the guy if he really had to work part-time at the store because of some bastard. Jin sadly replies that this is exactly how it happened. The three girls and the hero are sitting at the table. The ghosts, not mincing words, discuss what they would do with this bastard. One of the ghosts says that they should poke his eyes out with a fork. Suzhou raises her hand, stopping this delight. She says that she can understand why Jin interfered in this matter. The guy looks down sadly. Suzhou sits at the table, her back straight. She says that there are only two options for how a person reacts when he steps onto the threshold of the afterlife. She raises two fingers. The first option is to listen to the regrets of the ghosts and sincerely wish for them to get rid of their malice. The second option is to simply ignore everything. Jin asks in surprise if there are those who turn a blind eye to all this. Suzhou sits on a chair, crossing her legs. She says that everyone who has encountered the afterlife knows that if a bad person dies, he will certainly go to hell. The hero, whose back we see, rubs the back of his head. Suzhou says that this is the reason why someone is indifferent to ghosts. Jin puts his clasped hands on the table. Suzhou says that even if the bastard is not punished in the world of the living, he will still die someday. We see handcuffs and the bastard flying somewhere down. The girl says that in the world of the dead, punishment is inevitable in any case. Jin asks her what to do for those people whose lives this bastard ruined. The girl sighs heavily. She does not deny that it really looks like you are turning a blind eye to the crime. we see the hero's hands. He says that the punishment of the afterlife is, of course, important, but in his opinion, it is much more important to prevent new victims from appearing in the world of the living. The hero looks at his folded hands. The girl looks at the guy with sympathy. Beads of sweat are running down his cheek. He says that those people who leave justice to the afterlife may be right, of course, but the victims also have families. For them, the present is much more important than what happens in hell. Sujo giggles into her fist. She apologizes and says that she did not mean to laugh at the guy. He looks at the girl in surprise. Jin asks what suddenly made her laugh so much. Sujo raises her glass. She says that she suddenly realized how long she has been moving in this field. She says that she understands the guy's point of view. We see the glass in her hand. Sujo drinks. She says that when you are surrounded by ghosts for a long time, the meaning of death becomes blurred, which is why her words sounded so one-sided. Sujo looks at one of the ghosts through a glass. The girl says that they are dead, but continue to be near people. The hero's face is sad. He thinks that Sujo literally grew up with ghosts, so it is not surprising that the boundaries of life and death have been erased for her. The ghost girls press Sujo. They convince her that something must be done with the killer. Sujo looks at the hero. She asks him what will happen next to the scoundrel he handed over to the police. We see plates of food. Sujo says that it will be more difficult to get him now. Maybe the hero has some kind of plan. Jin says that everything happened very quickly, but he managed to prepare. The guy moves some kind of frame towards the girl. She asks in surprise what the guy means. In front of us is a newspaper clipping with a photo. Jin says that the internet is a great thing if you want to find out information anonymously. He found a reporter who showed interest in this case. If he collects all the evidence, he can present it to him as evidence. He should figure out what's what and take action. There is an email address under the photo. Sujo admits that the idea seems very good. She gets up from the table and pushes back her chair. The girl says that soon there will be customers in the restaurant, so she needs to leave. The hero says in surprise that the establishment will close soon. What customers are we talking about? The girl says that the hero will understand everything soon. Everyone in the room looks at the door. Sue appears there, loudly calling the hero. Jin looks at his comrade in surprise. The blonde runs past Sujo. He shouts that he found something. The girl is already at the door of the establishment. The hero asks what exactly his assistant found. He shouts that the bodies of the victims. Sujo looks back at the guys. Sue says he knows where they are. There is a TV in front of us showing the news. The reporter says he is on Museguen Mountain in Gyeonggi Province. After the police went to check on a report received by one of the journalists, multiple corpses were found at the scene. 3 of the victims have already been identified. An investigation is currently underway. We see the police. The reporter says that according to the police, the nature of the crime suggests that it is related to the unsolved case of the Chalson serial killer. The killer is behind bars. The reporter says that when checking the identity of the troublemaker who was arrested for vandalizing a store and claimed to see ghosts, it turned out that he had previously appeared in the Chalson serial murder case, and as a suspect. Chial and the black-haired girl are standing next to the camera. The guy smiles and looks at his companion. He says that judging by the news about the corpses found, Jin did everything right. And even if the girls are unstable for now, at least they have returned to their true forms. The girl says that she can't even believe that they were found. The ghosts are standing in front of the bars. According to the girl, she thought that they were given a chance to take revenge on this bastard only because someone was motivated by a superficial sense of justice. In front of us is a board with photographs of several girls. The ghost says that to the world, they are most likely just something like flickering lines in the news. We see one of the photographs up close. The girl asks why her companion is so interested in this case. Chial looks at her with sympathy. He says that it is because it is right. He and his comrades sincerely wanted this bastard to be punished to the fullest extent while he was still alive. And, of course, one of the reasons is the desire to prevent further crimes. We see a group of ghosts who became victims of the bastard. Chial says that this is also for the sake of the relatives and friends of the deceased. The girl touches her fingers to the pendant hanging around her neck. The ghosts look at the scoundrel sitting behind bars. Chial says that this is exactly what they need a clue for, which will definitely put the killer behind bars. If the girl remembers something or knows something that could help, it would be better if she told. The bastard looks down, clutching his head. The girl did not think that she would have to live through all this again. Nevertheless, she agrees. Chial looks at his companion in surprise. The girl looks up. She says that she will tell everything they saw. The ghost clutches his head. She says that in exchange, Chial will not let this bastard escape punishment. The hero goes down the stairs. He says that he slept very well. Jin says that food should have been delivered in the morning. It turns out that Chial is already sitting inside. The young man approaches him and asks when he returned and if everything went smoothly at the police station. Chial says that everything is fine. Jin picks up a glass. He asks how the investigation is going. His old friend sadly states that after the bodies were found, the case was sent for further investigation, but the criminal denies everything again. Water is poured into a glass. Jin takes a sip from the glass. He says that more convincing evidence is needed. Chial rests his head on his folded hands. Jin comes up to him. Chial says that, as he was told, very important evidence is in the hotel where the criminal stayed. The hero happily asks if this is true. We see the guys from above, from under the ceiling. Chial states that this is very important evidence, and it will be irrefutable now that the bodies have already been found. It turns out that the ghost girl told the guy that the scoundrel has a vile passion. He collects locks of hair from the dead. He keeps them in a small space between the sink and the wall. Chial sits on a chair, lowering his head. He says that these are, however, objects of the living world, so he will not be able to get them himself. Jin looks at his comrade in surprise. He says that this is why his legs carried him here on their own. Chial stands up and puts his hand on the table. He asks the guy not to worry, as he will definitely think of something as soon as he gets his thoughts in order. The hero takes a sip from the cup, then puts it on the table. Jin, smiling, spreads his arms out to the sides. He says that he can simply pass the tip to the police. Why complicate things? Chial shouts that it is not that simple. If something goes wrong, the crime can be pinned on the hero. Jin, smiling, looks at his comrade. He says that he understands this, but he also knows that this is very important and that they have decided to work together. He extends his hand to his friend. Jin says that he can go there and do what needs to be done. The guy asks his comrade to allow him to do this. We see the outstretched hand. Jin says that this is not a case that one person can handle, that they need to work together. Chial looks at his friend with emotion. He covers his face with his hand and groans heavily. The guys shake hands. Chial says that if the hero senses danger, he should immediately run away from there. He looks at his comrade with a smile. Chial closes his eyes sadly. He says that he is sincerely grateful to his friend. Jin, smiling brightly, shakes the guy's hand. He says that he should not worry. Inside, he is still worried. Jin is holding a bag in his hands. He walks through the police station, his head down heavily. They simply did not let him say anything there. We see how it all happened. The guy came and from the doorway said that he knew something very important, but at the same time he could not say directly what it was. The officer looked at him like he was an idiot. The hero prepared for a long time, but at the last moment he lost his head and started talking some nonsense. He leaves the police station. Jin thinks that he is very lucky that he was not arrested for obstructing the investigation. The guy rubs his chin thoughtfully. He is thinking about how to give the police a hint. The hero pays attention to the tin cans lying in front of him. The young man turns around with a displeased expression. He loudly asks who threw the cans in the middle of the road. This is damn dangerous. Jin passes by a woman who is lying face down on a table. Next to her are a dozen blue tin cans. The woman raises her head. The hero apologizes for waking her. The lady asks in a drunken voice who is making so much noise. She says the hero's name. He shudders in fear. The woman asks if Jin has really started working part-time at the police station as well. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise. She waves her hand at him. It turns out that the doctor of psychological sciences in front of him is Sang-ok. There is a portrait of the teacher on the wall. Professor Sang-ok has been the hero's mentor since university. Jin recalls one of his conversations with her. The woman suggests that the hero think about applying for a master's degree. He replies that he has a huge number of part-time jobs and simply doesn't have time for that. The woman took care of him both during his studies and after graduation. Another memory, some guy points at a piece of paper. He tells the hero that the professor recommended him. The guy asks again in surprise. He also got into the company where he is currently interning thanks to her. Sang-ok brings a can of drink to his lips. Jin asks what she is doing here. The woman offers him a drink. The guy refuses. Sang-ok says that she was brought here because of yesterday's high-profile case. Jin looks at his teacher. He remembers that the professor also specialized in criminal psychology. The woman stretches tiredly. She says that the exam period is coming up and she was not going to take on this case, but it turned out to be too intriguing. We see the professor on the cover of a magazine and on the TV screen. The hero, of course, heard that as a respected specialist in the world of psychology, she is invited to television and for various interviews. The hero sits on a bench at the table. He realizes that in life, all this feels different. The woman adjusts her glasses, and a funny ghost appears behind her head. She says that the suspect, God forgive me, claims to see ghosts. This forced her to immediately agree. The hero, smiling, remembers that Sang-ok acquired a significant share of her fame thanks to a real obsession with everything otherworldly. The woman smiles happily. She says that the suspect is making excuses that his condition was caused by side effects from taking antidepressants or symptoms of schizophrenia, but everyone saw him screaming that he saw ghosts. Sang-ok just couldn't pass by this case. Jin smiles and shakes her head. Who would have thought that his plane would attract a whole professor here? The woman stands in front of him, putting her hands on her waist. She says that the criminal has now completely shut up. We see the police station building. Sang-ok says that the villain denies his involvement in this case. However, one very strange thing was recorded. On the surveillance video, he can be heard saying that he sees the woman he killed. The woman's expression becomes serious. The guy looks at her carefully. Sang-ok says that these words could be attributed to a state of effect, but this means that he has already had a similar experience. Therefore, she really wants to study this suspect. Sang-ok puts her head in her hands. She says that she would not refuse the help of the ghost that the scoundrel saw. The hero quietly calls out to the professor. The woman raises her head. The guy, smiling, points to himself. He says that he seems to be able to help in this matter. Sang-ok looks at him through barely open eyes. Jin says that she would not refuse the help of the ghost, and he himself, as it happens, sees ghosts and can talk to them. Sang-ok slams his hand on the table. She adjusts her glasses and looks at the guy. The woman sternly asks if Jin is joking with her now. He raises his hands in front of himself. He realizes that even Professor Lim finds it difficult to believe what he said. The young man says that he understands the absurdity of his words. Sang-ok grabs him by the collar. She looks at him with wide eyes. The woman screams that she is very disappointed. How could he keep such an ability a secret from her? He sees ghosts and can communicate with them. The professor pulls the young man close to her. She asks if this is a two-way communication. Jin understands that she does not doubt a single word he says. Sang-ok actively shakes the guy, whom she holds by the collar. She asks since when he has been able to see them. If it started when he was a student, she feels betrayed. The woman asks if there are ghosts nearby. Does the hero see them now? Can he feel them from a distance? How are they different from people? Do the souls of some insects also look like ghosts? It seems that the hero is about to throw up. He asks the professor to let him go. The guy understands that he may regret telling the teacher about his ability. She continues to shake him. The hero looks very pitiful. The guy is holding a bag of drinks. Sang-ok asks to confirm that the hero received a hint and now it must be handed over to the police. Jin and his companion walk down the corridor. The guy says that he is not even a shaman. He is more than sure that they will not listen to him here. That's why he tried to come up with a plan that would allow him to share the evidence. Sang-ok says that she is very jealous of the guy who can communicate with ghosts. She excitedly twirls around her former student. The woman encourages him and offers to continue his studies under her supervision in graduate school. She wants to study how much the phenomenon of the soul and the emotions caused by mental experiences are similar to real-life experiences. Jin says that this is simply impossible and he cannot go to graduate school. Sang-ok smiles strangely. The interlocutors walk along the corridor of the police department. The woman asks the hero if he is sure that his evidence is relevant to this case. The guy says that he has no reason to lie in this situation. In front of us are the hero's legs. He declares that many people were killed and the scoundrel must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Sang-ok, smiling, looks at the guy. She asks if she understands correctly that her task is to increase the credibility of the words that the hero will say to the police. Jin, narrowing his eyes, smiles. He says that everything is exactly like that. He still hasn't found a reliable way to hand over the evidence, and her help wouldn't hurt. Fear appears on the hero's face. He sees a strange grin on the professor's face. The hero remembers that when a woman smiles like that, it doesn't bode well. Sang-ok grabs the guy by the hand and pulls him somewhere. In front of us is a police station corridor. The guy screams, trying to stop the teacher. They approach the door. Jin asks where they are pulling him. Sang-ok opens the door and leads the guy into a room filled with police officers. They, naturally, start to get indignant. One of the law enforcement officers recognizes the professor. The hero, who is following the woman, feels very awkward. Sang-ok thanks the police officers for their hard and persistent work. Two law enforcement officers look at those who entered in amazement. One of them asks who is with the professor. The hero recognizes the investigator with whom he had recently spoken. He recognizes him too. They stand opposite each other and remain silent. Sang-ok puts her hand on the guy's shoulder. She says that her favorite student is standing next to her. He has vital information regarding this case, and she brought him here to help with the investigation. The police officers look at her in amazement and ask her again incredulously. Sang-ok asks the police to let the hero talk to the suspect, if possible. Jin leans towards the woman's ear and angrily whispers that all this could put the other investigators in a very awkward position. He also asks if she really believes everything he says. Sang-ok looks at the guy with a strange smile. She says that she believes him. Jin looks down. The police officers standing nearby quietly talk among themselves, deciding whether to grant the professor's request. Sang-ok tells the hero that if his evidence turns out to be accurate, it will prove that he can really see ghosts, and this will benefit everyone present. The hero scratches his cheek thoughtfully. He understands that there is logic in the woman's words. He is only afraid that all this will cause new problems. Someone moves away in an office chair. It is one of the police officers. He tells Professor Lim that they cannot involve people who are not experts in the investigation. The guardian of order looks angrily at the criminal, who is sitting in the interrogation room. The second police officer says that he has a lot of circumstantial evidence, but this scoundrel did not give in even after several hours of interrogation. We see the hero's back and understand that he is very nervous. The police officer says that he does not understand how an ordinary civilian can help in this case. Sang-ok pushes the hero in the back. She stands behind him, putting her hands on her hips. The woman says that it is indeed a civilian, but he was the first to hear the madman's insane lamentations. She says she read the report of the officers who made the arrest at the crime scene, but saw no testimony from the young man. The police officer says that at the time, the offender was only suspected of hooliganism, not serial murder. Sang-ok holds up his index finger. She says that the situation has changed and their approaches should change with it. If they waste time now, the criminal may be free. There may not be another chance. The killer sits at the table with a calm expression. The professor says that Jin may be the one to upset the suspect. The hero looks at his teacher in surprise. The policeman says that he has serious doubts. A ghost girl is standing in the office. Her face is sad. Jin comes forward. He tells the detectives that he understands perfectly well why they do not trust him. However, he asks to give him this chance. The guy remembers the words that Sujo said, that she has been stewing in this cauldron for too long and knows that if the criminal is not punished in the world of the living, he will still die someday and will be punished in the world of the dead. The blonde takes a sip from the glass. We see the black eye of the ghost. The hero realizes that this punishment will not soothe the victim's regrets. An empty can falls out of the bag the hero is holding. He says that he just wants to help the victim so that they don't shed more tears. The police officer sitting in the chair raises his hand. He says that they won't be able to resist Professor Lim's stubbornness anyway, so there's nothing left to do but give the guy a chance. Sang-ok laughs. She says that Detective Kim has a keen sense of when to compromise. The police officer's colleague starts to get indignant. He doesn't believe that he's giving permission. Detective Kim says that he'll be there and supervise everything. If anything goes wrong, he'll immediately stop the interrogation. Sang-ok grabs Detective Choi's hand. She happily shouts that if anything happens, she'll take full responsibility. The guy approaches the remote control and asks if he can use it. Detective Kim allows him to do so. His colleague is about to burst into tears. The hero reaches for one of the remote controls. Detective Kim says that the guy is unlikely to be of any help, but now they must seize any chance, no matter how illusory. He turns to a subordinate standing next to him. Kim tells him to prepare a report form just in case. Choi sadly replies that he will. A finger presses one of the keys on the remote control. We see the criminal leaning back in his chair. The hero greets him. The bastard raises his hand and smiles. He says that he has never heard that voice before. It must be a new investigator talking to him. Well, he is not too lazy to greet him too. Jin frowns at the scoundrel. He says that the longer he drags out time, the worse it is for him. The bastard looks up with a bored expression. He says that he has absolutely no idea what they are talking about. The bastard gets up from the table and makes a polite bow. He says that he had no idea that the Korean police were so cruel to innocent people. Jin leans his hands on the table. He tries to calm down, convincing himself that he was prepared for this. There is no need to give in to the bastard's provocations. He asks the killer if he really knows nothing. The guy looks at the bastard over the monitors. He says that then he will start with formal questions. He asks the suspect, whose name is Kang Young-gang, 36 years old, to state his profession. The bastard looks towards the glass behind which the hero is standing. He says that he is a laborer, or more precisely, he gets by with odd jobs. He lives one day at a time, he eats what he earns. He is wherever there is work for him. The bastard crosses his legs. He asks if his interlocutor has never met such people. Jin says that if the suspect earns money this way, he must be ready to run anywhere. The criminal digs the ground in the headlights. We see a shovel and the victim's body in the trunk. The hero says that the man must have a car. The guy stares at the villain. He asks where the car is now. Concern appears on the bastard's face. Young-gang is sitting at a table in the interrogation room. He asks if he has to report such things. What does a car have to do with it? What is this? They brought in some green kid. He won't get anywhere if he asks about everything. Jin leans forward. He suggests changing the subject, then asks where the suspect currently lives. Young-gang replies that he is wandering around because he cannot pay the rent for a permanent apartment. Jin looks at some document. He asks the suspect if he stayed at a hotel near Shinju University. The guy remembers that there are actually a lot of motels in the area of this educational institution. Young-gang answers, leaning his elbow on the table. He says that he does not see a reason why he should answer this question. Is it really illegal to rent a motel room and drive up in a fucking car? He says he's starting to get angry. The conversation is over and from now on he'll only speak through a lawyer. Jin stares at the bastard. He says the conversation isn't over yet. The guy says forensic science has advanced a lot in recent years and experts have managed to find soil from Museguen Mountain in the mud stuck to the car's tires. We see a TV showing a report from this location. Now we see an office where the police are working. Jin says the world is trying to get rid of murderers, so it's advanced a lot, and it's not hard for the current police to find a suspect's temporary residence. A crooked grin appears on the bastard's face. He demands to call a lawyer. Detective Kim realizes he's onto something. The hero tells his interlocutor that if soil from Museguen Mountain is found on his car, that will be enough to get a warrant to search his home. And if there is evidence of serial murders, then the game is over. The villain's hand is shaking. Jin says that it could be, for example, a lock of hair. Young Gang looks up with an expression of wild anger on his face. He tells the police to call a lawyer. The detectives give orders over the radio. Kim demands that his subordinates inspect all the cars on the motel street behind Shinju University. Choi asks for information about a car purchased in the name of Kang Young Gang. We see the ghost girl again. Tears are streaming down her face. The world is full of people who prefer to ignore the problems and troubles of ghosts, but the hero is sure that there are those who want to help them. The hero bows low. He wants to do everything in his power. A smile appears on the girl's face. The ghost begins to look like a living person and cries with happiness. The hero realizes that a ghost can have such an expression on her face. The sound of a police car siren is heard. The hero watches the car drive away. He is still clutching the bag of cans to his chest. Someone praises him for his work. Naturally, it is Sang-ok who is standing next to him. The guy thanks the professor. He says that the evidence he provided and the interrogation he conducted were very helpful to the investigation. The killer, who is being led away, is beside himself with rage. Sang-ok says that, naturally, much more needs to be done to finally put this scoundrel behind bars, but a major step forward has been taken. The hero says that he succeeded only because his teacher believed him. The woman, smiling, looks at her student. She says that she sees right through people, although her eyesight, of course, is terrible. Jin laughs at this joke. The guy takes a sip from the can. Someone calls him. Sang-ok looks at the guy, closing her eyes. She says that with his ability to see ghosts, he can continue to help her with her investigations. Has he ever thought about collaborating with her? The hero apologizes. Jin looks down blankly. He says that he doesn't see anything special about his abilities. Jin and Sang-ok smile at each other. The young man says that even though he can see ghosts, he's just an ordinary restaurant owner now. The police station is in front of us. Sang-ok says that she can't do anything about the guy yet, but she won't stop trying. But he's the most outstanding restaurant owner in the world, and that's not up for discussion. The hero laughs and asks if that's really true. It's nighttime. Someone is chopping onions. Chial is sitting at a table in the hero's restaurant, listening to the news. The announcer says that today was the final hearing of the Chalson City serial murder trial. The killer confessed after hairs belonging to the victims were found in his home 2 weeks ago. The court sentenced the criminal, whose name is Kang Young Gang, to life imprisonment. We see a TV screen. Chial is watching the news, resting his head on his hand. The announcer reports that the public has been largely positive about the case being solved, but many experts have sharply criticized the police for taking so long to investigate. Chial throws his head back tiredly. He says that the police really have been taking too long to catch the criminal. The clock reads 10:10 p.m. Chial says he could sink into the ground with shame. The hero asks his friend why he feels guilty when he put in so much effort. Chial puts his fist to his chest. He seems to be getting cold. He asks if so he is supposed to come today. The hero looks up and asks what time it is. He states that the girl did not say anything like that. In front of us is an Asian golden bell. Chial asks where this cold comes from. 2 pretty girls appear at the door of the restaurant. The hero greets them and says that they can sit wherever they like. One of the girls puts her palm to her chest. She says that the guys are really here. Chial points at himself in surprise. He asks if they mean him. The girl lets her hair fall over her face. She asks if Chial doesn't recognize them. With their hair covering their faces, the girls look like ghosts. They say that maybe the guys will recognize them easier this way. Judging by the expressions on their faces, they really do understand who is in front of them. The young men look at the girls standing near the entrance. Jin says that he is very happy that they managed to get rid of the killer. The girl brushes her hair away from her face. She says that all this is only thanks to the hero. The ghost stands behind the bastard and constantly repeats for him to die like a dog. One of the girls says that the eldest of them, whose name is Ani, is still there because she wants to wait for the scumbag to die. But the younger girls left there. The brunette fixes her hair behind her head. She says that on the way here, they visited their mother for the first time in a long time and saw their younger brother. All this made them realize that now they are truly free. Chiao looks at the girls with sympathy. He asks if their family members have seen the news. The girl in the yellow dress replies that, of course, they have. In front of us are the legs of a chair. The ghost says that their relatives were very worried, but there were still smiles on their faces. 3 ghosts are sitting at a table. The brunette says that it was a great relief for her that they were able to see their family members. When the 3 sisters were bound to this bastard as avenging spirits, they were not allowed to look into their home. The sister confirms that this is indeed the case. The brunette says that the bastard will get the punishment he deserves in this world, and then answer for his sins in the afterlife. The hero, narrowing his eyes, smiles. The girl angrily screams that he will be punished and tortured there forever, even if he can no longer endure this torment. The hero looks at the girls, raising his left hand. He says that it seems that they need to talk about a lot, but it would be nice to eat because the girls are probably hungry after everything they went through. The brunette asks again, surprised. The girls, smiling, look at the guy. The brunette says that she is really hungry. She asks to make her an egg roll with pollock roe. The girl in the yellow dress asks for spicy doenjang jjigae with marbled beef. Jin looks at his old friend, smiling. He asks what to cook for him. Chiao is very surprised. We see the cash register of the restaurant. The hero says that he will feed him too, because food always tastes better when eaten in good company. There are many wonderful dishes on the table. The ghosts admire the taste. One of them praises the soybean paste. Jin looks at the ghosts enjoying the food, smiling. One of the girls advises to try the egg roll, which, according to her, is incredibly tender. The brunette waves her hand near her mouth. Her sister chews another piece of food. Jin looks at them, resting his chin on her palm. He hears the ghosts thank him for the treat. All the plates are empty. The hero is very happy that the visitors like the food he prepared. The brunette bows before the hero. She says that their gratitude is not only for the food, but also for the help he gave. She has a charming smile on her face. The girl says that the sisters began to lose hope. She herself thought that no one would ever help them. The girl puts her hand to the pendant that hangs around her neck. According to her, the sisters thought that they would simply disappear, buried in an unknown place, devoured by accumulating anger. Sparks glow in the girl's hair. She once again thanks the guy for not leaving them. It seems that the girl soars into the air. She thanks the young people for not leaving them in trouble. Jin and Chiao look at her in shock. The girls look up with happy faces. They now know that there are people in the world who are close to them and who are always ready to help. Their despair has completely disappeared. The hero hears another word of gratitude. The girls' faces begin to slowly dissolve in a very bright light. Jin and Chiao look up. There is real happiness on their faces. The hero is holding a tray. He says that he is sincerely happy for the girls, who will now be able to find peace. The guy looks at his old friend. He asks him if he is happy for the girls. A piece of paper falls from the sky. Chiao sees a bill with many zeros. The hero moves away from him. Chiao cries bitterly, resting her head in her hands. We see white spots on a blue background. The guy says that he is incredibly happy and thanks God. Night falls over the city. Someone exclaims in surprise that there is nothing left. Jin looks around in surprise. He says that there is still a little here. The guy holds out his hand. He declares that this will not last long. The hero is holding a brown container. Jin puts the phone to his ear. He realizes that he has used up all the kimchi and now he needs to order some from Su-young. In principle, this is not surprising since kimchi goes into many dishes. Su-young unloads a small truck. He greets the hero and says that he hasn't talked to him for a long time. The guy asks again what products are missing. Jin replies that he ran out of kimchi. Su-young is carrying some kind of box and seems to be in no mood for conversation. The hero asks if his supplier can bring him kimchi. Beads of sweat are rolling down the young man's face. Jin tries to shout at him. The hero begins to think that the conversation has been interrupted. Eventually, Su-young answers. He starts mumbling something incomprehensible and apologizes to the hero. Jin, puzzled, presses the phone to his ear. Amazement appears on his face. He cannot believe what he is hearing. Heads of cabbage are flying over the guy's head. He asks in amazement if he really has to make kimchi himself. Jin continues talking on the phone. He repeats the question about making kimchi himself. Su-young replies that it is true and he does not deliver it. Jin is holding a container in his hands. He says that now everything is clear. Su-young did not bring him this product not because the restaurant had stocks of it. In front of us are containers for making kimchi. Su-young says that his mother makes this product herself. The hero understands why the kimchi was so delicious. Jin continues to talk to the supplier on the phone. He says that he is almost out of sauces. He asks if the supplier's mother made them. He laughs and says that, unfortunately, she did. Su-young drives the car. He says that there are sauces left in the warehouse that they use. He will bring them so that the hero can get by for some time, but Jin still has to make both the sauces and the kimchi. In addition, he must remember that it takes a long time for proper fermentation. The hero looks at the container and sees a sign saying that this is homemade kimchi aged for 3 years. Soo-young confirms this information. The hero realizes that all this time he has been using practically priceless aged kimchi. We see a truck driven by a supplier. He tells the hero that every year his mother makes kimchi and stores it in a mountain cave. The kimchi and sauces stored there should be enough for about 2 years of the restaurant's operation. The hero says that this is quite enough and that he does not need to rush to make his own kimchi. Soo-young smiles. He says that if the hero plans to run the restaurant for more than 2 years, he should make the next batch now. Jin squats down. He says that in this case, he has no choice. The hero asks how much kimchi he needs to make. Soo-young says that his mother usually processes 1,000 heads of cabbage. The hero holds the phone to his ear. He asks her to repeat because he thinks he misheard. A bead of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. Soo-young repeats that 1,000 heads of cabbage need to be made. Jin asks again. So, not 100 or 200, but 1,000. Soo-young drives the car. He says that this should be enough for a year of operation of the restaurant. Outside the car window, trees with yellow leaves are visible. Soo-young reminds that the hero serves not only ghosts, but also living people, which means that he will need to prepare even more kimchi. Jin is on all fours. He asks if 2,000 heads of cabbage will be enough in this case. A crazy expression appears on his face. He says that now he is ready to prepare even 3,000 heads of cabbage. Soo-young declares that this is a great idea. It's always better to have enough kimchi on hand. Jin is lying on his back in the middle of some greenery. He says that it is, but he can't handle that much work on his own. Jin looks at his phone. Soo-young says that there is no need to worry about that because he has some aunties who will be happy to help. The supplier asks if the hero is free this Sunday. He says that he will have time next week. Soo-young is holding the steering wheel. He says that this is the perfect time. The guy looks at the map of the area on the screen of his phone. He tells the hero that he will pick him up at 5 AM next Sunday. Jin thanks him. The hero looks sadly into the brown container. He says that he has never made kimchi before. Jin looks at the notebook. He thanks fate that the previous owner of the restaurant wrote down the recipe in this book. The hero's look is sad. He realizes that the amount listed here is 4 times less than what he was going to process. In front of us are the pages of a notebook. Jin begins to panic. 3,000 heads of cabbage. When will he finish all this work? Just fiddling with the ingredients will take an entire day. Above the hero's head, the former owner of the restaurant is visible, wishing him luck. Jin turns to her and asks if he can handle this work. Time flies and the next Sunday comes. The truck drives through the forest. Several buildings are nestled under the autumn trees. Members of the Shin family are visible in the back of the car. The driver says that they have arrived. Jin is sitting in the passenger seat. He cannot believe that they are going to make kimchi in this village. The guy sees many split boards on the ground. Traces of devastation are everywhere. He thinks about the fact that he was brought to an abandoned village. No matter how you look at them, they are just ruins and nothing more. Beads of sweat are running down the boy's cheek. He bangs on the glass of the cabin, laughing. The boy says that he didn't expect that they would be making kimchi in such a deserted place. He asks where the raw materials for making kimchi are. Soo-young, smiling, looks at the hero over his shoulder. He says that he brought him to the well yesterday. Jin asks why the supplier didn't ask him to help with this work. The young people go somewhere. The hero asks Soo-young where he got the raw materials. He answers that his family has their own farm. Cabbage is either grown there or bought at the market. Jin excitedly puts his hand to his mouth. He says that it must cost a lot of money and he wants to pay for all the ingredients. Soo-young says that everything is fine and he will take his share in the finished product. The hero looks at the lawyer carrying the boxes. He asks where the assistants Soo-young mentioned are. Also at the well, Soo-ho says that they will appear soon. A smile appears on the hero's face. He says that the well seems to be a very nice place. In front of him is the very structure he just mentioned. The guy sees that there is no one near him. Soo-young sighs happily. The hero also seems to notice someone. The supplier greets the aunt. Women and girls dressed in traditional Korean outfits appear in front of the guys. Soo-ho comes up and hugs one of the women. He exclaims that he hasn't seen her for a long time. She says that their relatives need to come here more often. Soo-young replies that he has to work hard to make a living, so it's hard to find time to come here. The only exceptions are visits like this. He asks if the women get bored in this place. One of them replies that the TV he brought helps pass the time. One of the women looks at the smiling Soo-ho. She says that he has become much more handsome than before. The lawyer denies it. The hero looks at him and realizes that there might be a smile on this man's face. Jin and Soo-jo watch their relatives greet each other. The hero asks the girl if these are the aunties who will help make kimchi. The girl confirms this assumption. Soo-gwai hands over a box of bottles to a young girl. He says that he has brought a gift. The hero asks if these women live here. Sujo confirms this, but asks to pay attention to the fact that they are ghosts. The hero laughs. Looking at the girl, he asks her how he can make them work for him then. He does have a conscience after all. Sujo looks off to the side. She says that the hero exploits other ghosts without a twinge of conscience. Jin asks again in surprise who she means. The guy thinks about it. In the end, he realizes that it is Su. The hero asks the girl if these women can work for him in the same way that Su does. Dukai appears behind the guy. He shouts that it is quite possible. The frightened hero stands in an awkward pose. He asks when Mr. Dukai appeared here. He replies that he came here as soon as he heard that the hero was going to make kimchi. The man says that he will clarify something for the hero. If an afterlife employment contract is drawn up, as was the case with Su, then Jin will be able to pay a salary and the women will be able to work. Dukai hands out some papers to the women. Jin asks him if ghosts can interact with real-world objects outside the restaurant. Dukai takes out a few more sheets of paper from the bag. He says that in other places it is quite difficult, but this village is filled with spiritual energy just like the restaurant. Ghosts will be able to physically interact with anything, but for this they need a contract. Here is the text of this document. Employment contract. Employer Lee Kang-jin and employee Lee Soon-hai and 10 others enter into the following part-time employment contract. This contract is an agreement in which Lee Kang-jin hires Lee Soon-hai and 10 others as part-time employees, and Lee Soon-hai and 10 others agree to provide labor to Lee Kang-jin. The contract period is 24 hours starting from 9 a.m. on November 7th. Lee Kang-jin will pay Lee Soon-hai and 10 others each 500,000 won as compensation for the contract. Employer, Lee Kang-jin. Employee, Lee Soon-hai and 10 others. JS Finance Bank. Jin looks at the paper in amazement. He asks if the 500,000 won he must pay is the money of the afterlife. Dukai confirms that it is. The hero was prepared for this, but he realizes that this expense will greatly affect the thickness of his wallet. The longer he stares at the paper, the more fear appears in his eyes. We see a mountain of cabbage and the people who will prepare it. The hero realizes that he will have a hard time finding other workers to make kimchi from 3,000 heads of cabbage, so he will have to accept it. The Shin family members are already getting ready to take up the job. Jin asks if he can hire other ghosts. Dukai looks at him in surprise. He replies that it is possible. The man asks who exactly the hero needs. The guy smiles slyly, looking up. He says that the person he has in mind is absolutely irreplaceable in preparing kimchi. Su looks angrily at someone. He stands with his hands on his hips and indignation is written on his face. He says that although he works for the hero, calling him like this, without consent, like some kind of puppy, is a bit much. Jin is standing next to Dukai. He says that the blonde has nothing better to do anyway. He replies that even ghosts have their own personal life. The man shows the guy a piece of paper. He asks him to calm down and offers him a temporary job. Su says that if these two called him a very busy ghost for no good reason, he will kick both of their asses. The guy reads the text carefully. He realizes that he will be paid 500,000 won. Jin, smiling, twirls around his assistant. He asks the blonde man if he will take the job after hearing how much it will cost. Su puts his finger on it. He resolutely puts on red gloves. The guy tells his boss that he will do whatever he asks. Jin realizes that he has successfully recruited another assistant to the job. The hero prepares to put his finger on the piece of paper. He realizes that it is his turn now. Jin does so. The guy, holding the papers in his hands, walks with the group that will help him prepare kimchi. A hand in a red glove reaches for a head of cabbage. She takes it. An old woman smiles behind the blonde man. She says that the cabbage looks absolutely delicious. Su asks where he should prepare the vegetables. A man with a top knot carries a bowl of cabbages. He confirms that the cabbages look great this year. Someone asks him to be careful with the vegetables. We see a village lost in the picturesque mountains. Someone is happy that he finally met the new chef he had heard so much about. Another voice invites the hero to join him and work together. The process of making kimchi with the ghosts has begun. Someone is holding a cabbage head. We see tips on how to make kimchi. You need to manually remove the damaged leaves from the cabbage in salt water. Then you need to cut off the root with a knife. This is the first step in cleaning. Jin cuts the cabbage into 2 parts. He thinks he has practiced this, but it is really difficult to handle so many. An old woman sits opposite the hero. She says that Bakre has left, and they all thought that no one would make kimchi this year. She thanks the guy for visiting them. The hero says that he should thank the ghosts who agreed to help. A slightly younger woman looks at him. She says that although the cooking process requires a lot of strength and energy, they can feel alive at least once a year, and they are incredibly grateful for that. Jin, squinting, scratches his cheek. The hero is holding a head of cabbage. He says that the ghosts, judging by the appearance of the village, have lived here for many years. The old woman, smiling, looks at the hero. She says that he does not need to mince words. She herself knows that the village looks miserable and abandoned. Jin says that not at all. He is just surprised that it is located so far away in the mountains. The guy and the ghosts are sitting in front of a whole mountain of cabbage. One of the women says that Jin noticed everything correctly since their village did not even immediately know that the war had begun. The hero asks what war they are talking about. He is told that this war was a long time ago. It seems to have started in June. Jin guesses that they are talking about the Korean War, which began on June 25th. The woman in the red apron is holding a head of cabbage. She confirms that this is the war she was talking about. Jin looks at the two halves of the cabbage in his hands. He thinks that this is quite difficult to imagine. Although, given what kind of place this is, then perhaps it is still possible. Behind the hero, we see a poster for a feature film. The hero remembers that there is even a film about a village whose inhabitants did not know about the beginning of the war, so it is quite realistic. He asks if ghosts have always lived here. The two women look at each other sadly. One of them cuts off a cabbage root with a knife. She says that most of the inhabitants of the settlement fled from Japanese oppression during the independence movement. They hid deep in the mountains. We see what this resettlement looked like. Another woman says that not the majority of the inhabitants, but all of them, fled here from the Japanese. We see the village as it was in the past. The woman says that if they had been caught then surely all the refugees would have suffered greatly. Perhaps they would even have been killed. So they settled in a place where no one could find them and have lived there ever since. Jin looks at his interlocutors in surprise. He says that this is why they did not know that the Korean War had begun. One of the women confirms this. She says that they did not even know that Korea had gained independence from Japan. We see the simple shoes of the woman. She says that one day a boy named Dalsuk was collecting herbs in the mountains and found several wounded people. He brought them to the village so that the villagers could help them. We see two wounded people sitting on a bench. The woman says that they were still very young, no older than 16 or 17 years old, in military uniform. In front of us are two more soldiers, led by a teenage girl. 6 months later, other soldiers came to the village. They were very hungry. The girl runs up to the wounded soldier. The woman says that for the villagers, both the wounded and hungry soldiers were just guests, but for each other they were sworn enemies. We see a wall of fire. The soldiers are killing the villagers. The officer orders to find and kill everyone who is here. The girl has turned into a ghost. The woman says that their ignorance eventually brought the fire of war to the village, and it mercilessly devoured them all. A machine gun is pointed at the girl. We see blood stains, and then the roof of a collapsing building. The woman says that it was simply unbearable to see Koreans killing each other so mercilessly. The village is completely destroyed. Jin realizes that this story is very difficult for him to listen to. The guy gets up and raises his gloved hands. He says that it does not seem very comfortable to live in these destroyed buildings. The women laugh merrily. They say, not at all. These houses may look like anything, but the ghosts feel very comfortable in them. The hero is glad that he changed the subject. The guy narrows his eyes and smiles. Jin says that since he is here, he could fix something. In front of us is a deep basin and many heads of cabbage. One of the women says that they do not mind. The second interrupts her and says that the new chef of the restaurant is very kind. Jin looks at his interlocutors in surprise. One of them says that Sujo also offered to do some repairs. We see what it looked like. One of the ghosts looks at her neighbor a little sadly. According to her, they also said then that they were completely satisfied with the houses they live in. But it seems that young people these days just can't help but worry about the conditions in which they live. The woman says that the guy is free to do whatever he wants. In the meantime, they will just continue to make kimchi. The hero presses his hands to his chest. He thanks the women for permission and says that he will start working after he cleans the cabbage. A man with a bun on his head stands in front of the hero. He says that if it comes to that, they can decorate the whole place with marble and also add a second floor to one of the houses to make it look more attractive. The hero says fearfully that he is unlikely to be able to do this. The ghosts continue to prepare kimchi. One of the girls asks if the salted fish is ready. The woman with the head of cabbage in her hands shows where it is. The man looks at the salt and says that this time it is really great. Someone comes up to the guy and asks if he has time. Jin turns around. He asks what happened. He is asked to stop what he is doing. We see robots. Now we see a boy who is pretending to fight two toys. He asks the guy to go to the distant mountain and collect herbs. The hero looks at the boy in surprise. He asks what herbs are we talking about. In front of us is a very tasty piece of meat. The boy says that there is no point in arguing, the hero must pick some herbs. One of the women looks at the boy, smiling. She says that when making kimchi, you can't do without tasty meat. and if you add some herbs, the taste will be simply magical. The woman standing next to the hero shouts at the boy to go with the cook and pick some herbs. The boy is enthusiastically playing with robots. He looks at the woman with displeasure and asks if he really has to go. The woman says that the boy must go since the hero doesn't know where the herbs grow here. The boy looks to his right with displeasure. He says that Suho or Suyang can easily handle this role. The boy passes by the hero, looking at him with displeasure. He rudely tells him to follow him. Jin, smiling, scratches his cheek. He knows that the appearance of a living person has no meaning for ghosts, but such impudent treatment from a little boy is truly something indescribable. He felt the same way when he first met So-hee. The boy hands the hero a basket for picking herbs. Sujo approaches the hero. She says that the boy's words may sound harsh, but he is actually a very cute baby. He knows the mountain well, and if he holds on to him, Jin will not get lost. The boy asks if this means that if he falls behind the child, he may not find his way back. Man Bok turns to the hero and cheekily asks what he is doing here. They need to go immediately. The hero says that he is already on his way. We see the crowns of the trees. The hero, barely breathing, tries to catch up with the child. Jin asks the boy to stop and rest for a while. The boy looks at the hero with disdain. Jin smiles. He asks what kind of plants exactly should be picked. We see that the boy has a long braid. He says to pick everything that catches your eye. Jin asks again in surprise. The child says to pick what looks edible. He shows 3 spots where the necessary plants can supposedly be found. They are marked with arrows. The hero still cannot figure out where they are. Jin squats down. The boy orders him to dig and asks him not to hurt himself. Jin uses a special tool for collecting herbs. He sees a plant that seems edible. The young man takes it by the stem and pulls it towards himself. He finds a huge root vegetable in his hands. The guy wonders in amazement why it is so big. He thinks it is ginseng. Man Bok looks displeased at the hero, who is holding a huge root vegetable in his hands. He says that it is a bellflower root. He adds that he understood from the hero's face what he is thinking about, but it is not ginseng. Jin asks in surprise if this big thing can really be a bellflower root. The boy turns away from the squatting hero. He says that this root can have exactly the same medicinal properties as ginseng. Jin is surprised to see how a child can identify a plant just by looking at it. It's amazing. Man Bok smiles at the praise. He asks the hero if he likes bellflower roots. He says they are delicious and have healing properties. The boy remembers the former owner of the restaurant that the hero now runs. He says that it's true. It's delicious. Bakre would sometimes come and roast them with sauces over an open fire. It was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. The boy pops a piece of the root into his mouth. Jin looks at his companion in surprise. He says that he can cook the bellflower roots when they return. Man Bok looks at him with his mouth open. He cannot believe his luck. The child asks if the hero can really roast them too. Jin goes ahead. He says that he is a cook after all. Man Bok says that then they should gather more. Jin looks at the boy in surprise, who has already managed to run away from him. The hero asks in amazement if there really are other roots here. Man Bok replies that there are plenty of them on this mountain. Jin, squinting, laughs. He says that maybe they will be able to find ginseng here too. Man Bok looks back at the boy. He continues to laugh. There are yellow flowers near his face. Man Bok says he wants to see Jin find them. The hero is attacked by bees. He screams in horror at the boy not to touch the beehive. Now the boy is attacked by snakes. He screams in horror. Jin and Man Bok are standing on the edge of a cliff. They are flying down somewhere. A snake is wrapped around the hero's neck. The boy calls his little companion. He asks how far they still have to go. The boy turns around. He says that the hero wanted to find ginseng. The child asks if Jin is really sure of its existence. It seems to him that they have managed to get lost. A hand touches the trunk of a tree. Man Bok looks at the hero. He tells him to stop whining and give him the hoe. The child squats down and starts digging. The hero says he can do it himself. Man Bok digs around the stem of the plant. He says that there is not a single root that can be missed on the ginseng, so he would do it himself. Jin and Man Bok look down in surprise. The hero says that they have not dug up the root yet, but they can already smell it. The boy says that this looks like what they need. He holds a huge root in his hands. Man Bok looks at the hero. He says that this plant is 100 years old or so. Jin is shocked by this figure. He really wants to grab the ginseng root in his hands. The boy, meanwhile, says that this plant is no more valuable here than bellflowers. Jin holds the root in his hands. He says that the boy is simply incredible. He knew at first glance that it was ginseng. Man Bok smiles happily. He says that this is not the only thing he can do, and if you add one root to a pot of boiled pork, the meat will taste much better. Man Bok runs on. He calls on the hero to follow him. The boy hands him another root vegetable. He demands that the hero take it and eat it. Jin looks at his companion in bewilderment. He holds the root in his hands. It seems to him that this plant is also about 100 years old. It is a truly priceless thing. Jin looks back at his companion and calls out to him. He stands with his hands behind his back. Jin smiles. He thanks the boy and says that he will eat the root. Jin and Manbok happily walk through the forest. The plant is in a basket. Someone says that it looks simply amazing. Su-young smiles. He says that it is ginseng. Su-jo looks at the plant without much emotion. She also says that it is ginseng. We see the face of the lawyer. He says that everything is clear to him. It is ginseng. Su-guai smiles. He says exactly the same thing as his relatives. Jin holds a basket in his hands. He is a little surprised by the reaction of the Shin family, which is not very enthusiastic about such a large ginseng root. Su-young, smiling, says that they have seen many similar plants. When they first started their business, they made their initial capital from ginseng. Jin looks into the basket in surprise. He thinks that eating such a huge root would be wasteful. Su-guai is standing next to him, holding onto the edges of the basin. The guy says that all this reminds him of the past. Manbok also helped them a lot back then. He adds that if Jin wants to sell the ginseng, he will gladly help. Roots of this size can get a very good price. The hero looks down at the ginseng. He says that Manbok dug it up for him, so he will eat it as the boy asked. The guy washes the ginseng, then peels it. Su-guai, standing nearby, asks if those are the roots of a bellflower next to the ginseng. As far as he knows, only ginseng is added to boiled pork. Su-guai and Su-young smile. One of the brothers says that the bellflower root is ideal for making wine. The second confirms this. Jin says that he will simply fry the product. Su-guai turns away, offended. The hero peels another root. He says that the brothers seem to have known the boy for a long time. Su-guai says that one could say so. They met him when they came here with their mother. Jin looks at the young man's back in surprise. He says that in this case, the brothers must have heard many stories from other ghosts. Manbok sits between the two women. Su-guai says that this is exactly how it is. They told them about the time they spent in the village and about the war. Jin asks again about the war. We see the boy's face. Su-guai says that he was a soldier. Before us is the same boy, only with a gun and in a military uniform. Su-guai says that the child has been stuck in the mountains for a long time, so he knows them well. Jin looks down sadly. It seems that he is beginning to understand how the child knows the area so well. Ghosts and people continue to prepare food. Not the most pleasant thoughts are spinning in the hero's head. Su-jo comes up to him. The girl calls out to him. She is holding a box of tools on her shoulder. Su-jo asks if the hero can spare her a minute if he is not very busy. In front of us is a house. Someone asks if this is the house where the elders live. Su-jo ties a knot on the back of her head. She answers yes. The girl and the guy are standing next to each other. Su-jo says that all this has been bothering her for a long time, but now, thanks to the hero, she can do some repairs here. Jin says that cosmetic repairs will not do. In front of them is a badly damaged building. The hero notices holes and cracks in the walls. The floor is about to collapse, and there are even traces of a sword somewhere. Jin looks into the hole. He has a feeling that the house will collapse if he touches it. He even thinks that it would be easier to build a new home somewhere nearby. Jin and Su-jo enter the house. The girl looks around. She says that they cannot build a new house. Ghosts are visible behind the repairman. The girl says that to some this place will seem like an empty and abandoned village, but for the ants it keeps the memories of their families and friends. Moving to a new clean house is easy, but no one will move the memories there. The girl touches the tree with her hand. She says that memories must be cherished. Su-jo says that the work will be difficult, but she completely relies on the guy. He replies that he understands everything, and he only needs to be told what to do. Su-jo squats down. She suggests that they first check what is inside. The TV, for example, is already breathing its last. The girl looks at the hero. She asks him to walk around the village and find dry straw or grass. Jin looks at the girl. He asks if she is going to mix it all with yellow clay and coat the walls. Su-jo notes that the guy is familiar with construction technologies. Jin puts his hand to his chest. He says that he worked in construction for a long time. In addition, he often visited traditional Korean villages, so he knows what houses are built there. Su-jo pushes him out of the house. She asks him to do what she asked faster. The hero runs away. The girl shouts at his back that there is no time to waste since they need to cover the cracks, and after that the coating must have time to dry. The hero's face is thoughtful. He thinks that ghosts are usually tied to the earth because of grievances. Jin covers the walls with cement mortar, but there is no malice or hatred in the inhabitants of this village. Before us are ghosts who continue to cook kimchi. They smile happily. The hero understands that they cannot leave because of nostalgia. They love this village very much, despite what happened here. In front of us is the settlement in question. A piece of meat is taken out of the pot. The hero approaches the ghosts with plates. He says that the meat is ready. The women exclaim that it looks very appetizing. In front of us is a plate with orange bars. This is a bell and seasoning, fried over coals. We see a meat dish. It is reported that this is kimchi with boiled meat. The ghosts are drawn to the food. The old woman says that this is why she always looks forward to preparing kimchi. Someone takes a cabbage leaf. The hero is called. He says that he worked hard, he both fixed the house and prepared kimchi. One of the women stuffs a cabbage leaf into his mouth. Soo-young opens his mouth to take a piece of meat. The ghosts share food with the living. The two women eat with appetite. The living travel between worlds. The hero holds buckets in his hands. The living travel hundreds of kilometers to visit ghosts. Jin holds a glass in his hands. It may seem strange to some, but in this place where all boundaries are erased, he feels the warmth of family. The moon shines in the sky. Jin is cutting kimchi. A customer sitting in the hall calls out to him. The hero asks what the young man needs. Does he need a side dish? Two guys smile and look at the owner of the establishment. One of them says that he is just curious. He asks if lunch will be served this week. The second one says that they should definitely know about it. They came here several times, but the restaurant was closed. The hero smiles and rubs the back of his head. He apologizes to the customers and says that he was very busy last week. Jin is standing at the serving window in front of the customers. One of them remembers that the guy is doing an internship at Tequang Trading. The second one adds that it is a pretty serious company. The hero is holding a tray in his hands. He says that all this is true, but promises that his internship will end soon. After that, he plans to open the restaurant regularly for lunch and dinner so they will be able to come here more often. The customers smile. One of them says that the food here is excellent and affordable, so they will probably become regular customers. The hero rubs the back of his head. He thanks the young men, then offers them scrambled eggs on the house. They, naturally, agree. They thank the hero. The door of the restaurant opens. Jin, without looking at who entered, greets the visitor. The visitor says that the restaurant seems to have customers today. Jin looks at the man in surprise. He is holding a bag. We see that it is Bongnam. He tells the hero that he has arrived. The hero happily greets his good friend. Bongnam sniffs and asks if this is really what the hero is talking about. The visitor looks at him and replies that it is him. A bright light shines from under the lid. Jin shows the chef a root vegetable lying in a box and says that it is domestic ginseng obtained in the Gangwon province. The man strokes the ginseng with his hands and declares that he has never seen such a large and beautiful root. Rubbing his chin with his fist, Jin declares that the age of this plant is over 100 years. Bongnam asks again in surprise. The man holds the root in his hands and asks if they are really going to eat it like this. Nanbok happily walks past the tree. Jin declares that the person who dug up this ginseng asked him to eat the root, and it would be right to fulfill his wish. Bongnam, smiling, looks at the ginseng and says that in this case they cannot do anything else. Another thing is that it seems wrong to him to eat something that is not really intended for him. The hero asks the chef not to be modest, since he has helped him more than once. Bongnam holds the ginseng in his hands. The hero, smiling, looks at him and asks if the monk allowed him to eat this plant since it affects the heart. Bongnam replies that he did not receive such permission. A bald monk can be seen above the heads of the interlocutors. Bongnam says that a healer advised him to take up herbal treatment in the spring, and now, as it seems to him, is the best time to do it. Jin notes that spring has not yet arrived. Bongnam reaches for the bag he brought with him and calls the hero to look at something. Something falls on the table. Bongnam says that he grabbed the container because he thought it would be nice to infuse a drink with ginseng. Jin looks at the bottle in surprise and realizes that there is a homemade tincture inside. Folding his arms across his chest, the hero declares that this is a wonderful thing. If you leave ginseng in the refrigerator, it will lose its beneficial properties, but the tincture will preserve them. Bongnam takes away the box with the root vegetable and says that this is exactly how it is. He promises to clean the ginseng himself. The hero thanks him for this. Bongnam picks up the root and praises the person who dug it up. The chef thinks that he is a real expert who preserved even the smallest roots. Jin sniffs the homemade tincture and realizes that it is a very strong drink. Bongnam turns to him with a smile and says that it is over 50% alcohol and was steeped in one of the best restaurants in Korea. Bongnam pours the alcohol tincture. The hero says that he has never had such a strong feeling from alcohol sold in stores. Bongnam picks up the ginseng by the stem. He puts it in a jar and says that regular soju can be used to make the tincture, but in the case of ginseng, his restaurant uses stronger drinks because ginseng steeps for a long time. Bongnam looks at the guy and asks if he has any candles. He replies that he does and asks if he should bring them. The man asks to light them. Jin, holding a candle, says he will do everything. Bongnam pours wax on the lid and says that this will prevent air from getting into the container. He puts out the candle and says that not a single drop of wax should end up inside. The cooks look at the ginseng sealed in a jar. Bongnam says that it needs to be checked occasionally and the cracks that will form during storage should be filled with wax. The hero enthusiastically thanks his mentor. Bongnam, looking thoughtful, says that this is really something. The heroes look at him in surprise and asks what the man means. The chef folds his hands on the jar and says that now the guy will have to wait 10 years to try good alcohol. He puts his head on his hand and declares that now he will have to take care of the guy for the next decade. Putting his hand to his chest, the hero declares that this is not enough and the drink can stand for longer. Rubbing the back of his head, Bongnam says that if he blurts out anything more, he will only be able to try the tincture on his deathbed. The hero replies that he does not mind talking to him until then. Bongnam heads for the exit and says that it is already late and he needs to go. Finally, he advises the guy to put the jar in a safe place. Jin wishes him luck. Standing near the refrigerator, the hero asks his friend to stay for a minute. The guy hands him the bag and says that he almost forgot to give him the bellflower root. Bongnam asks again in amazement. A smile appears on the man's face. He notices that the guy probably returned from the mountains with a trunk full of wonderful products. Jin says that this root is about 30 years old. Bongnam looks at the gift handed to him in surprise. The man starts to fuss and says that he has something priceless in his hands. He cannot just take it without giving something in return. The hero says he doesn't need anything. Scratching his cheek, he says it would be nice, if it came to that, to get some of that alcohol the chef brought last time. The customers really liked it. Picking up his phone, Bongnam says that everything is fine with him and he will definitely send the hero a few bottles. We see Sohee drinking from a shot glass. The hero didn't think he would get the drink she liked this way, but now the girl will have something to drink. Bongnam heads for the exit, ordering on the way that 20 bottles of red liquor and 2 sets of royal desserts be sent on his behalf to the restaurant he was talking about. The guy jumps in surprise. He can't believe he will receive such an amount. Jin calls out to the chef and says that he didn't expect to receive such a large batch. Smiling, he says that 20 bottles are not enough for such a rare thing. He asks the hero not to worry, but to just imagine that this is a gift from his friend's father. Jin, almost in tears, thanks the man. Bowing low, the hero wishes the chef luck. Jin remembers the ghosts he knows and distributes 20 bottles of alcohol among them. 3 bottles for Sohee, 3 bottles for the ghost girls, and 1 bottle each for Chial and Sue. The guy looks down in surprise. Now his gaze is directed upward. There are people walking outside the doors of his restaurant. The hero understands that even at such moments, he thinks about ghosts first and foremost, not about people. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin, while Sue brings boiled brisket to someone. The blonde serves fried kimchi to someone. The guy gets angry. He throws the tray down on the serving table and angrily asks the hero why he doesn't do anything when he has a lot to do. Is he trying to get revenge on him for last time? Jin looks at the ghost sitting at the table and says that it is not that. He was just staring at his friend. Chial has not come by for a long time, and now he looks very happy. The guys are talking at the counter, and Sue advises the hero to get busy until the ghost with whom Chial is sitting at the table leaves. Then they can ask him directly about the reasons for his great mood. Jin understands that his assistant is absolutely right. There is food on the tray. The hero puts a bowl of rice on the table and says that he has not seen his friend for a long time. He notices that he looks very happy. Chial, smiling, answers that there is a reason for that. The hero asks to tell him what exactly. The ghost says that the scumbag died. Jin looks at him in amazement. With eyes wide with surprise, he asks what the bastard died of. And only then does it dawn on him that they are talking about a serial killer. Chial, with a joyful expression on his face, pours himself a drink into a glass. The hero looks at the TV screen in surprise. He saw the news about a killer being hospitalized after being beaten by other inmates, but there was no mention of his death. Chial takes a drink. Jin tells him that as far as he knows, the bastard was only hospitalized. Chial smiles happily and says that most of the ghosts that haunted him have ascended, but the resentment that has been building for years has not gone away. After learning of the serial killer's condition, he personally visited him in the hospital, and it was quite a sight. We see the ghost's black hair. In the medical ward, the ghosts have gathered around the bastard, who is lying on a bed with a pipe in his mouth. Chial says that watching him become entangled in the threads of hatred was quite unpleasant. The killer rolls his eyes. Chial lifts his shot to his lips and declares that in the end, everyone gets what they deserve. Jin clutches the tray to his chest and asks what happened after that. Filling his shot, Chial says that the military took the killer. The hero asks again, surprised. The ghost looks up and says that this is the first time he has encountered them. However, he knows that these are the military from the afterlife. Perhaps it would be more correct to call them the army of the kingdom of the dead. They appeared as soon as the bastard's soul left the body and immediately dragged it away. We see soldiers in ancient military attire. The hero says that they did not even wait 3 days to bury the body. Chial unscrews the cap of the bottle and says that the atmosphere was very serious and heavy. He could barely withstand the pressure. The ghost's fingers twist the cap of the bottle. The guy says that he was a little disappointed since he wanted to beat the bastard's soul up right after he died. Chial drinks straight from the bottle. He says that it's all for the best. JS organized a special send-off for the bastard and, most likely, he will receive the punishment he deserves in the afterlife. The thought of it makes the drink sweeter. Someone enters the restaurant. The ghosts in the place turn away from the newcomer. One of them mentally begs the man not to look in his direction. He greets everyone present. Xiao looks at him, not taking the bottle from his mouth. Realizing who it is, Xiao spits out everything he had not managed to swallow. The hero greets Du Kai. He puts his hand on the ghost's back and tells the hero that he hasn't seen him for a long time. The man explains that he only dropped by for a minute since he has business with Xiao. The hero's old friend looks at the head of the JS finance department in horror and clarifies whether he really came for his soul. Du Kai holds onto the strap of his bag. Xiao says in a trembling voice that he is not sure if they can have any business with each other. Du Kai reaches into his bag and asks if the ghost is sure that they can't do anything together. Xiao looks up, gritting his teeth in fear. Du Kai asks if he knows who Li Su-mai, Choi Li-sun, and Oh My-young are. Xiao smiles fearfully and asks who all these people are. He guesses, however, that these are the names of the girls who ascended last time. Du Kai frowns at the ghost. Xiao covers his face with his hands, fearing that the company found out about what he was doing. Du Kai hands over a piece of paper and says that the people he named wired money to the guy. Xiao peeks through his fingers and asks again, puzzled. Du Kai tells him that these are the names of 2 girls who came to eat there. In addition, another one ascended after the serial killer died. We see the girls who ascended after eating at the restaurant. Du Kai places a paper on the table in front of the ghost and states that after deducting gift tax, 3 clients of his company left the guy 51,400,000 won. All he has to do is sign the paper and the money will immediately be deposited into his account. Xiao replies that he cannot accept the money. Du Kai places his hand on the table and says that given the ghost's situation, it is a lot of money for him and it is in his best interest to accept it. The guys look at the JS finance representative. Xiao says that if it is possible, he would still like to return it. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy states that money is needed in the afterlife too. It will be more useful to the ascended than to him. Du Kai, tapping the back of his head with his fist, states that the ghost's generosity deserves all the respect, but he will probably be very surprised when he finds out that there are no more souls to return the money to. Xiao asks again in amazement. Du Kai holds up a piece of paper in front of him and says that it is exactly as he said. The donors are no longer in the afterlife. One of the ascended girls looks up. Xiao says that the souls that were unable to live out their destinies do not go through trial, but are immediately reincarnated. In other words, all 3 souls have entered a cycle of reincarnation and it is impossible to return the money to them. The girl enters the carriage. One of the ghosts in the restaurant raises his hand and asks if the sins committed during life disappear if there is no trial. Xiao replies that the souls that did not leave the world of the living by natural death, as well as those who did not commit the 7 deadly sins of the afterlife, are given the opportunity to reincarnate without trial. We see a group of faceless people. The outside ghosts continue to communicate with the JS finance representative. One of them asks what to do about the 7 deadly sins. Xiao replies that the exceptions here are those who earned a reputation as notorious scoundrels during their lifetime. They are the ones who go through the trial even if someone kills them. Du Kai looks at the ghost and declares that the interrogation is over. The man asks what the guy is going to do. Xiao asks if it is possible to give this money to friends. We see the faces of the ghosts he means. Du Kai says that the recipient cannot be changed. The ghosts are very upset. Du Kai looks at the hero and says that the ascended souls express their gratitude to him too. The heroes ask again in surprise. He holds a paper in his hands and realizes that he was transferred a whole 800,000 won. Xiao calls out to the representative of JS Finance. He looks closely at the ghost. The guy with a sad expression asks what the girls looked like. Xiao smiles happily. He declares that they left very happy. Jin looks at the paper and thinks that there was no need to thank him. There are 2 documents on the table. The hero thinks that since they gave him such a gift, it would be rude of him to refuse it, especially since there is no one to return the money to. He stands in front of the table, hoping that in the next life the girls will not suffer. Du Kai heads for the door, declaring that he can leave since he has collected the necessary signatures. Jin says goodbye to him. The guy's face is sad. He looks at the night city. We see the back of the young man's head. Xiao, who appears behind him, calls out to the hero. He asks to make him an egg roll with pollock roe, which they once ate together. Jin looks back at his friend and says that he will gladly make it. The hero shouts for Su to make 1 egg roll with caviar. He makes it clear that he has accepted the order. In front of the entrance to the restaurant there is a flower in a huge pot. The hero holds the handle, smiling. He asks why they need a Makjolly distillery. He does not remember this drink being on the export list. Manager Lee, looking at the hero, says that it really was not there. The car drives along the road. The manager says that Makjolly is quite difficult to export because of its short shelf life and specific taste. The hero is perplexed why they would go for it then, and even so far. Lee, sighing, says that about 10 years ago, someone brought him makgeolli, saying that they wanted to enter the market with it. The manager holds a cup of the drink in his hands. He says that he took only a sip, but the taste was incredible. It rolled down his throat softly and refreshingly. The drink pours into a ladle. Lee says that he has never tasted such an aromatic makgeolli with such a deep taste in his life. In front of us is an old man holding a box in his hands. Later, the manager finds out that the family has been brewing makgeolli for 5 generations. The hero looks at the driver in surprise and says that it is hard to imagine. Lee says that this is an amazing place that has managed to preserve the taste of the past. We see the car from above. The hero asks if the manufacturer eventually managed to enter the market. We see the interlocutors from the back seat of the car. Lee says that something did not work out for him. Jin wants to know why this happened. The manager, frowning, holds onto the steering wheel. He says that, as it turned out, the drink was brought by the son of the distillery owner, who did not even ask his father's permission. The owner turned out to be extremely stubborn. He did not plan to produce alcohol for export. In front of us is the old man in question. Jin says that this is very annoying. The manager holds a crate of bottles with a sad expression on his face. He says that it seemed to him that such makgeolli would be successfully sold even abroad, but the owner was against it because then he would not be able to control the entire production. Lee holds the steering wheel and says that he respects the manager's decision. The black car drives down the road. The hero asks if this means that his companion has been trying to persuade the old man for 10 years. Lee replies that he is not that patient. He only dropped by a couple of times to say hello and get to know him better. They also treated him to that same makgeolli, and the time flew by quickly and unnoticed. The hero's face is perplexed. He understands that the manager is now going there to get drunk at someone else's expense. We see the roof of the car. Lee says that the old man has a rather nasty character, but it's not a problem if you try to please him. He asks the hero if he understood what this means. Jin replies that he does. The old man stands near the jug and looks at the gate. The hero's companion shouts from behind it that it is Manager Lee from Tikwang Trading, the second export department. The old man is displeased as he recognizes the visitor's voice. The winemaker looks at the guests of his business. He thinks about the fact that the eldest of them has a red face and an unfocused look, just like most of his customers. This man has clearly been drinking. The manager, smiling, says that he came to wish the owner a happy new year. The old man pokes his guest with a crutch and shouts that he must be crazy to start talking about the new year at the beginning of December. Doesn't he have anything better to do? The manager calms the old man down and says that he is actually happy to see him. The winemaker goes off somewhere. He curses the people of Seoul who come one after another whenever they feel like it. These swindlers know exactly where to find something worthwhile. The manager enters the gate after the old man. He assures that he only stopped by today to say hello. The winemaker quickly walks away from his guests. He says that he has known the manager for 10 years and is perfectly aware of why he came here. Lee says that the old man is still as cheerful as ever. The winemaker is holding a teapot. He grumbles that his guests seem to sense that he had only gotten the nut makgeolli the day before yesterday. The manager looks at the old man with devoted eyes and says that it was an accident, but he is glad that he was here just in time. The owner demands that the rascal stop pretending, as he can see right through him. The hero is holding a teapot with a drink in his hands. The old man tells the drunkard to drink what was given to him and retreat back to Seoul. Lee ingratiatingly says that the old man is still happy to see him. He knows that for sure. A woman is visible not far from the hero. The hero thinks that the old man does not have a bad character at all. Rather, he is not used to speaking frankly. The manager pours himself a drink and invites the owner to join him. Jin looks at the old woman, trying to figure out who it is. She smiles. Jin realizes that he is looking at a ghost. The woman sees the guy bowing to her and her face becomes surprised. The hero runs away as his drinking buddies call him. The old woman covers her mouth with her hand. There are dishes in front of us. Manager Lee, who is sitting on the ground opposite the old man, asks the hero what about snacks. He says that he is already bringing them. The boy puts the food on the table. The old man asks what this is. Kimchi will do with makgeolli, so there is no need for all this fuss. Jin says that the snack will still highlight the taste of the alcohol. The manager points to the hero and says that he prepared everything himself. The taste will be excellent, there is no doubt about it. There is a plate of food in front of us. The old man asks if this boy really prepared all this. Lee says that delicious alcohol should have delicious snacks. The old man takes a sip from his cup. The manager says that the guy has his own restaurant, so there is no doubt about his culinary skills. The winemaker brings the food to his mouth. He experiences the food, and clearly enjoys the taste. The old man asks the guy if he marinated the kimchi himself. The guests from Seoul look at the owner of the business, smiling. He says that there are few spices between the leaves and the jiakal is not at all like in his region. The winemaker's mouth twists. The old man says that his wife used yellow croaker instead of shrimp, and the cabbage was not as crispy and watery. The manager, turning away from the hero, asks him to forgive him for the old man. Jin replies that everything is fine. The owner looks at the hero and says that what he cooked is still quite edible. The young man replies that he is very glad to hear it. The old man tilts the teapot over the cup and asks the guy to sit with them. The hero looks at him fearfully and refuses, since he still has to drive the car back. The winemaker drinks from the cup. He agrees that the guy should not drink then. The hero sighs with relief. There is a cup on the table. The old man asks the manager how long he has been coming here. 10 years or more. The guest, still holding his cup, replies that it is somewhere around that time. The owner tells him not to come here anymore. The manager's frightened face is reflected in the drink. There are many jugs in front of us. The old man says that he will soon close his business. The company drinks alcohol in the open air. The winemaker says that his second son got into big trouble. The guy was left without a home and now lives in some kind of shack. Lee asks in surprise why the business needs to be closed because of this. The old man takes another drink. He says that he will sort this out and then look for a new house for his son, even though he said that he would live with him. The manager, almost in tears, says that if the old man closes the distillery, which has been operating for 5 generations, there will be no one to pass it on to. What is the point of this legacy then? An old woman appears behind the old man. The winemaker says that sooner or later he would have closed it anyway. The ghost, sobbing, covers his mouth with his hands. The hero does not understand what is happening to the grandmother. He gets up from the table and asks the old man where the toilet is. He points with his hand to where he can pee and where he needs to go to the toilet. Jin walks past the old woman. He tries to understand what is happening to her. The hero looks up in surprise. The woman grabs him by the shoulder. Jin understands that she was trying to give him some kind of signal. The grandmother hears the hero calling out to her. The guy leans over to the woman and asks if she wants to tell him something. Jin thinks that he should listen to the old woman who is so persistent. Jin puts his finger to his lips. 10 minutes later, the hero looks at the ghost with an exhausted look. The guy cannot understand what the old woman wants to tell him. The woman is standing next to a wooden column. Jin asks her not to rush and to repeat everything again. She portrays an old man, and the hero understands who she is showing. The ghost first seems to tie a bandage on her head and then puts her hand to her chest. The hero guesses that she means 2 people. The old woman waves her hands, and the guy can no longer understand this. The woman crosses her arms in front of her. Jin asks if this means that the old man does not want to live with his second son. The ghost sadly lowers her gaze. Jin stretches out both hands in her direction and asks if it would not be better for the old man to live with his son than here, alone. The ghost makes loud but incomprehensible sounds. The woman begins to cry. The hero rubs the back of his head. He did not think about the fact that his interlocutor cannot speak. The guy clarifies with the old woman whether the old man really does not want to sell the distillery. The woman clenches her fists. Despite the difficulties in communication, the guy realizes that his interlocutor is very strong-willed. Jin asks what the reason is. The old woman clasps 2 fists and then hugs the jug. The heroes wonder if this means that the old man is on bad terms with his son. We see the ghost's hand. Jin interprets this gesture as an indication that the winemaker is very attached to his enterprise. The ghost takes the hero's hand. The woman looks at the hero with a pleading expression and makes incomprehensible sounds. The old man drinks another portion of his drink. The ghost holds the hero's hand in her hands. He thinks that all of this is very difficult and does not understand what to do. Judging by his eyes, he has found some kind of solution. The guy removes his hand and tells the woman that he understands everything. Jin gets down on one knee and declares that he has come up with a way to deliver her message. The hero smiles and says that for this he will need the woman's help. Liquid pours out of the teapot. Manager Lee says that he is truly sorry that the distillery will be closing. The old man frowns at him and says that it is for the best since he is getting old. The manager tells him not to exaggerate. In his opinion, the old man is still in great shape. The manager looks at the old man sadly. The old man says that he would be lying if he said that he does not regret it at all, since this business allowed him to get married, send his children to school, and many other things. The winemaker notices something. The old man sniffs the air. The manager sitting opposite asks where the aroma is coming from. The winemaker says that he recognizes the smell of kimchi jjigae with sori. He narrows his eyes. Lee looks up indignantly and says that Jin must have used the kitchen without permission. He is about to go and scold the guy. The old man tells the manager to stay put. The winemaker frowns and folds his arms over his chest, saying that the young man is certainly a long way from the stew his wife cooked. The old man scratches his head and admits that he hasn't been so pleased by any smell in a long time. He looks down sadly. Beads of sweat are running down the hero's cheek. Jin looks at the old woman standing next to him and asks if she is sure that this is how it should be served. The woman puts her hand to her chest. The hero says that he will trust her. The old man shouts that if the rice is ready, then let Jin bring it immediately. Why do they have to wait so long? The ghost smiles, looking at the hero. He shouts that he is already bringing the food. The old man looks displeased at the approaching boy and asks why he is teasing him. The food smells wonderful, and the wait for it to be brought is simply unbearable. Jin apologizes and says that he was waiting for the rice to cook. The old man frowns at him. The hero carries the pot. He says that if you drink on an empty stomach, you can vomit it all back up. The old woman is standing behind him, smiling. Jin is holding a tray and suggests that they eat something with their drinks. The old man looks at the guy in surprise. The manager says that the food smells amazing. Lee looks at the food and asks why the rice looks like that. There are no grains visible, it looks more like some kind of porridge. We see several delicious dishes. The hero, smiling, looks at the old man and says that the rice does not look very good, but it should still taste great. The old man takes a spoon and looks at the bowl of rice. He says that he did not expect to meet another person who cooks rice like his wife. The old woman looks out from behind the door. Jin asks the old man to try the rice. Something spills out of the spoon. We see the winemaker's back. He takes 2 pieces of kimchi. The old man brings the spoon to his mouth. He chews his food and exclaims in amazement that it tastes exactly like the rice his wife used to cook. The hero stands behind the old man with the tray in his hands. Giggling, he says that the old man seems to like the rice, however. The winemaker turns his head to the hero and angrily says that this is not true at all. He is simply surprised that he is eating this disgusting stuff again after decades. The man holds a spoon to his mouth and says that only his wife cooked rice that looked like some kind of shapeless mess. Jin looks sympathetically in the direction of the old woman. The winemaker says that he cannot understand how she managed to do this for over 50 years. This is also some kind of talent. The woman is outraged. The hero thinks that he cooked the rice exactly as she advised. The old woman looks at her husband with disgust. The hero understands that she would like to say a lot now. The woman angrily waves her hands. The manager asks the old man if his wife has really cooked rice this way since the very beginning of their marriage. The old woman looks angrily at the back of her husband's head. He says that all this was a long time ago. However, then he remembers that indeed, as soon as they got married, she began to cook rice this way. He remembered this because his mother immediately yelled at her daughter-in-law for this. The hero's face is filled with surprise. The old man grinds his teeth in anger and declares that all this was only because rice was insanely expensive at that time. He had to try very hard to calm the 2 women down. But even after receiving a scolding, his wife still did not learn how to cook rice properly. The hero looks into the old woman's eyes. She shows something in sign language. Jin understands that she is imitating the process of eating. Now the woman seems to be knocking on her ex-husband's bald head. The hero thinks that this looks quite funny. The old man, in turn, thinks that his bald head is colder than usual today. The old woman hits herself on the chest with her fist. The winemaker looks at the guy in surprise and asks why he is sweating. Did he put something in his food? Jin laughs and says that he would never do that. The hero asks if the old man ever told his wife that he likes his rice overcooked. The old woman hits you on the chest with her fist again. The winemaker holds a cup in his hand and says that he has never liked his rice so overcooked. Jin looks at him and asks if he ever told his wife that he can't stand him. Tears are streaming down the old woman's cheeks. The winemaker looks surprised. He remembers the words he told his wife, that her husband works until he passes out and she cooks rice like this. The man covers his mouth with his hand. He also remembers that he reproached her for being wasteful. The girl lies on the ground, holding her bruised ear. Her husband tries to stop his mother, who has hit her. The girl looks at her mother-in-law with resentment. She angrily shouts that the girl has become part of their family, so why can't she teach her daughter-in-law how to do the right thing? The woman accuses her son of bringing some bungler into the house. The boy, squatting, shouts for his mother to stop being indignant. He puts rice in his mouth and says that it tastes great. The boy reaches out to his wife and tells her to put another bowl of rice on him. The old man covers his eyes with his hand. He admits that, if he thinks about it, he never told his wife that he doesn't like the way she cooks rice. The girl lifts the lid. The hero suggests that in this case, for all 50 years she could have deliberately boiled the rice too long, thinking that he liked it better that way. There is a bowl of rice on the table. The boy brings a spoon to his mouth. The old man says that he didn't eat it because he liked it. The young winemaker looks at his wife. The girl hugs the tray to her chest. The old man finishes eating only because she smiled so sweetly every time, standing next to him. The guy sits with his mouth full. The young man continues to eat. The spoon scoops up some rice. The old man says that he will never be able to eat her overboiled rice again and see her unique smile. The old woman covers her mouth with her hand. The old man's shoulders are shaking. After clearing his throat, he asks why he suddenly got emotional over some bowl of rice and completely fell apart. The winemaker points his finger at the hero and accuses him of being a mere boy, but cooking like some old man. It's all because of him. Smiling, Jin rubs the back of his head. He says that he will take the old man's words as a compliment. The manager says that he is surprised too. The snacks taste like they have been marinated for 10 years. Lee holds something green with his chopsticks and asks where the hero got it from. Did he really just make that? Jin looks off to the side, rubbing the back of his head. He looks at the manager a little sadly and says that he didn't really make that. A questioning expression appears on the old man's face. It seems he's starting to suspect something. The old woman smiles mysteriously. The hero's gaze is serious. He points somewhere and says that he took those snacks over there. We see an open door, behind which a fence is visible. The old man asks if the guy really took them over there, behind the door. The old man and his guests approach the clay jars. The manager thought that the makgeolli would have to be washed down with kimchi alone, but it turns out that there are other snacks here too. The winemaker looks at the jars in amazement. Jin says that he himself didn't expect that, but as soon as he opened the jars, he saw snacks that were apparently made by the old man's wife. They didn't even go to waste. Lee looks at his friend with disapproval. He asks who gave him permission to open other people's jugs. The guy apologizes, but thinks to himself that his conscience is clear since he received permission directly from the winemaker's wife. Jin looks at the old man with sympathy. He touches the jug with his hand and calls his wife. The hero turns to the manager and tells him that there were also some snacks in the refrigerator in the kitchen, but they all went sour. The old man holds onto the lid of the jug. He replies that the food in the refrigerator was also prepared by his wife. The man strokes the jug and says that he does not know how many years ago all this was salted. The manager looks at the winemaker with sympathy. He asks why he did not eat the food that was in the refrigerator and let it spoil. After all, it was prepared by the wife whom he loved so much. The old man continues to stroke the jug. The winemaker holds his back. He says that he could not bring himself to do it. After his wife died, he opened the refrigerator several times, but he never took anything out. We see the old man looking into the refrigerator. Now we see the food that is there. Food is not just something people stuff their bellies with. It holds memories and evokes nostalgia. We see the old man's legs. This is true even if the food has gone bad, become moldy or stinks. The old man is kneeling in front of the open refrigerator. Food is a priceless connection with his wife, which reminds him of her. Now the winemaker is kneeling in front of the jug in the same way. The old man is crying bitterly. He calls his wife and asks why she left him so suddenly. The most offensive thing is that he did not treat her very well when she was alive. The old woman has a smile on her face. Her husband says that he should have shown his love more often. The ghost puts her hands on the man's head. He continues to say that he misses her very much. Jin and Lee look at the old man with sympathy. He put his head on the lid of the jug. He knows what he's going to do now. The man slams his fist on the lid and says that he simply can't sell this business. The old man lifts his head and says that he can't abandon his son to his fate either. Jin and Lee exchange glances. One of them asks the winemaker to tell him more about his son. The old man looks at the visitors from Seoul in surprise. He asks why he should tell them about his son. The manager puts his hand to his chest and says that if they all think about the situation together, they can come up with a good solution. In front of us is a family photo. The old man says that his second son was a very ordinary child. He was an average student, sometimes got into trouble, and was very kind. But at some point, he began to dream of opening his own business and began investing left and right. It was around this time that he brought makgeolli to Lee's manager. In front of us is a young man holding a box of bottles. Now we have stock charts. The old man says that sometimes his son invested money successfully and made a small profit. The boy looks up at the outstretched hand. Last year, a friend of his who invested money in real estate suggested that they work together, and that's when everything started going down the drain. Jin looks at the manager and asks what he thinks about making money in real estate. Maybe the guy invested too much money in it. Lee notes that the hero is quite knowledgeable about this business. The manager rubs his chin thoughtfully. His face expresses great doubt. He says that he would not advise the old man's son to get involved in this business. The winemaker and his guests walk past the jugs. The manager says that no matter how well prepared a person is, it is very difficult to achieve great success in this business. And if you rely only on a friend's words and invest in something you don't fully understand, you can run into big trouble. The old man sighs heavily. Lee asks if he agrees with his words. The hero, with jugs visible behind him, tells his companion that it would be logical for the old man's son to take up the makgeolli business. The manager says that he has already suggested this to the old man, but the idea does not seem to interest him. The winemaker grimaces and moves forward. The hero realizes that this idea has been discussed many times, especially considering that the family has been working in the distillery for 5 generations. The old man sits down on a bench and suggests that his guests do the same. The manager thanks him. The 3 of them sit under a tree shedding its leaves. Dozens of clay jugs are in front of us. The hero tells the old man that his son's place is here. Even if he does not officially become the owner, he can make a living working here, and his father will keep an eye on him so that he does not do anything stupid again. The old man sadly says that they have already discussed this, but the son still has not agreed. The hero looks at the winemaker and calls out to him. Jin says that the old man can sell the distillery to help his son, but is he sure that his son will really come to his senses? The boy looks at the old man sitting on the same bench with him. He asks if the winemaker is sure that this is the best way out of this situation. The manager sitting next to the old man tells him that investing in real estate is as risky as gambling if you do not have enough information and luck. If things go well, everything is great, but if luck turns away, the old man's son will have nowhere to go back to. The winemaker sits on the bench, deep in thought. He says that his son does not listen to him anymore. For him, his father's words are nothing more than an empty sound. He himself knows that he is more of a burden to his son than a good advisor. The old man looks at his trembling hands. The man covers his eyes with his hands. He says that he is unlikely to be able to convince his offspring. We see the man's hunched back. He says that he does not know what to do next. One of the guests puts his hand on the old man's back. He says that he will meet with Seong-Ti. We see that the offer comes from Lee. The hero asks in surprise if the manager is really going to meet with the old man's son. He turns away from his friend and says that he knows this guy and has already scolded him several years ago. Jin promises that he will help in this case too. Working together is always more effective. The old man looks at his guests from Seoul in surprise. The manager looks at the winemaker and says that when Seong-Ti brought him makgeolli, he did not seem like a completely hopeless person. The old man can be sure of this assessment. Lee says that the son will certainly understand the sincerity of his father's feelings. The manager's hand is on the old man's shoulder. The winemaker pats it. He thanks the man and apologizes. Lee happily says that, to be completely honest, he will be happy if the distillery does not close. If everything ends well and the production of the drink increases, they will even be able to start exporting it to other countries. Wiping away his tears, the old man says that a real businessman is sitting next to him. If he sold everything they drank here, he would strike it rich. The manager laughs and says that he didn't have to emphasize it. There is a smile on the hero's face. The old woman bows to him. The old man notices that the manager, like a true bastard, is ready to profit from anything. Jin, smiling, closes his eyes. He promises that he and the manager will talk to the guy, and they will try to reason with him. A cafe on the first floor of the office. Jin sits thoughtfully at the table with a phone in his hands. He looks at the screen and thinks that someone should have arrived by now. It seems that the guy notices the one he is waiting for. A young man appears at the door of the establishment. Jin calls out his name, Seong-Ti. The guy looks at the bowed hero and says that he is glad to meet him. Jin looks at the young man and thinks that this is the youngest son of the old man from the distillery. The agreement to meet with him was reached over the phone. Jin looks at some document. Manager Lee is sitting in a chair. He tells the hero that the youngest son of the distillery owner is a good guy, but when it comes to business, this is clearly not enough. In front of us is a photo of the young man in question. Lee looks at the hero and says that he cannot talk to the guy in person since he has to go on an urgent business trip, but since they both took on the matter, Jin can talk to him on his own. The manager asks to communicate with him warmly in a friendly manner. Seong-Ti smiles affably. The hero looks at him and understands that Lee was right. This is a very friendly person. There is a cup of coffee on the table in front of the hero. Jin thanks the guy for coming to the meeting, despite the fact that he was invited so unexpectedly. The guy, smiling, says that this is a trifle not worthy of mention. In front of us is a cup. Jin tries to explain the reason for this meeting, but the guy interrupts him and says that he knows everything. Taking a sip from his cup, he states that Jin must have spoken to his father. The hero is surprised that his interlocutor knows everything. Jin folds his hands in front of his face and asks if Seong-Ti spoke to his father before coming here. He smiles slyly and says that he did not talk to anyone, but understood everything during a telephone conversation. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He calls the interlocutor by name and asks how he feels about the idea of opening a business, which he proposed to manager Lee 10 years ago. The smile disappears from the interlocutor's face. He touches the cup. Jin smiles and says that they have already discussed this prospect with the guy's father. If all the conditions are okay with the young man, they can get down to business. Judging by the expression on his face, Seong-Ti is not at all happy about this conversation. He looks away from the hero sitting opposite. The guy asks if the agreement implies that he should learn how to make makgeolli. Jin says that a successful business implies increasing production and the number of clients, and the old man can't handle all this alone. Seong-Ti squeezes the cup and says that this is exactly how the conversation developed. Jin looks at him in surprise. The hero asks if the idea of producing makgeolli is so disgusting to his interlocutor. He looks sadly into his cup. The guy says that when he was younger, he helped his father make it. Surprise appears on the hero's face. Seong-Ti takes a sample from the clay jug. He says that their family has been producing makgeolli for 5 generations, and, naturally, he dreamed of one day continuing this tradition. He really liked the drink that his father made, and he tried to continue the family business. The young man holds a cup in his hands. Seong-Ti says that he conducted research and created his own variety of makgeolli. The cup with the drink shatters into pieces. The guy says that he simply does not have the mental strength to work together with his father. Jin asks what is the reason for this. Deep sadness appears on his interlocutor's face. He says that if the hero met his father, then the answer should be obvious to him. It is clear from the young man's face that he is terrified of the old man. We see that it was his father who broke the cup with the sample of the drink. The winemaker has a very hot temper, and if something does not go as he wants, he takes out all his anger on the person. This is why many business partners left him. The guy's hand is shaking. He says that he is on the side of those who broke off all relations with him. Seong-Ti looks into his cup again. He nervously moves his legs. The hero understands that the young man is terrified of his father and simply cannot be near him. There is deep sadness on the guy's face. The hero looks ahead with a detached expression, resting his chin on his hands. He understands that it will be very difficult to convince the guy. Seong-Ti looks at the screen of his phone. There is correspondence in which a link to a document on the restoration of clay pots attracts attention. Seong-Ti says that he must go since he has a lot of things planned for today. Jin jumps up from his seat and tries to stop his interlocutor from leaving. The guy turns to him and asks what else the hero wants to tell him. Jin, smiling, asks if the young man is free on Seri. It would be nice to meet again and discuss the matter over food. Seong-Ti asks again in surprise. Gesturing with his hands, the hero says that nothing special is planned. He just has his own restaurant, and he thought that Seong-Ti could have a bite to eat there with his family. The young man turns away and reproaches the hero, it seems, is not going to give up easily. But it's okay, he will come. Only this will be their last meeting. Jin says that he will send the restaurant's address via text message. The meeting will be tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m. Seong-Ti says goodbye with a displeased expression. Jin calls out to him again. The guy looks at him angrily and asks what's wrong. The hero scratches his cheek, trying not to look into the interlocutor's eyes. He asks what his mother's name is. Tears are rolling down from the hero's closed eyes. He is afraid that Seong-Ti will take him for some kind of pervert. In front of us is a broken cup, and now a rope ladder. The hero guesses that his feelings for his father, namely animal fear, are preventing him from persuading the guy. Jin looks down. He understands that the same intense feelings will help get rid of this fear, but it will not be easy to achieve them. However, he will still try to do this with the help of food. Jin brings his hands to his mouth and takes a deep breath. We see the kitchen of a restaurant, inside which the name Go Yun Mai is pronounced 3 times. In front of the hero is the woman he saw at the distillery. This is Seong-Ti's mother. The old woman smiles. The hero asks how she is doing. He asks her for help. We see the back of someone's head against the background of the restaurant where the hero works. Someone asks if this is the place they were going to. Seong-Ti, his wife and son are trying unsuccessfully to see the restaurant. The head of the family says that he should be right between these buildings. His wife asks why they didn't notice him then. Seong-Ti angrily says that they finally saw the restaurant and asks them to stop spoiling his mood. Jin happily greets the guests and asks if it was difficult to find the establishment. The hero approaches the visitors. Seong-Ti greets him and says that they had a hard time finding the restaurant for a long time, so they were a little late. Jin says that many people face the same problem. The family sits down at the table. Seong-Ti starts to say something about ordering, but Jin says that he has already prepared something and will serve it now. If the visitors want something else, he can easily prepare it. The hero looks at the man's son and wife. The woman says that she will be satisfied with what has already been prepared for them. She asks her son what he will eat, and the young man replies that he will eat the same as she. Jin says that he will bring the food now. Yunmai sadly looks at her son and his family. She is clearly sad about something. Jin is cutting kimchi. He thinks that people's tastes are like imprints of their lives because we all have memories of what we ate from childhood. Yunmai smiles and looks at the guy cutting cabbage. One plate of appetizers and a bowl of broth evoke different associations for everyone. We see food cooking on the stove. Jin and Yunmai sniff the spices. The hero chose the menu for Seong-Ti with all this in mind. Jin pours spices into the dish being cooked. Jin thanks the customers for waiting. The woman and the young man look at something in surprise. The wife of the distillery owner's son seems to recognize one of the dishes. Boiled rice is lying on the table in front of Seong-Ti. The man also understands what it is. The woman puts her finger to her lips. She says that these are her husband's favorite dishes. We see the dishes served on the table. Boiled eggs, kimchi jjigae, and even marinated spare ribs. Seong-Ti looks at the hero and asks if his father told him what to cook. Jin replies that there is little of what he likes here, but he is very glad that he guessed right with the choice. The hero asks if the visitors arrived by car. Seong-Tae looks at the teapot in surprise. Jin says that if not, then they can drink good alcohol. Steam rises above the cup. Seong-Tae looks at the drink poured for him. He says that it is mac jolly, which their family makes. The hero is surprised that the man realized this without even trying the drink. Seong-Tae picks up the cup and says that he will not confuse this smell with anything, since it has accompanied him almost his entire life. The woman takes a sip from her cup and says that her husband drinks nothing but mac jolly, which his father makes. The son also confirms this. Seong-Tae looks at his son and says that, come to think of it, this is his first time trying mac jolly, which his grandfather made. The boy agrees and says that the drink tastes different from anything he has ever had before. Seong-Tae cracks a boiled egg. He says that this mac jolly is best eaten with boiled eggs and fried kimchi. The man hands the egg to his son and tells him to try it. The diners smile happily while sitting at the table. The young man confirms that the taste combination is simply excellent. Seong-Tae looks at his son, smiling, and says that eggs were worth their weight in gold when he was a child. We see the man from behind. He tells his son that it was his grandmother who first thought of putting fried kimchi on top of a boiled egg. Seong-Tae remembers his childhood when he sat at the table with his parents. He says that it seemed like nothing special, but it was incredibly delicious. The little boy brings a spoon with rice to his mouth. Now we see him as an adult. There is a spoon with food in front of us. Seong-Tae remembers his mother. Jin and Yoon-mai congratulate each other. The hero says that it seems that the woman's son has begun to understand something. Seong-Tae asks the guy how he managed to do this. Jin looks at him in surprise and asks again. Seong-Tae says that it is not just similar to the kimchi jjigae that his mother made, they are identical. The man again remembers his childhood. Yoon-mai, smiling, looks at the hero, who says that it is simply impossible to cook as well as the man's mother. However, he will take the visitor's words as a compliment. Jin smiles and says that all this only means that the dishes he prepared are so delicious that they reminded the man of his mother. Seong-Tae thinks about it. The hero looks at him and wishes him bon appetit. The customers are sitting at the table discussing something. They are all smiling. The hero realizes that now they look much more relaxed than when they arrived. Now is probably the best time to try to convince the man. The old woman pushes the hero in the back and points her finger somewhere. Jin asks what is going on. Jin and Yoon-mai look somewhere. The guy thinks that he seems to have brought out everything he prepared. Surprise appears on the young man's face. We see 3 eggs. Jin cannot understand what is going on. The food goes into his mouth. Seong-Tae, smiling, looks at his wife and says that there is actually a way to make this delicious kimchi jjigae even more delicious. The woman guesses what her husband wants and asks him not to show his oddities. She smiles and tells him that during the wedding ceremony, he told her that he would be extremely happy with her for the rest of his life if she cooked him scrambled eggs with soy sauce and served them with kimchi jjigae. We see that the bride's mouth is open in amazement. The woman says that she thought it was strange to start her married life like this. Seong-Tae, who is holding chopsticks, declares that this is how kimchi jjigae should be eaten. A plate is lowered in front of the man's face. Seong-Tae declares that the fried egg should be mixed with rice. In front of him is the dish he just talked about. The hero says that it should look exactly like this. Seong-Tae throws up his hands in surprise. He takes the dish the hero brought and asks how he knew that it should be cooked this way. Yoon-mai smiles behind the guy's back. The guy starts mumbling something unintelligible and then simply says that he decided to cook it. Seong-Tae looks at him with a very strange expression. There are empty plates in front of us. Seong-Tae looks sadly at the table and says that the dish that the hero prepared reminded him of his mother. Squinting his eyes, the man thanks the cook, stating that everything was very delicious. Jin says please and asks if the guests like the mac jolly. All the family members look at the guy. The man says that it is incredibly delicious. The son agrees with this assessment. The wife says that she always loved the mac jolly prepared by her father-in-law, and this time it was also delicious. The hero smiles. Jin is holding a teapot in his hands. A white drink is pouring out of the spout. Jin tells Mr. Seong-Tae that, while running this restaurant, he realized one important thing. It is quite easy to avoid failures. The drink is poured into a cup. We see a picture from his youth of the man sitting in front of the hero. His father turns to his son and says that right now he may think that carrying pots of mac jolly and cleaning up the waste is a very hard and thankless job. The winemaker says that he should put such thoughts aside. The hero, smiling, says that the restaurant will not fail if it cooks delicious food. He inherited this restaurant not very long ago and still does not know how to do much, but he is sure that this is exactly how it is. The father puts his hand on his son's shoulder and says almost the same thing as the hero. The main thing is that the drink is good. This business will not fail if it makes delicious alcohol. We see 3 rows of clay pots. The father looks into his son's eyes. The hero looks at the man and reminds him that he praised the food served in this restaurant. Seong-T sadly looks into a cup filled with drink. The hero looks at him. The man drinks makgeolli. His eyes are closed. Jin asks a customer if he likes the makgeolli they serve at this restaurant. It's delicious, isn't it? Seong-T puts the empty cup down on the table. He admits that the hero can persuade people. The guy spreads his arms out to the sides and says that he simply cooked the food and the main flavor of the dinner came from the makgeolli. We see the man's back. Seong-T stands up and turns up his collar. He tells his wife that he's going to visit his father. The woman looks at her husband in confusion and asks why he suddenly decided to do this. He says that he's going to go right now and is actually going to go back to making makgeolli. Seong-T smiles and says that if he makes a delicious drink, he'll never go bankrupt. The wife and son look at the man with concern. The woman asks how he's going to work with his father. We see the old man furious. Seong-T says that his father's character has hardly changed, but he's finally realized something about himself. The man looks down, smiling. His father was rude to him and often criticized him not because he hated him. He knows this now, so it will be easier to bear his bad temper. The family members get dressed to leave. The wife tells her husband that if he has made a decision, he must go. If it is final, she will call his friend who is in real estate and tell him that he will not attend their meetings. Seong-T thanks his wife. The son asks when his father will return. Jin looks at the woman standing next to him. A taxi stops in front of the old man sitting on the steps. The hero understands that Yunmai was worried not only about her husband selling the distillery and not about the constant failures in her son's business. The old man looks in surprise at the person getting out of the car. It is his son. A crutch falls to the floor. The son and father embrace at the threshold of the house. The old woman, sitting on the roof of the neighboring building, looks at them. The hero realizes that she was probably most concerned about her family growing apart. In front of us is a clay pot with its lid weighed down by rocks. There is a yellow straw on a plate. The moon is shining over the city. Now there are many wonderful dishes and wine in front of us. Chiol is sitting at the table in front of the hero and telling him that last night he went on a pleasure boat that goes along the Han River. Now he understands why these trips are so popular. The night landscape is reflected in the water, the wine is simply delicious, and the restaurant is also chic. The hero folds his hands in front of his face and tells his friend that this sounds really cool. The guy replies that, of course, he couldn't try anything, so he had to just watch. He asks the guy if he's ever been on a pleasure boat. Jin thoughtfully rubs his chin and says that he hasn't been on a pleasure boat. He was on a fishing boat. Jin holds up a fish he caught. Chiol asks, a little offended, if there is anything his friend hasn't tried yet. It's 20 to 12. Chiol asks what the hero is going to do after the restaurant closes. He replies that he is going to visit Manbok. Chiol brings a glass to his lips and remembers that this is the same guy who dug up the bellflower root and ginseng. But the hero will have to go to Gangwon province, and it is already late. He asks if Jin is sure he can get there. The hero folds his hands in front of him, looks at his friend and says that he is indebted to this boy. Besides, he wanted to get to know him better and decided to visit him before the end of the year. He knows how to get there, so there is no need to worry about it. A man is walking down the street. We see his shoes. Letting out clouds of steam, he asks himself if this is really a restaurant. The young man enters the establishment. The hero greets him in surprise. This is the first time he has seen this ghost. In front of us is a rather cute blonde guy in a long coat. The guy squints and asks if it is possible to eat here. Jin asks the customer what he would like to eat. The hero looks at the guest and promises to cook whatever he wants within the limits of what is possible. The customer puts his hand on the back of the chair and says that in this case the cook should finally, but not much, chop the hot ramen and red pepper, then pour the kimchi juice into the broth, bring everything to a boil, and add a poached egg. Jin gestures that the order has been accepted. He promises to do everything as the customer asked, then clarifies how much to boil the noodles. The guy gives a thumbs up and asks to make them swell a little. The hero runs to the kitchen. He says that he understands the customer and he just needs to wait a little. The young man thanks the cook. Jin looks at the screen of his phone. Closing is in an hour, so it is better to hurry. Sue, looking at the customer, says that this is simply amazing. Jin, opening a bag of noodles, declares that he completely agrees with his assistant. He, too, has never met a person who has so many demands for ordinary instant noodles. The blonde, looking down, declares that he is not referring to his order. The hero should have noticed something else. Jin looks at him in surprise and asks what exactly. The blonde has a slightly strange look. The ghosts look with round eyes at the young man who entered the restaurant. He sits on a chair surrounded by dozens of pairs of eyes. Sue tells the hero that this guest is alive. Jin asks again in amazement. He stares at the guy sitting in the hall and asks his assistant what a living person could be doing here at this time. There are so many ghosts here. Jin assumes that he is the same type of person as the lawyer and his brothers. Sue says that is not true. Everyone associated with JS has a special energy, but he does not have it. We see Suho adjusting his glasses and a customer. Jin leans forward to get a better look at the guest and asks if he is really an ordinary person. The hero breaks an egg. He thinks that at the time when ghosts come here, ordinary people cannot see the entrance or even the sign of the restaurant. In front of us is a prepared dish. The hero serves it to the customer. The young man smiles and looks at the food. Xiao and Jin stare at the customer. Without taking his eyes off him, the hero asks his friend if he has seen living people here at this time before. Xiao, who is chewing something, says that he has, but something else is much more interesting, the watch that the man is wearing. Jin asks again in surprise. Xiao, who is standing next to the hero, says that this watch costs more than 200 million won. Jin just can't believe it. One of the ghosts turns to the guys and says that everything this man is wearing, from his coat to his suit, are luxury brands. The outfit he is wearing costs as much as a good new house. The hero's eyes widen in amazement. He realizes that his customer is wearing a fortune. The guy pierces the yolk with chopsticks. Jin tries to figure out who this rich man is who calmly enters a ghost restaurant. The young man eats noodles. The guy leaves the restaurant. Jin thinks that he has witnessed a very strange event. A rich, lively, handsome man simply ate at his restaurant and left as if nothing happened. The hero looks at his back. Rubbing his chin, he tells the blonde guy standing next to him that this is definitely a unique character. Sue suggests spilling salt just in case. The hero wipes the table with a napkin. He cleans the restaurant after closing. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning and, having seen off all the customers, he has to prepare the establishment for a new working day. The hero notices something. We understand who is approaching the restaurant by the red long dress. The hero looks out the window. He tries to understand what So-hee can be doing here at this hour. Usually, she comes when the restaurant is open for ghosts. Judging by her look, the guy notices something else. So-hee is not alone. The hero sees several more figures behind her. The students whom Jin met in the gym are standing at the door of the restaurant. The guy greets the young men and asks if they have been with Lady So-hee all this time. 2 girls and 1 guy smile happily. Rim says that they learned a lot from her. Jin looks at Ga-yoon and asks if she visited her home. The girl says that she managed to do so. Jin tells So-hee that it must have been very difficult for her to take care of all 3 young men at once. The teacher doesn't seem to understand what the hero means. Young Su's lips are trembling slightly. He is crying bitterly and shouting that he misses his mom and dad very much. The hero looks at the guy in bewilderment and cannot understand what he could have said that was too much. Jin calls out to the student. Everyone looks at the boy sobbing at the table in surprise. 10 minutes later, young Su covers his face with his hands and says that he is very ashamed. Rim tries to calm him down. Jin asks if something happened at home. Ga-yoon looks at the hero and says that nothing special happened there. The girl twirls a lock of hair around her finger. We see a man sitting at the computer. Ga-yoon says that only her father plays games with her old account. He uses a character with a completely shameful nickname, which she created back in middle school, and actively participates in the activities of various guilds. Rim looks at her friend and says that her father seems to know how much effort and time she has spent on this game. Ga-yoon says with displeasure that when she was alive, he always scolded her for not leaving it. Rim says that she is surprised that her room was left untouched. The photos and school uniform are in place. It seems that she will return here soon. We see the girl's mother, who is standing in front of her daughter's clothes. Ga-yoon says with displeasure that everything there looks too real, even the homework notebook is open. Rim, smiling, replies that now the girl will be able to spend more time with her friends and not be distracted by homework. Ga-yoon points at his friend and says that he is the luckiest one, since now he can spend as much time as he wants with Rim. The young man looks very upset. Someone calls out to him. He says that his mother keeps calling him on his phone. We see the device that his mother is calling on. A woman sits with a phone to her ear. Young Su stands behind his mother. According to him, she knows very well that he will not answer, but sometimes she says that she misses him. The guy looks down sadly. He is glad that at least she does not cry every day. The young man is shaking all over. He says that it is a great relief for him not to hear his mother's tears. It looks like Young Su is ready to cry again. Ga-yoon asks if he will shed tears. The guy says that he is not going to. Jin puts his hand on the young man's back and says that he is glad to see him here. Having burst into tears, he thanks the hero. Jin tells the students that they can talk while eating. He asks them to say what they will eat. The hero looks at So-hee and promises to bring her whatever she wants. The girls smile and look at the chef. Ga-yoon orders tteokbokki and spicy chicken wings. Rim asks for an egg roll and japki. Young Su wipes his nose with his hand and orders stewed eggs with finely chopped onions. So-hee, modestly lowering her head, orders spicy wings and stewed eggs. Jin says that he will bring everything soon. The guy looks back at the ghost sitting at the table. He thinks that So-hee has been with these young people for so long that she has adopted their tastes. This makes the hero very happy. In front of us are the products from which the food will be prepared. the hero chops onions. He hurts for his parents, who have to live with endless melancholy in their chests, but no less sorrowful for the children who see their parents like this. The guy dumps the products into the vat, and then jumps back so as not to get burned. Jin looks down. He wants the ghosts to eat well before leaving. Jin says that he has brought the order. We see meat on a rectangular plate, and 4 more dishes. The hero says that there are chicken legs, tteokbokki, egg rolls, steamed eggs, and japki. The ghosts look at all this abundance and their mouths water. To the hero, the students remind him of puppies asking to be fed, so he calmly tells the young people to eat. The ghosts wish everyone a pleasant meal. Jin clutches the tray to his chest, thinking that so he has certainly taught them some manners. The hero looks at the customers eating at his restaurant and asks what they are going to do next. Go back home. Rim says a little sadly that they were thinking of going back once so he taught them everything. But so he said that ghosts have a bad influence on the living if they stay around for too long. They will probably only visit their families from time to time. So he takes a sip from her glass. One of the young people says that Rim is right, and from now on the 3 of them will always be together. So he takes the glass away from her mouth. The girl places it on the table and says that she doesn't think so. There are 2 girls and 1 boy. We see male ghosts looking at young Soo with displeasure. So he says that a common tragedy may have intertwined the fates of the young people, but they are souls of opposite energy. The male ghosts do not get close to the female ghosts, and vice versa. In other words, whether the young people want it or not, the other ghosts will avoid them. Young Soo looks down sadly. He asks if the girls will become outcasts because of him. A tear runs down the boy's cheek. Rim looks at him sadly. She puts her hand on the boy's hand. The girl stands up and says that they are not going to leave Young Soo. Da-yoon gets up from her seat and confirms that they will stay together no matter what. Young Soo cries, so he crosses her arms and says that these stubborn little brats are acting like disobedient puppies. The hero, who is standing next to her, says that their friendship is admirable, so he pours another drink into her glass. She says that if this is convenient for the young people, then she will not interfere anymore. However, she wants to warn them about something. The students look at her attentively, so he answers them with a serious look and says that there are other ghosts besides them who go to this restaurant. Before us are unfortunate beings who cannot enter the restaurant. So he says that, as she mentioned earlier, male and female ghosts cannot coexist normally. When 3 young people sit in the restaurant, other ghosts will not be able to enter here. A disgusting face can be seen behind the girl. So he raises the glass to her lips and tells the boys that the next time they come to this place together, they should eat quickly and leave so as not to disturb the other ghosts. The students unanimously answer that they understand. The last drops of drink pour out of the decanter. So he thoughtfully says that she seems to have run out of alcohol. The hero looks at the girl and asks if she needs to bring another bottle. So he replies that there are children here, so this is enough. Besides, they have already eaten and should probably leave. The students, smiling, show their empty plates. The hero says that they look like they licked them clean. So he gets up from her chair and declares that they will leave then. Jin calls out to the girl. She asks what he wants. The guy, smiling, scratches his cheek and asks him to come with the guys more often. So he looks at the hero. Da-yoon puts her hands on her cheeks and screams loudly. She asks what's going on. Rim tries to stop her friend, who she says is back to her old ways. Da-yoon looks at So-hee in surprise and asks her what's going on between them. She saw everything. Rim asks her friend to calm down. She says that there's definitely something between the hero and So-hee. Fingers grab the girl's ear. So-hee says that they'll come here again soon at the owner's invitation. The hero looks at the ghosts. Rim bows, apologizes for her friend, and thanks the guy for the food. Da-yoon asks her mentor to let go of her ear. So he orders the girl to shut up and says that she needs to be raised for a long time. One of the ghosts asks the mentor how long she plans to be with them. The hero looks at the departing customers. Da-yoon jumps on So-hee's back. One of the students shouts that this is all because the mentor loves them very much. She demands to let her go and claims that she is very tired of these youths. In front of us is a restaurant sign. A young man is going somewhere. Jin, whose leg we can see, says that it is already very late. He looks gloomily ahead and thinks that there is still a way to get to the village at this hour. The guy holds the business card that Dukai gave him and remembers the man's words. When you enter, memory serves as a key. Just take hold of any door and think of a place that will not reject you. Jin approaches the door. He extends his hand. The guy takes hold of the handle. He understands that he will not be rejected by a place he knows well. A doorway glows in front of the hero. Jin is going to get to the village through the afterlife. In front of us are many doors and people falling down. Ghosts are visible behind the hero, and very bizarre ones at that. The guy is surprised that there are so many people around him at this late hour. Jin happily walks forward. Ghosts fall and walk behind him. The young man understands that this is the afterlife after all and that there are probably no such things as day and night here. The hero looks off to the side. He says that there used to be a JS store somewhere here. In front of us are instant noodles. Someone is tearing chopsticks apart. This is Du-kai, who is sitting at the table, smiling. The man is smiling. He says that he finally has time to eat and thanks someone for the food. Jin notices his old acquaintance. He greets the hero with a wave of his hand. The guy also says hello. Du-kai, with his mouth full, asks the hero what brought him here. Jin sits down at the table and replies that he is heading to the village. He went into the afterlife to buy something for Manhwa. The guy asks what Du-kai is doing here. He replies that, naturally, he came to eat. We see noodles. Jin is surprised and asks why the man eats this simple product. He folds his fingers in front of his face and says that just like in the world of the living, in the afterlife, wages tend to disappear quickly from the bank account. This month, he needs to save. We see the table where the interlocutors are sitting from above. Jin says that the man is working hard and is probably very tired. He replies that everything is fine and he feels great. Sad ghosts pass in front of us. Jin says that, if you think about it, the afterlife is not so different from the world of the living in many ways. People work non-stop day and night, and sometimes they cannot afford good food. Du-kai greedily eats noodles. Now he drinks the broth. The hero calls out to him. The man makes it clear that he is listening to the interlocutor. Jin takes off his baseball cap and says that if Du-kai has time, he can stop by his restaurant to eat normal food. The guy feels like his friend has lost a little weight since the last time he saw him. Du-kai asks again in surprise. Continuing to chew noodles, he looks at the guy and says that even if he feeds him for free, the cost of the food will be deducted from his salary automatically. The hero paints a tempting picture for the man. Jin will only charge for the rice. The snacks are still free, and you can take as many as you like. Du-kai looks at the hero sadly. He says that he will anyway as an employee of JS Bank. The man's stomach begins to rumble, and he does not finish what he wanted to say. Du-kai clears his throat. Looking down, he promises to drop by once when money is really low. Jin replies that he will always be glad to see his good friend. The ghost sitting behind the hero asks what happened to the guy named Kang Young-gang. The guy looks over his shoulder. One of the ghosts says that a serious fight between the icy and fiery hell has unfolded for him. The name he heard seems familiar to the hero. There is a large white knapsack next to the guy. Du-kai complains that this conversation is ruining his appetite. Now the entire afterlife is talking about this bastard. The man looks closely at the hero and says that he probably heard this name a long time ago. This is a serial killer who operated in Cheolseng City at one time. We see the villain, whose hands are cuffed. The hero jumps up on the bench. He says that now it is clear why this name seemed so familiar to him. Du-kai, putting his hands on the table, says that there is real chaos in the afterlife and different hells are now trying to get him first. The hero asks in surprise what his interlocutor means by different hells. Du-kai raises his index finger. He says that the bastard has committed so many crimes that he can end up in any hell. We see the serial killer tied up with red ropes. Du-kai says that usually sinners go through each hell in turn without any problems. However, this man's sins are simply immeasurable. The problem is that he has to go through many hells, which means that those at the end of the line will have to wait hundreds of years for other, more fortunate hells to punish him. The murderer, with the rope around his neck, cries. Du-kai says that this is why the Hell Lords are now arguing heatedly over who can get him first for their executions. Jin looks away and says that he understands it now. They are fighting to carry out their punishment first. The man says that it is true. He picks up an empty plate and says that high-profile cases like this take priority even in the afterlife. They are good for local publicity and reporting, and they get good press in the media. Jin looks at his friend's back and asks if there is media even in the afterlife. He replies that there is television and newspapers. Du-kai holds one of them in his hands, smiling. He says that he prefers to read JS Daily. They publish a multi-part and very funny story about a restaurant that operates in the world of the living. The man promises to give the hero one issue of this newspaper. The guy thanks him and says that he will definitely read it. Jin looks down sadly. He was worried that a serial killer could find some peace after death, but now it turns out that he will not have anything like that. Anger is visible in the hero's eyes. He looks at the interlocutor reading the newspaper and says that if he were the ruler of hell, he would also want to get it first. Du-kai, without taking his eyes off the newspaper, suggests talking about something more pleasant. He asks if the hero is really heading to the Gangwon Mountains now. Jin looks at the man in surprise and confirms this information. He says he wants to check out the kimchi warehouse that belongs to his restaurant. Du-kai looks at the guy over the newspaper. He asks if he really plans to go there dressed like that. The young man looks at his interlocutor in surprise. The man says that if Jin gets there dressed like that, he will instantly return to the afterlife. Du-kai holds up a block of ice with a frozen hero inside. Jin asks if that means he will freeze to death there. Du-kai rests his head on his folded hands. He says that the guy will have to go back a long way to change. Looking slyly at his interlocutor, he offers to buy thermal underwear right there. Jin asks in surprise if he means the one from the fiery hell that Du-Kai once tried to sell him. Isn't it used to keep warm in the icy hell? Will it even work in the world of the living? Du-Kai holds up a figure of a burnt guy. The man looks up and says that this thermal underwear is certainly too powerful for normal mountains, but it will protect the guy from the cold. Jin points at Du-Kai and shouts that this product costs more than 300,000 won, and that it is too expensive. The interlocutor responds with the same gesture and says that this product can be used after death. There is no problem here, you just need to save it until that sad moment. Du-Kai points his finger at the irritated hero. He says that no matter when death comes, the guy will still have to buy this product, so wouldn't it be better to buy a useful thing now and use it while he is alive? The hero asks if these words mean that, once in the mountains, he will die today. Judging by the eyes of the young man, he understood that this is exactly what his interlocutor meant. He asks the man again, but he does not answer. We see falling snow. Jin looks somewhere in surprise. He has just opened the door and sees that there is nothing around except snow. The guy holds onto his collar and admires the foresight of his good friend from the afterlife. He is very grateful to him. Jin walks through the snow, leaving a deep furrow in it. He wants to get to the village as quickly as possible, while the snowdrifts are still somehow passable. In the distance, the tops of the mountains appear. Jin continues to walk forward. Luckily for him, the snow ends, and walking is not so difficult. Owls are looking down on him from above. The guy looks back at them and realizes that he is terrified of being here. An owl is sitting on a branch, its eyes shining red. Jin thinks that if he runs into a ghost now, he might lose consciousness from horror. The heroes go forward, convincing himself that everything is fine, and there is very little left to the village. Something quickly flies past him. Jin looks around in surprise, trying to understand what it was. We see a broken branch. There is fear in the young man's eyes. He understands that there is no wind, and the branch seemed to have no reason to fall. Jin looks ahead and wonders where the sound he hears is coming from. A dark silhouette is visible behind the hero. Jin feels that there is someone behind him. The young man looks around in fear. He remembers the old proverb that curiosity killed the cat. The hero sees the burning eyes of a boar. Steam bursts from the animal's nostrils. Saliva flows from its mouth. The animal is approaching. Jin screams deafeningly and feels like that very cat. The guy covers his mouth with his hand. He thinks that he should never provoke the boar with his scream. The animal looks scary. Jin stands still, clutching his knapsack to his chest, and thinks that if only he could get to the warehouse where the kimchi is stored. An old acquaintance of his, a boy named Manhwa, appears in the forest not far from the hero. He joyfully greets the young man. The child waves his hand. Jin mentally begs him not to scream so loudly. It seems to the hero that the boar's fangs will now sink into him. He turns around and starts running. The animal pursues the young man. Jin begins to say goodbye to life. He is sure that he is about to die. Manhwa, with his mouth open, looks at what is happening below him. He orders someone to stop. It seems that the boar is surprised. The animal chases the man as fast as it can. Jin also runs as fast as he can. The boy waves his arms. The boar falls to the ground. The hero mentally addresses his beloved parents. We see a tree. Jin does not know where in the vast afterlife his mother and father are. The tree is getting closer, but it seems to him that their wayward son will soon join them. There is a powerful blow, the sound of which is heard throughout the forest. The hero's head lies on his mother's lap. She calls him by name. The woman strokes her son's head. The guy is pleased to hear this warm voice. He thinks that it is really his mother. There is a smile on the hero's face. He has never heard his mother's voice, but he has a feeling that it is her. The guy calls her. Something big hangs over the young man's face. He screams in fear. Jin holds his cheek. He gets up and calls his mother. There is animal horror on the guy's face. He lets out a loud scream. The hero hears someone calling him. It turns out that a boar is licking the guy's face. Manhwa is lying calmly on the animal's back. He happily says that Jin has finally woken up. The young man points at the boy and asks what is going on here. Why is he riding a boar? He saw this evil monster chasing him. The boy looks at the hero with disapproval. He asks why he turned his back on the animal. The boar, whose forehead is apparently badly bruised, grunts resentfully. The hero understands that this pig is really annoying him. Manhwa strokes the boar and asks the hero to say hello to him. He says that the boar's name is Puklik. Jin repeats this idiotic nickname in surprise. The hero stares at the animal. He mentally states that the boy gave this monster a name. Maybe they are friends. Jin says that he is glad to meet Puklik. He reaches out his hand to the boar. The hero strokes the animal's nose. The boy says that his name is Li Kang Jin. He pats the animal's snout and notes that it is soft and warm. Jin puts both hands on the boar and says that it is much more obedient than he initially thought. The hero calls Puklik a cutie and a good pig. Jin kneels down and puts his forehead to the ground. A delicious smell comes from the knapsack that the hero brought. Manhwa, smelling the smell, guesses that there is food there. He asks what the young man brought them. We see the food inside the knapsack. Jin says that he brought potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. There is enough here for the boy and all the other inhabitants of the village. In front of us are several striped babies. Manbok asks the guy, if possible, to treat the boar too. It is winter now, food is hard to come by, and she recently gave birth. Jin rises to his feet with difficulty and says that if this is a young mother, then of course she needs to be fed. Manbok jumps off the animal's back and declares that then everything is decided. The child pets the boar and tells it to take some food to feed its young. It may seem like the animal is smiling. The chubby one takes away the knapsack that the hero brought. Jin puts his hand to his chest and thanks the boy. He says that he doesn't know if he would have survived if it weren't for Manbok. The boy sets off and tells the hero that it's probably true, so this idiot should remember his kindness. He suggests that his companion go down the mountain. Jin asks the child if animals can see souls. He replies that some of them can and some can't. In front of us is a snow-covered forest and mountains. The hero says that it's simply incredible. Two birds are sitting on a branch. The hero sits on the threshold, stretching, and holds his back. Jin says that it's been a long time since he slept on the bare floor without a blanket. If he hadn't had thermal underwear, he would have been chilled to the bone. The boy doesn't look very happy. He wonders if the Afterlife store sells sleeping bags. The hero feels something huge approaching. A boar appears at the gate. Jin realizes that it is Puklik, whom he met the day before. The animal has some kind of root in its teeth. The hero looks at what the boar is holding in its teeth and cannot understand what it is. Fear appears on the guy's face. It seems to him that the boar is walking straight towards him. One of the ghosts sitting in front of the TV turns to the young man and asks what he is afraid of. Jin points his finger at the animal. The ghost recognizes Puklik and asks why he came back. The boar puts the root it brought on the ground. We see the plant up close. The ghost is surprised that the animal dug up the puraria. Someone is surprised by the size of this root. The man with a bandage on his head looks at the hero. He says that Puklik loves these roots very much, but for some reason she brought one of them here instead of eating it. Most likely, this is a gift for the hero. Jin stands in front of the boar, embarrassed. He thinks that if this root is for him, then it could be a response to yesterday's corn and sweet potatoes. The young man kneels down, touches the root, and thanks the boar. Jin carefully examines the gift. The root is huge, and the animal carried it very carefully. There are practically no scratches on it. The hero remembers Korean folk tales about a grateful tiger and a magpie. He thinks that now he can write a new tale about a grateful boar. Jin sees that in front of him is an incredibly cute animal. There is great fatigue on the guy's face. We see boxes. As soon as he returned, a cold winter wind covered the whole of Seoul. Even ghosts, who cannot feel the cold, seem to be chilled to the bone. This winter, the restaurant was especially crowded. A whole mountain of dishes has accumulated in the sink. The hero thinks that as soon as the internship is over, he will devote all his time to working in the restaurant. If things continue like this, he definitely won't be able to cope alone. It's 20 minutes past 2. Jin is washing the dishes. He thinks that Sue isn't all-powerful either. He needs to find someone else, but who? He can't just take the first person he comes across. Someone enters the restaurant. We see the visitors back. The hero turns to the guest and apologizes. In front of us is a cute guy who came here not long ago. He asks if he's on his break. Jin, smiling, looks at the guy and says that he's been here before. The young man is glad that they remember him here. The hero approaches the guest with a bottle in his hand. He says that it's hard not to remember such a visitor and asks what he'll order today. The guest asks to bring him tteokbokki. The guy looks at the cook. He adds that they can repeat what he ate last time, only they need to overcook the noodles a little and put in 2 rice dumplings and a fish cake. He also asks for the egg to be boiled for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Jin writes down the customer's request in a notebook. The hero asks the customer if 2 rice dumplings are enough for him. He replies that they are because, frankly speaking, he does not like them at all. Jin thinks that the guy is trying to preserve the essence of the dish and is ready to eat 2 dumplings, which he hates, for this. Well, the world is a big place and there are weirdos here too. Jin looks over his shoulder at the guest and says that he will do everything, you just need to wait a little. The hero gets to work. The order is already on the table. Jin tells the customer that he brought him tteokbokki. The young man reaches for the plate with his chopsticks. The yolk pours out of the egg. The customer dips a piece of food in the yolk. Then he puts it in his mouth. Judging by the expression on his face, the guy really likes the taste. The hero smiles. He is glad that the guest liked everything. Jin covers the plates with a piece of cloth. He thinks that he needs to get back to work. The time is approaching when the restaurant will open for ghosts. The guy cuts a piece of the root that the boar brought him with a knife. He thinks about making a dish from this plant. The root can be cut into slices or marinated in spices. we see a running man. Someone runs up to the restaurant doors. The door opens. The hero greets the visitor with a smile. The girl who runs into the establishment is breathing heavily. The young man looks at her over his shoulder. The hero, meanwhile, invites the guest to sit down in any free place. The girl falls to her knees and turns to director H. Wang. With her head down, she kneels right on the rug. The girl says that she is begging the young man. The hero watches what is happening with his mouth wide open. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asks him to help them one last time. The guy wipes his lips with a napkin and asks director Cho what she is trying to achieve by coming. He tells her to get up off her knees. In case she hasn't realized it yet, they're in a strange establishment. The woman, still kneeling, says that it's only with his help that she can. We see some furniture. H. Wang asks Cho if she heard him well enough. She should get up, though. The woman frowns at the young man. She gets up and walks over to him. H. Wang says that when she asks to be saved, she might be misunderstood. Cho sits down at the table where the food is. She says that director H. Wang has stopped funding the research, and now they're done for. The guy looks at her, folding his fingers in front of his face. He reminds her that it was Cho who violated the terms of the contract, and he sees no reason to empathize with her. Jin, who's standing at the cash register, listens in on the conversation. The woman says that she doesn't consider herself guilty of violating the contract. All the money invested went toward research. The guy says that it was spent on studying bone marrow fiber regeneration, and that's not what he invested the money in. The hero looks around at his clients and wonders if they really don't care that he can hear all this talk. Cho, raising his left hand, declares that the possibilities of regeneration are limitless. With it, the guy raises his hand, silencing the interlocutor. He says that it is of no value to him. He invested money and research into senile dementia. The woman stands up and, leaning on the table, declares that there is still a lot of work to be done in this area, while research into cell regeneration can bear fruit in just 2 years. H. Wang sits at the table with an indifferent look. Director Cho looks at him with devoted eyes. She declares that in this case, her interlocutor will be able to increase the budget for research into dementia, and they will be able to research it much more deeply. H. Wang gets up from his chair. Throwing his coat over his hand, he moves away from the table. The guy says that Director Cho will be unpleasant to hear this, but these studies are very different, despite the same beginning. He asks her to remember what he said when they first met. We see 3 hands. H. Wang, smiling, shakes the hands of the young scientist. He says that he is not going to make money from researching dementia. He only wants to find a cure for a disease called dementia and rid the world of it, even if it takes 10 or 20 years. The young man says that he is sincerely glad to have found a like-minded woman. There are scientific instruments on the table. We see shaking hands. Director Cho says that he is simply looking at things soberly. The guy straightens his tie and replies that he will not demand back the amount spent over the past 5 years. The woman happily looks at his back and asks again. The young man clarifies that in exchange, he will requisition all the materials on dementia of the leading researcher as well as his entire team. Director Cho rushes after the guy. She asks him to stop and asks what to mean by this. Without her team, she will not be able to continue researching regeneration. H. Wang says that if this worries her so much, she should return the 11 billion that were invested in the research. The woman looks at him with wide eyes of horror. She does not know what to answer. The guy holds a banknote in his hands. He tells the interlocutor that he gives her an hour. She should cool her head and then contact him. Director Cho asks again in horror. H. Wang tells the hero that everything was very tasty and asks to calculate it. The guy puts the banknote on the table. The woman accuses him of persuading her to make the decision he needs. H. Wang puts the wallet in the breast pocket of his jacket and asks to remember that this is a very common occurrence in contractual relations. The guy says that, in addition to everything else, he is partia in this case. Director Cho solemnly turns away from the guy and says that it is stupid to spend your whole life chasing an unrealistic dream. H. Wang stands in the doorway. He asks the interlocutor why she wants to earn money. The woman sadly answers that that is what money is for, to earn it. The young man, whose back of his head we see, says that she has changed a lot. Standing in front of the door, H. Wang turns around and says goodbye to everyone present. Jin runs out of the restaurant and calls out to the guy. He has a bag in his hands. The hero says that he thought the guy liked soft-boiled eggs. He asks to take them since he paid too much and he has nothing to give change with. H. Wang rubs the back of his head and says that he did not even think about taking the change. Jin, smiling, stands in front of the customer and thinks that he is really very rich if he does not need change. H. Wang says that he will gladly come to this restaurant again. The guy puts the bag with eggs in the car. He says that he caused the stir in the establishment, although he did not want to. The young man hands the guy his business card and asks for permission to formally introduce himself. His name is H. Wang Min's son, and he is the acting chairman of the MS Foundation. The hero shyly hands him an intern's business card since he doesn't have another one yet. He introduces himself as the owner of the Lee Kang-jin restaurant. The guy says that he will call him Chef Lee. Min-sun looks at the business card he received. He asks if the hero has ever fought something infinitely eternal. Jin, who is holding the guy's business card, says that he is not sure about it. The customer, standing by his car, says that the eternal problem can be called dementia. We see him again in front of director Cho. Min-sun says that when they first met, the woman worked as a doctor at the hospital. They shake hands. The woman looks into the guy's eyes and says that she also wants to create a cure for dementia because she knows how much despair and disappointment it brings. Min-sun looks at the interlocutor tenderly and offers her to join forces and fight this eternal monster. According to the guy, the promise was received. Min-sun, leaning on the car, sighs heavily. He puts his hand in his breast pocket and says that he has talked too much. He needs to hurry on business. The guy has money in his hand again. He says that director Cho most likely has not had lunch yet and asks the guy to feed her. Jin looks at the bill he received. Once again, he received too much. Min-sun confirms that they need to set a luxurious table. Director Cho, hunched over, stands near the table. The hero looks at her. The woman is talking to someone on the phone. She says that the meeting took place and her interlocutor should continue both studies. She promises to definitely come up with something. Jin calls out to her, apologizing for distracting him. The woman turns to face him in surprise. She jumps up from the table, apologizes, and says that she will leave right now. The hero says that there is no need to apologize. We see the woman's face. Now we see Jin with his arms crossed in front of his face. Smiling, he stands next to the guest and asks if she would like to eat before leaving, since she probably has not had lunch today. Director Cho says that the guy is absolutely right. The woman pays attention to the unusual menu of the establishment. We see that it still only lists roast pork. The hero says that he can cook the dish according to her wishes and she can order something special. The woman, smiling, looks up. Looking at the guy's face, she asks him to make her kimbap with kimchi. Jin remembers that this dish was listed in the recipe book. Here we have that very book. The hero thinks that the simpler the dish, the more strictly you need to follow the recipe. He tells the woman that he will do everything and she just needs to wait a little. Jin wants to serve this customer at the highest level. Whatever it is, she is, first and foremost, his guest. Jin looks at his notebook. Bending over it, he finds a recipe for kimbap with kimchi. It is important that the rice is not salty and the kimchi is well fermented. There seem to be no problems with the last ingredient. First we see a page of the notebook, then kimchi laid on the rice, and finally the rolled up finished product. Kimchi needs to be squeezed out, cut lengthwise into long strips, and placed in the middle, lightly seasoned with sugar to get a sour taste. For such a simple kimbap, it is better to use perilla oil instead of sesame oil. The guy states that the kimbap with kimchi is ready. Jin looks at the prepared dish, puzzled. He says that it doesn't seem right to charge 50,000 won for it. Jin gets to work, thinking that he needs to cook something else, otherwise his conscience will torment him to death. A bead of sweat runs down the guy's cheek. The customer calls out to him. There are many delicious dishes on the table in front of her. The woman looks at the table in surprise and asks why so many. Jin realizes that he has overdone it. The guy tells the woman that Hwang Min-sun has already paid for this meal, so there is no need to worry about anything. Director Cho does not take his eyes off the food. She says that she will not refuse then. There is kimbap with kimchi in front of her. The girl is holding chopsticks. She thinks that she can forget about the unpleasant conversation with Min-sun for a while. The chef prepared all this with such diligence, so she should also focus on the food. The woman takes a piece of kimbap. She chews it and realizes that it is incredibly delicious. Cho drinks the liquid from the bowl. She feels that the aroma of perilla oil goes well with the sour kimchi. The anchovy broth of the warm guksu also fits in well. The woman tells the hero that he looks young, but he cooks very skillfully. Jin seems to wink at her. He sits down at the table with the woman and asks her how she liked the gimbap with fried anchovy. He changed the recipe a little for her. Cho says that it is really delicious. There are only a few places left that sell traditional gimbap, and she is very happy to try it again. It seems that this is the first time she has eaten it since her grandfather made it for her. We see the dish in question again. Jin asks about the grandfather, surprised. Cho brings another piece of gimbap to his mouth and says that her grandfather raised her. The woman puts the food in her mouth. According to her, the old man has replaced her grandmother, mother, and father. Jin, looking at the guest, states that it was her grandfather who made her kimbap kimchi. The woman looks up and tries to find the words to express herself correctly. She remembers her first picnic in elementary school. We see a girl hysterically on the floor. She cries loudly and screams why she can't get what she wants. An elderly man runs up to her. He is indignant about the hysteria and says that the girl can take her regular lunch, which she always takes to school. The little girl screams loudly that she doesn't want this lunch and demands to be given kimbap. They write everywhere that all children take this lunch with them on picnics. The girl bursts into tears. Then the grandfather said that he would not make kimbap for her on the picnic. Now she understands that he simply didn't know how to do it then, but then she was a child and made a terrible scene. The hero, smiling, says that at such an age everything is forgivable. The day of the picnic has arrived. Two little girls are sitting under a tree. One of them asks if the other brought gimbap. The other girl replies that she doesn't know and demands that her friend eat what she brought. The girl is crying. She thinks that her grandfather probably just put kimchi and rice in it again. But then she sees gimbap in the container and can't believe her eyes. In front of the little girl sitting on her lap is the very dish she asked her grandfather for. The girl screams that it really is gimbap. The problem is that when she opened the container, she saw gimbap with kimchi and fried anchovy. In front of us are the utensils for making this dish. Now we can see some of the ingredients that go in it. The woman asks the boy to imagine how confused her grandfather was. His granddaughter suddenly asked for gimbap, but there was nothing to put in it. So he made it out of kimchi and spinach that were in the refrigerator and even added buckwheat noodles. The woman looks up, smiling. She says that although she was ashamed, she ate every last crumb. The hero, sitting in front of her, declares that there is nothing more pleasant than a licked plate. It seems to him that his grandfather was very happy then. Cho takes the bowl of soup. She declares that he was not just happy. The woman takes another piece of kimbap with her chopsticks and asks if Jin heard her conversation with Min-sun. The hero, rubbing the back of his head, looks away. Cho asks him if he knows that there is such a disease as dementia. The hero says that, as far as he knows, it comes with old age. The woman looks down sadly. Her hand reaches for another piece of kimbap. She says that dementia affects not only the person himself, but also everyone around him. One piece of cabbage falls out of the kimbap. Cho says that a sick person ceases to be himself. More and more pieces fall out. In the end, all that is left is rice. The old people, according to the woman, begin to forget their family, and they cannot even remember the people closest to them. When someone dear to you cannot recognize you and does not understand what you say, it is very scary. We see a completely disintegrated gimbap. Jin looks at the woman sadly. She says that her grandfather also did not manage to escape this fate. Cho closes his eyes. She says that she does not know if it can be called luck, but her grandfather fell ill when she had already become a doctor and was able to feed herself. She was able to provide decent care for him too. We see a phone in her pocket. Cho says that one day she was urgently called to the nursing home where she placed her grandfather. The phone is in the pocket of her medical gown. Cho looks at the screen. She receives a message that her grandfather has entered the kitchen and has refused to leave for several hours. She is asked to come as soon as possible. We see the windows of the institution where the grandfather is located. The woman bursts through the door and asks the doctor to explain what is happening. There is amazement in her eyes. She sees her grandfather smiling and calls out to him. Cho says that he continued making kimbap. The old man tries to roll it, but it doesn't work. We see a pile of spoiled food on the table. Cho says that her grandfather was standing and rolling kimbap, just like that day before the picnic. Cho, sobbing, hugs the old man from behind. She kept telling him that everything was fine and that she didn't need to cook anything. But the old man didn't stop. A little girl is sitting on the old man's lap. Cho says that the old man did all this without remembering her as a child or the events of that day. The woman is kneeling, clutching her grandfather's pants. Cho says that this is why dementia is so sad and painful. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.